Chapter 61, A Breakthrough in the Relationship Between the Third Daughter. Taste the fruits of victory. During the fierce battle with the Alliance forces, the Brotherhood did not take full action, but waiting for the killer who killed Lao Lu. Unexpectedly, they actually caught a fish. After getting rid of the killer, Chen Mo and his brothers stopped holding back and showed off their power. The Alliance forces were scattered like chickens and dogs. Brothers helped clean up the battlefield. Although they won cleanly, they also suffered damage on their own side. Thinking that the Alliance power will no longer exist from now on, and the Brotherhood will be the only one in Nanchang, it is worth it. After destroying the power of the Lu family camp, the Brotherhood planned to take action against the Lu family and his son. They have not forgotten that Lao Lu died because of the killer the Lu family was looking for. Now that the killer is dead, there is still the Lu family as the culprit. The Lu family does not belong to the underground forces and cannot use underground forces solutions. The brothers and several people came up with a solution. That is to find some criminal evidence of the Lu family, such as some of Mr. Lu's strong women who committed illegal and criminal acts, as well as some illegal transactions involving the Lu family's company. As long as the Lu family is bankrupt, it will no longer have such great influence. Aren't you going to let them do whatever they want then? As a result, all members of the Brotherhood mobilized to investigate the Lu family and his son. The results were available 3 days later. Lu Shaoqiang had sex with his female classmate, causing the victim to commit suicide by jumping off the building, unable to accept the fact. There are also beating others and causing them to become disabled. These behaviors were suppressed by Lu's father before. After the unremitting efforts of the brothers, the evidence was finally found. Besides, the Lu family's company has some evidence of tax evasion, substandard product quality, and hidden rules for company employees. After collecting this evidence, the Brotherhood did not hesitate and published it directly online, and bought several hot search exposures. In today's materialistic society, people have to face various pressures every day. Eating melon is also a way to relieve stress. Especially the targets of exploitation are the capitalists who exploit them. Netizens immediately forwarded comments. These Lu family father and son are really nothing. They have so many illegal crimes, but they live so freely. Is there any law? Is there still law? The Lu family has always been a conscientious enterprise in Nanchang. I didn't expect that if we hadn't seen this exposed news, we might have been sold out and would have to count the money for him. Strongly demand a thorough investigation of the Lu family and his son, and justice must be given to the victims. The internet is full of one-sided condemnation of the Lu family and his son. For a time, the Lu family stood at the forefront. As his influence continues to expand, it directly affects the Lu family's company. Stocks are hitting their limit almost every day. People in the company were panicked, but Father Lu, as the boss of the company, had no time to care. Because he is under investigation by relevant departments. The Lu family and his son have not been arrested yet, but they are already under surveillance. Once the investigation and verification prove that they have indeed committed those crimes, they will just wait to go to jail. Father Lu is now like an ant on a hot pot. Only he himself knows. The criminal evidence exposed on the internet is all true, including his own son. Many things were suppressed by him. I don't know who is trying to get him. Damn it. Father Lu was in a panic now, but he had to remain calm on the surface. Every day is the same as usual. Go to the company to appease employees, find lawyers to defend themselves, and try to delay time through such means. Brothers Gang Headquarters. Several core personnel gathered together. The Lu family will definitely die now, sixth brother, we will be able to avenge you soon. Don't let them die so easily. I want them to know the consequences of hurting my brother. These Lu family father and son are really born. My sword is already thirsty and I can't wait to kill them. The brothers were in a good mood, feeling happy that they were about to take revenge. Brothers have been keeping a close eye on the Lu family these days. The most dignified second child spoke in a deep voice, his eyes twinkling. If the Lu family and his son want to escape, stop them halfway. If they just surrender and wait to go to jail, then there is no need for us to take action ourselves. It's not worth it for me to risk my life for those two people. After they go to jail, let the brothers inside do it. Several brothers heard this, although they were a little unwilling. But I have to say that this is the most correct approach. If they can't help it and kill the Liu family and his son, they will only cause trouble for the brotherhood. When the Liu family and his son went to prison, they became fish in their bowls. There is absolutely no need to do it yourself. Seeing that all the brothers had listened, the second one looked at Chun Mo, who looked a little excited. Xiao Mo, we all know that you were framed by that little beast. If you want to take revenge yourself, you can wait until he goes to jail and we can arrange it. Chen Mo was really excited. Lu Fei framed him and sent him to prison for 3 years, where he suffered a lot. When he was released from prison, he vowed to take revenge. Now, revenge is finally in sight. Sensing that several brothers were looking at him, Chen Mo shook his head. Just take care of it, I don't have to do it myself. He was once in prison and wanted to kill Lu Fei with his own hands every day. But when it came time to kill his enemy, he felt a little bored. There is no other reason. The two are no longer on the same level. Lu Fei, a second-generation rich man who does all kinds of evil, is about to face jail time and revenge from his brother gang. It can be said that he is a dying person. But Chen Mo is different. Possessing extraordinary strength and controlling the largest underground force in Nanchang, the future is bright. His goal is the Sea of Stars. The Liu family is just a stepping stone for him. Next, he will target the more powerful Su Hao. Chen Mo also hated the hypocritical guy who wanted to steal his beautiful teacher and flirt with his goddess. In the past, he had no choice when facing the Su group with a market value of tens of billions. After cleaning up the Liu family, he seemed to see hope in dealing with Su Hao. That is to follow the same pattern. The criminal evidence of the Su group was found and exposed. He didn't believe that with Su Hao's hypocritical appearance, he could do business peacefully. After receiving Chen Mo's answer, the second child breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about the other brothers, but he was worried that Chen Mo was young and energetic and would be carried away by anger. In order to kill a father and his son, it's really not worth it for him. Su family villa. 3 days have passed since Chen Mo exposed the Liu family. Su Hao also taught Su Hongzhuang piano for 3 days. Su Hongzhuang does have musical talent, and she improves greatly almost every day. Su Hao did not go to the company in the morning and taught Su Hongzhuang at home. Holding her hand, her fingertips jumped quickly on the piano keys. What he was playing was a complete symphony of fate. Su Hongzhuang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is already the 3rd time Su Hao has taught me step by step. She felt that she had almost learned it. She was disgusted with Su Hao's step-by-step teaching at first. But after knowing that it could really improve the piano, she gradually accepted this teaching method. I was a little uncomfortable at first. After 3 days of teaching, she has become accustomed to it. On the contrary, sitting in front of the piano now, with no one holding me behind me, I feel a little uncomfortable. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but blush. I'm really crazy. Su Hongzhuang, why do you have such thoughts? Do you want to betray eldest sister's organization? My heart is repulsive, but my body is very honest. I am talking about her. Seeing that her piano skills were improving day by day, she couldn't care less. I didn't call him dad like my 2 younger sisters. Shouldn't it be considered a betrayal of the organization? Follow the rhythm just now, try it yourself. Su Hao let go of her hand and said with a smile. Su Hongzhuang took a deep breath and nodded. The fingers started to play dexterously. A symphony of destiny was played, although it was not as good as Su Hao's state. But he is infinitely stronger than he was 3 days ago. In this current situation, Su Hongzhuang finally had the courage to go out and meet people. Those fans had invited her to come out. At that time she didn't dare to go out at all. What if those fans were asking her to play a song live? She doesn't know how to do it at all. So, she practiced at home like this for several days. With her current piano skills, she can finally take advantage of it. How to explain the Symphony of Destiny uploaded online? Su Hao gave suggestions. Let's just say it was a sudden burst of inspiration and a whim. I can't describe that feeling now. Su Hao had already found a reason for her at the beginning. It turns out that everything was planned in advance. There was a burst of applause. Looking back, I saw Su Hao clapping his hands and praising him. Very good, Hongzhuang, your talent in music has come into full play. At this moment, Su Hongzhuang looked at Su Hao with eyes that were no longer distant, but rather close. She pursed her lips and said gratefully, "Thanks." After all, the word dad was never uttered. It doesn't matter, the strategy for Su Hongzhuang is not over yet. He and Su Hongzhuang are in the same state now as when they spent a day playing at the amusement park with their two daughters. For her to call her daddy, she needs an opportunity. You are my daughter, and I am very happy to see you progress and grow. I can't say thank you enough. Su Hao pretended to be displeased, talked to Su Hongzhuang about the piano elements for a while, then turned and left the study. Secretary Li Kuan drove to the Su family villa. Su Hao got in the car and went out. Along the way, the secretary kept reporting on the situation of the Brotherhood and the Liu family. I know that the Brotherhood collects criminal evidence of the Liu family and uploads it to the internet. Su Hao's heart trembled and he glanced at the secretary calmly. You must destroy your own evidence. We must not make the same mistake as the Liu family and his son. Fortunately, most of the things he asked his secretary to tell Lao Amo to do. He only took action a few times, and he did so very covertly. Even if you want to check him, it won't be possible in a short while. If all the evidence is destroyed, nothing will be found about him. Li Kuan continued to report. The smile on Su Hao's face grew stronger and stronger. Since the criminal evidence of the Liu family and his son was exposed on the internet, the stock price of the Liu family company has been falling off a cliff. I don't know how long Liu's father can last, so Su Hao plans to enter the game. After planning for so long, it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. The secretary drove all the way to Liu's house. Coincidentally, as soon as he arrived at Liu's house, several cars drove up one after another. Su Hao's face remained calm. He is not the only smart person, the Liu family is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Everybody wants to get a piece of the pie. This is human nature. The weak eat the strong. Su Hao didn't care. He had been planning for so many days and had full confidence. There are two companies under the Liu family. One is a food factory, suspected of tax evasion, and it is also the company that commits fraud. It has nothing to do with another new energy vehicle company. If there was a problem, Su Hao would not wait until now to take action. The new energy vehicle company has completed the investigation and has not made any mistakes. It was left to Father Liu to have free control. Food factory, Liu's father couldn't sell it even if he wanted to. These people who are coming now all want to acquire the new energy vehicle company from Liu's father. Because of the explosion at the food factory, the stock price of his automobile company also plummeted. Many people see benefits from it. Father Liu is still holding on, hiring the best lawyer to defend him, and pretending to be upright. But I was extremely panicked in my heart, knowing that someone wants to snatch the new energy vehicle company from him. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the past 2 days, people came to him and mentioned the acquisition, and the bids were extremely low. He didn't agree. As the investigation department's investigation deepened, he became more and more panicked. A crazy idea emerged. Since he was going to face jail, why didn't he just grab the bucket and run away? Anyway, if you want to leave, the company won't be able to hold on. Then just sell it directly. So today, Father Liu continued to meet with people from various companies, trying to sell at a high price. Father Liu was shocked when he saw that the next person who came in was Su Hao. Facing Su Hao, Liu's father didn't dare to put on airs. He quickly went up to him flatteringly and poured a cup of tea himself. Mr. Su, I wonder why you are here. Su Hao didn't touch the tea in front of him and said straight to the point. To be honest, our company is preparing to transform in 4.4 and plans to enter other industries. I am very optimistic about new energy. He didn't need to explain it clearly, Father Lu already understood. Su Hao, like those people, came to acquire the car company in his hands. It's just that he doesn't understand. Su Hao is a real estate tycoon and makes money like water. Why the sudden transformation? In today's world, there are still very few new energy vehicles. Countless entrepreneurs have not discovered the huge potential of new energy. Father Lu thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He is going to be a runaway anyway, so there is no point in thinking about it. Might as well negotiate a good price. Father Lu pretended to sigh. Mr. Su, you have also seen that I have been framed by a villain and both companies cannot operate normally. I also have the idea of selling, but I don't know Mr. Su. Before he could finish speaking, Su Hao interrupted. I am willing to buy it at today's market price. Father Lu's eyes lit up. The stock price of Lu's car company is falling every day. Today, 3 days later, it has dropped by nearly half compared to before. There is still a downward trend. Those people who want to buy it offer very low prices. He believes that his car company will continue to decline and it is not worth paying a high price. Su Hao is considered the highest bidder. After pretending to hesitate, Father Lu agreed. He was also anxious, and quickly asked someone to draw up a contract and go through the company transfer procedures. Looking at the transfer contract in his hand, Su Hao smiled. Finally got it. Glancing at Father Lu, who was holding back his excitement, the sarcasm in his eyes flashed away. Turning around and giving instructions to the secretary. Tell Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. Chapter 62, Xiaqing's Initiative. The protagonist collapses. Frame up Su Hao's goal as the Lu family's new energy vehicle company. Now, the goal is achieved. The Lu family and his son also consumed the strength of the Brotherhood. There is no use value anymore. No. How could it be of no use value? What if the Lu family and his son died quietly? Who would be the first suspect? It must be a gang of brothers. Among them, the protagonist Chen Mo is the most suspected. No one would think that Chen Mo would have no hatred in his heart after being framed by Lu Fei of the Lu family and imprisoned for 3 years. Then it will be fun to watch. Whether the superiors will crack down hard or eradicate the Brotherhood is another matter. It is inevitable for a group of brothers to help the senior officials arrest him for questioning. By that time, the Brotherhood was leaderless. This is the best time for the blood massacre to change the world. Even the value of a dead person must be discovered. The capitalists cried when they heard this. At night. The moon is dark and the wind is high, which is a good time to kill people and set fires. Far away in the Lu family villa, 2 figures sneakily climbed out of the wall. Then he got into a van that had been waiting for him on the side of the road. The driver of the van is Father Lu's most trusted subordinate. A special soldier saved his life, and Lu's father trusted him very much. Is there going to be no problem? Father Lu looked at the driver and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I have detected the patterns of those people in the past 3 days and lured them away just now. As long as we rush to the airport, there will be no problem. The driver is a special soldier, has a strong sense of reconnaissance, and is very confident in his own judgment. Father Lu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Now they are heading to the airport to prepare to fly abroad. He has also done a lot of bad things, knows the tricks of a cunning rabbit, and has prepared many identities at home. So I don't have to worry about getting caught on a plane. Dad, do we really want to go abroad? Lu Fei, who was following him, was trembling with fear. Today, he looks haggard, and the fear in his eyes lingers for a long time. He still looks like the rich young man before. Since his previous deeds were exposed on the internet and triggered investigations by relevant departments, he has been restless. 16 I am afraid that I will wear a pair of silver bracelets on my hands next moment. I can only spend my next life in prison. He is the second generation of rich people. His family has assets worth 1 billion, and he enjoys endless wealth and splendor. He shuddered when he thought about the future, staying in a dark prison. Now his father wants to take him away and go abroad. Lu Fei was also uneasy. What is it like abroad? He has never been. I feel like my future is uncertain. Damn guy. It's all Chenmo's fault, that bastard who targeted his family. In the past few days, Father Lu has been very honest. But it's not that nothing was done. At least he found out who was behind the attack on his Lu family. It's that guy named Chen Mo and the gang of brothers. Shut up, isn't it all because of you? I told you not to cause trouble for me a long time ago, but now it's okay. Is someone seeking revenge? As soon as he heard what this deceitful son said, Father Lu became extremely angry. If this traitor hadn't framed them and sent them to prison for 3 years, how could he come out to take revenge on them? How did the Lu family end up in the current deadlock? Being scolded by his father, Lu Fei shrank his head and muttered softly. How did I know that he, a young loser, actually met the big brother of the Brotherhood in prison? You. Seeing that his son still did not repent, Lu's father raised his hand. But seeing the haggard look on Nizi's face, he still resisted the fight. Biological. He kept comforting himself in his heart. Sensing his father Yang's raised hand and thinking that a slap was about to fall, Lu Fei quickly shrank his head. I didn't hear the sound of the palm falling on my face. Lu Fei looked over curiously. Father Lu put down his hand and sighed. In the future, please help me remember a little longer. When you go abroad, you can change all your bad habits. Those people abroad are not easy to bully. You don't even know how you died. No. Lu Fei replied weakly. While Father Lu was educating his son, the driver suddenly stepped on the brakes. The father and son lost their center of gravity and bumped into the front. Why is everything okay? Lu Fei was immediately angry. Can this driver know how to drive? I immediately wanted to question the driver sharply, but suddenly I saw a truck blocked in front of me. The road was blocked and it was impossible to get through. Do those who ride horses have any sense of public morality? They park their cars everywhere. Lu Fei was so angry that he cursed. However, the driver and Father Lu looked solemn. Now is the critical period for them to run away, and their way is blocked by a truck. A bad feeling arose in my heart. I'll go out and take a look. The driver looked serious, took out a short knife from the drawer, and got out of the car. Is there anyone there? How did you park the car? The driver asked as he cautiously walked towards the driver's seat of the truck. Just as he was about to look towards the driver's seat, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. A dagger quickly slashed across his neck. This blow was too fast. The driver didn't react at all. Only seeing a flash of light, I felt a chill on my neck, and my consciousness gradually dissipated. He is a special soldier. After long-term training, he cannot get close to 3 or 5 people. For some bastards who have no fighting ability, he can even fight 10 of them. He is not weak, but in front of a real warrior, he is just easy to kill. After getting rid of the driver, the tall and muscular figure did not stop and headed towards the car where Father Lu was. In the car. Father Lu has been watching the driver's every move nervously. When he saw the driver being killed by a figure rushing out, his face suddenly turned pale and his pupils widened. An unspeakable fear emerged. The thing he feared most happened. It's okay to say it was an accident. If the relevant departments blocked it, he would still be able to accept it. I am afraid that my enemies are seeking revenge. Then they will probably explain it here. After seeing the other party decisively kill the driver, Father Lu knew that they were finished today. With a life and death crisis ahead, Lu's father also had some quick wits. Quickly pressed the button to lock the door. He quickly turned over and came to the driver's seat, wanting to drive away. However, it was still late. The car door was violently kicked open. The power contained in it can be imagined. At this time, Lu's father had just turned on the engine and was about to step on the accelerator when a dagger slashed across his neck. Father Lu's eyes widened, blood gurgling from his mouth, and finally he fell weakly on his seat. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Lu Farron, who was sitting in the back seat, was frightened. Naturally, there is no way to escape misfortune. Reunited with his father in the underworld. After doing all this, Lao Mo made a tour. After seeing that no evidence was left behind, he got into the truck and left. Until a vehicle passed by and saw the tragic scene at the scene, it was so frightened that it called the police on the spot. Outside Xia Qingga's home community. Su Hao did not go home to be with his daughters today. Instead, he took Xia Qingga for a late dinner. Go shopping for a while. Finally sent Xia Qingga home. Xia Qingga looked at the gift Su Hao had given her in her arms, with a happy smile on her face. Uncle, go home slowly. After seeing her own community, Xia Qingga said sweetly to Su Hao and prepared to open the passenger door and get out. Etc. Su Hao stopped her. Xia Qingga turned around, his face full of doubts. Uncle, what's the matter? Qingga, have you forgotten something? Seeing the strange expression on Su Hao's face, Xia Qingga suddenly woke up. It turned out to be a farewell message. Xia Qingga rolled her eyes nicely. The whole person leaned over and got in front of Su Hao. I have been with Su Hao for a long time, and I have done even more extreme things. She is no longer shy about this little thing. Ding, Xia Qingga is in a happy mood, and his mood value is plus 631. Ding. Chen Mo was furious, his mood value plus 769. Ding. Chen Mo was stunned, his mood value was plus 823. What the two of them don't know is. No. It should be said that Xia Qingga didn't know. There was a line of sight looking at them not far away. Chen Mo's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg in, and his pupils were dilated to the extreme. His face was full of horror. What he saw was what happened in Su Hao's car. It turned out that Chen Mo had the idea to clean up the Lu family, and then he wanted to take action against Su Hao. I didn't find any useful information last time, so I plan to score twice today. By coincidence, I saw Su Hao driving Xia Qingga out again. Chen Mo followed them all the way, watching them eat and go shopping together. The relationship between the two is very close. He originally thought that Su Hao was still in the stage of hooking up with Xia Qingga. Until I saw this scene in front of me. Xia Qingga threw himself into his arms so proactively. It is impossible for an inexperienced girl to be so proactive when faced with this kind of thing. In other words, the two of them had already had an affair. Maybe I have done everything I should do and what I shouldn't do. Xia Qingga is her goddess. I was imprisoned 3 years ago because of her. Saw her with another man, an old man. Chen Mo couldn't accept it for a while. No. Impossible, it's not true. Chen Mo's mind went blank and he muttered to himself. When he recovered from the shock, Su Hao had already driven away. Xia Qingga kept waving in the same place. It hurts too much. Chen Mo covered his chest. A burst of heartbreaking pain. Seeing Xia Qingga preparing to walk into the community, Chen Mo could no longer live in Bengbu and rushed to him regardless of his own safety. I must ask Xia Qingga clearly. What is the reason for this horse riding? Where did you lose? Xia Qingga would rather be with a 50-year-old man than look at herself. Qingga, why were you acting like that Su Hao just now? Are you together? Chen Mo asked with the last glimmer of hope at this time. I hope to get a negative answer from Xia Qingga. Xia Qingga was startled when a guy with a distorted face and red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Chen Mo who reacted and couldn't help but frown. She has not forgotten that this guy slandered Uncle Su in front of her. Although Chen Mo once rescued Xia Qingga, he was provoked by Su Hao's few words. Now Xia Qingga's whole body and mind are tied to Su Hao. Naturally, it is impossible to have a good impression of someone who is hostile to Su Hao. She said in a cold tone. What does it have to do with you? Noticing Xia Qingga's displeased expression, an idea flashed across Chen Mo's head, and he seemed to have thought of the reason. Qingga, tell me, is it Su Hao who forced you? That's right, Su Hao is the boss of the Su group. Do you want unspoken rules? Xingge, don't be afraid of him. I have the ability to deal with him. He is nothing but bullshit in front of me. Chen Mo was already a little crazy. Xiaqinga is the white moonlight in his heart. The dark years when he was framed and imprisoned by Lu Fei. Whenever he was bullied and wanted to commit suicide, whenever he practiced martial arts until he fainted. You will think of this girl who is like light. It can be said. Xiaqinga is the courage that supports him to live. After he was released from prison, he vowed to protect this white moonlight for the rest of his life. But today I saw Xiaqinga with an old man. Maybe you have lost your virginity. Suddenly there was a collapse like the light disappeared. Xiaqinga's frown deepened. When she heard the last words about Uncle Su, she became angry. Are you crazy? As you can imagine, Uncle Su and I are together. He likes me and I also like him very much. 190 We have done everything. Are you satisfied now? You don't need to take care of my affairs. Please don't appear in front of me in the future and disturb my life. He dropped a word coldly, glanced at Chen Mo with disgust, turned around and walked into the community with a di-di-di sound. Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. Finally, he knelt down weakly. No. At this time, a tricycle collecting scrap happened to pass by, and a melodic BGM was playing from the speaker. Snowflakes are flying, the north wind is blowing, and the world is vast. Brothers Gang Headquarters. Police cars came roaring one after another. With a wave of his hand, police officers rushed in one after another with guns drawn. The brothers, who were the core members of the brothers, were stunned when they received reports from their subordinates. They have been law-abiding and good people recently. What are you doing with so many cops coming in when you have nothing to do? Take them away to me. The leading police officer waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the police officer stepped forward with handcuffs in hand. Everyone in the Brotherhood gave up and showed their weapons one after another. Everyone stop it. The second brother of the Brotherhood stopped his men and asked with a frown. Sir, I don't know what we have done, but you want to come and arrest us in a big way. Please give us a reason, we are not bullies. The leading police officer sneered. You killed the Lu family, father and son, and a driver. Is this reason enough? What? The four brothers in the Brotherhood were all shocked and looked at each other. As their eyes alternated, they knew it was not the other party's fault. Suddenly, they thought of someone. Chen Mo went out this afternoon and never came back. They speculated that it was Chen Mo who took action. Everyone was a little angry in their hearts. It wasn't because Chen Mo was angry that he killed the Lu family and his son. There is a grudge between the two, so if they kill, they will kill. They are not pedantic. But the timing is not right. The Lu family and his son are currently under investigation and have not yet been found guilty. If you kill someone at this time, the crime on your back will be huge. Not only that, it will also involve the Brotherhood. If the higher-ups are alerted, an order will come down to crack down on gangsters and eliminate evil. The brothers have to have some fun right away. When the Lu family's father and son were found guilty and imprisoned. When the time comes, it's up to them to take whatever revenge they want. They had warned Chen Mo a long time ago, and Chen Mo also promised himself not to take action. As a result, he turned around and killed the person. This kind of behavior of doing one thing in front of others and doing another behind the scenes made several people very disappointed. Although he guessed it was Chen Mo, the second child still had a look of doubt on his face. Is there any misunderstanding in this? We have been staying here tonight and have not been to other places. Chapter 63, The Protagonist Who Was More Unjust Than Doi. An opportunity to conquer the third daughter He. The leading police officer sneered disdainfully. The Lu family's father and son died at the hands of warriors, and the car door was kicked violently. Not many people can do this, right? After a pause, he continued. What's more, here are all members of your brother's gang, so it's not just what you say? You'd better come with us. Everyone in the brothers' gang felt their hearts sinking. They were almost certain that it was Chen Mo who did it. There is a frame-up feud between the two and a motive for murder. The murderer was a warrior, which is consistent with his status. Their brother gang has also been secretly watching the Liu family. As the investigation deepened, it was observed that the Liu family and his son had a tendency to run away. Know the approximate time when the Liu family and his son ran away. If several factors are met, besides silence, who else could be there? You have nothing to say? Come back with us to assist in the investigation. We will investigate the case clearly. If it is really not you who did it, we will never unjustly accuse you. He glanced at a few people coldly. The leading police officer waved his hand. Several police officers rushed forward and handcuffed several core members of the Brotherhood. Just as he was about to take a few people back, the leading police officer suddenly frowned and asked, "Where is there another person among you?" "It's the one named Chen Mo. Chen Mo is very powerful and showed great power in the underground world a few days ago. Of course they don't know this person. He went out and didn't come back. It's none of his business." The second child stood up and spoke for Chen Mo. Although he was angry with Chen Mo for what he did, since he was his eldest brother's apprentice. Those of us who are uncles cannot ignore it. You said it's none of his business. If it's none of his business? Maybe the murderer is him. Don't think we don't know. You brother gang and the Liu family have been having a serious fight recently. Did you publish the criminal evidence of the Liu family on the internet? Now that the Liu family and his son are dead, you brothers can't escape their involvement. The leading police officer looked grim and stared at the few people closely, trying to find a trace of panic. However, I don't know if these guys are old fritters, but he didn't capture any information at all. According to intelligence, the man named Chen Mo will come back here every night. Presumably today is no exception. Let's wait here. Waited for almost half an hour. A dejected and distraught Chen Mo came back. Two police officers rushed forward with handcuffs in hand. Chen Mo looked gray and sluggish at this time, and his eyes were still a little red and swollen, as if he had just cried. Even if he suffered a huge blow, his strength was still there. Reacted quickly and avoided the two police officers. Asked with a frown, "What are you going to do?" Only then did he notice the situation at their brother gang headquarters. The gang of brothers was surrounded by police. Several core brothers of the fraternity, namely his uncles, were handcuffed and controlled. His face was full of confusion and astonishment. What's going on? He just went out for a trip and was picked up when he came back? Chen Mo, do you still want to resist arrest? The leading police officer stood up, put one hand on his waist, and made a gesture of drawing a gun. If Chen Mo continues to resist or even attacks the police, he has the right to kill him. I'm not resisting arrest, but if you want to arrest me, you have to give me a reason. We haven't committed anything, so why are you talking about us? Chen Mo asked angrily. I have already told them the reason. The Liu family, his son, and his driver died on the way to the airport. The verification is correct, the Liu family and his son were killed by warriors. The Liu family and his son are dead? Chen Mo asked blankly with a confused face. Who killed them? I have to ask you now. The only ones who have become enemies with the Liu family recently are your brother gang, and you are all warriors. Indeed. Police investigations usually start with who has the motive. Brothers not only have motivation, but also the ability. Even if we are warriors, you can't just rashly blame the death of the Liu family and his son on us, right? Chen Mo looked up to the sky and laughed, looking like he hated the injustice of being wronged. 3 years ago, he entered the police station once. He never wanted to go back to that painful place. Oh? Then tell me, during the recent period, in addition to fighting to the death with your brother gang, did the Liu family have any other warrior enemies? Chen Mo's face darkened. That doesn't prove that we did it, right? Maybe it was an enemy that the Liu family offended in the past and took this opportunity to frame us? He still wanted to fight for it, but was mercilessly interrupted by the leading police officer. That's enough. Our police station handles cases, and you don't have to tell us what to do. Just follow us and help with the investigation. When the four brothers from the Brotherhood saw Chen Mo's performance, they couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. With such acting skills, it would be a shame not to join the entertainment industry. Look at the expressions, movements, expressions, and behavior. It seems that the person was really not killed by him. He looked like he had been wronged. Several people have already identified in their hearts that it was the Liu family and his son who were killed by Chen Mo. Since you said you were unjust, let me ask you, where were you between 9:30 and 10 o'clock? Do you have an alibi? The leading police officer spoke again. This guy resisted so fiercely that he was a little suspicious. When we arrested these corps members just now, we only said a few words and then we were willing to go with them. And this guy resisted fiercely to go to the police station. The police station is a place of justice. Why didn't Chen Mo dare? Unless there is something wrong in your heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Just as Chen Mo was about to answer, he was suddenly stunned. From 9:30 to 10 o'clock, he was secretly following Su Hao and Xia Qingge as they went shopping. He has been hiding in the dark. Even intentionally or unintentionally avoiding the camera. There is no way to produce an alibi. What the hell? Chen Mo was numb. The horse rider, is he going to take the blame? If the police can't find the murderer, and he is the most likely suspect and has no alibi. Chen Mo suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Seeing Chen Mo speechless for a long time, the leading police officer's eyes turned cold. What? You're not talking? Could it be that you're taking advantage of this time to do something shady? Chen Mo remained silent. He did do something shady, but it was to follow Su Hao, not to kill the Liu family and his son. No wonder you don't want to go to the police station with me. Are you afraid of showing your feet? The leading police officer snorted coldly and waved his hand. Be the first to go in front. He was just asking casually, but it seems that Chen Mo really has a problem. I have to go back and have a good interrogation. 4 members of the Brotherhood were taken away. The second brother approached Chen Mo without leaving a trace and said in a low voice. Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to do anything during this period? The Liu family and his son will be investigated soon. They said that when they get to the prison, you can do whatever you want with them. How come you? The second child had a lot of resentment in his heart, and he sounded like he hated iron. In the end, he wanted to give this person a beating. Second uncle, I really didn't kill him. Seeing the suspicious eyes of the uncles, and the confident tone of the second uncle, Chen Mo felt that he was more unjust than Doi. I couldn't help but defend myself. This time, Chen Mo's voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it. There was also a police officer walking in front, with a sneer on his lips. This Chen Mo really has a big problem. Chen Mo realized something was wrong and quickly shut up. These people are the master's good brothers and also his master uncles. Chen Mo no longer hides it. Didn't I want to deal with Su Hao? I just went to follow him this afternoon. The second child's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered, staring at Chen Mo for a while. According to Chen Mo's character, there is no need to lie to him about this matter. In other words, is there really someone else who killed the Liu family and his son? They were in trouble. Shaking his head, he didn't want to think about who killed the Liu family and his son for the time being. The top priority is how to solve the current crisis. The second child's expression was very serious. You didn't lie to me. Chen Mo looked directly into his eyes with certainty. You must not tell anyone about following Su Hao. Taking a deep breath, the second child warned. Chen Mo is a social person, why should he follow Su Hao? It must be to harm him. If the police find out about this and want to harm a big entrepreneur in Shanghai, the crime will be increased. Or spread to Su Hao's ears, relying on his identity and influence. Chen Mo will definitely die without a burial place. On the contrary, if you don't talk about it, even if you are wronged, the truth will be revealed one day. He won't be killed. If it works properly, you can get out of jail in no time. Chen Mo also knew what the second child meant, and was very unhappy and furious. Sure enough, the gap is still caused by status. Even though I was wronged, I didn't even dare to tell the truth. Damn it. When I think of my beloved Bai Yueguang being picked off by that hateful guy. Xiaqinga looked happy in front of a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Ding, Chen Mohan is furious and furious, his mood value is plus 798. Ding, Chen Mo is full of resentment, and his mood value is plus 965. Just that night when the senior members of the Brotherhood were taken away. A dormant force quickly swept through the entire Nanchang. With lightning speed, he annexed small forces one after another, and finally took the opportunity to attack the headquarters of the Brotherhood. Because the Brotherhood did not have a senior executive in charge, they were beaten back and forth and lost their territory. This night is the night of the Blood Massacre Society. Each and every member of the Blood Slaughter Society, under the leadership of Lao Mo, finally killed each other happily. There is a feeling of elation. Before, the Blood Massacre Society, had been dormant in the dark. While the Brotherhood and the Alliance forces are fighting fiercely, the Blood Massacre Society is developing in an obscene way. When the Brotherhood broke up the Alliance forces and fully investigated the Liu family, the Blood Slaughter Society has quietly absorbed the dispersed members of the Alliance forces to strengthen itself. Now, they are going to change the underground world of Nanchang and completely wipe out the Brotherhood. Su Hao killed two birds with one stone, suppressed the protagonist and took over the Liu family's new energy company. The Blood Slaughter Society under him is also a fight between Snipe and Clam, and the Fisherman wins. In this wave, the Brotherhood, the protagonist Chen Mo, other Alliance forces, and the Liu family, are all pawns. Su Hao is the biggest winner. The Brotherhood was caught off guard and encountered a sudden attack from the Blood Slaughter Society, and quickly responded and resisted. But they don't have high-end combat power. You can only retreat to your territory and cannot go out to attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Disciples will expand aggressively and conquer territories other than the Brotherhood. Until the next day. The territory of the Blood Slaughter Society can already compete with the Brotherhood. Occupies half of the underground world in Nanchang. On the third day, the Blood Slaughter Society took the lead in attacking, and the brother gangs were retreating steadily. Not to mention the treacherous nature of the underground world. In the past few days, a big event also happened in the Su family. To be precise, this happened to Su Hongzhuang. After Su Hao's step-by-step teaching, Su Hongzhuang's piano skills improved greatly. Finally responded to the fans' request and went on stage to perform. The performance location is at the Magic City Concert Hall. At that time, many fans came to see this youngest international piano master. Because she is a beautiful woman, her influence is greater than that of the previous piano master Edward. Su Hongzhuang did not disappoint her fans. Played one of my best songs. The effect is sensational. Her piano skills are no less than that of Edward. Someone raised a question. Her piano is very good, but why is it so much worse than the divine song spread on the internet? In this regard, Su Hongzhuang, who never liked lying, still lied. Follow the reasons Su Hao gave her. Said that she played it out of inspiration, but now she can no longer find that feeling. This statement is barely justified. Because when playing piano, understanding and talent are really important. Su Hongzhuang also said that she has found inspiration and her piano is constantly improving. One day you will reach the point where inspiration bursts out. Won the admiration and love of countless fans at the scene. Just when Su Hongzhuang finished her performance and was about to leave, a young man called her. His name is Zhao Lei, the son of the chairman of Zhao Media. And Zhao Media is the company where Su Hongzhuang works now. After Su Hongzhuang became famous overnight, the playboy Zhao Lei noticed her. I heard that she was performing at the Magic City Concert Hall, so I came all the way from the imperial capital. The purpose of finding Su Hongzhuang was to express his love to her. The result is beyond doubt. Su Hongzhuang rejected her on the spot. Zhao Lei was unhappy. He grew up with a spoon in his mouth, and everything has been going smoothly, and no one has ever rejected him. No one dared to refuse him. Su Hongzhuang's refusal aroused his interest even more. So Zhao Lei started his crazy pursuit of Su Hongzhuang. But after being rejected for the third time, he knew Su Hongzhuang's determination. No matter how you pursue him, you will never accept him. If the soft one doesn't work, then try the hard one. He threatened Su Hongzhuang. If she doesn't agree to be his girlfriend, she will be banned from the entertainment industry. Zhao Media is also a large group with a market value of tens of billions, and it is not afraid of Su Group at all. He dared to say such harsh words. The 7 sisters of the Su family all have a character that refuses to admit defeat. Naturally, they will not accept his threat. Just like that, Su Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Zhao Lei threatened to hide her permanently. At this time, as Su Hongzhuang's father, Su Hao, of course he could not see his daughter being bullied. Stand up and support. Actually, Su Hao had a better solution to his daughter's ban. You can break the situation easily. But he didn't take it out immediately. Now is not the time to let the bullets fly for a while. He keenly realized that this was the opportunity to conquer his third daughter. Chapter 64, Su Hongzhuang is overwhelmed with shame. Best friend. I really want to have a father. Zhao Media's ban on Su Hongzhuang not only blocked her works, but also maliciously slandered and smeared her. Because Su Hongzhuang kept herself clean and had never had contact with anyone of the opposite sex. The only way Zhao Media can discredit is. It is said that Su Hongzhuang's previous lack of popularity was due to her poor grades in college and her admission through cheating. The reason why she is famous in the entertainment industry is also because of her father Su Hao. He also described her self-discipline as being arbitrary, disdainful of being with other people, and discriminatory behavior. They also said that Su Hongzhuang was the result of plastic surgery. Zhao Media did not take issue with Su Hongzhuang's piano. Su Hongzhuang's more than 10 million fans are all obtained through piano. But the time he became famous was too short, and he didn't have many die-hard fans. Therefore, when Su Hongzhuang was blocked and smeared, not many people stood up and spoke out. But once Zhao Media smeared Su Hongzhuang for not playing the piano well, some other people couldn't sit still. I have to say that Zhao Media is very good at this, and it must have been done before. Seeing these slanderous news, Su Hongzhuang laughed angrily. She was very angry, but she was even more moved. When Zhao's media blocked and smeared her, Su Hao stood up to support her. I also bought a lot of hot searches. Zhao Media Master failed to pursue Su Hongzhuang and threatened to block her. The photos of Su Hongzhuang from childhood to adulthood prove that the rumors on the internet are all nonsense. Of course Su Hao didn't have any photos of his daughter, he got them all from Su Manqiu. I was so beautiful when I was a child. I guarantee as the chairman of the Su Group that Su Hongzhuang has worked hard in the entertainment industry based on her own abilities. Nothing wrong. He didn't say that Su Hongzhuang's current achievements were related to him. As for Su Hongzhuang when she was famous, it really had nothing to do with him. The two unrelated tens of billions of episodes have since become confrontational. Su Hao has no burden at all for offending a group of the same level. Su Hao never thought that his worth would stop at tens of billions. With the system in place, hundreds of billions or trillions are not impossible. He wants to build a top family in the world, one of a kind. After subduing his third daughter, he can harvest emotional points every day. So what if we are enemies? Su Hao's unswerving attitude of supporting her really moved Su Hongzhuang. Su Hao actually went to the extent of becoming an enemy of Zhao Media for her sake. She finally realized the feeling of being protected that her two younger sisters talked about. This feels so good. If it weren't for that sisters' organization, Su Hongzhuang might have called her dad. It doesn't matter if you haven't shouted yet. This is not Su Hao's last resort. Let the bullet fly for a while first. Zhao Media is the overlord of the entertainment industry. If he is determined to block a person, then he will never get ahead. Even with Su Hao's support, it is not from the same industry and is not convincing. Although nothing will happen to Su Hongzhuang in the end, her dream of becoming a star will probably be shattered. Su Hao was just waiting for her to step forward and turn the tide when she felt that there was no hope of becoming a big star and was in despair. The moving effect caused by it will definitely increase exponentially. What if at that time, Su Hongzhuang still didn't call her daddy? That only proves that the daughter has no conscience. It's okay not to. After dinner in the afternoon, Su Hongzhuang did not go to the study to learn piano as usual, but came to the door of the villa. From time to time, look at the time on your wrist and look left and right. Waiting for her best friend Xiao Wanling to come to the door. When Xiao Wanling learned that she was banned, she immediately expressed that she would come over to comfort her best friend. Not long after, a silver BMW drove over. Xiao Wanling got out of the car and saw her best friend who didn't look very pretty, so she couldn't help but step forward and hug her. Hongzhuang, you have to be strong, you and I will always stand behind you to support you. Su Hongzhuang felt warm. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In the past, when he was at Zhao Media, countless people fawned over him. Now that they see her being banned, everyone wants to hide away. It was in sharp contrast to Su Hao's support and the support of his best friends. Although Su Hongzhuang was depressed because of being banned, she didn't show it on her face. He pushed his best friend away and rolled his eyes. Are you comforting a 3-year-old? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. You really have nothing? Xiao Wanling looked a little suspicious. Then he showed a look of surprise. That's right. You have a good father who will spare no effort to support you. You will definitely win. When talking about Su Hao, Xiao Wanling's eyes were full of curiosity. Strange, Uncle Su is such a nice person, not as unkind as Su Hongzhuang told her. Su Hongzhuang also showed a hint of warmth on her face. Let's go. Take Xiao Wanling into the villa. The Su family villa is very large, with pavilions, rockeries, ponds, and a garden. Xiao Wanling was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, constantly looking around and feasting her eyes. When Su Hongzhuang saw her best friend's appearance, she took her to visit the villa. Uncle Su. Although it was already the second time they addressed each other, Xiao Wanling still felt awkward. In her opinion, Su Hao, who was only 30 years old, was not much older than her. It's too shameful to call him uncle. It's more like calling me brother. Such an idea suddenly appeared, and Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Su Hao is my best friend's father. If I call him brother, wouldn't I be just a generation ahead of my best friend? It's very interesting to think about it. Su Hongzhuang next to her could not help but yawn. Who is plotting against her? Wanling, you're here. Hongzhuang is in a bad mood recently. Please spend more time with her. A friendly smile appeared on Su Hao's face. Well done. He was thinking about how to get in touch with the new leak. This is delivered to your door. Aha. Xiao Wanling nodded. Uncle Su, don't worry, I'm here to ensure that Hongzhuang is as happy as a child weighing more than 100 pounds every day. Su Hongzhuang stretched out her hand behind her back and pinched her quietly. How to speak? Don't worry about me. I'm doing very well now. If the worst happens, I'll quit the entertainment industry. Su Hongzhuang said it very casually. Only she knows the true situation. Since she was a child, she has had a star dream and hopes to stand on the big stage that attracts everyone's attention. To this end, she put in a lot of effort and sweat. Of course Su Hao heard her insincerity and waved his hand. Okay, my Hongzhuang is the strongest. Su Hao reached out and touched her head. Su Hongzhuang did not resist. She no longer ruled out Su Hao's intimate actions. After all, there have been more intimate ones. But the words "my family's red makeup" still made the slightest ripples rise in her heart. Hongzhuang, don't worry, if that Zhao Media dares to ban you, I will definitely seek justice for you. No one can bully my Hongzhuang. Su Hao seemed to say some words that could gain favor without paying for it. Su Hao was also speaking from his heart. He hasn't even had time to bully his own daughter yet. His daughter, only he can bully. If others bully you, you are seeking death. Zhao Media already has a way to kill it. Ding, Su Hongzhuang was moved, her emotional value plus 638. Su Hongzhuang lowered her head and responded in a low voice. Xiao Wanling looked on with envy. Look, what a domineering declaration. If someone bullies you, ask for justice. No one can bully my Hongzhuang. It feels so warm and safe. Love, love, love. Gradually, Xiao Wanling looked a little depressed. I thought of my parents who died in a car accident. It would be great if she also had a father who was so good to her. After walking around the villa again, Su Hongzhuang finally brought her best friend to the study. Hongzhuang, you said this was given to you by your father? Xiao Wanling looked at a brand new piano in front of her, her pretty face full of shock. A piano worth more than 9 million yuan was given to his daughter without hesitation. It's really embarrassing for a daughter to control her father. She couldn't help but think of Su Hongzhuang's performance in front of Su Hao just now. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but frown slightly. Hongzhuang, your father is so kind to you, why didn't I hear you call me daddy? This? Su Hongzhuang was a little embarrassed. How to say this? Do you want to tell your best friends that the sisters have united to boycott Su Hao and vowed to fight Su Hao to the end? If she calls daddy, I will definitely be ridiculed, and looked down upon by several sisters. Su Hongzhuang was no longer so repelled by being called daddy. The reason why I can't scream is because of the alliance of the 5 sisters. In addition to the group of 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moonlight appearance, the sisters formed another group. There are only 5 people in the group, excluding 2 younger sisters. They are organized by an alliance. Hongzhuang, this is your fault. Xiao Wanling looked solemn and felt that it was necessary to educate her best friend. Where can she find a father who is so handsome, has such a good personality, and takes great care of her? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Xiao Wanling heard Su Hongzhuang say something about her father. How ruthless, indifferent, moody, and not treating them as daughters at all. Xiao Wanling was very angry when she heard it before. Is there such an irresponsible father in the world? But when she saw Su Hao with her own eyes today, she found that it was not what Su Hongzhuang said. Are you sure you didn't say something sarcastic? Uncle Su made her feel very good. How could he be the kind of person Su Hongzhuang said? Okay, you don't believe it even after I tell you, do you still want to listen to me playing the piano? Su Hao has changed so much. Seeing her best friend's expression, Su Hongzhuang knew that she wouldn't believe him even if he told her the reason. Zero simply found an excuse. Xiao Wanling shut up obediently. You are the victim now. You have the final say. Is it okay to do what you want? I swallowed the words that persuaded my best friend to be filial to my father. There was an expression of expectation on his face. Of course I have to. Listening to the youngest pianist playing alone is an opportunity that no one can ask for. Su Hongzhuang ignored her trick and stretched out her slender hand, her fingertips dancing. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The song ends. Xiao Wanling was still in the lingering aftertaste of the piano sound. It took a long time for her to react, with shock written all over her face. Hongzhuang, how come your piano has improved so much? She was also present when Su Hongzhuang performed at the Shanghai Music Hall. I originally wanted to ask, but I had to leave temporarily due to something else, so I couldn't ask. The 2 best friends often chat together, and Su Hongzhuang often shares the songs she composed. Therefore, he knows this best friend's piano very well. Definitely not as powerful as it is now. They have reached the level of Edward. He taught me. Su Hongzhuang did not hide it, but admitted it openly. Anyway, my best friend knows everything. Who? Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment and came back to her senses. I couldn't help but feel speechless for this best friend who didn't know my father well. I see. On the day Edward held the concert, she knew that the divine song was played by Su Hao. Under Su Hao's guidance, it's not surprising that Su Hongzhuang improved so much. Su Hongzhuang was practicing the piano while chatting with her best friend. Time passes little by little. Bang bang. There was a knock on the study door. Su Hao walked in from the door. This time was when he was practicing piano with his daughter. First, Su Hongzhuang was asked to play a song, and Su Hao commented on it and pointed out its shortcomings. Then, Xiao Wanling was stunned. Su Hao began to teach Su Hongzhuang step by step. Su Hongzhuang didn't resist at all, everything was so natural. What the hell is going on? Su Hongzhuang's personality is the same as hers, or even worse. She has never spoken to the opposite sex in school. Not to mention such close contact. Doesn't Su Hongzhuang dislike her father? If you don't even want to call me daddy, why would you want to be hugged by Su Hao? And when Xiao Wanling heard Su Hongzhuang's piano music as Su Hao played it hand in hand, she realized. The Divine Comedy reappears. Not only the Symphony of Destiny, Su Hao also played other songs that sounded so good. It feels like my ears are getting pregnant. Ding, Su Hongzhuang's heartbeat accelerated, her emotional value plus 666. Ding. Xiao Wanling is filled with admiration, her emotional value is plus 888. Su Hongzhuang is not as calm as he seems on the surface. She was used to playing the piano with Su Hao in the study. Now being seen by my best friend, I feel so ashamed. Xiao Wanling was listening intoxicated. 3.9 Her ears twitched slightly, and the study door was opened. Turning around to look, it turned out that the two sisters, Shi Chang and Hua Yi, were back from school. Dad, it's our turn today. Dad is partial. He has been teaching the third sister instead of us these past few days. After a piano piece ended, Su Huai stepped forward, took his arm and pulled him out. Su Hao let go of Su Hongzhuang. Okay, I agreed to teach you today, but are you afraid that I will let you go? Of course I don't blame Dad. I'm worried that some people will pester Dad. When Su Huai said this, her eyes were fixed on Su Hongzhuang. Su Hongzhuang's face turned red. This is indeed the case. Before, she was eager to improve the piano and greedily acquired piano knowledge. It was Su Hao's time to teach his two younger sisters, but Nen was pestered by her and refused to let him go. Let's go, Daddy is ours today, don't even try to snatch it from us. Su Huai pulled Su Hao and walked out. Su Shiqing followed helplessly. Sister, it's true. I wonder if third sister is in a bad mood recently. But she thought that her father was about to teach her how to draw. That little bit of guilt was instantly forgotten by her. Feeling happy. What's going on? Seeing Su Huai competing with her best friend for Su Hao, Xiao Wanling was a little confused. She looked at Su Hongzhuang doubtfully. Su Hongzhuang told Su Hao about teaching his two sisters painting and calligraphy respectively. What? Xiao Wanling was shocked. Su Hao not only plays the piano so well, but he can also calligraphy and painting? Are all 50-year-old men so versatile now? I don't know how Su Hao is doing in painting and calligraphy. Judging from the two sisters asking him to teach, it should be good. Xiao Wanling suddenly became interested, pulled her best friend and walked out. Let's go see how Dad teaches. Chapter 65, Playing with the Protagonist in the Palm of Your Hand. Routine. Kill with a borrowed knife, let's go see how Dad teaches. Xiao Wanling took her best friend and walked out. After hearing this, Su Hongzhuang felt something was wrong and rolled her eyes at her best friend. What do you mean our dad? That's my dad. After finishing speaking, she found Xiao Wanling looking at her teasingly. Su Hongzhuang realized that she had been fooled. Calling Su Hao daddy, or even calling out the word dad, Su Hongzhuang had never thought about before. Now she was easily called out. It's natural, nothing against it. This was also the reason why he recognized Su Hao in his heart. Well, Xiao Wanling, if you dare to trick me, you're going to get beaten, right? Su Hongzhuang rushed forward with all her teeth and claws, intending to teach her best friend a profound lesson. How could Xiao Wanling let her succeed? He opened his long legs and ran outside. Following the footsteps of Su Hao and the others, they arrived at the courtyard. Xiao Wanling suddenly stopped. Su Hongzhuang was chasing after her. He didn't expect that she would stop suddenly. It hit him directly. Fortunately, it comes with a buffer and it didn't hurt. Why did you stop suddenly? Su Hongzhuang rubbed it and looked at her best friend dissatisfied. A pair of beautiful eyes looked straight ahead. That is a calligraphy written by Su Huai. God rewards those who work hard. Each stroke is vigorous and powerful, completely natural, and there is a trace of artistic conception flowing on it. Seeing the words gives people a sense of wanting to work hard and strive for excellence. What shocked her was that this word was actually written by Su Huai. A college student can write such good calligraphy that no one can even compare to calligraphy. The most important thing is, Su Huai asked Su how to teach her. How far had Su Hao's calligraphy reached? And the painting next to Su Shiqing. It was also taught by Uncle Su. Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? What can't this man do? Is the technology tree full? How did Uncle Su do it? Dad, today is the day for me and my sister to make a bet. You can help us see who improves the most. Although Su Huai was speaking to Su Hao, her eyes were fixed on her sister Su Shiqing without blinking. There is no other reason, and Su Hao does not need to comment. The two people's works are clearly visible at a glance. Although Su Shiqing's paintings have improved a lot, they still can't keep up with her sister's improvement. Wrote a hint of artistic conception. Su Shiqing knew she lost. But she refused to accept it. Why is my sister so much better than her? During the bet, in order to prevent her sister from getting involved secretly, she kept watching. As a result, my sister still had to eat and drink, but she never got up from bed. On the contrary, after her sister went to bed, she picked up the paintbrush and secretly curled it up. In the end, she lost. Is her talent really so much worse than her sister? It's not her talent that's different, it's the gap between the Grandmaster level and the God level, like a chasm. Su Hao commented as usual and started teaching step by step. And when Xiao Wanling saw Su Hao's calligraphy and paintings, her suspicion was confirmed. In sight. Su Hao's figure began to blur, full of mystery. Make her want to explore and discover Su Hao's secrets. As everyone knows, when she had this idea, she could no longer escape Su Hao's grasp. Xiao Wanling ate with the Su family at the Su family. While eating, she would always look at Su Hao from time to time, wanting to explore Su Hao's secrets. Su Hao had a calm expression on his face, but he was happy in his heart. He had a feeling. This heroine should be the one with the best strategy. Even before he started attacking her, she already had a tendency to give him away for free. After eating, Xiao Manqiu drove back after chatting with Su Hongzhuang for a while. It's getting dark. Su Hao proposed to send her back, and Xiao Wanling became nervous for no reason. The primary school students, who were afraid that they would be discovered by their teachers if they did something bad, quickly waved their hands and refused. As soon as she drove the car to the door of her house, Xiao Wanling suddenly saw a ghostly figure, which startled her. Through the light. Only then did she clearly see Zheng Fifan, who was wearing somewhat washed and tattered clothes and standing there motionless, looking like a ghost against the backdrop of the night. Xiao Wanling frowned. Why did that guy come to your house? Her parents passed away early, leaving her tens of millions of assets and 10 houses in the community. The house rented to Zheng Fifan is the one farthest from her home. Ever since she knew Zheng Fifan was a scoundrel, she rarely interacted with him. I get annoyed when I see this guy. Xiao Wanling didn't look at Zheng Fifan in a different light because she saw Zheng Fifan's piano in the concert hall before. Instead, there was an added layer of vigilance and disgust. Although he plays the piano so well, he doesn't look like a piano master at all. At least you should dress appropriately, right? Every day I wash out a few holes in my clothes, and I still look like I think I'm cool. When you pretend to be poor, just pretend to be more thorough. What does it mean if you go on stage and play the piano? A clown? Sister Wanling, you are back. Where did you go this evening? As soon as Xiao Wanling got out of the car, Zheng Fifan came up to her. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Wanling glanced at her coldly. What do I do that I still need to report to you? I did not mean that. Zheng Fifan didn't care at all about Xiao Wanling's cold tone, with a mean smile on his face. Aren't I worried about Sister Wanling? If something happens to you, who will I give my rent to? Xiao Wanling frowned and said angrily. If something happens to you, something will happen to your whole family. Okay. Can you blame me for saying the wrong thing? Sister Wanling, I'm really worried about you. Zhang Fifan apologized repeatedly, and his tone suddenly became affectionate. Ha! Xiao Wanling sneered. Don't just sit around and worry about nothing all day long. You should just worry about yourself. 1 month is due. If you can't pay the rent, I will sue you. She has looked down upon this shameless guy. She won't press for rent. When the rent is due, it depends on whether you come to pay the rent. If you don't pay, wait to be prosecuted and face legal sanctions. Zhang Fifan's face was confused. It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder I haven't asked him to pay the rent recently, and I'm actually thinking of suing him. There seems to be something wrong with this script. It shouldn't be that the beautiful landlord kept coming to him to press for rent, but he never paid. The two of them just go back and forth like this, and then flirt with each other. Are they naturally together? What the hell is wrong with this? Sister Wanling, if you have anything to say, please speak up. We are all adults. Seeing Xiao Wanling about to walk into the house, Zhang Fifan quickly chased after her. But before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. If Zhang Fifan hadn't been so agile and stopped right at the door, his nose would have been broken. Zhang Fifan touched his nose and raised an evil smile on his lips. What a tiger girl. He has character, he likes. The next day Xiao Wanling washed and dressed and drove out. What she didn't know was that there was a tail following behind her. Zhang Fifan followed quietly. He didn't go to work early in the morning and was waiting in front of Xiao Wanling's house. Yesterday, Xiao Wanling went out during the day and came back in the evening. I don't know what to do. The situation must be clarified. When Xiao Wanling came out, she put on new clothes and put on delicate light makeup. Obviously dressed up deliberately. There was a smile on his face from time to time. Zhang Fifan was instantly alert. Are you going to meet a man? He felt that his body was faintly green. From the first moment he saw Xiao Wanling, he recognized this beautiful, kind, intellectual and generous landlady. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. I hope I'm overthinking. The killing intent flashed in Zhang Fifan's eyes. Following Xiao Wanling's car all the way to the Su family villa. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Zhang Fifan knew what Xiao Wanling was doing here. Xiao Wanling and Su Hao's daughter Su Hongzhuang are best friends, and he has seen the recent news that Su Hongzhuang was banned more than once. Everyone on the internet was talking about how Su Hongzhuang was doing, but Zhang Fifan scoffed. A bunch of fools who were fooled. Even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could guess it. It must be the young man from Zhao Media. Seeing that he failed to pursue the beauty, he became angry and threatened to block her. He should not be too thorough with the tricks of the rich second generation. While looking down on the rich second generation, Zhang Fifan couldn't help but take a high look at Su Hongzhuang. Not afraid of power, dare to fight. Isn't this the moral character shown in the Symphony of Destiny? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but feel pity for Su Hongzhuang. With Su Hongzhuang's talent, she will surely shine in the future. It's such a pity to be blocked like this. Of course, he was just sighing. I won't go out of my way to help people solve their problems. There are so many miserable people in the world, do you still need him to save them one by one? Obviously impossible. Since Xiao Wanling was not here to meet a man, Zhang Fifan felt relieved and prepared to go back to work. If my brother's fiancé finds out about absenteeism, he will be scolded again. Extraordinary? Zhang Fifan was about to leave when a surprised voice came. Turn around. I saw a car parked in front of me. The rear window opened, and Su Hao's figure came into view. Su Hao just came back from the company and saw Zhang Fifan wandering in front of his house, and he felt a shiver in his heart. I thought that the protagonist would find out about him, his father-killing enemy, so soon. Su Hao didn't panic, he asked about the situation first. If he is discovered by the protagonist, he will have to use his connections. No way. He is not the opponent of this protagonist yet. You have to use explicit means. But that won't necessarily solve the problem for the protagonist, and it will also affect your own reputation. It won't be used unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Su, I sent Wanling here. Zheng Fifan said hello and explained. Xiao Wanling is my landlord. Su Hao had already gotten out of the car and asked his secretary to go back to the company by himself. Looked him over. I have already made a rough guess about what happened. Just you? Also give it to Xiao Wanling? Did she let you give it away? He spoke seriously. If Su Hao hadn't done some research, he would have believed him. Most likely it was the protagonist who followed here quietly. In the flash of lightning in his mind, Su Hao had an idea in his mind, but the expression on his face was very bold. Wanling is my daughter Hongzhuang's best friend. You are his tenant, and your father has a good relationship with me. You are not an outsider. Come in and have a seat. Su Hao sent out an invitation. Zheng Fifan hesitated for 0.1 seconds between going back to work and visiting Su's house before agreeing. He also wanted to see the three sisters of the Su family. Adding Xiao Wanling, there are 4 golden flowers. A group of beauties will surely be a pleasure to watch. Fei Fei, have your father's funeral arrangements been arranged? As Su Hao walked, he asked the protagonist about the progress of the investigation into the cause of Zheng Xuelin's death. Speaking of his father, Zheng Fifan felt sad. After his careful investigation, he has almost determined that his father was murdered. It's just that I didn't find out who it was. If he had returned to the Magic City, he would have gone home and recognized his father immediately. With his protection, my father will not be harmed. Everything is because of him. Every time he thought about this, Zheng Fifan felt painful and blamed himself. Alas, things in the world are unpredictable. The scene of me and brother Zheng drinking tea together and discussing the situation in the shopping mall is still vivid in my mind. Why did the yin and yang suddenly become separated? Su Hao sighed, looking disappointed. Uncle Su, I suspect there is another hidden reason behind my father's death. Seeing Su Hao's true feelings revealed, Zheng Fifan also blurted out with enthusiasm. He already felt guilty and remorseful for mentioning his father. In addition, Su Hao once said kind words to him, and this incident involving Su Hongzhuang, he unswervingly supported his daughter. Not bowing to the evil forces made him feel a little good about him, so he became defenseless. And his investigation has reached a bottleneck. I said it with the intention of asking him to do a favor. After all, Su Hao is the boss of a tens of billions group, so it will be easy to investigate. Actually, it's not a secret, and it doesn't hurt to say it. What? Su Hao pretended to be surprised. Fei Fei, what's going on? What did you find out? Zheng Fifan told the results of his investigation. After Su Hao listened, his frowning eyebrows relaxed. That's it? I thought the protagonist's investigation was progressing very quickly, but the result was that the car accident was abnormal. What? Is there such a thing? Who did it? Don't let me know who killed Brother Zhang, otherwise I will send him to prison. After getting furious, Su Hao looked at Zheng Fifan and asked anxiously. Extraordinary, have you investigated who did it? Seeing the angry look on Su Hao's face, Zheng Fifan was somewhat relieved. My father is dead, but there are still people who care about him. Thinking of the progress of the investigation, Zheng Fifan was helpless. There is no surveillance around the incident site. He was only monitoring the entrance and exit, and found that not many vehicles entered or exited during that time period, and there were 2 trucks one after another. Zheng Fifan instinctively felt that this incident had something to do with the 2 trucks. But, after investigating this, he couldn't find anything at all. It would be nice if there are familiar police officers who can help investigate the location of the 2 trucks. Zheng Fifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, there's no way to check. Immediately state the difficulties encountered in the investigation. Su Hao assured. Don't worry, Fei Fei, I will take care of this matter. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of those 2 trucks for you. Zhang Fifan was overjoyed. Isn't it Su Hao's words that he wants? He said in a thank you tone. Thank you, Uncle Su. You're welcome. Based on my relationship with Brother Zhang, I don't want to see the person who harmed him safe and sound. He must be punished as he deserves. Zhang Fifan was moved after hearing this. With Su Hao's words, he felt relieved. That's right. Su Hao seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, Fei Fei, do you know what enemies your father had offended during his lifetime? He started to lead the protagonist in the wrong direction. Zhao's media has been having a lot of fun lately, so I'll find something for you to do. Su Hao wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife and let the protagonist and Zhao media fight to the death. Chapter 66, Draw a Cake for the Protagonist. The Free Heroine. Check your body. Zhang Fifan shook his head. How would you know that he just came back from abroad? I don't know anything about the situation at home. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Uncle Su is a good friend of his father, so he should know something about it. I just came back from abroad. Uncle Su has a good relationship with my father. I wonder if Uncle Su knows my father's interpersonal relationship. Su Hao pretended to think seriously and said with emotion. Brother Zhang is a very good person and has a very good vision. He likes to invest everywhere. He values peace and seldom conflicts with others. After a pause, his voice changed. If we have to talk about conflict, I know we are together, but if we talk about enmity, it probably won't happen. When Su Hao said this, he shook his head again. What's up? Zhang Fifan couldn't help but asked. Once, when I was drinking tea with Brother Zhang, I accidentally heard him mention. He seems to know some secret of the chairman of Zhao Media. I asked him what the secret was, but he didn't tell me. He said that knowing it would be dangerous. After he knew this, he sold his shares in Zhao Media out of fear of being exposed and causing harm to Qiyu. But, it's been so many years, it shouldn't be them, right? What is the highest level of lying? That is 9 truths wearing 1 falsehood. Most of what he said is true. Zhang Xuelin did hold shares in Zhao Media and made a lot of money after reselling them. After discovering the secret of the group boss, the fear of retaliation is also true. But the objects are different. What Zhang Xuelin discovered was his own secret, and what he was afraid of was himself. Su Hao placed it on the CEO of Zhao Media. Anyway, what we said over tea with Zhang Xuelin cannot be confirmed at all. He didn't insist on Zhang Fifan believing it. It's just guidance, intentional or unintentional. If Zhang Fifan went to find trouble with Zhao Media, he would be happy to see the dog-eat-dog drama on both sides. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go. It can lead Zhang Fifan's thinking in the wrong direction. It was later and later when he was investigated. This way he will have more time to improve himself. Zhao Media? Zhang Fifan chewed these words. It suddenly occurred to me that Su Hao was currently fighting fiercely with Zhao Media for the sake of his daughter. Zhang Fifan has been in the dark world for many years, and of course he will not listen to one side or the other. Whether it is true or not, he will investigate and confirm. Next. The 2 of them were walking and chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Go through the door. Zhang Fifan couldn't help but marvel at the layout and structure of the Su family villa. The homes of billionaires are really too luxurious. He will try to get a villa like this another day. A pleasant sound of piano came from the study. Su Hao took advantage of the situation and said, It seems that their 2 best friends are studying the piano, so we 2 gentlemen will not ask for trouble. Su Hao had no intention of bringing Zhang Fifan into his home. Just walking around in the yard. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you for sending Wan Ling here. With this good best friend accompanying me, my daughter Hongzhuang's mood is slightly better. Su Hao sighed intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Fifan frowned and asked. I also know that Su Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Did it have a great impact on Su Hongzhuang? More than just influence, Hongzhuang has wanted to be a big star since she was a child, and has put in countless efforts and sweat for this. Hearing this, Zhang Fifan nodded. Su Hongzhuang plays the piano so well, she must have put in a lot of hard work. Inspiration broke out in the concert hall. After playing a song, it became popular overnight. Her wish to become a big star finally came true, and at this juncture, Zhao Media ordered her to be banned. The dream was shattered just as it was achieved. Hearing this, Zhang Fifan nodded in understanding. Anyone who has worked hard for more than 10 years and suddenly succeeds will be thrown into the abyss. That feeling is self-explanatory. In the past few days, Hongzhuang has not thought about food or tea. I have locked myself in the room alone every day, and I have lost weight. When I saw her, she had 2 dark circles under her eyes, she looked haggard, and her energy had been lost. From that moment on, I vowed to seek justice for her. Of course, these were all made up by Su Hao. But he said it as if it was true, with a sad look on his face. Zhang Fifan was drawn into it. I couldn't help but feel disgusted with the rich second generation who banned Su Hongzhuang. If the opponent stands in front of you now, he will be beaten into a pig's head. This kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why didn't Uncle Su start at the source? He was threatening Su Hongzhuang, the rich second generation, to withdraw the ban and apologize for the ban. Zhang Fifan asked with some confusion. I thought about this issue and went to him to talk to him, but he was ruthlessly rejected. Doesn't he want to fight? Then fight to the end. Our Su group is not afraid of him. If you want to attack my daughter, you have to step over my body. Su Hao clenched his fists, his tone was impassioned and righteous. Actually, he had no intention of making peace at all. When I sent Secretary Li Cohen to make peace, I deliberately provoked him and completely turned him into an enemy. Seeing Su Hao's appearance of fighting to the end for his daughter, Zhang Fifan felt admiration and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have a way. What? Su Hao seemed to have suddenly caught his savior. He turned his head sharply and stared at him. Fifan, do you have a way to restore Hongzhuang's previous confidence? If you can really help Hongzhuang get out of her current situation, I will give you 10 million. In less than a month, I am willing to give you 100 million as a reward. You can also make other requests. No matter what, I will promise you. Su Hao's face was full of excitement. The eyes looking at Zhang Fifan were full of hope. Well, Zhang Fifan was confused. He just wanted to make a suggestion. Why did he suddenly become willing to help? However, when he heard Su Hao's reward, his heart skipped a beat. 100 million is a small goal. For his daughter, he was willing to spend 100 million, and Su Hao also fell in love with this daughter. Zhang Fifan thought again of the noble and elegant Su Hongzhuang he saw that night, and her unparalleled beauty. Thinking that such a beautiful woman might fall because of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The feeling of pity and cherishment began to overflow. If she helped Su Hongzhuang solve this problem, wouldn't she be grateful to herself? He also thought about Su Hao's promise to him, that he was willing to give him whatever he wanted. Zhang Fifan's heart began to beat faster. Not only can you win the beauty, but you can also get a reward of 100 million, which is not a good deal. He will not be kind to help others for no reason. But it's different when you're paid. He was originally a mercenary, and now that he has returned to his old profession, he is a mercenary. Finally, Zhang Fifan nodded and said, It doesn't matter whether you are rewarded or not. Uncle Su, you're welcome. Please help me find out the cause of my father's death. Su Hongzhuang is Uncle Su's daughter, so I should help. Zhang Fifan agreed. But I still said politely. If things were really done, would Su Hao be stingy and refuse to pay? The answer is yes. Give the protagonist 100 million? Let him deal with you again? What are you thinking about? This is just a big cake drawn by Su Hao. With the character of the protagonist, Su Hao knew what he was going to do without even thinking about it. It was nothing more than threatening Zhao Lei and asking him to withdraw the ban. Su Hao knew Zhao Lei, who had a flamboyant personality and never lowered his head. Su Hongzhuang just rejected his confession, which made him feel depressed. He dares to be an enemy of the Su group, which has a market value of tens of billions. One can imagine how arrogant he is. If the protagonist forces him to bow his head, there will be a good show to watch. Then I'll trouble you, Fei Fei. If you encounter any trouble, just come to me. I will give you my full support. Su Liang showed gratitude, patted him on the shoulder, and talked nonsense. In that case, Uncle Su, I'll leave first, and I have to go back to work. Zheng Feifan glanced at the study room where the music was coming from. It's a pity that I didn't see many beauties. There's no point in chatting with an old man here, so it's better to just leave. The sooner you get things done, the sooner you can embrace your beauty. Zheng Feifan left. Su Hao stared at his retreating back with deep eyes. You still have to improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise it won't be so troublesome to deal with a protagonist. It's killing with a borrowed knife, concealing the truth from the truth, hiding a knife in a smile, and scheming with bitter flesh. The 36 strategies of riding a horse are almost exhausted. In the study room. Come down, what are you playing? Didn't I just teach you? It should be like this. Where have you gone? It turned out that Xiao Wanling saw that Su Hongzhuang played so well and wanted to give it a try. If you don't know how to do it yourself, let your best friend teach you. Her best friend taught her the lesson once, but she didn't remember it. The sound that popped up was simply ear-splitting. Su Hongzhuang really couldn't bear to listen and wanted to pull her best friend down. Others play the piano for money, but my best friend plays the piano for life. Xiao Wanling hugged the piano with both hands, obviously not playing enough yet, and muttered dissatisfiedly. Why didn't I learn it? Or maybe you didn't teach carefully? I haven't paid attention yet. Su Hongzhuang was very happy when she heard this. I've told you the pronunciation of each key, okay? I'm a newbie. How can I understand you when you talk about so much professional knowledge? Xiao Wanling shook her head, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. You should learn from your father. When he teaches you, I'm afraid that you won't understand. I will teach you step by step. The strength in Su Hongzhuang's hands became weaker. Thinking of the scene where Su Hao held her hands from behind, she couldn't help but blush. She was used to it, so it was okay not to mention it, but her best friend couldn't help but feel shy when she mentioned it. After all, that is indeed a bit ambiguous. But when you think about their identities, it doesn't matter. That's Dad, the person with whom we have the closest relationship. What does it matter? Those who have a dirty heart see everything dirty. Just like this best friend in front of me. Who knows what is going on in her head? With this thought, Su Hongzhuang increased the strength on her hands. I want to pull my bestie off the piano. Hongzhuang, please teach me step by step. I want to try what it feels like. Xiao Wanling winked playfully. Su Hongzhuang ignored her. If you want to know what it feels like, go find him and teach you. This is what you said. I really want to ask Uncle Su to teach me. Don't be jealous later. Xiao Wanling's eyes lit up, her eyes eager to try. Why am I jealous? I'm afraid that your little arms and legs won't be able to withstand his strength. Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes angrily. After she finished speaking, she realized something and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Wanling's face was confused. Then it seemed like I had discovered a new world, and I looked at my best friend in disbelief. Could it be? Thinking of that possibility, she was so shocked that she was incoherent and speechless. Seeing her best friend's appearance, Su Hongzhuang didn't know why. She had misunderstood. She felt the need to explain. Otherwise, I don't know what my best friend will think of me. It's not what you think, it's actually him and my stepmother. After listening to her best friend's explanation, Xiao Lingling patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's okay if it's not what she thought. Then, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she nodded frequently. I was shocked. Su Hao became more and more mysterious in her eyes. Not only can I play the piano, but I can also draw and calligraphy. You look so young, but your body is really that young? Unbelievable. A 50-year-old man is actually braver than a teenage boy. She has met Su Hongzhuang's stepmother. She is in her 30s and full of charm. 197 Such a mature woman. How powerful is it that makes her unable to help but make a sound? When you say that, I want to try it even more. Of course Xiao Wanling was joking. Don't look at her being so bold that she dares to ask anything in front of her best friends. In fact, she is still a young girl. Commonly known as Koa. If you really go to the battlefield, you will get scared faster than anyone else. Su Hongzhuang also knew the virtues of her best friend and said jokingly, "Go ahead, I want to hear how loud your voice is." Ah! Hongzhuang, you have changed. When did you become a filthy woman? Let me check to see if you have changed. After saying that, he rushed forward and the two women started fighting. They fought for a while and didn't stop until they were tired. Su Hongzhuang was not in the mood to play the piano anymore. The two went downstairs to find some water. As soon as he came down the stairs, he saw Su Hao sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a tea set in front of him. "This is ready to make tea." Su Hao also saw them and waved to the two women. "You came down just in time, come and try the tea I made." The two women walked over curiously. Seeing two teacups on the coffee table, each person picked up one. Su Hongzhuang picked it up and drank it down in one gulp. It felt mellow and delicious, and she still had more to say. Very delicious. Xiao Wanling is different. She has liked drinking tea since she was a child and has some experience in making tea. If Su Hongzhuang's hobby is piano, then her hobby is tea art. How pleasant it is to make a cup of tea alone when you are alone. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, his pupils widened and his eyes were full of disbelief. She actually tasted the artistic conception in a cup of tea. "I feel a little thirsty and want to drink water." After taking a sip of tea, I felt like I was in an oasis in the desert, and I felt particularly happy. When Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with shock. Her tea art has been cultivated since she was a child, and she considers herself to be no worse than those masters. But compared to the tea in front of me, forget it, there is no comparison at all. Comparing it to the tea you brewed by yourself is an insult to the tea. No. Isn't it? Uncle Su can also make tea? And the craftsmanship is so high. Xiao Wanling suddenly noticed Su Hao's movements. Pick up the teacup and tea leaves and officially start making tea. She looked at it curiously, and staying next to Su Hao gave her a sense of intimacy. That elegant and easygoing temperament fascinated her. Even in the process of making tea, the temperament was not destroyed. On the contrary, it looks even more dusty. The boiling water tumbles in the teapot, fully awakening the aroma of the tea leaves. Immediately afterwards, the water flowed through the tea set like silk, gently falling on the bottom of the cup, causing ripples. In an instant, the fragrance of tea is fragrant. The feeling Su Hao gave her at this moment was intoxicating and fascinating. Chapter 67, My Daughter's Best Friend's Initiative. Chest to back. Calculating the protagonist elegant, so elegant. Watching Su Hao make tea is like appreciating art. After the tea is brewed, wisps of fragrance come out, which is refreshing. Take a sip and feel all fatigue disappear and feel refreshed. Xiao Wanling knows tea art. It is precisely because of understanding that I know the essence of Su Hao's tea art. The water temperature, brewing time, and the timing of adding tea are very precise. Even if you practice for decades, you may not be able to achieve it. Uncle Su actually did it. Besides, Su Hongzhuang doesn't understand tea art. But we can also discover the extraordinary nature of Su Hao's tea art from Su Hao's art-like technique. A question arises in my mind. How did he combine these skills? For any of these skills, ordinary people may not be able to achieve perfection even if they spend a lifetime studying them. Su Hao combines several kinds of skills into one. How much more is he hiding? In Su Hongzhuang's eyes, Su Hao became more and more mysterious. Uncle, how many years of practice did it take to reach your level of tea art? Xiao Wanling came back to her senses, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but approached Su Hao and asked. Oh? Su Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards her. You also know tea art? Aha! Xiao Wanling nodded like a chicken. I have loved drinking tea since I was a child. I have been learning how to make tea for a while, and I have been making tea myself for more than 10 years. At this point, she lowered her head, a little embarrassed. My tea skills are too average, I can't compare with my uncle. Fortunately, she was once proud of her tea art. Do you think those master-level talents are nothing more than this? At this moment, after seeing Su Hao's tea art again, she couldn't wait to find a place to get in. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Xiao Wanling raised her head, and Su Hao was looking at her with a smile as bright as spring breeze. At this moment, Xiao Wanling felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. After she came back to her senses, she became excited instantly and her eyes were bright. Uncle, is it really possible? I can also reach your level of tea art. Of course, I'm just saying practice makes perfect. After drawing the divine tea art, Su Hao thought he could only use it when drinking tea. I didn't expect that this little heroine also likes tea art. There is one more use in an instant. If you want to learn tea art better, why not do it step by step? When dealing with this little heroine, Su Hao no longer needs to worry about his daughter. Real flirting skills can also be shown. Xiao Wanling was so excited that she almost peed. After telling Su Hao to come back immediately, he turned around and ran to the bathroom. Seeing this, Su Hongzhuang quickly followed her. Keeping up the pace, she asked doubtfully. Wanling, is his tea art very good? Not only are they awesome, they are simply awesome. You know those tea masters on TV, right? Those so-called masters are not as proficient as me, and my tea art is nothing in front of Uncle Su. I have never seen tea art that contains artistic conception. When talking about her professional field, Xiao Wanling immediately started talking about it with excitement. Su Hongzhuang was shocked. Just now she just guessed that Su Hao's tea skills were very good, but now she has confirmed it. By the way, Hongzhuang, you won't mind if I ask your father to teach me tea art, right? Xiao Wanling thought of something and blinked at her best friend. He agreed to it himself, what do I mind? Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. Really? I remember who it is, even my sister's time is taken up. Xiao Wanling still remembers the scene of Su Huai snatching Su Hao away. Su Hongzhuang blushed and glared at her best friend. That's what she said. Do you believe it? Xiao Wanling left and returned soon. Su Hao used the knowledge in his mind to teach her about the tea ceremony. Explained the precautions when making tea and the mentality of tea tasting. Unknowingly, Xiao Wanling was entranced. In order to listen better, his body gradually moved closer to Su Hao. Time passes slowly. Su Hao began to teach her how to make tea, and he deliberately explained it in a more profound way. Even though Xiao Wanling knew tea art, she still couldn't understand it. After the explanation, Su Hao demonstrated it himself. Okay, that's it, you try it. Xiao Wanling sat in front of the coffee table in a daze. She just heard it half understood. Being pushed up by Su Hao, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fortunately, her tea skills are not bad and she made the tea smoothly. Xiao Wanling just made it according to her own method. As for the tea time and water temperature explained by Su Hao, she didn't grasp it at all. Xiao Wanling looked longingly at Su Hao who was sipping tea. It's okay, I'll teach you again. Su Hao put down his teacup. Xiao Wanling was a little embarrassed and reviewed Su Hao's explanation just now. She felt that even if Shui demonstrated it to her again, she still wouldn't understand. Not only did you not learn anything, it also wasted Uncle Su's time. Brush an idea flashed through her, and she thought of the time when Su Hao taught his best friend. If Su Hao also taught her step by step, she can clearly understand the details of the tea-making process. After some tangle, Xiao Wanling raised her head and asked nervously. Uncle Su, I may be too stupid. I feel like I won't understand even if you teach me a few times. I don't know, can you teach me step by step like you taught Hongzhuang? At the end of her speech, her voice became softer and softer, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Su Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He was deliberately speaking in a profound way so that the little heroine could not understand. Then he offered step-by-step instruction. Unexpectedly, the heroine was quite wise at this time and brought it up herself. Saved him a lot of time. Okay, come on. Su Hao stepped forward and grabbed her hands. You want to be like this, Abba Abba. While speaking, Su Hao's anger hit his ears. The moment she was hugged by Su Hao, Xiao Wanling's body froze. Since childhood, this is the first time for her to have such close contact with a man. Feeling the heat next to her ears, her whole body went limp. What did Su Hao say and do? She couldn't listen at all. When she watched Su Hongzhuang teach step by step before, her behavior was very natural and nothing strange at all. But when she tried it herself, she discovered that things were not that simple. Ding! Xiao Wanling's heart beats faster, her emotional value plus 654. Ding! Xiao Wanling is uneasy, her mood value is plus 765. Were you not ready for the first time? It doesn't matter, there will be next time. Su Hao was also trying step by step to test Xiao Wanling's bottom line. The protagonist Zhang Fifan didn't know that Uncle Su Hao, who he regarded as a man of great love and righteousness, assigned him the task. He turned around and taught the beautiful landlady he liked step by step. Yawn. Xingtian Electronics Company, Limited. Zhang Fifan, wearing a security uniform, was standing at the door of the company when he suddenly yawned. He touched his nose and smiled. Which beautiful woman is thinking of me again? After leaving the Su family villa, he arrived at the company. After getting off work, I went to find the young man from Zhao Media to resolve Su Hongzhuang's matter. The reason why he agreed to Su Hao was not just for that small goal and various promises. After being banned, you can also gain Su Hongzhuang's favor and win the beauty back. There are also clues about his dead father that I learned from Su Hao. Maybe it has something to do with the boss of Zhao Media. He doesn't know whether it's true or not, so he has to investigate. Since we have to find Zhao Media anyway, then why not just solve the task assigned by Su Hao? The day passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, time to get off work. Based on the gossip he got, Zhang Fifan came to the brilliant bar. Zhao Lei acted in a high-profile manner and did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. At this time in the bar, the lights are colorful and the rock music continues. Men and women looking for excitement are so excited. Zhao Lei was chatting with his new friends in the Magic City, several wealthy second-generation people from the same circle. Suddenly, Zhao Lei stood up and roared. Come on, get me high. Take whatever you want to drink. Mr. Zhao will pay for all the expenses today. Brush. The whole hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a burst of enthusiastic noise broke out. Mr. Zhao is awesome, you are my idol, I love you. Mr. Zhao, do you want to put a pendant on your leg? Please hold your thigh. Master Zhao YYDS. Listening to the compliments around him, Zhao Lei smiled and felt very happy. He just likes the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. Good guy, at the end of the day, it's worth tens of millions, right? Brother Zhao is really grand. It's just 10 million casually. This is the real arrogance. Mr. Zhao, let me toast you. Several wealthy second-generation people next to him also greatly pursued and flattered him. Zhao Lei felt very happy. But he didn't show it on his face, and waved his hand casually. Suddenly, from his sight, the beautiful woman dancing passionately on the stage disappeared. Occluded by a person appearing. Go away, you're blocking me. Zhao Lei frowned and shouted coldly. However, the figure did not leave, but walked towards him. The expression on his face was disdain. Master Zhao, right? Who else could this person be if he wasn't Zhang Fifan? Seeing someone looking for trouble, the rich second-generation scoundrels around him suddenly became energetic. Seeing him wearing a security uniform, they all spoke disdainfully. What kind of bitch are you? Mr. Zhao's name was also called by you? Call your boss here. You have no education at all, how did you get recruited? Apologize to Brother Zhao quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. It's outrageous that a little security guard can be so arrogant. Because Zhang Fifan rushed over after get off work and had not changed his clothes. These rich second-generation people thought they were the security guards of the bar. Zhao Lei took the goblet, put it gently to his mouth, and took a sip. Sit firmly on the Diao Tai. A clown, he is too lazy to do anything. Just leave it to these losers. Listening to the ridicule and disdain of a group of people, Zhang Fifan didn't care at all. He came here today to warn Zhao Lei. Ask him to revoke the ban on Su Hongzhuang. Seeing how arrogant he looked, Zhang Fifan felt unhappy. He glanced at the few scoundrels who were yelling at him. Your master didn't say anything. What are you dogs barking at? You dare to call us dogs? You are looking for death. Although the family background of these rich second generations is not as good as that of Zhao Lei, they have been pampered since childhood. How can I accept the insult of a small security guard? Zhang Fifan's unkind words made several people angry. They all picked up the wine bottles found nearby. He rushed forward and planned to open the gourd for Zhang Fifan. But how could these second-generation rich people, who had been hollowed out by drinking and sex, be Zhang Fifan's opponents? He grabbed the wine bottle with his backhand and smashed it on their heads. Puff, puff, puff. Several rich second generations fell to the ground, covering their heads and screaming in pain. Ignoring their miserable howls, Zhang Fifan walked towards Zhao Lei step by step. Seeing Zhang Fifan, he eliminated several of his henchmen with 3 attacks and 5 divisions. Zhao Lei was a little surprised, but not panicked. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He is his personal bodyguard, and he is also a warrior. The body exudes the aura of the middle stage of Mingjin. This is why Su Hao didn't send anyone to cause trouble for the other party. Now Su Group and Zhao Media are business competitors. If you attack Zhao Lei will be protected by experts. If you can't kill with one hit, your identity will be found out. When the time comes, you will receive crazy revenge from the Zhao family, which is unnecessary. So, after seeing Zhang Fifan, he decided to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Destroy him and teach him a lesson, as long as he doesn't die. Zhao Lei coldly ordered the bodyguard. Knowing that the other party is here to cause trouble, he will not be polite. When the bodyguard heard this, his Mingjin energy burst out, and he clenched a fist full of power. He rushed towards Zhang Fifan quickly. However, soon, he flew back at an even faster speed. It turned out that just now he was approaching Zhang Fifan and was about to punch him in the face. Zhang Fifan struck first and hit the chest with a punch. He fell to the ground unable to do anything, and couldn't even get up. The sternum was collapsed and he was unable to move. He was obviously seriously injured. In addition, he also felt a dark energy swimming in his body. Pupil tremor. He looked at the ordinary young man in security uniform in front of him in fear. Dark, master of dark strength. Actually, this was the result of Zheng Fei's failure. King's otherwise, he could kill this guy with one punch. Everything happened too fast. Before Zhao Lei could react, the ferocious smile froze on his face. Ever since he was young, he had never met a stupid young man, and wanted to fight against him. But they were all easily solved by his men. Today, it was the first time for him to encounter the situation where the bodyguard was instantly knocked away. But Zhao Lei is also a person who has seen the big world. After a moment of shock, he recovered and asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "I'm not doing anything, I just want to chat with Mr. Zhao." Zhang Fifan walked over slowly and sat in the booth opposite Zhao Lei. Mr. Zhao is a bit unethical. If he fails to pursue a girl, he threatens to block her. Isn't that justified? Are you the person sent by Su Hao? Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with curiosity and he sneered. What? You can't help but find someone to deal with me because of my ban. Su Hao, who is known as a conscientious entrepreneur, seems to be nothing more than that. Don't get me wrong. Zhang Fifan waved his hand. Su Hao had a good impression on him. He didn't want to cause trouble to the other party and planned to end the relationship. I just can't stand what you're doing. It's such a pity that a young and talented girl was destroyed in your hands. Zhao Lei was a little surprised and said disdainfully. It turns out he's a dog licker. Boy, don't you know that a dog licker will die badly? So, you don't agree to revoke Su Hongzhuang's ban? Ha, what I say is just like water thrown out. There is no reason to take it back. Zhao Lei has had a smooth life growing up. You won't be intimidated by his few words. I really can't shed tears until I see the coffin. You have to force me to do it. Why bother? Zhang Feifan stood up suddenly. He tilted his head, moved his muscles, and made a click-click sound. You, what are you going to do? Chapter 68, Framed. Control everything behind the scenes. Playing with the palm of your hand, bang bang bang. A set of fists and kicks greeted him. Zhao Lei has been pampered since he was a child. How has he ever experienced such physical pain? Let out bursts of screams. After a beating, he felt that the lesson was enough, so Zhang Feifan stopped. Asked coldly. Give you a chance to reorganize your language. Can you take back the ban on Su Hongzhuang? You are dead. No one has hit me since I was a child. I will definitely kill you. Zhao Lei's resentful voice sounded. Heh, it seems that I haven't taught you enough lessons. Zhang Feifan sneered. Continue to greet Zhao Lei. Not convinced? If you don't obey, I'll beat you until you obey. This was his solution to Su Hongzhuang's ban. Simple and crude. But it is extremely useful. These second-generation rich people can't stand a little physical pain, and they will succumb obediently after a beating. Although the other party's revenge will definitely be inevitable afterwards. But he was not afraid at all. Dissatisfied? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Your family will also suffer. Crackling. I'm done, don't fight. Zhang Feifan specifically targeted his weaknesses. Zhao Lei finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave in. But it was just a verbal surrender. He has never suffered such a big crime in his life. I must kill this guy when I turn around. Hearing his words of surrender, Zhang Feifan stopped and shrugged helplessly. Wouldn't it be over if I said this earlier? If you have to force me to do it, why bother? Su Hongzhuang's matter was solved so easily. Zhang Feifan is going home for dinner. Before leaving, be sure to prevent this guy from going back on his word and not doing anything after he returns. He warned. If I don't receive the news tomorrow that the ban on Su Hongzhuang has been withdrawn, I will come to you again. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as a beating. After coldly saying a word, Zhang Feifan turned around and left. He noticed the resentment in Zhao Lei's eyes. But he didn't take it to heart. He is just a second-generation dandy and a scumbag. If you want revenge, go ahead and bear the consequences. Master, are you okay? The bodyguard endured the severe pain in his chest and got up to help Zhao Lei up. At this time, Zhao Lei had a bruised nose and a swollen face. His eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent, and he roared. Check for me, I want him to die, I want to kill his whole family. Su family villa. Xiao Wanling still ate at Su's house in 947. But today she was much quieter than before, and she didn't go to her best friend Su Hongzhuang to make trouble. This made Su Hongzhuang a little surprised. Her lively best friend suddenly became quiet, which made her feel uncomfortable for a while. How did she know? After Su Hao's step-by-step teaching, her heartbeat accelerated and she couldn't stop. When facing Su Wanqiu, the hostess, Xiao Wanling always dodges her eyes. Don't dare to look directly into each other's eyes. There is a feeling of a mistress facing her first wife. After eating, Xiao Wanling found an excuse and left the Su family in a hurry. Su Hao came to the study. He read the message sent to him by his secretary Li Cohen. There is information in video. Judging from the angle, it was captured by surveillance. It turns out that the splendid bar is one of the properties managed by the Blood Massacre Society. Everything that happened in the bar in the afternoon was recorded. Su Hao watched with interest. He knows that most of the protagonists in The Return of the Urban Dragon King are fighting and killing characters. He rarely uses his brain. These villains also seem to have become wise. Even though he was beaten, he didn't call the police. You must come back to take revenge in person. The result is that he keeps delivering food to the protagonist. Somewhat beyond Su Hao's expectations. He originally thought that the protagonist would at most find Zhao Lei and give him a verbal warning, but Zhao Lei would punish him if he didn't listen to the warning. They actually started fighting directly. It seems that he still underestimated the character of the protagonist, who will do whatever he refuses to do. But this is exactly what he wants. The implementation of that plan will be much more logical. He took out his mobile phone, found an unknown number, and sent a message. It is the strongest soldier he has now. It's time to put it to use. The day flies by. In a high-end ward of a hospital, Zhao Lei was lying on the hospital bed with bandages on his body and ointment on his face. At this time, he was looking through the information about Zheng Fifan. The security guard of Qingtian Electronics Company Limited was trafficked since childhood and returned from abroad more than 10 days ago. The only father died in a car accident, and now he is the only one in the family. Quickly extract keywords. His father had a good relationship with Su Hao during his lifetime and was once one of the shareholders of the Su Group. After his death, Su Hao went to express his condolences. Zhao Lei almost figured out what was going on. This guy named Zheng Fifan does not seem to be sent by Su Hao. Maybe it's because he has a good relationship with the Su family. When he saw Su Hongzhuang being banned, he came to settle the score with him. It doesn't matter even if it's sent by Su Hao. Dare to beat him so badly, there is already a way to kill him. If he doesn't kill this man, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Zhao Lei's face was filled with resentment. Evil plans emerged in my mind. Bang bang. While I was deep in thought, there was a knock on the ward door. His thoughts were interrupted, Zhao Lei said impatiently. Come in. With a click, the ward door was opened. A female nurse wearing a medical mask walked in pushing a trolley. Arriving at the hospital bed, the nurse began to dispense medication. Picked up the syringe and gave Zhao Lei an injection. After the injection, Zhao Lei suddenly realized something was wrong and his body seemed to be on fire. The severe pain made his face distorted and his pupils dilated to the limit. Suddenly, the female nurse bowed and whispered in her ear. My boss asked me to give you a message. He said that if you haven't seen you revoke Su Hongzhuang's ban, it won't be as simple as giving you a beating. This is what happens if you don't keep your promise. Zhao Lei's eyes were full of horror. Zheng Fifan wants to kill him? He didn't take Zheng Fifan's threat to heart yesterday. There is no intention to revoke the ban on Su Hongzhuang. Growing up, he had everything going smoothly, and the word submission was not in the dictionary. And he is ready to kill the other party. Who cares about the threat of a dying person? However, before he could take revenge, the other party came to his door first. Feeling the heartbreaking pain in my body, my life is slowly passing by. He wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but no sound came out. Her pleading eyes fell on the nurse, hoping that he would let her go. However, the nurse looked cold and showed no emotion in her eyes. Zhao Lei was desperate. Upon seeing this, the nurse packed up her things, turned around and walked out. Are you about to die? Zhao Lei was very unwilling. He is the eldest son of Zhao Media, and there are still many things he has not had time to enjoy. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I would have arranged a few more experts around me. In the past, his father arranged for him 4 personal masters. He thought it was inconvenient when doing things, so he only kept one by his side. Now, the bodyguard who has been following him was seriously injured by Zheng Fifan yesterday and fell into coma. If there were more expert bodyguards, he wouldn't be killed by a nurse. On his deathbed, he did not regret banning Su Hongzhuang. I just regret not bringing more bodyguards with me. I feel like my eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and my whole person is about to fall into darkness. At the last moment, Zhao Lei's blurred vision saw a piece of investigation information about Zheng Fifan in front of him. A sudden surge of power surged through the body. No, even if it means death. He will not make it easy for Zheng Fifan. He is the only son like him. After his death, he will definitely avenge him crazily. Zhao Lei raised his hand desperately. Fingertips fell on Zheng Fifan's name. Gently raising his hand was the limit of what he could do. Finally, his head tilted and his consciousness dissipated. At this time, the nurse who had already pushed the cart to the door suddenly turned around and came back. Seeing Zhao Lei's posture, the corners of his mouth under the mask twitched. Happy to have completed the mission of the Lord. Yes, she is the strongest soldier under Su Hao. Su Hao taught her this frame-up. The purpose is to strengthen Zheng Fifan's suspicion. Otherwise, it would be more direct to increase the dose of medicine and make him die instantly. I can't control the time just right. After some inspection, Zhao Lei was too dead to die, and no evidence was left behind. The nurse immediately came to the door, pushed the trolley out of the ward, and quietly closed the door. The few bodyguards outside found nothing wrong. It wasn't until a doctor came to the ward to check that he discovered that the person had already become cold. Suddenly the hospital was in a state of uproar. It didn't take long for Zhao Lei's death to reach the ears of Zhao's father in Zhao's media in the imperial capital. I thought today was April Fool's Day. His face was filled with disbelief and he was furious. Immediately asked the secretary to arrange the flight. Arriving in Shanghai, Father Zhao rushed to the hospital. The bodyguards were silent and bowed their heads, like primary school students preparing to accept punishment. Father Zhao couldn't help but feel sad. Zhao Lei, how did he die? Zhao Lei's personal bodyguard is the strongest and stands at the front. After an autopsy, it was determined that the young master was poisoned. He felt very uneasy. That day, he took Zhao Lei out of the bar and sent him to the hospital. He couldn't bear the serious injury and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he learned the news that Zhao Lei had been killed. Knowing that Zhao's father was coming to the Magic City, he dragged his seriously injured body and stood up. Report the situation to Father Zhao. Who killed him? What happened? Father Zhao's face was frighteningly gloomy. Anger was about to ignite his whole body. On the verge of breaking out. The bodyguard immediately told Zhao Lei exactly what happened in the bar yesterday. I was seriously injured by that Zheng Fifan, and then I found out that he was an Anjin master. After that, he beat the young master up. Before leaving, I said cruel words. If Su Hongzhuang's ban is not lifted tomorrow, it will not be as simple as a beating. After saying that, the bodyguard also took out a document. Officially, the information about Zheng Fifan that Zhao Lei had seen before. On the document, the words Zheng Fifan were pressed with a bloody fingerprint. This is the information about Zheng Fifan that the young master asked his men to investigate. According to the autopsy report, the young master did not die immediately after being poisoned and suffered great pain. We suspect that this fingerprint is a pre-death message left by the young master. Okay, Zheng Fifan, if you kill my son, I will make your life worse than death. Father Zhao's eyes were red, he was extremely angry, and he roared hysterically. Master! Seeing Father Zhao's grief-stricken look, the bodyguard opened his mouth but stopped talking. What else do you have to say? Father Zhao looked at him coldly. Although his son's death had nothing to do with him, his opponent was too strong. But he still has some grudges against this bodyguard. Master, I feel that this matter is a bit strange. It doesn't seem that simple. Father Zhao was extremely angry now, but he was not carried away by his anger. He frowned and asked, What do you want to say? The bodyguard thought for a while and said, We have investigated and found that during the time of the young master's accident, Zheng Fifan was working as a security guard at Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. After checking the people who came in and out of the young master's ward, there was only one nurse. The young master was also killed at that time. Then we found the nurse who gave the young master the injection. She had long been knocked unconscious and had been replaced by someone else. Could someone else do it? The purpose is to put the blame on Zheng Fifan. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why she came to kill the young master and why she didn't kill him with one blow? Is it just to torture him and leave a message before his death? It is certain that Zhang Feifan and the killer who killed the young master are not the same person. The analysis is sound and well-founded. Are you saying that someone wants to blame Xiao Lei's death on the hands of that person named Zhang Feifan? Father Zhao frowned when he heard this. Then he shook his head. Xiao Lei only offended the Su family. If my son dies, they will all be buried with him. Whether it's Zhang Feifan or not, he is the most suspicious, and he must die. Father Zhao said with murderous intent. Su Hao knew this, so he was not afraid of leaving this small flaw. The bodyguard shut up. He just mentioned that how to do things depends on Father Zhao himself. Take me to see Xiao Lei. Later, the personal bodyguard took Father Zhao to a ward. Seeing his extremely miserable son, Zhao's father was heartbroken. He is just such a son, who has taken care of him since he was a child. Now, people with white hair are asked to send people with black hair. Father Zhao's heart was beating wildly, and finally his deep sadness turned into overwhelming anger. His fists were clenched, his eyes were fierce, and he was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Lei, don't leave too hastily. I will definitely drag those who harmed you down to accompany you. After Zhao's father came out of the hospital, he came to the Zhao Media branch in Shanghai. An order was immediately issued. The ban on Su Hongzhuang was intensified, and she continued to smear and spread rumors regardless of the consequences. The cause of the incident was all because of Su Hongzhuang. If it weren't for this woman, his son wouldn't have run to the devil's capital and wouldn't have died. As for fighting to the death with the Su family? He doesn't care anymore. Your son is dead, how can you still take care of so much? They all have to go down to be buried with him. In addition, he dialed a long-lost number. On the other side of the phone was an dark master he had helped. Be kind to him and promise to help him once. Zhang Feifan has the greatest suspicion and motive. He must kill this guy. Otherwise, my son will die with his eyes closed. After finishing dealing with Zhang Feifan, we can deal with the Su family again. He did not choose to call the police and arrest Zhang Feifan. It would be too cheap for him to call the police. He wants to make the other person's life worse than death. At night, Zhang Feifan finished dinner with a few security guards in the company and went home after bragging. At this time, he was holding his mobile phone in his hand, flipping through news one after another. Zhao Media's smear campaign against Su Hongzhuang continues. It seems that Xiao Lei did not do as he said and revoke the ban on Su Hongzhuang. His eyes changed. It's too late to start. I'll talk to him tomorrow. I must teach him a deeper lesson. Zhang Feifan was thinking about how to teach Xiao Lei a lesson, when suddenly his steps suddenly stopped. He felt an aura in front of him that was stronger than him. Still carrying a strong killing intent, Zhang Feifan felt a chill in his heart, thinking that an enemy from the dark world was coming to his door. Zhang Feifan's eyes flickered and he kept thinking of countermeasures. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he saw a group of people walking over. Chapter 69, The Culprit. The control of the mastermind behind the scenes. The protagonist cannot explain clearly among the group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a majestic face and a Chinese character. As soon as he saw Zhang Feifan, Father Zhao couldn't help but think of his son Xiao Lei, and his anger suddenly emerged. Take a deep breath to calm down your chaotic mood. He gave a slight salute to the old man in tang suit beside him. Mr. Wei, please take action and capture this guy. He did not intend to kill Zhang Feifan directly. We need to capture him alive and make him realize that life is worse than death. The old man known as Old Wei nodded slightly. He had been helped by Zhao's father in his early years, and he once promised to help him once. Finish this cause and effect. Mr. Wei took a step forward, and a powerful momentum emanated from him. It is also the early stage of Anjin, but it is about to break through to the middle stage, and the aura is vigorous. Looking at the young man opposite, the aura on his body is not much weaker than his own. He was shocked. He broke through to Anjin at a young age, and his aptitude and talent are astonishing. If he is allowed to grow any further, It is not impossible to break through to become a powerful person. It's a pity that I met him today and formed a deadly feud with Father Zhao again. This genius is probably going to die. With a sigh of regret in his heart, Mr. Wei looked at Zhang Feifan and spoke calmly. Little brother, you are no match for me, just go ahead and capture me. Zhang Feifan only felt baffled. He didn't know these guys at all, and all of them were full of murderous intentions towards him. Observation is not the enemy of the dark world. This is really weird. There is also the old guy opposite. When he came up, he said that he was no match and told him to be captured. To really step on a horse, you just open your mouth and come. Do you really think that if your strength is just a little bit higher than your own, you will be afraid? Do you think that all these years in the dark world were in vain? Who are you? Are you worthy of being captured by me? Since the other party was coming to kill him, Zhang Feifan responded rudely. Mr. Wei's expression froze. How long has it been? Since he became a master of Anjin, he has been regarded as a guest of honor by all major families. No one dared to look down on him. His face darkened and his tone was cold. Young man, don't be too arrogant. If a young man is not vigorous, can he still be called a young man? Are you the same as you, an old man who was about to die? Zhang Feifan sneered disdainfully. You don't know how to respect the old and care for the young at all. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on your behalf. Relying on your old age and selling your old age, do you really think of yourself as a thing? Mr. Wei was completely angry. The figure flashed and rushed towards Zhang Feifan at extremely fast speed. When he came closer, he slapped Zhang Feifan on the face. A strong gust of wind hit him, his cheeks hurt, and he instinctively leaned back. He dodged the old man's blow. Mr. Wei was a little surprised. Another one swept across thousands of troops and went straight to Zhang Feifan's ribs. Zhang Feifan's combat experience accumulated through many years of fighting in the dark world finally came into play at this moment. Although Mr. Wei is stronger than him, but he is not as experienced in combat. The two fought back and forth. You attack and I defend, you defend and I attack. Sounds easy. In fact, it is extremely fast and extremely thrilling. In the eyes of Father Zhao and the men he brought with him, their speed reached the extreme. It was impossible to see clearly what they were doing. This made Zhao's father grab a gun and prepare for a sneak attack, but in the end he was not given the chance. Zhang Feifan and Mr. Wei were going back and forth, and they were evenly matched. But gradually, Mr. Wei is very old and his physical strength can no longer support him. The offensive slowed down. Zhang Feifan, on the other hand, is young and energetic. He has worked hard in the dark world for many years and has developed a good physique and endurance. After adapting to Mr. Wei's attack, he was able to withstand it with ease. As one goes down and the other goes up, the gap gradually widens. Whoosh! Zhang Feifan caught a flaw in Mr. Wei and hit him with a sweeping kick. The old man in Tang's suit flew out. When he landed on the ground, he was pinned by his toes to remove his strength, so that he would not fall down in embarrassment. Mr. Wei was shocked. How strong is this young man's fighting consciousness? Feeling that my physical strength is about to be exhausted, I can't help but want to give up. How could Zhang Feifan let him get his wish? If you dare to kill him, you must be prepared to pay the price. He also found that the old man was afraid and his will to fight had faded. This is the time. Zhang Feifan seized the opportunity and stepped forward. A set of combos is played. In this way, Mr. Wei, who had the upper hand at first, could only retreat while fighting. Click! Zhang Feifan punched Mr. Wei on the shoulder blade. There was a slight sound of bone cracking. A look of pain appeared on Mr. Wei's face. This is just the beginning. Zhang Feifan's speed suddenly increased. The whole person suddenly appeared behind Mr. Wei. A kick hit his back, and there was another sound of bone cracking. This time the sound was louder. Mr. Wei fell to the ground and was seriously injured. It was impossible to stand up. Bang! A gunshot rang out. In the silent night, it looked very clear. A sense of danger enveloped Zhang Feifan's heart. His head instinctively turned to the side, narrowly dodging one shot after another. His physique is astonishing. Where there are muscles, bullets cannot penetrate the defense. But hitting the head is still very dangerous. Zhang Feifan turned his head sharply and found his father-in-law Zhao with a look of astonishment on his face and a gun in his hand. Father Zhao was shocked. I just made a sneak attack, thinking it was going to hit my head, but in the end he dodged it. The Dark Power Master is so terrifying. He was about to pull the trigger again when suddenly his vision blurred and he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. It was actually broken. Lost strength, unable to hang down. Ah! As soon as he screamed, his mouth was blocked by a gun, making him unable to make any sound. The bodyguards behind him came to their senses. They all took out their weapons. Let go of our boss. Boy, do you know who our boss is? Put the gun down quickly. Zhang Feifan picked his ears impatiently. Shut up, if you say one more thing, I'll shoot him in the head. You. The bodyguard suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Just stared at him with angry eyes. Tell me, what is going on? Why do so many of you come to kill me? When Zhang Feifan asked about the reason, Father Zhao thought of his son's death, and the pain shifted. It feels like the twisted wrist is not so painful anymore. His eyes were filled with resentment. Speak? Don't you dare to shoot me? Why don't you even dare to say a word? Oh, I almost forgot that you can't speak. Zhang Feifan slapped his head. Then I remembered that my gun was stuck in the other person's mouth. How could he speak? Taking the gun out of his mouth, Father Zhao still didn't speak. Weren't you very arrogant when you stepped on the horse? Are you going to kill me? Why are you mute now? Zhang Feifan felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at him with hateful eyes. He hit him on the head several times with the butt of the gun. Bang bang bang. Father Zhao remained silent. You won't say it, right? Zhang Feifan's eyes flashed and he looked at one of the bodyguards. Tell me what's going on. Why did you kill me? If you don't tell me, I'll beat him to death. As he spoke, he raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at Father Zhao's head intentionally or unintentionally. The bodyguard's face was full of grief and anger. You killed our young master, aren't we allowed to take revenge? What the hell? Zhang Feifan's face was confused. Since he returned to China, he has always been a good young man. When did he kill someone? He asked with a frown. Speak clearly, who is your young master? Our young master is Zhao Lei. Zhang Feifan remembered. The young master he taught a lesson yesterday was the same guy who banned Su Hongzhuang. I am planning to find him again tomorrow to clean up the mess. Why did you die? He admitted that the beating he received yesterday was indeed a bit serious, but it was not fatal at all. What's going on? Zhang Feifan's tone became colder, feeling that things were not simple. The bodyguard was extremely sad and angry when he heard this. This guy not only killed the young master, but also asked them to explain the specific process. Don't be such a bully. But the master was pointed at gunpoint, so he had to say it. After our young master was beaten by you yesterday, he has been recovering in the hospital. In the afternoon, someone pretended to be a nurse and poisoned the young master. Before the young master died, he left a message pointing to your name. Wasn't it you who did it? Zhang Feifan became even more stupid. He definitely didn't kill the person. In the afternoon, he has been working in the company looking at beautiful women. And even if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't do it so openly. Kyushu is a society ruled by law. The emphasis here is on killing people to pay for their lives. He just beat someone up and then went to kill them in the blink of an eye. He was not stupid enough to do that. So here comes the question, Mr. Zhao, why did the message before his death point to him? This is what puzzles him. He felt like he was in a fog and couldn't see clearly. There was an invisible big hand behind the scenes, fiddling with everything. Thinking that someone behind the scenes was trying to deal with him, Zhang Feifan was in a bad mood and said coldly, I didn't kill the person. This is obviously a frame-up. Can't you see it? You are still making excuses. Didn't you beat my young master yesterday and said that if Su Hongzhuang's ban is not revoked today, you will come to my door again, and it won't be as simple as a beating? Zhang Fifan was unable to refute for a while. He did indeed say such things. But he was just a threat, anyone with a discerning eye could hear it. The best I can do is give him another beating. There's no way I'm going to kill someone. Are you so stupid? I was threatening you, don't you understand? I just threatened and killed people the next day. Am I that stupid? Unable to stand these idiots, Zhang Fifan yelled. And I have an alibi in the afternoon and I have been working in the company. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Who knows if those are your men? You chose this time to kill our young master just to predict our prediction. You ride on the horse. Zhang Fifan found it difficult to explain to this group of people. Too lazy to explain, he stared at Father Zhao coldly. They are stupid, are you too? Or are you the boss of a tens of billions group, with just this little IQ? Father Zhao remained silent. Of course he also discovered the problem. Just because Zhang Fifan was the biggest suspect, we decided to get rid of him first. I didn't expect him to be so strong. None of the Anjin masters he found were his opponents. Zhang Fifan got the answer from his eyes and felt a chill in his heart. No matter whether he is the real murderer or not, he must be killed. Zhang Fifan simply didn't care anymore. Whatever you think it is, that's what it is. Am I still afraid of you? Seeing Father Zhao with eyes full of resentment, he remembered what Uncle Su Hao said. It seems that my father has discovered some secret about the CEO of Zhao Media. There is a possibility of murder and silence. I happen to be here, so I can ask. Don't pretend to be dead for me. Let me ask you a question. Do you know my father, Zhang Xuelin? Father Zhao was a little surprised. After carefully recalling Zhang Fifan's information, he found that his father's name was indeed Zhang Xuelin. Died just a few days ago. Zhang Xuelin, of course he knew, was one of the former shareholders. After his Zhao Media was established, he decisively sold his shares and made a lot of money. So what if we know each other? So what if we don't know each other? Father Zhao said coldly. Zhang Fifan had been paying attention to the changes in his eyes and was shocked. This guy does know his father. Did you do my father's death? After speaking, he stared at Father Zhao closely, observing the changes in his expression. A trace of surprise flashed in Father Zhao's eyes, and then he sneered. That's right, I did it. That old guy should have died long ago. According to Zhang Fifan, there was another reason for his father's death. Maybe he was killed. Although he didn't know why it was connected to him, he recognized it immediately. Father Zhao also wanted to let this guy experience the feeling of having a relative killed. Zhang Fifan was a little confused. From Father Zhao's eyes, he saw shock. I don't know if I'm shocked that I found out, or if I'm shocked that my father's death is related to someone else. It is not certain that he is the real murderer. It seems, it still needs some careful investigation. And when he heard what Father Zhao said later, he became angry. No matter whether he was deliberately angry with himself or not, he was still trying to hide something. Dare to say that his father is looking for death. Zhang Fifan felt very guilty about his father and felt that his father's death was closely related to him. If I had gone home earlier, I would not have let such a tragedy happen. Zhang Fifan's eyes were cold and he kicked Father Zhao hard in the stomach. The next moment, Father Zhao's eyes suddenly bulged, and he flew backwards with his body arched. Hit the ground hard. Get out of here. If you come to trouble me again next time, I will make you die in an ugly way. This Father Zhao is not a good person either. He really wanted to get rid of it with one kick. But this is a society governed by the rule of law. If Zhang Fifan wants to live quietly here, he cannot commit crimes. At least that's how it appears. It doesn't matter what you do in secret. As long as there is no trace on his head, then he is not considered a murderer. It has not been ruled out that Zhao's father has nothing to do with his father's affairs. Need to investigate carefully. But if you ask today, you will definitely not be able to find out anything. He plans to check it out himself later. A group of bodyguards supported the seriously injured Engine Master and Father Zhao and left. Zhang Fifan was left on the spot with his eyes twinkling. There is an enemy targeting him behind the scenes. He didn't like this feeling of being calculated. Who could it be? After returning, Zhao's father did not give up revenge on Zhang Fifan because of his strength. He kept posting bounties online, recruiting troops, and preparing to deal with Zhang Fifan. No matter whether his son was killed by Zhang Fifan or not. He is one of the culprits. If he hadn't severely injured his son and the bodyguard beside him, how could anyone else get close to my son? Zhang Fifan must die and be buried with his son. While Father Zhao was busy dealing with Zhang Fifan, he also did not forget to suppress and block Su Hongzhuang. The death of my son is also related to this woman and cannot be let go. Just as Father Zhao was preparing to deal with Zhang Fifan also launched an investigation into him. And in the Su family. As the culprit of everything, Su Hao is also working on his daughter breaking through the ban and helping her become a big star. Prepare to conquer this third daughter. Tomorrow there will be an update of 50,000 yuan. Kill the protagonist, take in the heroine, and take in the daughter. I beg you to subscribe and order your own death. Chapter 70, The Scapegoat That Cannot Be Removed. Home was stolen. Close the door and beat the dog at the entrance of the police station. Four tall and thick men came out looking slightly embarrassed. It's just the brothers' gang. There were 6 brothers in their gang. The eldest brother was framed and imprisoned, and the 6th brother was killed by a killer. There are only 4 of them. The death of Lu's father and son made the Brotherhood the first suspect. Catch them in for questioning. It's not just asking questions, it also means beating. The Brotherhood has been too arrogant during this period. After beating them for a while, it was proved that they were not the ones who killed the Lu family and his son, so they were released. It's just that, the brothers' gang is a little confused. When they let them go, the police officers looked at them strangely. Aren't they the leaders of several brother gangs who were arrested? How big a deal is it? Their eldest brother is still in prison. Who dares to look down on them? They have come out. As for the suspect Chen Mo, he is still locked up in the police station. From time to time, he was taken out for interrogation. In the interrogation room, Chen Mo was handcuffed and sitting on the interrogation chair, his head lowered and silent. Chen Mo, be lenient if you confess and be lenient if you resist. Did you kill the Lu family and his son? How many times have I told you, it's not me, I didn't kill anyone. Chen Mo's ears were almost filled with cocoons. Replied impatiently. You didn't kill anyone. How many people did you kill among the alliance forces supported by the Lu family? You have to pretend to be deaf and dumb with me, right? With a pop sound, the interrogating police officer slapped the table hard, trying to scare Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo was used to his tricks and said speechlessly. Can you please don't distort the facts? You also agree with the rules of the underground world. What I'm saying is that I didn't harm the Lu family, the father and son, or the driver. Then tell me, what were you doing from 9:30 to 10 o'clock that night? Where were you? We can go investigate and be innocent, right? The interrogating police officer spoke sincerely, trying to get some new information from Chen Mo. In the past, Chen Mo would remain silent until the interrogation ended here. The same is true this time. No matter how the police asked, Chen Mo never said a word again. Chen Mo must not rush by like a horse. At that time, he was following Su Hao and Xia Qingge as they went shopping. People also avoid cameras intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking out, even if the police went to check, they wouldn't be able to find him. On the contrary, it will bring the enemy Su Hao to the light. The gain outweighs the loss, so let's not talk about it. Inexplicably, I have a scapegoat on my back, and I can't take it off even if I want to. Chen Mo was so aggrieved that he was dying of 557. But he said that the 4 brothers had just left the police station. A sneaky figure was walking at the door, and his eyes lit up when he saw them. He hurriedly ran forward and said with a cry, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, we brothers are gone." What the hell? What does it mean that the Brotherhood is gone? The brothers looked confused. After wiping out the Alliance forces, the Brotherhood has become the #1 force in South City. How could it be possible to just say it's gone? Even if several of their leaders were locked up in the bureau for a few days. Are the hundreds of people in the Brotherhood just living for a living? Xiao Shunzi, tell me clearly, what is going on? The second child frowned and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, just when you were arrested, a force called the Blood Slaughter Society emerged and attacked our brother gang. The younger brother named Xiao Shunzi told what happened after several people were arrested. The Blood Slaughter Society rose rapidly, and the next day it was competing with the Brotherhood. In the ensuing struggle, the brother gang's territory was compressed smaller and smaller because there were no masters in charge. Until yesterday, the Blood Slaughter Association had wiped out all the brothers and accomplished a feat that changed the world. Become the new overlord of the underground world in Nanchang. What? Blood Massacre? It was still a little-known little force before. How did it rise so fast? Damn! If you dare to destroy our brother gang, I will kill them right now. You bastard, you don't have martial ethics, you actually attacked us while we were away. After hearing this, the core members of the Brotherhood were furious. They had only been imprisoned for a few days, and their home was stolen. They finally understood what was going on with the strange expressions on the faces of the police officers who let them go. That's the look on the clown's face. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became. Don't be anxious yet. The second brother stopped several brothers. A flash of light flashed before his eyes and he said, "Why did the Blood Massacre appear so coincidentally? As soon as we were caught, we stopped hiding and expanded rapidly." Second brother, what do you mean? The third child frowned and thought of a possibility. You mean the deaths of the Liu family and his son are related to them? After the second child's explanation, they also knew that the Liu family and his son were not killed by Chen Mo just had to take the blame. After hearing what the third child said, the fourth and fifth children were furious. The person who stepped on the horse turned out to have premeditated it. This is a premeditated frame-up, and our brothers have become the scapegoats. Looking for death, I want them to die badly. The second child was also burning with anger and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Shunzi, where is the boss of the Apprentice Association? Take us there." Xiao Shunzi opened his mouth and hesitated. "Say what you have to say quickly, fart quickly, and don't act like a bitch." Xiao Shunzi gritted his teeth and said bravely, "The people from the Blood Slaughter Society are at the headquarters of our Brotherhood. It is said that they are going to hold a celebration ceremony. A celebration banquet was held at the original headquarters of their power. The output of writing the face belongs to Yes. It's tolerable, but it's intolerable. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Okay, a celebration party, right? I want today to become their funeral banquet." With such a huge humiliation, Lao Er could no longer remain calm. Gritting his teeth, he said with hatred. Xiao Shunzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded after considering the strength of the elder brothers. Take 4 people to the brothers' gang headquarters. After arriving, several people pulled out a knife and walked inside aggressively. The strange thing is, the journey was very peaceful, and not a single member of the Blood Slaughter Society came out to stop him. What's going on? Xiao Shunzi was dumbfounded. When they walked into the hall, they found that there was no celebration banquet held here. There are only 2 people in the hall. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was burly and majestic, nearly 2 meters tall, standing like an iron tower. This person is none other than Lao Mo. The other person was a masked woman, wearing a smart outfit, who was sent by Su Hao. Help Lao Mo deal with the brothers' gang. The 4 brothers are only in the early stages of Mingjin. 1 Mingjin in the middle stage and 1 Mingjin in the late stage are enough to deal with it. It is worth mentioning that After these days of fighting, Lao Mo successfully broke through to the late Ningjin stage. In fact, there is no need to dispatch dead soldiers at all. Lao Mo can solve it alone. Su Hao sent her here to prevent accidents from happening, so he couldn't let her go. Lao Mo glanced at the confused Xiao Shunzi. Do you really think you ran out from under our noses? I just wanted you to lure these guys here. Xiao Shunzi understood what was going on and fell into the trap. Immediately apologized to the brothers. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Several people ignored him. Feeling the aura emanating from Lao Mo's body, their faces were solemn. The four brothers looked at each other and their eyes met. Indicates to run away. They are not pedantic. They know it is a trap, but they still want to stay here and wait to die. However, just when they had the idea of escape, the hall door was closed from the outside with a bang. This wave is called closing the door and beating the dog. The hearts of several people were heavy, and a gloomy cloud shrouded them, making them breathless. There is no escape. There is no choice but to give it a try. Kill. The few of them made eye contact, raised their knives and started to kill Lao Mo. Lao Mo smiled coldly and held up a diamond sword. Just when they were approaching a few people, the sword was swung violently. The second brother who was at the front was caught off guard. Only a clang was heard, and the two knives collided. The next moment, because Lao Mo was too strong, the knife in his hand was directly chopped away. The power of the Vajra sword continued unabated and struck his body. The second child immediately flew far away and hit the ground. With just one blow, the strongest combat power among them was destroyed. Several other people were horrified. This strength, the late Ningjin period. They have reached the level of their big brother. After getting rid of the second child, Lao Mo did not stop. He caught up with several people and swept away the third, fourth, and fifth boys again with the speed of his speed. When he fell to the ground, he had lost all fighting strength and could not get up. Lao Mo didn't hold back. If it were a murderer, these people would already be dead. The people on the side of Xiao Shunzi were frightened. In his opinion, the core members of the Brotherhood are already very strong. Unexpectedly, in front of the president of the Blood Slaughter Society, I would not be able to survive a single round. None of the brothers are opponents, so what will be waiting for them? Death is certain. Xiao Shunzi is unwilling to give in. He has not lived enough. From the corner of his eye, he saw a silent woman standing aside. I never saw her take action. Could it be that he is the son of the president of the Blood Slaughter Society? Xiao Shunzi's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward with a knife. He was going to kidnap this woman and try to get a chance to escape. The abacus is very good. Unfortunately, as soon as he got closer, he was kicked away. It flew to the wall and I almost couldn't dig it out. In the quiet hall, there was a sound of footsteps, like a countdown to death. If you want to kill or behead me, please do as you please. Several members of the Brotherhood are quite tough. Don't get me wrong, you are all talented people, how could I kill you? Lao Mo grinned. But his face was ferocious and his smile was more terrifying than a ghost. Anyway, the Brotherhood is gone, why not join our Blood Slaughter Society? Several members of the Brotherhood couldn't believe their ears. Make sure they heard correctly. The guy in front of me destroyed their brother gang and beat them to the point of losing their fighting ability. You actually want to invite them to join the Blood Slaughter Club? What are you thinking about? Are you sure there's nothing wrong? You want us to join the Lashizi Blood Massacre Society? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not join you if I die here. A force that can only play dirty tricks, what is it worth joining? Don't be complacent. When our elder brother comes out, he will avenge us. We will wait for you on the road to hell. Several members of the Brotherhood sneered, with disdain on their faces. All he needs to do is look down on the Blood Massacre Society on his face, hee hee. Lao Mo didn't get angry, but took out a few photos and threw them in front of a few people. I advise you to think carefully. Looking closely, several people suddenly stiffened and their pupils suddenly widened. It was a photo of their relatives. What are you going to do? Do you understand the rules of the road? It will bring harm to your family. After reading the photos one by one, several people glared at Lao Mo. Didn't I move? I just quietly took a few photos. But, not moving them is based on the condition that you join the Blood Slaughter Society. If you don't know how to praise, then I can't guarantee what will happen. Lao Mo's tone was faint. You are despicable. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. If you dare, come to me if you dare. What's the point of attacking some old, weak women and children? The brothers were filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Lao Mo would have turned into ashes by now. That's enough. Seeing that they still had the tendency to continue scolding, Lao Mo interrupted impatiently. Now I give you 10 seconds to tell me your choice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2. When the count was about to reach 1, several people expressed their willingness to join. There's nothing you can do if you don't join. They are not afraid of death, but they cannot harm their families because of them. Decided to agree on the surface and find an opportunity later to give him a harsh sentence. The 6 brothers are brothers. How could you betray your elder brother? At this moment, a dagger was thrown in front of them. What's the meaning? Several people looked at Lao Mo in confusion. Since you have joined our Blood Slaughter Society, please show some sincerity. Several members of the Brotherhood were a little confused and did not react. Lao Mo reached out and pointed at Xiao Shunzi, who was lying next to the wall, vomiting blood. He's still alive. It's very painful. Each of you should help him. The brothers' pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. So cruel. Xiao Shunzi was from the Brotherhood, and even after the Brotherhood was destroyed, he had to inform them even if he escaped. It can be said that he is loyal. Lao Mo asked them to kill this loyal brother. If this news gets out, they will become the laughingstock of everyone. There is no place for them in the entire underground world. In the past, even if they died, they would not do anything to hurt their brothers. But now, they can't die. When they die, their families suffer as well. Lao Wu was the first to pick up the dagger and walk towards Xiao Shunzi step by step. Having been kicked away just now, Xiao Shunzi felt that all his internal organs had been displaced. He listened to what Lao Mo said and felt uneasy in his heart. Seeing Lao Wu walking along the way, he said with fear in his eyes. 5th brother doesn't want it. I'm Xiao Shunzi. You said that brothers are like brothers. Even if you kill them, you won't do anything to hurt them. Lao Wu's face was expressionless, and his heart was throbbing. He raised his hand, preparing a knife to make a straight result. That way he can bear the blame alone and the brothers can live in peace. Just as he was thinking this, Lao Mo's voice came. I mean, 1 knife for each of you. If someone dies without stabbing him, I will not guarantee that your family will be safe. Lao Wu took a breath and relaxed again, and stabbed Xiao Shunzi dejectedly. Next is the 4th child, the 3rd child, and the 2nd child. Damn it, what a bunch of bullshit brothers, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Xiao Shunzi roared angrily. Brother, just go ahead. We are sorry for you. We will definitely help you take care of your family. The second stroke of the knife passed over Xiao Shunzi's neck. There was a burst of applause. Lao Mo clapped his hands and smiled. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Society. Chapter 71, A White Lie. Teachers and students have a tacit understanding. Personal harassment. Welcome to join the Blood Slaughter Club. Facing the smiling Lao Mo, the brothers and gang couldn't help but smile, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. Suddenly, they discovered that the woman who had been watching the show was pointing a camera at them. The second child was keenly observant, his heart sank, and he frowned and asked. What do you mean? It's just a record of the brotherhood between you. Don't worry, as long as you don't cause any trouble, the video will not be circulated. The faces of the brothers changed wildly, and they were furious. It's not enough for them to stab their brothers, but they also leave evidence for them. I believe that once this video is released, the reputation of these brothers will be completely ruined. Not only can't I stay in the underground world, family members will also be affected. A video extinguished all their crooked thoughts. This is going to keep them under control for the rest of their lives. The brothers were so depressed that they vomited blood. Su Hao asked Lao Mo to conquer the brothers, naturally not because he wanted to add more combat power to the Blood Massacre Society. In fact, it doesn't add much combat power. At critical moments, you may be stabbed in the back. After all, it was forced through abnormal means. The reason why they were threatened to join was actually to prepare for dealing with their eldest brother and the protagonist Chen Mo. The master and apprentice of the protagonist are very strong, and the Blood Massacre Society is no match. Then you can only use some intrigues. I believe it would be very interesting for these brothers to stab them. Su Family Villa. In the courtyard. Su Hao is teaching Xiao Wanling the tea art step by step, with his chest touching his back, which is endlessly ambiguous. After being shy at first, Xiao Wanling gradually got used to it. The step-by-step teaching is really effective. She could feel that she was becoming more and more skilled at making tea, and her tea skills were improving rapidly. It's just that when two people hug each other, there will inevitably be some bumps and bumps. There are also some more embarrassing things. Just like now, Xiao Wanling is standing making tea. Su Hao just hugged her from behind. It was she who suggested standing to make tea. The reason was that when she was making tea, Su Hao had to bend over and hold her hand. That would be very tiring and time-consuming. What Xiao Wanling doesn't know is Su Hao has the bully kidney buff. Not to mention bowing for a while, there is no problem even if you bow for a whole day and a night. Xiao Wanling also fell into an embarrassing situation because of her own decision. As if sensing something, her pretty face flushed slightly. At this moment, she finally understood what Su Hongzhuang told her last time, why her beautiful stepmother screamed so loudly. She was a little curious. How did my best friend Su Hongzhuang sustain herself? Won't she feel embarrassed? Yes, they are father and daughter, so they shouldn't have such a reaction. She is different. Isn't this too embarrassing? I can't calm down to study at all. Just when Xiao Wanling was flustered and at a loss, Su Hao's magnetic voice sounded in her ears. I'm sorry, Wanling, you are so beautiful, I can't control it. The two of them just pretended not to know anything. Xiao Wanling just felt shy, but now that Su Hao brought it up, she couldn't help but blush like blood. If there was a hole in the ground, she would be so embarrassed that she would crawl into it. I really feel ashamed. Although she was shy, she was also a little happy. Is Su Hao praising her for her beauty? Ding, Xiao Wanling couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value was plus 683. Ding. Xiao Wanling was secretly happy, her mood value was plus 596. Su Hao smiled slightly. Yes, he did it on purpose. This cannot be called teaching. It should be called harassment. Xiao Wanling was kept in the dark and thought it was a natural reaction. I can only suffer the loss of being dumb. This is Su Hao's teaching results in the past few days. Test the heroine step by step. Until the final attack on the city. After teaching Xiao Wanling how to make a pot of tea, Su Hao let go of his hand and said righteously, Wanling, try it yourself, just follow the technique I just practiced. Xiao Wanling's expression was confused and she looked broken. After hearing Su Hao's words, she just nodded blankly. When he picked up the teapot, he suddenly paused. What method was used? He didn't listen at all to what Su Hao said just now. Even what I learned before was forgotten. I'm going to the bathroom. Xiao Wanling felt uncomfortable all over. Su Hao's gaze seemed to see through her. He hurriedly dropped a word and ran away as if running away. Ding, Xiao Wanling is ashamed, her mood value is plus 826. Su Hao withdrew his joking gaze. Came to the study alone. Picked up the 3 pieces of paper that had been prepared long ago. Bang bang bang. Outside the daughter's study, Su Hao knocked on the door. Please come in. Su Hongzhuang's somewhat panicked voice came from inside. Su Hao opened the door and walked in. He clearly saw Su Hongzhuang quickly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Hongzhuang was banned by Zhao Media. Because of her full support, the two sides fought evenly. Zhao Media invited trolls to smear her, and there were also people on Su Hongzhuang's side to support and defend her. But just a few days ago, because of the death of his son, Zhao's father attributed the cause to Su Hongzhuang and increased the intensity of the ban several times. Although the Su group has a market value of tens of billions, it is not a circle after all. In addition, Su Hao did not try his best and even intended to lose. Suddenly, the smear campaign against Su Hongzhuang became one-sided. The ban was tightened, and Su Hao could no longer support her, which meant that her dream of becoming a star was completely over. What Su Hao said is right. In order to become a big star, Su Hongzhuang put in countless efforts and sweat. When I think of my dream of stardom being shattered, I feel sad. In the past few days, thanks to Su Hao's teaching, my piano skills have improved rapidly. It stopped her from thinking about those sad things. Now Su Hao's defeat has completely brought her back to reality. I have been in the emo mood for the past few days. I don't think about food and drinks, and often secretly wipe my tears. Su Hao saw that the time was almost up. So I took over the method to break the situation. Hongzhuang, are you sad alone again? Su Hao walked closer, reached out and rubbed her head. Didn't I tell you? I will find a way and I will never let your dream be shattered. A forced smile appeared on Su Hongzhuang's lips. She didn't take Su Hao's words seriously, thinking it was just to comfort herself. What? Don't believe it? Look what this is? Su Hao put the 3 pieces of paper in front of Su Hongzhuang. 3 pieces of paper correspond to 3 songs. They are all songs that were popular in his previous life. There is no such thing in this world. If you take it out, you will definitely kill it indiscriminately. Zhao Media's ban on Su Hongzhuang is nothing more than prohibiting the broadcast of her works. And because Su Hongzhuang is only very good at piano, her songs are not popular. I can barely be considered a half-entertainment person. Coupled with Zhao Media's status in the entertainment industry, Su Hongzhuang did not become popular for a long time and did not form die-hard fans. It is not difficult to block it. It is also very simple to break through the blockade. Play a few more famous piano songs and sing a few more popular songs. Su Hao also provided her with a channel. Zhao Media couldn't block it even if it wanted to. Su Hao has already taught her piano music during this period. Now I just need to come up with some popular songs for her to sing. Under the Sea, The Wind Has Risen, Xi Ling. These were all a big hit in the previous life. Su Hao completely reproduced it through the memory in his mind and his master-level music skills. One song is healing, one song is light and blood-curdling, and one song is setting off a drama craze. 3 songs will definitely make Su Hongzhuang popular. Seeing a few songs on the paper, Su Hongzhuang was a little confused. When did Su Hao learn to write songs? He looked at it in surprise. Gradually. She looked more and more focused. By the end, I couldn't hide the excitement on my face. After finishing a song, she took out another piece of paper, and then a third piece of paper. Until I finished reading 3 songs. Su Hongzhuang was so excited that she couldn't help herself. All 3 songs are so well written. Every song that is released is a phenomenon and will definitely become a hit. It would be unimaginable if the 3 songs were released together. After calming down her excitement, Su Hongzhuang turned her head and looked at Su Hao without blinking. Where did this come from? I've been writing all night over the past few days. When Su Hao told lies, his face did not turn red or he was out of breath. In order to let Su Hongzhuang know that it is not easy for her to create, she also added the word all night. The main theme is to repay a favor. In fact, it only took him a few minutes to write these songs. What? Is this a deception to my daughter? How can this be considered deception? He told a white lie to bring his daughter home. Su Hongzhuang was stunned and asked blankly. You can also write songs? I understand a little bit. Su Hao hesitated and said. His musical skills are only at the master level. Compared to a series of master level and god level music, he can only be considered to have a vague understanding of it. Su Hongzhuang felt numb after hearing this. She would not think that Su Hao really only understood it slightly. To be able to write such a beautiful song that transcends the current era, the musical level is definitely not low. These songs were all written by you for me? Su Hongzhuang asked tentatively. Otherwise, if I hadn't seen you depressed all day long, why would I, a dignified CEO of a tens of billions group, write a song? Su Hongzhuang was so moved that she burst into tears for a moment. Su Hao didn't like playing the piano, but he was willing to teach her step by step. I didn't want to see her looking sad all day, so I wrote 3 songs for her. Help her break through Zhao's media blockade. If she remained indifferent to Su Hao's deep fatherly love, she would not be a human being. Now, she no longer objects to calling Su Hao daddy. It's just that in more than 20 years, I have never screamed. She was still a little nervous and couldn't scream. Thanks. Ding. Su Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 896. Thank you, try singing it now, so I can guide you if you have any shortcomings. Isn't Zhao Media going to ban you? Once these 3 songs are released, I'll see how they can ban you. The smile in Su Hao's eyes flashed away, and he waved his hand and said, The third daughter is already taken care of. Su Hongzhuang nodded and picked up one of the songs. Humming gently according to the notes above. Stop and go along the way, follow the traces of young people drifting. The moment before stepping out of the station there was some hesitation. I have to say that Su Hongzhuang has a very good musical talent and sings very beautifully. After finishing the song, Su Hongzhuang looked at Su Hao nervously. This is her first time singing, and there are many shortcomings. I hope I won't disappoint Su Hao. The voice should be raised here, the emotion should be contained here, and you should sing like this here, so and so, so, and so. Su Hao began to correct her shortcomings. Su Hongzhuang's eyes became brighter and brighter. This master-level appreciation ability. And you said you only know a little bit about music? Su Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel glad that she didn't believe what Su Hao said before. Under Su Hao's guidance, Su Hongzhuang gradually became proficient. I'll dub it for you, and you try again. I once had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world, also indulged in it and talked in sleep, no truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I also had summer popping up at my fingertips. Just let it go as your heart moves. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the piano, sweet singing sounded. Gradually spread out from the study room. Xiao Wanling came back from the bathroom to tidy up. He patted his hot cheek and thought about how to face Su Hao next. As soon as she walked into the living room, she heard singing coming from the study on the 2nd floor, and her eyes lit up. It sounds good. Strange, I don't remember this song. Is it a new creation by Hongzhuang? Xiao Wanling went upstairs curiously and listened outside the door for a long time. After the song ended, she opened the study door and entered. At a glance, I saw Su Hao sitting in front of the piano. She blushed and quickly looked away. Seeing Su Hongzhuang holding a piece of paper in her hand, she stepped forward to check it curiously and couldn't help but exclaimed. Hongzhuang, you are so talented, aren't you? You have written such a beautiful song, and you will definitely become a hit now. Xiao Wanling could already imagine what a sensation Su Hongzhuang would create if she sang this song. Wanling, you misunderstood, I didn't write it. Su Hongzhuang was so embarrassed that she blushed. Faced with the doubtful gaze of his best friend, he gestured in the direction of Su Hao. No. Isn't it? Xiao Wanling was dumbfounded, her eyes widened. Oh my god, this song that is destined to be a huge hit was written by Su Hao again? Could it be that Uncle Su has really filled up the technology tree? It's really like a heifer flying on a plane, so awesome. Not just this one, there are 2 more. Su Hongzhuang took out 2 more songs. After Xiao Wanling saw it, she was so shocked that her whole body went numb. 3 songs, each of which is a hit song that transcends the current era. Take it out and let dimensionality reduction hit. Uncle Su is too talented, right? Xiao Wanling's eyes were bright. Ding. Xiao Wanling is filled with admiration, her emotional value is plus 864. After almost learning 1 song, Su Hao taught Su Hongzhuang 2 more. When Su Hao was teaching Su Hong how to dress, Xiao Wanling was also learning beside him. She believes that the 3 songs will definitely become a hit. She learned these 3 songs first before others knew about them, and she felt full of accomplishment. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. I have almost finished singing all 3 songs. A cell phone rang. Su Hao picked it up and saw that it was Wang Shuiying calling. He calmly picked up his phone and walked outside. Closing the study door, Su Hao clicked to connect. Dr. Su, thank you so much. If you hadn't found a professional doctor, I really don't know what I would have done. We are friends, how can I help you a little? How is your mother's condition now? The operation was successful. I have just arranged to be discharged from the hospital. By the way, Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow? My mother and I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you in person. There's no need to thank you. It's okay to have a meal together, but we won't go to the hotel this time. Just find a place to eat. Su Hao seemed to be thinking about Wang Shuiying. Wang Shuiying's favorability has almost improved. It's time to take her down. If 2 people go to the hotel together this time, he is sure to win it directly. But if you follow a queen mother, forget it. It saves him a pickup trip. Wang Shuiying thought Su Hao was worried that she would have to spend a lot of money to go to a 5-star hotel, and she was moved. Then, how about this, Mr. Su? I will go shopping tomorrow and cook at home to entertain you? You can have this. Su Hao became interested. Last time, she was treated at Xia Qingge's house. Will she go to Wang Shuiying's house tomorrow? Should this pair of teachers and students have such a tacit understanding? Chapter 72, The Heroine Repays the Favor. Massage from my daughter. Visiting the hostess's house, Su Hao left the study. The 2 girlfriends felt relieved and were no longer so cautious. Hongzhuan, tell me quickly, how did Uncle Su come up with the idea of writing a song for you? Xiao Wanling was very curious. Judging from the songs written by Su Hao, the musical level is definitely not low. You've never written before, so why did you suddenly think of writing songs? When she mentioned this, Su Hongzhuang showed a happy smile on her face. Dad, he saw that I was depressed during this period and said he would not see my dream of becoming a star shattered. He wrote these 3 songs overnight to break the blockade of Zhao's media. She was still very moved when she thought about it now. Xiao Wanling drooled with envy. Your father is too kind, right? Otherwise, just give Uncle Su to me. You don't care about him anyway. You want to be beautiful, but you are shameless. When did I say that I don't care about Daddy? Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her bestie angrily. Eh? Xiao Wanling was startled and said in surprise. Aren't you always reluctant to call Uncle Su Dad? Why does it come so naturally? It's always been so natural. Well, Su Hongzhuang, you can change your face very quickly. Xiao Wanling was very angry, rolled her eyes and said. Hongzhuang, for the sake of our friendship as best friends, can you share Uncle Su's love for you with me? Gangun, where can you go to cool down and where can you stay? Love is not a thing, how can you divide it? Su Hongzhuang pushed her best friend aside and continued to practice singing by herself. Why can't we tell them apart? If I become your stepmother, won't I take away Uncle Su's love for you? Xiao Wanling curled her lips in a low voice. Thinking of Su Hao's step-by-step teaching to her not long ago, and the last moment of trembling. I couldn't help but blush. I couldn't help but think Uncle Su shouldn't have noticed, right? Late night. 2 sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Huai, returned home. I heard the sweet singing voice of my 3rd sister Su Hongzhuang coming from upstairs. The 2 sisters looked at each other, thought it sounded good, and went upstairs to inquire. I know that all 3 songs were written by Su Hao. While envious, I also admired Su Hao endlessly. Sister, you've almost learned how to massage. Is it time to fulfill your punishment? Su Huai approached her sister, touched her elbow, and said teasingly. Su Shiqing glared at her sister in shame. Aren't you just going to give Dad a massage? Do you need to remind me every day? The last time 2 sisters made a bet, whoever made the most progress would win. The loser is going to give Su Hao a massage. Su Shiqing lost without a doubt. It's just that she doesn't know how to massage at all, so she has been studying online during this period. What's annoying is, this sister was actually supervising her and urging her to fulfill the agreement every day. Massage, she has almost learned it. But the thought of giving her father a massage made her feel a little embarrassed. No matter how embarrassed you are, you have to face it. Who told her to lose the bet? Immediately prepare to go find Su Hao. She paused again, thinking of the last time she washed Su Hao's feet, when her sister, her third sister, and her stepmother came over to watch her laugh. Su Shiqing couldn't help but warn her sister fiercely. I'm going to give Dad a massage. You're not allowed to cause trouble for me this time, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. As she spoke, she raised her hand and glanced behind Su Huai vaguely. Su Huai quickly covered her fleshy area and smiled coquettishly. Okay, you sound like a naughty child. Am I that kind of person? You can go with peace of mind. It's hard, the fist is hard. Su Shiqing clenched her fist and waved it several times. Can this sister speak? What does it mean to go with peace of mind? You can feel at ease, your whole family. Forget it, dear sister. Cursing her, doesn't it mean cursing yourself? Su Shiqing calmed down her chaotic thoughts, warned her sister, and turned around and left the study. I don't know whether Su Huai was afraid of the lesson she learned last time or was not interested in her sister's massage, so she didn't follow her. Instead, he caught his third sister, Su Hongzhuang, and asked her to teach him how to sing. Su Shiqing saw Su Hao in the pond in the courtyard. At this time, Su Hao was enjoying the fish playing in the pond. Hearing the footsteps, Su Hao looked back. Shiqing is back from school. How was school today? Did anything interesting happen? It's average, a bit boring. Su Shiqing replied. The twin sisters are relatively mature in mind and cannot play together with those classmates. I always think they are very childish. And the two sisters have good academic performance. No worries about exams. Going to school is just a matter of dawdling. If it weren't for the joy of painting, I would have to prepare for the international painting competition in 3 months. Both sisters Su Shiqing are too lazy to go to school. Dad, come with me. I have something I want to ask you to cooperate with. Su Shiqing took the initiative to take Su Hao's hand and came to the lounge chair nearby. Dad, you have worked hard to teach us this time. I have learned a set of massage techniques and want to give you a massage. Is there such a good thing? After thinking about it, Su Hao knew that this should be the bet between the two sisters. It's just a massage. Su Hao was a little disappointed. It seems that he still hasn't let go. Su Hao lay down as instructed. Su Shiqing began to implement the massage techniques she had learned on Su Hao. Feeling her daughter's cold little hands pressing on her body, the forces neither light nor heavy, just right. Comfortable. I thought that my daughter would just press her shoulder casually and that would be enough to complete the task. He was wrong. This turned out to be a full-body massage. Ding, Su Shiqing is extremely shy, her mood value is plus 849. Ding, Su Shiqing's heartbeat accelerated, her emotional value plus 987. The massage is over. Su Shiqing didn't know what she thought of and ran away in despair. Su Hao didn't even have time to say thank you. At night. Looking at Su Manxiu, who was dressed in a teacher's professional attire, wearing hollow black stockings and a pair of high heels hanging on her feet, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother becomes more and more beautiful. I'm very angry. Ding, Su Wangqiu cheered for joy, his mood value plus 888. The next day Su Hao came to a community based on the address given by Wang Shuiying. After receiving the news that Su Hao was coming, Wang Shuiying came to the gate of the community early to wait. The thought of meeting Su Hao soon was a happy thing. At this time, Wang Shuiying frowned slightly. Because there was a fly buzzing next to her. Shuiying, why haven't you replied to my messages in the past few days? If I hadn't come here today, I wouldn't have known that my aunt was sick and hospitalized. This is a gentle and elegant young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Chen Zhou, and he is a teacher at Modi University. One of Wang Shuiying's many suitors. But this person is rather thick-skinned. The other suitors saw that Wang Shuiying did not agree and just let it go. Fortunately, Chen Zhou chased him directly to his home. He often sent gifts home to please the Queen Mother. The same is true today. I don't know where he got the news. I bought a lot of supplements early in the morning. If it were any other suitor, she would not accept any gift given to her. But Chen Zhou was so smart that he gave the gift directly to the Queen Mother. Wang Shuiying could not find a reason to refuse. Wang Shuiying was too lazy to look at his face at home. Just when she learned that Su Hao was coming, she came out to greet him. I didn't expect that this guy would shamelessly follow me out. Wang Shuiying was in a very irritable mood. Instinctively, she didn't want Su Hao to misunderstand her relationship with this guy. This is very strange. Su Hao is obviously a man with a family and has 7 daughters. It is simply impossible between the two of them. Maybe it's because we went into the woods last time? Recalling that embrace full of security, the manly scent that hit her face made her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Shuiying. Wang Shuiying's pupils returned to focus. Seeing a hand waving in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. What did you just say? What I want to ask is, who is the distinguished guest you are waiting for? He helped Aunt Wang while she was in the hospital. I will definitely thank him later. In his words, he actually thought that he was a member of the Wang family. Wang Shuiying was convinced. I have never seen such a shameless person. Thinking of Su Hao's identity, her eyes became playful. The anger suddenly disappeared without a trace. Are you sure you want to thank him in person? Sensing Wang Shuiying's strange expression, Chen Zhou was a little confused. Nodded. Of course. In his opinion, if the Queen Mother could be discharged from the hospital so quickly, it shouldn't be a serious illness. Even if the distinguished guest was helping, the most he could do was call an ambulance, arrange hospitalization procedures, etc. His position in the eyes of the Queen Mother should not be threatened. Facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with his strategy. If you are unable to pursue Wang Shuiying, you can start with your mother-in-law. No, he talked to Wang Shuiying at close range. Like those suitors, they have no chance to say a few words to Wang Shuiying. Today's distinguished guest is a threat. You must perform well and maintain your position in the Queen Mother's heart. Wang Shuiying withdrew her gaze, but she sneered in her heart. She wants to see what this guy looks like in front of Su Hao later. Time passes little by little. From a distance, Wang Shuiying saw a familiar car approaching. She had ridden in Su Hao's car several times and was very familiar with it. The car stopped. Wang Shuiying stepped forward to greet him. It seems that guy's status in Shuiying's heart is not low. Chen Zhou thought to himself and followed cautiously. When he saw the familiar figure getting out of the car, Chen Zhou paused. Blinked his eyes hard several times. That's right. Isn't this Su Hao, one of the school's directors? CEO of Su Group A0. The distinguished guest Wang Shuiying and her family are waiting for is Su Hao? Chen Zhou was numb. Originally, I wanted to show my status in front of the other party and ask him not to take Wang Shuiying's idea. Isn't this showing off your status? In front of the other person, you are nothing, okay? At this time, Wang Shuiying happened to come with Su Hao. Wang Shuiying's joking voice sounded. Teacher Chen, don't you want to thank me? Director Su is already here. Chen Zhou suddenly felt embarrassed. Are you grateful to me for this? Now that I am not a member of the Wang family, how can I express my gratitude? If you follow the idea just now and pretend to be a wolf with a big tail, maybe Su Hao would be unhappy and fire him when he got back. Hello, Mr. Su. He grinned with a somewhat ugly smile. This is... Su Hao's eyes fell on Wang Shuiying. For minor supporting characters who are not the protagonist, they pursue the heroine. Su Hao didn't take it to heart at all. Because he is destined to be a licking dog, the kind who can't even lick a hair. His name is Chen Zhou. He is a teacher of finance in our school. I know that Director Su helped my mother contact the experts in the heart field of the first hospital for treatment. I would like to thank you in person. Wang Shuiying introduced it kindly. Seeing this guy's embarrassed look, she felt relieved. Chen Zhou was embarrassed. He thought that the other party was helping the Queen Mother, just calling an ambulance and going through the admission procedures. Is this Tama directly contacting the experts and professors at the hospital? The two are not on the same level at all. Chen Zhou felt uncomfortable all over. She was afraid that if Wang Shuiying continued to say something, Su Hao would have a bad impression of him. He hurriedly said goodbye. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. Director Su and Teacher Wang, please talk slowly. Just when Chen Zhou turned to leave, Su Hongzhuang's voice sounded behind him. Teacher Chen, why don't we go back and have a meal together? After all, you gave me gifts. Chen Zhou was originally worried that Su Hao would be angry because of what happened just now. How dare you have dinner together? Run away quickly. See his embarrassed back. Wang Shuiying finally showed a happy smile on her face. This smile is so beautiful that it bubbles up. It's a pity that Chen Zhou can't see it anymore. Seeing Su Hao staring straight at her, Wang Shuiying was a little shy and explained. This guy is so annoying. Immediately told Chen Zhou's bad deeds. Do you want me to help you drive him away? Su Hao suggested. No. Wang Shuiying shook her head. I think after going through this, he won't harass me again. Remember to tell me if you have anything. Wang Shuiying's heart trembled and she responded in a low voice. All the way to Wang Shuiying's house. The operation was successful. The Queen Mother was fine and was actually cooking in the kitchen. The Queen Mother is not very old. She gave birth to Wang Shuiying relatively early, and she still looks charming. Hearing the movement at the door, the Queen Mother looked over. Knowing that the savior was coming, he greeted his daughter. Please take care of your 0.1 Director Su first. The food will be ready soon. Sure enough, within a short while, the entire table was filled with dishes. On the dining table, the Queen Mother solemnly expressed her gratitude to Su Hao. Director Su, I really don't know how to thank you for allowing you to find a favor with the dean for my minor illness. Shuiying is my daughter's teacher, and we are also friends. This small favor is nothing. Su Haofeng smiled lightly. The Queen Mother couldn't help but sigh. This lifesaver, Mr. Su, is amazing. I heard that he is the father of 7 daughters, but he actually looks as if he is 30 years old. Noticed the way her daughter looked at Su Hao. The Queen Mother sighed. Su Hao has family troubles, and his children are already so old. This longing for my daughter will eventually be stillborn. Even if there is no family matter, the age gap between the two is still there. It is impossible to have a daughter, but I am pretty much the same. The Queen Mother was startled by the sudden idea. Su Hao is the type of mature and handsome uncle who was very popular with girls. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely marry Su Hao. Because the Queen Mother had just been discharged from the hospital, she couldn't eat much, and the doctor told her to rest more. After eating and chatting for a while, we felt a little sleepy and went back to our bedroom to rest. Ask your daughter to entertain Su Hao well. Wang Shuiying poured Su Hao a cup of tea and thanked him. Dr. Su, thank you that day. Before Wang Shuiying finished speaking, she felt her waist tighten and she fell into that familiar embrace again. If you want to thank me, it's not just words. I only heard Su Hao's words. Then in her shocked eyes, that handsome face slowly approached again. A familiar feeling comes. Chapter 73, The Personal Bodyguard appears. The heroine is half convinced and half convinced. Sleepless nights out of gratitude to Su Hao and the throbbing in her heart, Wang Shuiying did not refuse. Ding, Wang Shuiying was shocked, her emotional value plus 777. Ding, Wang Shuiying is scared, her mood value is plus 888. Ding, Wang Shuiying's heart is pounding, her mood value is plus 999. In the room. The room decoration is simple and elegant, not in a pink girly style, but with a bookish aroma. Glancing at Wang Shuiying, Su Hao checked the system's mood value. It's time to improve yourself. You wouldn't know it unless you checked, but the emotion value actually reached 200,000. It's all the accumulated results of so many days. A small part of it was provided by Xiao Wanling during teaching, proving that his plan is correct. Through this step-by-step teaching method, you can really learn a lot. But why is it that the emotional value provided is getting less and less? Isn't it no longer repulsive? It seems it's time to make the next step. Take it back, you have 200,000 emotional points, you must have a high-quality lottery. No rush. Let's talk about the 10 consecutive ordinary draws first. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes, 8 points of attributes, not bad. It's a good sign. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, firearms, master level, brush. A wave of memories flooded into my mind. All kinds of firearms knowledge are memorized by heart. With a thought, the desert eagle that I had drawn before appeared in my hand. Hold it in your hand and play with it for a moment, it feels like waving it with your arms. There is no more strangeness that I couldn't even grab before. He is now. It's not an exaggeration to call him a sharpshooter. Su Hao was a little disappointed. As the strength increases, the role of firearms becomes smaller and smaller. It's better to come up with some alternative shooting techniques. Conquering can also gain emotional points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 4 dead soldiers in the early stage of Mingjin. Oops. That's awesome. 4 dead soldiers were drawn out at once. 20 very good. I can finally protect all his women. There is no need for a dead soldier to protect the heroine very well. In fact, their little strength cannot provide complete protection. To prevent harassment from some pornographic characters, just kidnap the story. Just notify yourself when you meet the protagonist. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, Grandmaster Skill Improvement Card, not bad stuff. Haven't seen it for a long time. The master skills he now possesses are music and firearms. They are all a bit useless, and there is no need to improve them to be perfect. It's better to wait until you encounter good skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 2 dead soldiers in the middle stage of Mingjin. This. Is there a bug in the system? When did you become so generous? There was one last time. Very good. He is short of people, very much so, the more the better. If you want to build the world's first family, a strong intelligence network is indispensable. He wants to build a global intelligence network, similar to the Great Qin network he saw in his previous life. Combining assassination and intelligence, he is the bloodthirsty king in the darkness. Nowadays, his intelligence network is too low. I can't even find out all the information about the protagonist. He's just a shitty villain. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, a dead soldier in the late Mingjin period. Brush. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Did all the dead men appear in the later period? He rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Is the strength of the dead soldier related to his strength? How else to explain that he only drew a middle stage of Mingjin when he was in the early stage of Mingjin? Now in the middle stage of Mingjin, I drew a late stage of Mingjin. Wouldn't that mean? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, a small whip, hit on the body, no traces will be left. Su Hao looked at the ambiguous whip in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this whip serious? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward, 3 points of free attributes, there are fewer and fewer. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the prize, 9 points of free attributes, not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, 18 martial arts, grandmaster level. My mind was shaken. A lot of information is pouring in. The 18 kinds of martial arts are actually the 18 kinds of weapons in ancient times. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axe, hook, fork. All the knowledge and usage of weapons are deeply imprinted in his mind. After digesting all the memories, Su Hao showed a smile. For him, this thing is much easier to use than a pistol. In battles between masters, pistols often have little effect. It's not as lethal as a knife. It seems, we still need to find a suitable weapon. Su Hao recovered his mind, took a deep breath, and looked at the last 100,000 emotion points. System, Premium Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, a personal bodyguard, mid-stage on Gene. What the hell? So fierce? Should it be said that it is indeed a high-quality lottery? All the masters of Anjin have been drawn out. Su Hao grinned. With a bodyguard who is an expert in Anjin, he doesn't have to be so cautious when doing things, and can be a little more relaxed. Before, he thought about continuing to guide the protagonist Zheng Fifan, but now it is no longer necessary. With bodyguards here and this being a society governed by law, even if Zheng Fifan knew that he was the enemy who killed his father, nothing can be done to him. On the contrary, I can control Zheng Fifan at any time. He is not one of those mindless villains who doesn't know how to call the police and insists on confronting the protagonist, but still can't float. This is a comprehensive novel world, and his villain is invincible. Who knows if there are other similar protagonists? It also needs to develop steadily. The lottery is over. Su Hao looked at the harvest. 20 points of free attributes. Next, he is going to deal with the protagonist. There is no need to increase the spirit for the time being, but increase the physique and strength. Let's add 10 points each first. The familiar warmth emerged again. A trace of fatigue after exercise dissipates without a trace. With a slight thought, check the Properties panel. Character, Su Hao. Identity, Controller of Su Group. Charm, 93. Full value 100, Strength, 80. Middle stage of Ming Jin. Physique, 46. 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 35. 10 for ordinary people. Skills, Close Combat, Grandmaster level. Painting, Grandmaster level. Calligraphy, God level. Piano, Grandmaster level. Music, Master level. Art, God level. Firearms, Master level. 18 General Martial Arts, Grandmaster level. Items, Desert Eagle, Master level skill upgrade. Card, Small Leather Whip, Special, Portable Space, 1 cubic meter, Teleportation, Bullying, Emotional Value, 6,948, Free Attribute, 0 if I remember correctly. The protagonist named Chen Mo has only 85 points of strength. My master level close combat is no longer inferior to his. What's more, he has the ability to teleport several times and has a backup plan, so he is absolutely foolproof. It's time to deal with him too. Su Hao's eyes flashed. At this time, he noticed that Wang Shuiying's brows moved and she seemed to be waking up. The afternoon passed like this. The Queen Mother woke up from her sleep and came out of her bedroom. This is what I saw. Su Hao was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and his daughter sat beside him obediently, like a good wife and mother. Seeing that there was only a pot of tea on the coffee table, not even a fruit plate was prepared. The Queen Mother couldn't help but blame her daughter. Didn't I buy a lot of fruit? You didn't take it out either. You have no sense at all. I asked you to entertain Director Su well. Is this how you entertained him? Wang Shuiying's expression was a little confused. She hasn't entertained Su Hao yet? Even he was eaten up and wiped clean. Speaking of which, she didn't even know how she and Su Hao got to this point. When they were together, she gradually became lost and indulged in Su Hao's tenderness. Because of the gratitude in my heart and the throbbing, she gave in half. By the time she came to her senses, it was already a done deal. Wang Shuiying felt annoyed and regretful. Su Hao's age doesn't matter. He looks to be in his 30s, and his body functions are as strong as an ox. But Su Hao is a family man. As a teacher, I intervene in other people's lives. If someone discovers it, it will be over. Su Hao's good reputation will also be questioned. But now that the matter has come to this, there is no point in regretting it. Just think of it as a beautiful encounter. Director Su, it's wrong for us to do this. Just treat it as an accident, okay? After today, we will resume our previous relationship as friends. This is what Wang Shuiying said to Su Hao after she regained consciousness. Okay. Considering that she was emotionally unstable now, Su Hao did not stimulate her. Women are just telling the truth. After the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, countless times. Queen Mother just wanted to go to the kitchen to take out the fruit, but Su Hao stopped her. No, it's time for me to go back. I had a great time talking to Shui Ying today. Su Hao glanced at the sky outside. It's almost dusk. Turning around, she blinked at Wang Shuiying. Wang Shuiying lowered her head in panic, her fingers tightly entangled with the corners of her clothes, feeling extremely shy. Rather than having fun talking, it's obviously having fun doing things. The Queen Mother quits. At this point in time, it's dinner time. Her savior is the boss of the company and her daughter's friend. It would be outrageous to let people leave at this time. It's almost time to eat, why are you in such a hurry? Let's stay and have dinner before leaving. The Queen Mother asked to stay. Suddenly she reacted. The vegetables I bought in the morning were all finished by noon. I didn't buy anything at night, only some leftovers. How can anyone serve leftovers to guests? She slapped her forehead and blamed herself. Look at my memory. There is no fresh food at home. Otherwise, you can go out to eat. Wang Shuiying nodded in agreement. She felt a little embarrassed to face Su Hao now. But Su Hao had helped his mother after all, so out of courtesy, he had to retain her no matter what. Dr. Su, my mother is right, it's already so late, let's have a meal together before we leave. The Queen Mother glanced at her daughter. There is no such thing as Bai Jiao, a daughter who has not lost any sense of worldliness after becoming a teacher. Shuiying, just accompany your director Su to eat out. Remember to choose a good hotel and don't be stingy with spending money. Su Hao wanted to save her. But she used the favor and asked the hospital director for help, and brought in experts and professors to treat her. How much can a meal cost? Wang Shuiying nodded, then was stunned. Then you won't come with us? She is currently ambiguous with Su Hao. If you continue to stay with Su Hao. Wang Shuiying was not sure whether that suppressed emotion would completely explode. But Su Hao still has her identity and is really not allowed to do this. What she has to do is to keep her distance from Su Hao. Gradually forget what happened just now. It was good for the Queen Mother to create space for them to be alone together. I won't go. The doctor told me not to move around too much for the time being. The Queen Mother shook her head and continued. Besides, I'm a woman, so I can't talk to you. Shuiying, please remember to thank Director Su for me. Wang Shuiying was stupid. Thank you very much. How can I express my gratitude? Involuntarily, she turned to look at Su Hao. I found that Su Hao was looking at me meaningfully. Wang Shuiying's pretty face turned red, her heart beat faster, and her shy eyes glanced around. Su Hao was a little surprised. He was done for the day and wanted to see the bodyguard he had just drawn. But the Queen Mother kept sending her daughter into her arms. If he doesn't accept it, it won't be justified. I've only been driving for an afternoon, so I acted like I didn't come. He still has unfinished thoughts about this beautiful teacher. It would be best if we had more in-depth exchanges to leave a deep impression on the heroine. Maybe she will fall in love over time and take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. In school, you are a role model. But being crazy and proactive in front of me. TSK. Thinking about that picture gives you a sense of immersion. The two said goodbye to the Queen Mother and took a car together to a romantic Western restaurant. Su Hao had already arranged a location. Upon arrival, we went directly to a VIP box. Looking at the romantic atmosphere in the room, Wang Shuiying was moved. I didn't expect Su Hao to have such a careful side. Today is a good day for us. Is it okay to have a drink? Su Hao opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of them. Wang Shuiying was a little embarrassed and said it as if it was their wedding night. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. Today is indeed her first time. Looking at the bright red wine in the tall wine glass, Wang Shuiying felt a little frightened. Could it be that Su Hao was thinking about doing something while drunk? She shook her head, maybe she was overthinking. A whole afternoon, even a young man has exhausted it. Just drink less yourself. Next, the two of them exchanged glasses and enjoyed a candlelight dinner. Seeing Wang Shuiying finish a glass of wine, Su Hao poured it for her again. Wang Shuiying couldn't refuse, so she could only continue drinking. It's still the same old routine. Su Hao didn't let Wang Shuiying get really drunk, otherwise it would be the same as picking up corpses. It's okay to drink less alcohol to cheer up. He wanted to leave this beautiful teacher an unforgettable night. The candlelight dinner ended. When Wang Shuiying saw the darkening sky outside, she was ready to go back. Just as she was about to stand up, she felt an extra hand on her waist, restraining her and preventing her from moving. When she turned around and saw that it was Su Hao, Wang Shuiying was a little panicked. "Director Su, didn't you promise me that today's incident would be treated as if it never happened? You also said it was today, hasn't today already passed?" Wang Shuiying was stunned. That seems to be the case. She wanted to say something else, but her mouth no longer allowed her. Chapter 74, The Long Night. The third daughter is subdued. The three sisters of the Su family for Wang Shuiying, this night passed very long. During this period, the queen mother called and asked her daughter why she didn't come home. Wang Shuiying could only lie that she had work to do at school and had not finished yet, so she came to school to work overtime. It's hard for her to pretend to be serious. The queen mother didn't think much about it. Because my daughter is busy with work, she often lives in the school dormitory without going home. After asking her to pay attention to her safety, she hung up the phone. Speaking of safety, Wang Shuiying suddenly woke up. She didn't take any medicine in the afternoon. It won't kill anyone, right? If she were a teacher and got pregnant out of wedlock. It was found out by teachers and students in the school, and then exposed online. Wang Shuiying couldn't imagine it. Ding, Wang Shuiying is in a happy mood. Her mood value is plus 894. When Su Hao and Wang Shuiying walked out of the room, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Su Hao found a dead man and sent Wang Shuiying home. From now on, let her stay with you and be responsible for protection. Su Hao came to a deserted alley. Greetings to the Lord. Su Hao looked at the 8 women kneeling in front of him. Especially the one closest to me. His aura was restrained, and he didn't look like a master at all. He knew that this was due to the dark energy and hidden aura. Get up. Su Hao spoke lightly. His eyes fell on the bodyguard in front of him. May I have your name? Go back to the Lord, my name is Bai Ling. Bai Ling didn't contain any emotion, but when he looked at Su Hao, the enthusiasm in his eyes could not be concealed. Loyalty has reached 100%. You should stay with me from now on. There is a dark master who protects me closely. Su Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to worry too much about myself walking outside, and a protagonist will suddenly appear to take care of the world. When Su Hao returned home, he saw his family gathering together. Everyone is in a more excited mood. What good thing happened to make you so happy? Su Hao walked over with a smile. Dad, you are back and I want to tell you that third sister just released the song. Su Huai ran over excitedly, took his arm, and talked about the process of recording music together today. It turns out that the two sisters have no class today. I accompanied Su Hongzhuang and Xiao Wanling to the recording studio to record 3 songs. Dad, listen to what third sister sings. It sounds good, doesn't it? Third sister is going to be popular now. Su Huai took out her mobile phone and clicked on the 3 songs she had collected. After hearing this, Su Hao felt that there was no problem. Even some shortcomings have been corrected by his masterful music, and it should be more popular than in the previous life. Oof. I wonder how those people still say that the third sister's singing skills are not good. Su Shiqing also snorted. I am disgusted by the trolls on the internet who are smearing Su Hongzhuang. Xiao Wanling and Su Wenqiu were both sincerely happy for Su Hongzhuang. Su Hongzhuang was worried and stared at the screen nervously. Although several sisters thought it sounded good, she also felt good about it. But I don't know what the specific response will be if it is released. Su Hao smiled. Su Hongjuan's worries are unnecessary. Presumably at this time, his channels also started to activate. Since I want to use these 3 songs to let Su Hongjuan break through the ban, Su Hao has already made preparations and arranged all channels. Unlike before, she was just pretending to be in front of Su Hongjuan. It seems that they are going all out to deal with Zhao Media, but in fact they are not doing enough. This time, the powerful energy of Su Hao Group was truly revealed. 3 songs quickly became hot searches on major platforms. In a multi-million-dollar company, a tall, elegant lady with graceful curves, noble and cool mature lady walked into the office. Dealing with company affairs made her a little tired. Rubbing his brows, he sat down at his desk and turned on his computer. A group of 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moonlight appearance. The group message has reached 99 plus. Curiously, I clicked on it, and it turned out that my third sister, Su Hongjuan, had released a new song. Everyone is talking about how good it sounds, how it is absolutely a hit, and so on. Click on the song The Wind Rises. The twilight covers your staggering steps. Go into the painting hidden by the bedside. You in the painting lower your head and talk. I still marvel at how big the world is. Also indulged in childhood love stories. No truth or falsehood left, no struggle, no pointless jokes. I finally gave her my youth back together with the midsummer popping up on your fingertips. Whatever the heart moves, it goes with the wind in the name of love. Are you still willing? After listening to a song, the mature lady was stunned. The fatigue in the body dissipated and was replaced by a new vitality. I feel like my whole body is on fire. She has never been in love, nor will she fall in love. She only wants to make money. She is Su Hao's eldest daughter. He was also the one who suffered the most from Su Hao's indifferent attitude. With Su Hao as a role model, she doesn't trust any man, only herself. Su Haoning has built tens of billions of assets in just a few decades. She believes she can do it too. I vowed to surpass this cold and heartless father. Therefore, after graduation, I refused to be recommended by my teacher as a graduate student. Resolutely walked into the mall. She does have amazing talent in business and has a keen vision. Quickly explore business opportunities and earn the first pot of gold in life. Then the company started smoothly. But at this time, she was facing more and more problems. Not only do you have to manage hundreds of people in the company, you also have to deal with competitors and find new business opportunities. I am either working or on the way to work all day long. At the end of the day, I was very tired. After listening to the song The Wind Rises sung by Sanmei, she felt that the society was full of motivation. The she in the song. Naturally, I think of dreams. No matter how difficult it is, she will persevere. In a research room. A beautiful woman with equal looks and temperament. Wearing a research suit, she was sitting in front of the computer and savoring the song Under the Sea sung by her third sister, Su Hongjuan. The scattered moonlight passed through the clouds hiding from the crowd spread into scales of the sea. The waves wet the white dress trying to push you back. The waves wash away the blood delusion to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea whose cry guides the soul sinks into silence. No one wakes you up. The slightly depressing dubbing, combined with the heavy singing voice, made the beauty excited. Suddenly he was brought into the desperate mood. Too late, you once laughed and cried. Too late, your trembling arms. Too late, no one will rescue you. Too late, you obviously hate suffocation. After listening to the song, the beautiful woman's eyes turned red and she felt bad all over. In this song, she felt the deep helplessness. Depressed, sad, painful. Although she felt a little uncomfortable after listening, it didn't stop her from wanting to continue listening. A place on a mountain isolated from the world. There is traffic here, and chickens and dogs hear each other. It is like a paradise isolated from the world. In an antique room. Sitting there was a girl who looked like a fish and was dressed in ancient clothes, as if she were a classical beauty who had traveled from ancient times to the present day across 1,000 years. At this time, the classical beauty was holding her mobile phone, closing her eyes slightly and listening to Qi-Ling coming from the mobile phone. She is Su Hao's fourth daughter. I have loved classical literature and admired traditional culture since I was a child. Once, I saw a Chinese-Western exchange competition. I saw Western medicine devaluing Chinese medicine as worthless and ridiculed it. She was so angry at the time. Traditional Chinese medicine is also a part of traditional culture, but now it is gradually declining. And was ridiculed so badly. She immediately decided to study medicine and was determined to promote traditional Chinese medicine. In an accidental situation, through the channels of her senior sister, she became her master. Now she has been studying in the mountains for 2 years. The third sister in the family was very angry because she was banned because she refused the confession of a rich second generation. I really want to go home and help my third sister. But she hasn't finished her studies yet and can't go down the mountain. But the master has already told her. When she learns the Tai divine needle, let her come out. So during this period of time, she worked hard to improve herself. When she received the news that her third sister had released a new song in the group, she immediately started listening to it. Under the Sea and The Wind Rises both sound particularly nice. But her favorite is another Qi Ling song. Ancient singing methods and opera tunes are also part of traditional culture. She liked it very much and was hooked as soon as she heard it. When the play breaks, the sleeves rise and fall singing joy and sorrow has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound and fall silent. Love in the play is outside the play, who can tell? Habitual to blend all the joy, anger, sorrow and joy into the ink. It doesn't matter if the lyrics are sung through, the bones and ashes are all mine in troubled times. Duckweed endures to watch the flames of war burning mountains and rivers. I am humble and dare not forget about my country. Even if no one knows about me, people in the audience walked by and could not see the old color. People on the stage sang a heartbreaking farewell song. The word love is hard to write down. Her singing must be reconciled with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls, and in the end we are the guests. The classical beauty looked excited. In today's era, the entertainment industry is full of sissies, and there are few such thought-provoking songs. I couldn't help but give third sister Su Hongzhuang a thumbs up. At the same time, she waved her fist, feeling slightly relieved. Once these 3 songs are released, the ban on third sister will be self-defeating. Click. At this time, the door was pushed open. A mature beauty, also wearing an ancient costume, pushed open the door and came in, accompanied by her sweet voice. Qingxue, today's teaching time is up. Why are you still staying in the house? Don't want to go down the mountain? Master, you came just in time. My third sister has released a very good song. Come and listen to it. It's not just these 3 sisters. Zero under the full bombardment of the Su group. Many people across the country know these 3 songs. Once I heard it, I couldn't stop. Isn't this too good to listen to? Especially the song The Wind Rises. When I heard it, I felt energetic, my scalp was numb, and my blood was rising. Come on, this song is still good. I cry every time I listen to it. The more I cry, the more I want to listen to it. Ha ha. I like Qi Ling the most. Once the drama comes out, who can compete with her? By the way, do you know this singer and songwriter named Su Hongzhuang? I have never heard of such a talented singer before. Isn't it? You don't even know about Su Hongzhuang? She has been very popular on the internet recently and was blocked by Zhao Media. What the hell? Such an awesome person has to be banned? What on earth did she do? It is said that the son-in-law of Zhao's media failed to express his love and became angry and threatened to block her. These second-generation rich people are nothing. Damn it, let's repost it immediately and ask that La Shizi Zhao Media to lift the ban. If I never hear Su Hongzhuang's songs again, I will definitely cry to death. As a result, countless netizens reposted and posted. 10,000 people wrote in blood, allowing Zhao Media to lift the ban. Many similar topics are on the hot search. Shocked. Su Hongzhuang, the youngest international pianist, has released 3 hit songs. Who says she has no singing talent? Zhao Media blocked her without any reason, and tens of thousands of people protested. A piece of Qi Ling set off a craze for ancient styles and ushered in an era of opera. Su family. Su Hongzhuang kept staring at the computer screen and looking at the background data. I saw that the playback volume of the 3 songs was growing at a terrifying speed. Then she saw the hot search again. The audience reacted fiercely, and countless people fought for her. Su Hongzhuang's eyes turned red with excitement. The whole family is happy for her. Third sister, you are completely popular now. You will definitely have a place as queen of this year. That's amazing, my third sister. From today on, we will all call you a big star. Congratulations, your dream has come true. Oh my god, I actually have a big star best friend, Hongzhuang, I'm so proud of you. Hearing the excited tone of the two sisters and the praise from his best friend, Su Hongzhuang took a deep breath to calm down her excitement. She turned her head and blurted out, Dad, thank you. Ding, Su Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Ding, Su Hongzhuang is very excited, her mood value is plus 999. Su Hao smiled at her. He was also very happy that the third daughter was done, and he had a mood-boosting leak around him for a long time. Su Yanqiu smiled and felt slightly relaxed. This daughter is finally done. If her daughter still doesn't give in, she will. Every night Su Hao used the excuse that she failed to convince Su Hongzhuang to bully her in various ways. Thinking of Su Hao holding a small whip in his hand, she couldn't help but feel scared. Strange, why do you still feel your heart beating faster? Is it really like what Su Hao said? What strange attributes do you have? No, it's impossible. She is a normal person. The shameful thing was already known to several daughters. If she still knew what attributes she had, she would be totally embarrassed to see anyone. Dad, you are biased. You wrote 3 songs for third sister. When will you write one for us too? Su Huai suddenly remembered. The third sister became famous because of Su Hao. She quickly stepped forward to hold Su Hao's arm, shaking her and acting coquettishly. After hearing her sister's words, Su Shiqing also stared at Su Hao, her eyes full of expectation. Although Xiao Wanling also looked at Su Hao, her eyes were evasive and she didn't know what she was thinking of. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. The Su family is enjoying themselves. On the other side, Zhang Fifan came out of a dark alley. Inside lay the bodies of 2 killers. I heard the people around me excitedly discussing the song released by Su Hongzhuang. With 3 songs, he broke through the ban of Zhao Media. Zhang Fifan looked complicated. Su Hao asked him to solve the issue of Su Hongzhuang's ban. It turns out that not long ago, due to the pressure of the masses, a superior approached Father Zhao of Zhao Media. Ask him to revoke the ban on Su Hongzhuang. Although Father Zhao was unwilling to do so, he had to do this. Su Hongzhuang is fine and has become a top star. Zhang Fifan was miserable. I promised to help resolve the blockade, but it didn't work out and I even made a fuss about it. Now he has no peace every day. Killers often come to the door, which is very annoying. Zhang Fifan's face was gloomy and murderous. Damn it, don't let me know who is behind the scenes, otherwise I will make you pay with blood. Chapter 75, Backstab. The 5th daughter is coming back soon. Lead the heroine astray just when Su Hongzhuang became famous and the internet was abuzz with excitement. A message was sent to the prison. In a cell. When a burly man received the news, his breathing stagnated and his face changed wildly. He is the king in this prison. Free from major organizations. In prison, many prisoners huddle together for warmth, forming small gangs. But no matter which gang he belongs to, they all fear him and dare not offend him. When you see him, you have to say hello respectfully. Even the prison guards dare not offend. Because he is the eldest brother of the Brotherhood. The leader of the 6 brothers, Gao Chang wins. He is also Chen Mo's master. 3 years ago, Chen Mo was arrested and bullied. At that time, seeing that he had a tough character and was bored in prison, he simply accepted such a disciple. Unexpectedly, this apprentice's martial arts talent is unexpectedly good. In just 3 years, he reached the same state as him, the late Ming Jin period. But at this time, the eldest brother of Gujing Mubua could no longer remain calm. The gang of brothers was destroyed, the 6th brother was killed, the apprentice was framed. What's outrageous is that this series of changes only happened within a few days. It's simply a joke. At first, the 6 brothers formed a brother gang. Along the way, he killed gods and Buddhas, leading the Brotherhood to become the largest force in Nanchang. It took more than 10 years. Now you tell me. The Brotherhood was wiped out in just a few days? But the news came from those good brothers, so he couldn't help but not believe it. No. I have to go out as soon as possible. Gao Qiangxing's eyes flickered. Whether it's the destruction of the Brotherhood that he founded, the death of the sixth brother who sympathized with his brothers, or the disciple being framed, he can't just sit back and watch. According to the sentence, he will stay in prison for 5 years. It has been 4 years now. There is still 1 year left. He couldn't get anyone to reduce his sentence. But it's okay to activate the past relationship and let him go out and come back later. 20 in a hidden private room. The 4 people sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very depressing. After a long silence, the youngest among them, Lao Wu, spoke. Are we really going to do this? That's our respected elder brother. My eldest brother is so good to me and has saved me many times. He asked me to stab him in the back, but I really can't do it. The 4th child shook his head repeatedly. We don't want to hurt brother, but besides doing what that guy says, what else can we do? The 3rd child picked up the wine on the table. It was filled with white wine and he drank it in one gulp. Just in the morning, Lao Mo found them and asked them to write a letter to their eldest brother in prison to lure him out. Then wait for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Several members of the Brotherhood were angry. The eldest brother is our brother, our dearest relative and friend. No matter what the hell, we will not stab him in the back. We have already joined your blood slaughter society, what else do you want? We can be your thugs, but we must not listen to your words and hurt the elder brother. At most, when you want to deal with the elder brother, we just don't interfere. Facing the firm rejection of several people, Lao Mo just smiled coldly. You love your relatives, friends, and brothers, right? Then I'll give you more money. Have you forgotten that your family is still under my control? If you don't agree, then I will have to operate on them. Add a few more knives to the original foundation. The methods are not cruel. These were all taught to him by Su Hao. In order to achieve the goal, any means will be used. History is written by the victors. Who cares about a dead person? You are shameless. The brothers' bodies were filled with anger. Is this still the underground world they know? Loyalty, passionate brotherhood, lofty sentiments. They didn't see any similar qualities in Lao Mo. Some are just hypocritical and unscrupulous. Su Hao has something to say here. You are already a member of society. You kill people and set fires every day. You act like you are noble. Angry as hell, the brothers finally had to agree. I had to do what Lao Mo said. They are not afraid of death. Even if they die, they will not hurt their brothers. Not to mention the big brother who was very good at backstabbing them. However, when it comes to the safety of their loved ones, they have to compromise. Okay. Hearing that several people were still arguing, the 2nd child waved his hand impatiently. If any of you are not afraid of something happening to your family, don't do anything. Hearing this, several people fell silent. Their family is their weakness. A group of 7 fairy sisters with beautiful faces and moonlight appearance. TCMYYDS, I'm really not a big star. 3rd sister, how did you come up with the idea of composing the ancient song Qiling when you are entertaining yourself to death? It also incorporates drama. I like this song of yours so much. Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei sang very well in the past, but the lyrics were not so good. The 3 songs she created this time are simply amazing and will definitely become popular in the industry. Especially this song, Under the Sea, I never tire of listening to it. I just want to make money, I suggest you listen to the wind. After listening to it, I guarantee that you will be instantly energized. Sanmei is really amazing. It seems that we don't need any help anymore. With these 3 songs, she has already broken through the ban of Zhao Media. There is really going to be a big star among our sisters. Please call me Queen. I admit that the songs written by the 3rd sister are indeed good and the songs they sing are very nice, but they are not my cup of tea. Third sister, when will you help me write a domineering song for a queen? Sisters Su Shirqing and Su Hui knew that several sisters had formed a new group behind their backs. So, they didn't tell anything about Su Hongzhuang. They are looking forward to the third sister Su Hongzhuang's words, when the other sisters know that the third sister has joined Dad's camp. What expressions will they have? At this time, I saw several sisters asking. The two sisters, poetic and picturesque, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing, staring at the screen without blinking. They were not disappointed. Su Hongzhuang responded to the message. I am not a big star, eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, you have all misunderstood. I sang those 3 songs correctly, but the lyrics were written by my father. Chinese medicine YYDS. Please call me queen? Technology is the primary productive force? All I want to do is make money. Sanmei, did you make a typo? Allows you to withdraw and try again. Su Hongzhuang felt a little guilty when she saw the news about her eldest sister. But she had already admitted Su Hao's identity and called her dad, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Not only that, she also wanted to bring back several sisters. In the past, maybe they misunderstood Dad. Since she returned home, Su Hao has noticed his concern for her. He doesn't look like that kind of heartless and indifferent person. Raising her finger, she thought for a moment and typed a reply. Sister, we may all have misunderstood. Dad had a cold attitude towards us in the past, and he may have hidden secrets. Actually, he is a very elegant and easygoing father who loves us very much. Let me tell you what I experienced after I came back. My father taught me to play the piano every day, and he also taught my 2 younger sisters painting and calligraphy. Not long after I came back, he bought me a piano worth more than 9 million yuan that I liked. Later, when I was blocked by Zhao Media, he tried his best to speak out for me online. Some time ago, because of my mental illness, I wrote 3 songs overnight to help me break through the blockade. You don't know how mysterious my father is. Not only is he good at piano, he is also better at music than me. If Dad makes his debut, he will definitely be a superstar. I have a best friend, Xiao Wanling, do you all know that? She has always been top-notch in tea art, and she feels that she is no worse than those tea art masters praised on TV. But ever since she saw her father's tea art, she felt ashamed of herself. Recently, she has been catching her father teaching her. Eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister and fifth sister, please come back. My 2 sisters and I are looking forward to being reunited with you. Please call me your lady queen. Third sister, do you have no brains? Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, third sister, are you going to betray our organization? Technology is the primary productive force. Sanmei, what are you doing? Didn't you go back and check whether the 2 sisters were brainwashed by Su Hao? Why have you been brainwashed yourself? Only wants to make money. Sanmei, even if what you said is true, have you forgotten what Su Hao did to us before? Do you just forgive him like that? Seeing this news, Su Hongzhuang bit her lip with a complicated expression. This is actually true. Before, she had the same idea as these sisters. No matter what Su Hao did, she would never forgive her. But after the experience, only then can you understand the deep helplessness and how wonderful it feels to have your father by your side holding up the sky. The 2 sisters were moved by the poetry and painting. I knew it was time for them to appear. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. I already said that my father is a very nice person. You didn't believe anything I said, but now you believe it, right? The third sister is the proof. Draw a circle and curse you. Yes, Dad is very good to us, and I believe he will be no exception to you. If you come back, you will be surprised. Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, I believe you're evil. I'm really not a big star. Didn't you say before that even if you die outside or jump from a tall building, you won't forgive Su Hao? We need an explanation. Technology is the primary productive force. What kind of ecstasy have you been fed? Who is Su Hao? I still don't know. What you are saying is too ridiculous. Please call me your lady queen. Stop talking, you 2 little traitors, you are too poisoned. I happened to be free recently. I will come back and take a look at some time to see how Su-hao brainwashed you. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, fifth sister is coming back? Welcome, +1 for family members. Please call me Queen? After Su Shiqing and Su Huai joined the discussion, the group of 7 fairies gradually became quiet. Several sisters moved to another group. 5 sisters who love each other. I just want to make money, I'm really not a big star, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Su Hongzhuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haven't they all been explained? It seems that all the sisters, like her before, thought they were hypnotized by their father. I'm really not a big star, sister, everything I say is true. Dad is really good. You will know when you come back. I believe you will also have a different impression of Dad like me. After sending a message, Su Hongzhuang edited another one, but an exclamation mark appeared. You have been removed from the group chat. Su Hongzhuang was confused. After kicking Su Hongzhuang, the group name was also changed to 4 sisters who love each other. Technology is the primary productive force. Please call me Queen, 5th sister. Do you really want to go back? Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, you must not be like the 3rd sister, who gave it away for free after returning. I wonder what trick Su-hao used. All she wanted to do was make money, we'll make it just go back. She has martial arts skills and can resist anything Su-hao does. Remember to report the real situation to us after you go back. In fact, she did not doubt what Su Hongzhuang said, she just doubted whether Su-hao had the ability. Can you also play the piano? She plays so well, why didn't she know about it before? Most of them take other people's piano music and use it themselves. Please call me your lady queen, just look at me. I promise to expose the true face of that hypocrite and rescue the 3rd sister and 2 younger sisters from fire and water. Even if I die outside and jump from 623 on the 30th floor, I will not forgive Su-hao. After seeing this message from her, several sisters in different positions were shocked in their hearts. There is an ominous premonition. Just when the 3 sisters were chatting in a group. In the courtyard. Su-hao is teaching Xiao Wanling T-art step by step. Still in a standing position. Xiao Wanling didn't know that it was for Su-hao's sake, and she didn't want him to bend down and teach her. I still like this feeling. When Su-hao taught her step by step, she wisely placed the tea set on the high platform. Standing in front obediently. Su-hao smiled playfully. Very interesting. But it won't end that easily today. The step-by-step teaching begins. Although Xiao Wanling has gradually gotten used to it, she can't help but blush every time. After all, she is a young lady. Where have you ever been exposed to such a scene? Xiao Wanling thought this time would be the same as before, and Su-hao would let her go after teaching her. But Su-hao did not. After putting down her hands, he wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly. Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. What do you want to do? Dry. Xiao Wanling didn't hear clearly and was a little confused. What? I've been teaching you for so long, shouldn't you help me? You should know that it will be bad for your health over time. Xiao Wanling thought about it. That's indeed what happened. She learned this knowledge when she was studying in school. When I think about it, Uncle Su knows that doing this will cause harm to her body, but he still teaches her unshakably every day. It must be very hard to endure, right? But Uncle Su asked him to help. How could he help? How can I help? I don't know how. Xiao Wanling did not reject it, but actually asked Su-hao this question. This is all because Su-hao has cultivated and improved his goodwill over the past few days. Su-hao has always controlled the degree of favorability. And today is the opportunity for the relationship to deteriorate. Su-hao bowed slightly and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Xiao Wanling's eyes widened, she opened her mouth, then closed it immediately. I couldn't help but touch my lips. Is this also possible? Xiao Wanling's cheeks were hot, her face was red, and her forehead was smoking. It's really embarrassing. My concubine, can't do it. But, thinking about Su-hao's meticulous teaching these days. If I refuse, it will be too hurtful to others. How about helping me once? Then, okay, but where can I help? We can't let Hongzhuang and the others find out. Su Hao's eyes flashed with a smile of success. Follow me, I'll find a quiet place. So, Su Hao pulled Xiao Wanling, who was blushing, to his study. Chapter 76, The Heroine's Office. Learn a foreign language. The protagonist's mentality explodes, ding. Xiao Wanling is shy, her mood value is plus 555. Ding. Xiao Wanling is curious, her mood value is plus 666. Ding. Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked, her emotional value was plus 888. An hour later. Xiao Wanling came out of the study, returned to the courtyard, and continued to practice tea art. Sister Wanling? Just when Xiao Wanling's thoughts were racing, thinking about the scene just now, she was too weak to make tea. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Xiao Wanling stiffened and was startled. There is a feeling of being discovered after doing something bad. Xiao Wanling turned around and saw Su Shiqing, her eyes immediately dodged, and she hesitated. It's Shiqing. What's wrong with you? She was with her father just now, and now she met her daughter. She was afraid that some clues would be discovered. Do you know where Dad is? Su Shiqing asked why she was looking for her. Uncle Su? No. I don't know. Xiao Wanling laughed. Su Shiqing looked strange, feeling that Xiao Wanling was a little strange today. Sister Wanling, why are you so popular? Are you sick? No. No, maybe it's because the weather is too hot. Xiao Wanling quickly looked out at the clear sky and stretched out her hand to fan herself. Su Shiqing felt even more strange. The weather outside is indeed very hot. But the Su family villa was completely cool, and it didn't feel hot at all. Su Shiqing was surprised, feeling that something was wrong with Xiao Wanling's mouth. Did she eat something bad? Sister Wanling, are you having a fever? Do you want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling shook her head repeatedly. It's okay, it'll be fine in a moment. Although she was a little worried about Xiao Wanling's condition at this time, since she said she was fine. Su Shiqing will not say more. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered another problem and was surprised. Sister Wanling, what's wrong with your legs? You feel a little shaky. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Xiao Wanling lowered her head and glanced. It was indeed trembling slightly. She waved her hands quickly and said, It's okay, it's just that I'm a little numb after squatting for a long time. So that's what it is. Su Shiqing nodded suddenly, and then a new question emerged. Sister Wanling, don't you make tea standing up? What do you do that requires you to squat? Triggering the keyword, Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat. In my heart, I complained about this little girl Su Shiqing. How could she act like a curious baby? Why are there so many problems? Of course, it was definitely impossible for Xiao Wanling to say it. In desperation, I came up with a lame excuse. I just stood for a long time, so I took a rest. Su Shiqing felt strange. Even if Xiao Wanling is tired, shouldn't she sit for a while? There is no one squatting down to rest. She did not continue to ask further. Not finding Su out here, she immediately headed to the next place. Seeing that Su Shiqing finally left, Xiao Wanling felt relieved before letting go. He patted the wrinkled clothes in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Nearly scared her to death. Ding, Xiao Wanling is terrified, her mood value is plus 999. A day flies by in a blink of an eye. Su Hao stayed in the company for half a day and listened to Xia Qingge's work report for more than an hour. Afternoon, Su Hao came to school by car. Now we have Bai Ling as our personal bodyguard. Li Kuan, the secretary and driver, can go far away. The investigation into Li Kuan, a rebellious guy, has already begun. Once the evidence about him is found, it's time to destroy the anti-Gu Zaigu. According to the news from the dead bodyguards arranged beside Wang Shuiying. At this time, Wang Shuiying was working on teaching copywriting alone in the office. This beautiful teacher resisted a little fiercely and was not completely conquered yet. Suhao decided to strike while the iron was hot and captured it in one fell swoop. The office, to a dedicated teacher, is extremely sacred and cannot be violated. If you have a romantic encounter here, it's not far away from conquest. Is there any idea here that after listening to the work reported by her students just now, I would come to her for comparison? Only Suhao knew it in his heart. Under Bai Ling's leadership, Suhao went straight to Wang Shuiying's office. As a professional lecturer, the office arranged by the school is quite luxurious. And there are only 2 teachers in one office. Another female teacher did not come since there was no class today. Wang Shuiying is the only one in the office. This is to provide him with convenience. Suhao stopped in front of the office door, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang bang. Wang Shuiying is busy at her desk. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she couldn't help but wonder, who will come at this time? Please come in. With a click, the door opened. Suhao's figure came into her eyes. Director Su, why are you here? Wang Shuiying made a sound in surprise. I missed you, so I came to see you. Suhao slowly approached, and Wang Shuiying's heart skipped a beat. That afternoon, and another night, the door of memories opened again. At the end of the day, she would always think of that embarrassing scene from time to time, and her face would turn red. So, you can only force yourself. Only if you keep working and don't let yourself relax will you feel better. Unexpectedly. Just when she was about to forget, Suhao suddenly appeared. Wang Shuiying was a little at a loss when she heard him talk about missing her in an ambiguous tone. Dr. Su, don't be like this. We agreed before that we should return to being friends. Suhao sat directly in front of her. Wang Shuiying lowered her head and said weakly. Suhao started to act like a scumbag, and his eyes suddenly became affectionate. He grabbed her hand with affection. Shuiying, I tried to forget you as you said, but I can't forget you. The more I want to forget you, the more your figure will appear in my mind. You have entered my heart deeply. Wang Shuiying's heartbeat accelerated. What Suhao said was exactly what she felt. Does he have such a high status in Suhao's heart? Sensing the change in her expression, Suhao continued to speak. Shuiying, if you don't believe it, I will announce that we are together now. Don't, I believe you. Wang Shuiying was startled. What if Suhao really announced the news? He is her daughter's teacher, and Suhao is a family man. If you tell me, you may not know what people will think of you. This matter can only be hidden and must not be known to others. Otherwise, his own reputation was ruined, and Suhao's reputation was also ruined. But even so, Suhao was still willing to announce it. It is enough to show Suhao's sincerity towards him. Wang Shuiying was moved for a moment. Ding, Wang Shuiying was deeply moved, her emotional value plus 694. Touched and moved, they still can't be together. Director Su, you have a family, and I am your daughter's teacher. I don't want to destroy your family. Wang Shuiying wanted to take her hand out of Suhao's hand. However, her strength was not enough in front of Suhao. In the end, I had no choice but to let him catch me. Suhao also knew that this beautiful teacher and heroine would not tell anyone, so he said it deliberately. Otherwise, if it were some yandere heroine with a weird temper, he would really not dare to do this. Now the character he has created is pretty good. Before he has enough strength to deal with possible crises in this world, he should try to keep a low profile. But, I really can't let you go, I can't let you go. Suhao acted rogue. The poor beautiful teacher is like a helpless little white rabbit in the office. Teacher, I don't know English, please teach me. Just when Suhao was obsessed with learning foreign languages. The gate of Nanchang prison. A figure walked out. It is Gao Changsheng, the eldest brother of the Brotherhood. Since getting the news yesterday, he immediately contacted the above relationship. I agreed that he would come out for a few days before going back. Brother, I finally see you. Brother, long time no see. Although eldest brother has been here for 4 years, his style is still the same as before. Brother, is there anyone bullying you in prison? I will definitely break his legs. Seeing him walking out of the prison, 4 figures came to greet him. Gao Qianxing was also very happy to see several brothers this time. I am the boss in prison, who dares to bully me? A few brothers hugged each other. The smile on Gao Qianxing's face gradually disappeared and he asked in a deep voice. Lao Lu, is he really? The atmosphere fell silent for a while. The brothers were a little sad. Thinking of the backstab he was going to do next, he lowered his head even more. The second child, with a complicated expression, recounted the past few days. He thought the brothers were sad about Lao Lu's death, but Gao Qianxing didn't think much about it. After learning the cause of Lao Lu's death, Gao Qianxing was furious. What? Lao Lu died at the hands of a killer hired by the Lu family? Lu family. Regardless of the apprentice who framed him, he also killed his brother. This is a life and death hatred. Brother, the Lu family and his son are dead. The second child continued to say that they were targeting the Lu family, and then the Lu family and his son were killed on the way to escape. The brothers became the scapegoats. Chen Mo has become a key target of suspicion. Gao Qianxing was stunned for a while after hearing this. Thinking of something, his eyes flashed and he asked. By the way, what happened to the blood massacre you mentioned? How was the Brotherhood eliminated? The second child explained again. It turns out that when their brother gang was fighting with the Alliance forces, they were also dealing with the Lu family. The Blood Slaughter Society has been secretly developing and accumulating power. The senior members of the Brotherhood were captured. They no longer hid and beat up the drowned dog. Chen Mo was framed, most likely by the Lu family and his son who were killed by the blood massacre, making their brother gang the scapegoat. Blood massacre, damn. Gao Qianxing clenched his fists. A majestic aura exuded from his body. The brothers were all shocked. Brother, have you made a breakthrough? Gao Qianxing nodded. The second child's eyes lit up, then dimmed. Actually, it doesn't matter even if the Brotherhood is gone. As long as their brothers are still there. Especially when the eldest brother has reached the peak of Mingjin. It's easy to re-establish a gang of brothers. However, Butcher Mo has no moral ethics and has been secretly monitoring their family. Once they make any move, they will do it without hesitation. The second child had to suppress the idea of telling the eldest brother the truth. Brother, revenge must be avenged. Today, eldest brother is released from prison. We must celebrate. There is no rush in revenge. Gao Qianxing nodded. Let's go, it's time to start eating meat. The food in the prison is almost gone. Brother, aren't we going to pick Xiao Mo out? Lao Wu asked aloud. Just when Gao Qianxing used his connections to let himself out. Also got his apprentice Chen Mo out. Chen Mo's matter is quite simple. Although he is the most suspected, there is no definite evidence. The police could only let him go. No, just give him a call and ask him to come over after he comes out. I have only been out for a few days. Today we brothers are gathered together. I still have many things to ask you. The second child opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end he didn't say much. What Lao Mo explained is, let them take Gao Qianxing and Chen Mo with them. However, these brothers were already feeling guilty about the backstabbing they were about to do. If Chen Mo is forcibly brought along, Gao Changshang may become suspicious. If Su Hao were here, he would definitely sigh. This is the halo of the protagonist. According to normal circumstances, when Gao Chang wins, he should share his heart with his apprentice. It turned out that he wanted to be with his brothers to ask some questions. I just missed the protagonist Chen Mo. Chen Mo walked out of the police station. Seeing the clear sky outside, I took a deep breath of free air. The feeling of freedom is so refreshing. I looked back at the police station door, as if it were a wild beast that chose people to devour. He never wanted to go in for a third time. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Chen Mo was about to leave when his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a second one. Chen Mo answered. Second uncle, where are you? I came out of the police station. Come to Tian Yuan restaurant. Your master has also come out and is here with us. Chen Mo still didn't know the news about the demise of the Brotherhood, but he learned that Tian Yuan restaurant was under the Brotherhood. I didn't think much about it. Thinking that he was about to meet his master, Chen Mo stopped a taxi on the side of the road with excitement. After getting into the car, Chen Mo tilted his head and admired the scenery receding outside the window. The bustling city and the deserted prison are in sharp contrast. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly shouted to the driver. Stop. Just then, he saw two familiar figures. It seems to be Su Hao and his beautiful teacher Wang Shuiying. Stopping the taxi, he quickly paid and got out of the car. Run towards that alley. A private restaurant located in this somewhat remote alley. This is the characteristic of private restaurants, which provide customers with a quiet dining environment. A real big shot will not think that a prosperous restaurant is the only way to be stylish. They often pursue simplicity and unpretentiousness as the highest level. This private restaurant is pretty good. Chefs are passed down from generation to generation by ancient imperial chefs. Every dish is carefully crafted and extremely exquisite. Usually it's just the rich nouveau riche who can't get it even if they want to. Rich people also have to queue up to make reservations. Of course, people like Su Hao do not need to make an appointment. Just call us and let them know. Just when Su Hao and Wang Shuiying were about to enter the private restaurant, Chen Mo ran over quickly. He looked at his beautiful teacher with disbelief. Her eyes were moist and charming, her pretty face was slightly red, and her body exuded the charming temperament of a young woman. Chen Mo's mentality exploded instantly. Chapter 77, Holding the Heroine in His Arms and Killing People. So deceived. The protagonist is sad and angry. Ding, Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 826. Ding. Chen Mo is angry, his emotional value is plus 972. Ding. Chen Mo is filled with hatred, his emotional value is plus 999. Chen Mo's pupils widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. The beautiful teacher who was the best to him and his favorite was actually with Su Hao. And it seems that he has just done something indescribable. When he thought of teacher Wang, who was a saint in his heart, he became happy under the body of Su Hao, a 50-year-old man. Chen Mo had an urge to die. 3 years ago, he was framed by that dude from the Lu family. It was Wang Shuiying, the teacher, who was running around to help him. It entered his heart at that time. After being released from prison, he vowed to protect this treasured teacher. She must not be allowed to suffer any harm. In the end, this is how you protected yourself. Just a few days after he was arrested and taken to the police station, his beloved teacher Wang was captured by Su Hao, an old scumbag. It's not just teacher Wang Shuiying. And the school beauty goddess Xiaqingda also fell into Su Hao's hands. The two of them still have a teacher-student relationship. Chen Mo couldn't imagine what it would be like in the future when his two favorite women were put together by Su Hao. I feel like my heart is bleeding and my whole body is about to explode. Wang, teacher Wang, why are you with him? Chen Mo's heart was trembling, and his words were somewhat incoherent. Wang Shuiying was startled by the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her. Recognized the other party's identity. Her former student Chen Mo Wang Shuiying couldn't help but blush and lowered her head shyly. She always wanted to hide her relationship with Su Hao. I didn't expect to be seen through by this student all of a sudden. Did you show it so obviously? Thinking about the way I walked just now, it is indeed easy to get confused. She couldn't help but open her charming eyes and rolled her eyes at Su Hao. It's all his fault. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. I really don't know what's going on with his body. It seems like I will never be tired. 22 Wang Shuiying raised her head fiercely. No, what happened between her and Su Hao must not be leaked. But now that it has been discovered, there is nothing we can do. For now, I have to find an excuse. Don't get me wrong, Director Su and I are just ordinary friends, we just went out to have a meal together. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. When you were saying this, do you want to stay away from Su Hao? So close. And you said it's just an ordinary friendship? How about treating him as a 3-year-old child? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't believe it, Wang Shuiying wanted to explain. Suddenly I felt a tightness in my waist, and I threw myself into Su Hao's arms uncontrollably. When she looked up, she saw Su Hao looking at her affectionately. Now that everything has been discovered, we have nothing to hide. Then he looked directly at Chen Mo. You are right, we are together. Are you Shuiying's student? I hope you can bless us. Of course Su Hao would not be stupid enough to make their relationship public. It just doesn't matter in front of Chen Mo. Anyway, this protagonist will never see the sun tomorrow. It won't matter even if you tell him. You can also reap a wave of emotional value, why not? Wang Shuiying was stunned after hearing this. Before, she thought Su Hao was just talking about announcing their relationship. This is true. While she was moved, she was also completely panicked. If this was known to others, what would the students and teachers in the school think of her? Does she want to be a human being again? Wang Shuiying wanted to break away from Su Hao, but Su Hao's hug was too tight. She couldn't get away at all. I thought of a way to pinch the soft flesh around Su Hao's waist, hoping that he would feel the pain and let go. But what is Su Hao's physical fitness? It doesn't hurt at all. It's like flirting. Really unable to do anything about Su Hao, Wang Shuiying gave up her struggle. Being held in the arms of a man in front of the students, Wang Shuiying's face turned red with embarrassment. He quickly turned his face away, like a quail, and buried his head in Su Hao's arms. At this time, Chen Mo's mouth was no longer twitching, his whole body was trembling, and he was furious. What does murder mean? This is called murder and heartbreaking. Not only did she steal his goddess teacher, she was now showing off in front of him. Do you still want to bless him? It's too much to bully. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and dug his nails into his flesh. His heart broke when he saw the beautiful teacher acting coquettishly in Su Hao's arms. You idiot, let go of teacher Wang. Chen Mo couldn't bear it anymore, and there was no need to bear it anymore. He yelled and cursed loudly. He clenched his fists and prepared to beat Su Hao. However, when he took a step forward and punched Su Hao, he froze in midair. It was Wang Shuiying, standing in front of her. Hearing that Chen Mo's tone was wrong, she quickly broke away from Su Hao's arms and stood in front of him. Looking at Chen Mo with an angry face, Wang Shuiying frowned and asked coldly, "What are you going to do?" Although I don't want my relationship with Su Hao to be exposed. But after teaching Su Hao a foreign language in the afternoon, she had already acquiesced in their relationship. The relationship is not exposed, but we can be together. Watching his beloved goddess teacher standing in front of his enemy, facing him coldly, Chen Mo only felt his heart throbbing. It hurts too much. It hurts my heart. Ding. Chen Mo is mentally unstable, his mood value is plus 884. Teacher Wang, do you know that he is deceiving your feelings? Fighting back the pain in his heart, Chen Mo took a deep breath and said sadly, "This is our business, there is no need for you to meddle." Wang Shuiying's eyes were cold. How does Su Hao feel about her? Can she not feel it? In addition, last time I saw Chen Mo fooling around with a group of gangsters, they even talked about him to his face. The only trace of sympathy she had for Chen Mo disappeared without a trace. I even felt that Chen Mo was sowing discord. Sensing Wang Shuiying's distrustful eyes, Chen Mo became numb. How can we convince her that Su Hao is a scumbag, a hypocrite who thinks one thing on the outside but another behind the scenes? When he saw the goddess teacher being deceived by Su Hao, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through my mind. He thought about it. Teacher Wang, what I said is true. This guy is a scumbag. I saw him with Xia Qingge last time. That's right, Xia Qingge is the school beauty of our class and your student. He wants to have both teachers and students. The more Chen Mo talked, the more sad and angry he became. He didn't even dare to think about having both teachers and students. Su Hao did it. It was done by an old man. Chen Mo felt so uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. Wang Shuiying's face was full of confusion. Is there still such a thing? Of course she knows Xia Qingge, who was once her student. My grades in school were also very good at that time. Comparable to Su Shiqing and Su Huai. These three students are the best students she has ever taught. Could it be that Su Hao and Xia Qingge are really together? Thinking that she and her students had become comrades carrying guns together, she felt ashamed and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. At this time, Su Hao, who had been standing nearby watching the show, finally spoke. Are you talking about Xia Qingge? She is the daughter of my friend. My friend saw that she had been being harassed by the rich second generation of the Lu family, so he arranged for her to work in my company. I happened to be going to her house that day, so I took her with me. Wang Shuiying nodded. She knew that Lu Fei, the second generation of the Lu family, was madly pursuing Xia Qingge. Su Hao was distorting the facts, and Chen Mo was furious. I saw you gave her roses. It was her birthday, and she likes roses the most. They were given by the restaurant. Su Hao said calmly. This explanation is somewhat far-fetched. He had no intention of explaining clearly to Wang Shuiying. It is appropriate to make her suspicious, or you can get a vaccination first. Su Hao doesn't need to hide it forever. After all, one day, the teacher and the student will be honest with each other. Chen Mo was itching his teeth with hatred. Thinking of that day, when I saw the two people talking about being together outside the car, my fists clenched. What happened when I saw you kissing each other in the car that day? Su Hao had a look of confusion on his face, looking puzzled. This classmate, did you see it wrong? Qingge is the daughter of my friend, that is, my niece. And we are so different in age, how could it happen like you think? What Su Hao said is called righteousness and awe-inspiring. Wang Shuiying nodded to express her belief. Su Hao's character is there. No matter how shameless you are, you can't possibly attack your friend's daughter. Chen Mo vomited blood in his heart. Riding on a horse. If he hadn't seen it clearly that night, he would have asked Xia Qingge. I really believed what Su Hao said. Seeing that the goddess teacher was deceived, Chen Mo was very unwilling and glared at Su Hao. You dare to swear that if you tell half a lie, you will be struck by lightning and die? What are you afraid of? Su Hao immediately looked angry, raised his hands and was about to swear. Wang Shuiying quickly stopped him. Can something like an oath be made casually? She turned her head and stared at Chen Mo displeased. Have you made enough trouble? If you have made enough trouble, leave as soon as possible. No matter what director Su has, it is also a matter between us. You don't need an outsider to intervene. Wang Shuiying's cold words contained no trace of warmth. Turning around and holding Su Hao's hand, he walked into the private restaurant. Chen Mo was stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. In his impression, teacher Wang Shuiying has always been a gentle, kind, considerate teacher. No matter who you treat, you always greet them with a smile. Knowing that he was framed, he helped selflessly. Today, Wang Shuiying showed him another side, cold and emotionless. Worse than treating strangers. A heart was torn to pieces. Why? Obviously what he said was true, Su Hao had been lying, but teacher Wang just didn't want to listen to him. It is the most heart-wrenching thing to do your best for the good of others, only to be misunderstood and treated with indifference. Chen Mo wanted to leave, but he was unwilling to do so. In short, Wang Shuiying is not wrong. She was just deceived by Su Hao. He did not leave for the time being, but stayed to see the situation. What if teacher Wang is persuaded by him and falls out with Su Hao? It's a pity to disappoint him. Wang Shuiying did not quarrel with Su Hao, but cuddled together and had a sweet meal. What's the sweetest way? You feed me a bite, and I feed you a bite. More passionately in love than a couple in love. Su Hao's hands were still on his waist. Chen Mo's eyes were red, his aura was unstable, and his murderous intent was fierce. Tian Yuan Restaurant. The four brothers brought their eldest brother Gao Qiangxing here to eat at the agreed place. This is the place where the six brothers used to eat. After the brotherhood was established, the place was bought and became a property of the brotherhood. Now he has returned to the Blood Slaughter Society. Gao Chang's victory was originally to deal with the Blood Slaughter Society. He didn't care that this place was already the territory of the Blood Slaughter Society. In a private room. The number you dialed has been turned off. Seeing that Chen Mo had not arrived, several members of the Brotherhood called him again, but the result was that his phone was turned off. The second child said with a smile. It should be that Xiao Mo just came out and was left in the police station for a few days, and his phone ran out of battery. Gao Qiangxing waved his hand. Don't worry about him, let's eat first. The brothers looked at each other, and the plan was to deal with Master Chen Mo and his disciples together. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. For 80 now the only choice is to solve Gao Qiangxing first. The food is served. A few people ate meat in big mouths and drank wine in big bowls. It was so cool. Brother, I'd like to toast you. For years later, my charisma is still the same. Brother, I respect you too. You have gained a good apprentice in prison. Brother, congratulations on your early release from prison, I also want to toast you. The four brothers took turns toasting to Gao Qiangxing, intentionally or unintentionally. Gao Chang is also happy to win, and he will not reject anyone who comes. Gao Qiangxing shook his head when he heard someone congratulating him on his early release from prison. It doesn't count to be released from prison early. I will only be out for a few days. I will go back to stay after I resolve the matter. That's soon, right? 5 years, now it's more than 4 years, only less than 1 year. That's great, brother, you don't know how much we want to fight side by side with you. Yes, if that bitch hadn't betrayed us, my eldest brother wouldn't have gone to jail. If eldest brother doesn't go in, nothing will happen to the Blood Massacre Association. Maybe our brother's gang will leave Nanchang and expand to the entire Demon City. What Lao Wu said was true. If Gao Qiangxing had led them, they would not have fallen into the hands of the Blood Slaughter Society. He was also threatened with stabbing his eldest brother in the back. Seeing the depressed mood of several brothers, Gao Qiangxing thought it was the reason why the brothers' gang was destroyed, and couldn't help but comfort them. Brothers, didn't I come out now? I will get back the things belonging to our brotherhood tomorrow. Tomorrow we brothers will fight side by side and kill him without leaving a single piece behind. His tone was strong and his momentum was quite heroic. The second child winked at the brothers, picked up the wine and laughed with them. Of course we believe that we have the ability. Come on, brothers, I wish us immediate success tomorrow. Several people raised their glasses together and drank it all. Then they started to toast Gao Qiangxing like a wheel. Gao Qiangxing was immersed in his brother's enthusiasm and didn't notice anything unusual at all. Gradually, I drank more and more wine. Everyone is a little drunk. Among them, Gao Qiangxing was the most drunk. Although his strength reached the peak of Mingjin, due to the four-person wheel battle. And the reason why he hasn't had a drink in 4 years. After finishing the wine, Gao Qiangxing still wanted to get some wine. Suddenly one of them lost his balance and fell onto the dining table. Make a plop sound. Brother, are you okay? The second brother stepped forward to help him, but a cruel look flashed in his eyes. A dagger was quietly held in his hand. While supporting Gao Qiangxing, he stabbed him fiercely in the back of the heart. Gao Qiangxing was drunk and unprepared for his brother, so he was stabbed with a knife. The strong stinging pain made Gao Qiangxing dazed for a moment, and his consciousness quickly returned to consciousness. The instinctive reaction from years of fighting made him hit behind him with his backhand. But it came to nothing. The second child, who was extremely familiar with him, was far away. Gao Qiangxing's eyes flashed with confusion, anger, pain, sadness, and a variety of mixed emotions. Finally, it turned into 3 words. Why? Chapter 78, Brothers Turn Against Each Other. Terrible Su Hao. Send the protagonist on his way in person. Why? The drunkenness completely dissipated. Gao Qiangxing looked at his former brothers with extremely complicated eyes. It seems so strange at this time. Thinking back on everything that happened today, he should have discovered something was wrong with the four brothers long ago. It was only 4 years of not seeing each other and the trust of all the brothers that prevented him from thinking about other places. All this is a game. Lure him out of prison just to kill him. This is his brother for decades, how ironic. This stab in the back was really painful. The four brothers all looked ashamed and avoided looking directly into his eyes. Brother, we are sorry for you. We will spend the rest of our lives repenting to you. The second child opened his mouth, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gao Qiangxing. I ask you why you killed me. Gao Qiangxing scolded angrily. The eyes are full of pain and sadness. Several brothers fell silent, although they were also threatened. But no matter what, between their family and their eldest brother, they chose the former. Betrayal is an indisputable fact. I can't say it at all. Gao Qiangxing's mentality exploded at this time, but he did not lose his mind. He thinks he knows a few brothers fairly well. And when he saw their guilty expressions, he suddenly thought of something. Were you threatened? Or was it your family members? As expected of a big brother, he immediately thought of the important points. Seeing them all bowing their heads in silence, Gao Qiangxing didn't understand. This is the truth. He laughed miserably. Yes, compared to my family, I'm not just an outsider. His expression changed. You betrayed me for a reason. I don't blame you. But why do you want to kill Xiaomo too? When they were coming back just now, these brothers mentioned Chen Mo intentionally or unintentionally. Just before dinner, I called Chen Mo to get him back. This is obviously a plan to attack him. This made him intolerable. Being betrayed by his brother of decades, he was disheartened and had given up on it. But he still has another concern. That is his outstanding apprentice, Chen Mo. After 3 years of training in prison, he treated each other as his own son. Now someone wants to kill him, how can he bear it? The will to die in my heart gradually dissipated. Since these brothers want to kill him, don't blame him for being rude. If you don't solve them. If Chen Mo is unprepared, there is a high probability that he will be deceived by them just like himself now. Then stab him in the back. With a sharp look in his eyes, a strong aura burst out from him. It's a pity. That aura lasted for a moment and then faded away. The second knife stabbed me too hard. Directly inserted into the vital artery, blood gurgled out and soaked his clothes. After calming down, the second child said, Chen Mo is also the target of his request. Having said all that, there is nothing left to say. The brothers wanted to kill him and Chen Mo, and Gao Qiangxing also wanted to kill them. I don't want my precious apprentice to be deceived by them and follow in my footsteps. A strong murderous aura filled the entire box. Die. Gao Qiangxing couldn't wait any longer. Now the wound is bleeding, and he can feel his life gradually passing away. Procrastinating will only be detrimental to yourself. He forced himself to take a breath, picked up the stool on the side, and rushed towards the few people. He had just been released from prison. He had no weapons, so he had to find these hard objects instead. Smashing one to death is one. The brother here is a human being and picked up the machete without any martial ethics. Seeing their elder brother showing murderous intent towards them, several people suddenly felt better. If Gao Chang wins and doesn't resist and is killed by them, they won't be able to do it. Now I don't have that worry anymore. When they saw Gao Qiangxing charging towards him with a stool, they also waved their swords to meet him. Gao Qiangxing stayed in prison for 4 years, but he did not lose his fighting spirit. When he approached a few people, he threw the chair away, disturbing their sight. Then he picked up another chair. He hit one of them head-on. When Lao Wu saw this, he quickly dodged, but he was half too late to take the shot. One hand was hit hard, accompanied by a click sound. The huge force broke his arm. Lao Wu took the blow, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly stepped back. At the same time, just after Gao Changxing hit him with a stool, a machete fell on his back. Tear a big hole. Gao Changxing didn't care about his wounds at all. He lifted the chair and threw it at another person. The brothers are all terrified. Gao Changsheng is a life-threatening style of play. To be precise, he didn't even think about living. The reason why I fight them is just to prevent my apprentice from suffering the same harm. Gao Changsheng has suffered fatal blows, but his strength is always at the peak of Mingjin. 3 small realms higher than the brothers. For a while, the brothers were helpless against Gao Changsheng. The 5 people were fighting hard to separate each other, and the scene was very chaotic. 5 minutes later. The rapid loss of blood made Gao Changxing unable to hold on any longer. My vision began to blur. The 4 brothers were not feeling well here either. Some of them were hit and were either crippled or fractured. Seeing Gao Changxing fall into a state of confusion, Lao Er seized the opportunity and stabbed him in the chest. It's over. The brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Changsheng is completely a lunatic style of play. If the consumption continues, it is not certain which of them will kill whom. The air seemed to suddenly solidify, and everything became still. Looking at Gao Changsheng, who was stabbed through the chest by a long knife, the brothers all had complicated expressions in their eyes. They are brothers and sisters, loving relatives and friends. But it ended up being a sword-to-sword encounter, a life-and-death enemy. Click. At this moment, the box door was suddenly pushed open, and Chen Mo's figure appeared at the box door. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, he thought he had gone wrong. It seems like I have returned to those days of fighting with the Alliance forces. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he stopped abruptly. That's not right. Aren't these his uncles? The 4th core member of the Brotherhood. The one who was stabbed to the ground by them, was the master? Chen Mo's face changed wildly, and he rushed over with a roar. I have been squatting at the door of the private restaurant just now. When he saw the affectionate display between his favorite goddess teacher and Su Hao, he was full of dog food. It wasn't until they left that Chen Mo came back to his senses. I remembered that I still had to go to the appointment with the master and the others. He quickly took another taxi and came to Tianyuan restaurant. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door and saw the master, some of his brothers killed him. At this time, his mind was in a blur. I don't know what's going on at all. The 4 brothers were obviously very good to him, so why did they suddenly want to kill the master? Master, are you okay? I am Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately used some first aid methods taught to him by his master. Again pinching people and stopping the wounds. After a lot of fussing, Gao Changsheng suddenly regained consciousness. Seeing his apprentice appear, he smiled happily. Persevering until the apprentice arrived meant that these brothers could not deceive Chen Mo. And with Chen Mo's strength, he is not afraid of them at all. Looking up, he saw the 2nd brother quietly coming behind Chen Mo and raising the long knife in his hand. Gao Changsheng's pupils narrowed. I don't know where I got the strength to push Chen Mo away. Watch them. Gao Changxing only had time to say these 4 words before his head tilted and he lost consciousness. And after pushing Chen Mo away, the 2nd knife failed. Seeing his beloved master die in front of him, Chen Mo was dumbfounded. Ding, Chen Mo's mentality collapsed, his mood value plus 999. Fortunately, he is the protagonist, and his mind is far beyond comparison. If it were someone else. The goddess was robbed and brought to show off, and the master was killed in front of others. It has long since collapsed. Chen Mo didn't, he just froze for a moment and then rushed forward like crazy. Although I don't know why these 4 people were so kind to him before, but now they want to kill his master. But if he kills his master, he will die. He is not in an injured state like Gao Changsheng. The complete late period of Mingjin. And, as we all know, the protagonist is 10 times more angry. The 4 brothers are no match at all. It was quickly solved by Chen Mo. Among them, the 4th child who wanted to chop off his penis and the 4th child who resisted fiercely was killed by him in an angry state. Only the third and fifth children are left. He was knocked to the ground without reacting. The reason for leaving two people. There are too many questions in his mind, and he must ask things clearly. What's going on with this horse rider? The brother gang gave him a good feeling in the past. The brothers lived in harmony, which made him feel like he was home. What happened in the past few days when he was arrested? Why is everything turned upside down when you come out? Several brothers in a brother gang turned against each other. The third child spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to say something when he heard a burst of applause coming from outside the box. Immediately afterwards, a burst of footsteps came. 3 figures walked in. The leader was Su Hao. Chen Mo must be killed tonight. In order to prevent accidents from happening and avoid any changes caused by the protagonist's halo, he decided to be there in person. Used the villain's halo to suppress him and send him off personally. Not to mention his current strength, he is no longer afraid of this protagonist. His personal bodyguard Bai Ling is also here. The dark strength in the middle stage is enough to ensure that everything is foolproof. The entire restaurant, including the Blood Slaughter Club, was evacuated. No one knew he would come here. This is out of caution. Except for his close men, no one will know his other side. Su Hao, why are you here? At the door of the private restaurant, he clearly watched Su Hao and teacher Wang Shuiying leave in the car together. Why did you suddenly appear here? Chen Mo's heart sank, feeling that things were not simple. Of course I came here to watch a show. Thank you for letting me watch a good show. What a brotherhood, what a master-disciple relationship. Su Hao walked to a relatively complete open space. Bai Ling found a good chair for him and placed it behind him. Su Hao sat down and looked at the few people playfully. What do you mean? Chen Mo had a bad premonition in his heart. Su Hao glanced at Lao Mo. Lao Mo stood up and said to Lao San and Lao Wu. You've done a good job, don't worry, I won't embarrass your family. Lao San and Lao Wu breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. But then, they felt deeply puzzled by Su Hao's arrival. Especially the boss of the Blood Slaughter Society, who was so respectful to Su Hao. What? After hearing what Lao Mo said, Chen Mo was stunned. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in my mind. He finally understood why the brothers wanted to kill their eldest brother, his master. It turns out that this guy threatened his family. It's really damned. Logically speaking, in fact, this is not their fault. He saw the brotherhood between these people. If my family had not been threatened, I would not have killed my eldest brother. And just now, he actually killed the second and fourth children. Thinking of the kindness these two people once had to him, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel sad. Regret, self-blame, heartache. He was very upset that he had been impulsive just now. You should keep them just like you kept the third and fifth sons. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Ding, Chen Mo regrets, his mood value plus 822. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down all the negative emotions and spoke coldly. Su Hao, are you behind all this? Since Su Hao snapped his fingers. You are so smart and got the answer right, but it's a pity that there is no reward. With Bai Ling in charge, he has taken control of the entire scene. In other words, I don't mind chatting with the protagonist and picking up a lot of emotional value. As for the villain, he died because he talked too much. With the current situation, no. Chen Mo's eyes immediately burst into flames. Ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 768. However, what made him even more furious was that behind him, Su Hao continued to speak. How they plotted against him and the Liu family, and how they killed the Liu family's father and son and made him take the blame. Ding, Chen Mo is furious, his mood value is plus 986. That's right. Su Hao seemed to remember something and said playfully. Your monitor, the school beauty Xiao Qingge, and your beautiful teacher Wang Shuiying, are really running. Seeing Chen Mo shaking with anger, Su Hao smiled lightly and said, what he wants is to kill people and hurt their hearts. Ding, Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. The third and fourth brothers, the only two members of the Brotherhood, also looked shocked. The eyes looking at Su Hao were filled with shock and horror. Unbelievable. From the beginning, all of them were pawns. Su Hao had calculated everything, and played with their fate lightly in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but think of Su Hao's identity. A philanthropist who often participates in charity activities and a conscientious entrepreneur in the eyes of the world. The two of them couldn't help but shudder. Everyone was deceived by his appearance. On the surface, he looks gentle, elegant and easygoing, but in fact, he is a ruthless devil who plays tricks on everything. This person is too scary. Chen Mo was already shaking all over and his face was distorted with anger. Although he knew that Su Hao was not a good person and was a hypocrite. But I didn't expect it to be so hateful. This is a guy who doesn't value human life at all. When I think of the school beauty by Yue Guang and the goddess teacher falling into the hands of such a person, I can't help but feel sad for their future. Not only was he fighting for the injustice between the two women he liked, he was also deeply angry for himself. No wonder that not long after he was released from prison, Lu Fei came to his door to cause trouble for no reason. Then he became an unrelenting enemy. Also, the fight between the brothers and the Lu family was all due to Su Hao's plan. What's the final result? The Lu family's father and son were killed, and their brothers turned against each other and became enemies. Now it has almost been destroyed. Only Su Hao was the final winner. Ah! The extreme anger made him completely violent. The aura on his body rose rapidly, reaching the peak of Mingjin. His heart was filled with hatred, murderous intent spread out wildly, and he suddenly rushed towards Su Hao. I must kill you. June chapter 79, the protagonist will die with his eyes open. Su Hongzhuang's filial piety. Swim together. The protagonist is indeed an incomprehensible creature. Su Hao just watched helplessly. The protagonist broke through a small realm when he was extremely angry. Seeing Chen Mo rushing towards him after the breakthrough, Su Hao felt his own strength. Originally, he decided to have a confrontation with the protagonist to test his own strength. Who would have known that the protagonist would not make a temporary breakthrough in martial ethics? Then he still has a hammer? It would be funny if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Although the possibility is very low. He has teleportation, so it's easy to run away. But he cherishes his life extremely and is extremely cautious in everything he does. No accidents will be allowed to happen. So, Su Hao flipped his wrist, and a Desert Eagle pistol appeared in his hand. Master-level marksmanship is displayed. Bang bang bang. 3 shots hit Chen Mo, who rushed over. A quick shot from 10 steps away. Within 10 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Since you are trying to make a temporary breakthrough, don't blame me for pulling out a gun. Chen Mo was in a furious state and never expected that Su Hao would suddenly draw his gun. There was no reaction at all and he was shot 3 times. Chen Mo is just Ming Jin now. He is not as strong as In Jin and cannot withstand bullets. Chen Mo fell to the ground softly, his face full of confusion. The strong vitality supported him and did not finish playing immediately. After reacting, his eyes burst into flames. He knew that Su Hao came prepared and revealed so much information to him, but he was not prepared to leave him alive. But he still doesn't think he will die here. The breakthrough in strength at the critical moment gave him strong self-confidence. You will definitely be able to make a comeback. Reality slapped him hard. He once fought with the Brotherhood against the Alliance forces, using cold weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and halberds. Killed until rivers of blood flowed. I never expected that Su Hao would shoot and kill without respecting martial ethics. This script of riding a horse is wrong. Feeling the passing of life in her body, she had strong self-confidence just now and killed Su Hao to save by Yue Guang's school beauty and goddess teacher from the fire and water. He will die in a blink of an eye. Comparing before and after, the contrast is so great. My mentality was completely broken. Ding, Chen Mo's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 999. It's not just Chen Mo, Lao Mo, Bai Ling, and the 2 brother gang members were all dumbfounded. Old Mo was ready to stand in front of Su Hao. As a result, Su Hao drew his gun and the corner of his mouth twitched. As expected of the eldest brother, this is too cautious. In order to kill the protagonist without any accidents, Su Hao took action before them. The third and fifth children looked dull. After living in the underground world for so many years, I have never seen such a shameless person. Even when they were in danger and could die at any time, they never thought of killing people with guns. Among them, guns are prohibited items in Kyushu, and underground forces prohibit the use of guns. Su Hao doesn't care about any rules or irregularities. People are trying to kill you, and they are stronger than you, so you have to wait for death, right? After experiencing this incident, Lao San and Lao Wu all felt chilled. From this, we can see Su Hao's ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. They are not afraid of those brainless butchers who are ruthless and kill without blinking an eye. Don't be afraid of the mastermind who is master of calculations and controls everything. But if the two are combined into one, their terrifying level will increase exponentially. Su Hao stood up from his seat and walked towards Chen Mo step by step, keeping a distance of 5 steps. To be cautious, it is better to stay away from the protagonist in order to prevent the protagonist from counterattacking. It's time to send this protagonist on the road completely. Seeing Su Hao raising a gun against him, Chen Mo felt no fear at all, only endless anger. Su Hao, you are not a human being when you are riding a horse, and you do not follow martial ethics. Even if I die, I will never let you go. Ha! Su Hao said ha with a playful expression. Go on the road with peace of mind, I will take good care of Xia Qingge and Wang Shuiying. Chen Mo's pupils shrank sharply. Thinking of the school beauty by Yu Guang and the goddess teacher, I couldn't help but feel regretful. Why didn't he save the 2 women who were most important to him earlier? If it falls into the hands of the devil Su Hao, we still don't know what will happen. This is the protagonist. Even if he is about to die, he is still worried about the future of the heroine. It's a pity that he can't worry anymore. Su Hao fired. With a bang sound, a shot penetrated his heart. After his consciousness dissipated, Chen Mo still kept his eyes open and stared at Su Hao. I will never die with my eyes in peace. Bang bang bang. Chen Mo was dead, but Su Hao was still worried and emptied the magazine. It would be funny if the protagonist's heart was on the other side and he wasn't killed. Su Hao would not make such a mistake. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and the collective fell into silence. When everyone is dead, we still need to replenish our guns and beat them into sieves before we stop. How cautious is he? After getting rid of the protagonist, Su Hao put away his gun. He glanced at Lao San and Lao Wu, who were lying on the ground dumbfounded, then turned and left. Before leaving, faint words came to me. Don't leave any clues. Lao Mo nodded knowingly, walked towards Lao San and Lao Wu, raised his knife and lowered it. The meaning is obvious. Before Su Hao came over, he asked him to evacuate everyone from Tianyuan restaurant. Obviously except for his confidant and the woman he brought. Don't let the 4th person know what happened today. The next day at noon, Su Hongzhuang and her 2 sisters happily brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Today at noon, my 3 daughters will be the chefs themselves. With the help of Su Hao, he completely broke through the blockade. After calling her dad again, Su Hongzhuang's whole person took on a new look. No longer as cool as before, he always looked like he was hiding his thoughts. Become lively and cheerful. There is no way to be unhappy. Since the 3 songs she released, the number of fans has increased at a terrifying rate every day. It has now exceeded 30 million. It can be said that she is now a veritable star. If she holds a concert now, there will definitely be countless people flocking here. The dream of standing on the big stage with everyone's attention finally came true. Seeing the 3rd sister like this, the poetic and picturesque sisters were also very happy, and the relationship between the sisters improved rapidly. Dad, Mother Su, Sister Wanling, it's time to eat. Su Hui filled a large table with food and came over to call the 3 of them to eat. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Wanling seemed to be stuck here, running to Su's house every day. Faced with the doubts of her best friend Su Hongzhuang, Xiao Wanling said affectionately, I'm afraid that now that you are famous, you will get lost in the waves of compliments and be unable to extricate yourself. I have to be by your side to supervise you every day. As for what she thinks in her heart, only she knows. Su Hongzhuang said haha disdainfully. You want to learn tea art from my dad, right? Xiao Wanling expressed shyly. That's not entirely true. Several people sat at the dining table. Su Huai picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Su Hao's bowl. Dad, try it. I made this. How does it taste? Su Hao tasted it and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, keep working hard next time. Su Huai suddenly smiled like a flower. It seems that being praised by Su Hao is a very happy thing. Su Shiqing glanced at her sister. Then I saw the third sister Su Hongzhuang picking up the chopsticks, but she hesitated to do it. She knows. This meal was specially cooked for my father by my third sister, Su Hongzhuang. Most of the dishes are made by her herself. Just to thank Su Hao for taking care of her these days. Seeing that she was reluctant to pick up food for her father, Su Shiqing decided to help her. Pick up a piece of spare ribs and put it into Su Hao's bowl. Dad, how about you try this pork ribs too? Su Hongzhuang glanced at her sister gratefully, with an expectant expression on her face. Su Hao observed words and expressions. Taking in all the little moves of the two women, he smiled slightly. Picking up the ribs and tasting them, his eyes lit up. Should I say that it was my sister who did it? It's actually better than the poetic and painterly ones. It's delicious. Which little beauty made it? Su Hao's eyes lit up and he asked, pretending to be curious. When they heard the word little beauty, Su Huai and Su Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. Third sister Su Hongzhuang is not young at all. No matter the age or any aspect. Of course it was done by this little beauty, third sister. Su Huai joked without thinking it was a big deal. Su Hongzhuang was a little embarrassed and glared at her sister in shame. I was still quite happy in my heart. As long as Su Hao likes what she does. I think you three are too partial, right? You pick up food for your father, but you don't pick up food for me. When Su Wenqiu saw this happy scene, a smile broke out on his face and he pretended to be jealous. Of course I won't forget our beautiful mother Su. Su Huai added another dish to Su Manchio. What about me? What about me? Xiao Wanling also came to join in the fun. You? Get out of here. Su Hongzhuang rolled her eyes at her best friend. Hey, are you too unreasonable? Is the boat of friendship overturned? I have been supporting you from behind. What's the use of your support? Dad's persistence is enough. Su Hongzhuang, are you burning the bridge when you cross the river? The family happily ate lunch in a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The afternoon sun is shining brightly. There is a feeling of heat in the air. Su Manchio went to work in the beauty salon. Xiao Wanling was practicing tea art, and the twin sisters disappeared somewhere. Here Su Hongzhuang is giving Su Hao a massage. Dad, how strong is it? Su Hong was sitting on the sofa, Su Hongzhuang was standing behind her, her green hands gently squeezing her shoulders. Speaking of which, she learned this massage technique from her sister Su Shiqing. Because the time was too short, I didn't finish learning. I could only press my shoulders and pat my back. This is the intensity, very good. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose. I couldn't help but think back to the day Su Hongzhuang came back. As soon as they met, his mood level was high, and he had an indifferent attitude towards him. The result now? She was massaging him gently, not to mention how well behaved she was. His routine was not in vain. This is just the beginning. He is looking forward to the future rewards from his daughters. Raising her daughter to become a big star is a goddess who is aloof and inviolable in the eyes of countless people. When he returned home, he massaged and washed the feet of his old father, showing great filial piety. Full sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Hongzhuang, you are tired too, go and rest. After his daughter was massaged, Su Hao felt refreshed and said a polite word. Su Hongzhuang wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. It's nothing, Dad. We were ignorant before, so giving Dad a massage is what we should do. At this moment, two sisters, searching and painting, ran over. Taking a closer look, Suha was surprised. The two sisters were actually wearing swimsuits. One is pink and the other is blue, making their skin even whiter. Dad, third sister, we are going to go swimming, you should come too. Su Huai was excited. The two of them didn't go to school today. The weather was too hot and they felt stuffy in the villa. I don't like turning on the air conditioner. So, the two sisters thought of the big swimming pool in the backyard. Swimming between two people is boring. I wanted to call a few people at home. After Su Hongzhuang massaged Su Hao, she felt a little warm. When I heard the sisters' proposal, my heart suddenly beat. She hasn't swum for a long time. You go ahead, I won't go. What's going on with a grown man swimming with you little girls? Su Hao waved his hand and refused. Su Huai suddenly came over and shook his arm coquettishly. Dad, just come with us. How boring is it to be alone? If we accidentally get foot cramps and fall into the water, you can save us. Su Hao was silent. Before you do this action, could you change some clothes? It made him a little embarrassed. Yes, Dad, just come with us. What does it matter that you are our dad? Su Shiqing also came to persuade. Okay, you go first, I'll change into swimming trunks and come over later. In the end, Su Hao couldn't stand the two sisters' tough words and agreed. The two sisters cheered. I persuaded the third sister Su Hongzhuang again. Dad, third sister, please remember to come over. Let's go find Sister Wanling. The two sisters found Xiao Wanling who was making tea again. Xiao Wanling was a little excited when she heard about going swimming, but she said helplessly, I want to go too, but I can't swim. Swimming is very simple. I'll teach you when the time comes and I'll make sure you learn it in a few minutes. Su Huai patted her chest and started talking nonsense. Dad and third sister are also going, and you should come with us. Let's all be lively. Su Hao is going too. Thinking of the 8-pack abs she saw, Xiao Wanling blushed a little. In the end, for some unknown reason, she agreed. Then come with us now. I'll get you a new swimsuit. When Su Hao came to the swimming pool, he saw several mermaid-like figures. Su Shiqing and Su Hongzhuang were swimming happily in the shallow water area next to the swimming pool. Su Huai is teaching Xiao Wanling how to swim. Su Huai regrets it now. If I had known earlier, I would not have preached to Sister Wanling. You can't teach it no matter how hard you teach it. She also wants to play happily with her sisters, but she can't get away now. Hearing the sound of footsteps, several girls looked over one after another, their eyes shining. Su Hao strengthened his physique and got in better and better shape. And because of the baptism of the marrow cleansing pill, the impurities in the body are discharged, and the skin becomes delicate and tight. The skin of a 50-year-old man has not aged at all, and is smoother than that of a young man. His strength has reached the middle stage of Mingjin, and the muscles on his body are clearly defined. It's not the explosive type, but it looks extremely powerful and comfortable. The impact of 8-pack abs is a bit big. I saw a few girls blushing. They all couldn't help but think of Su Manchio's voice they heard last night. The facial features are well defined, not the pretty face of a young girl, but with a masculine air. Now Su Hao is the perfect uncle type. Looking at the huge swimming pool at home, Su Hao also became interested and jumped into the water with a slight jump. He was already good at swimming, but as his physique improved, he swam 2 laps easily. Su Huai on the side looked envious and couldn't help shouting. Dad, come and teach Sister Wanling, I can't teach you anything. Chapter 80, Romantic Breathing Journey. The heroine teaches swimming. Dealing with traitors Xiao Wanling is really a novice. Su Huai taught me movements, postures, and ventilation, but I didn't learn any of them. I saw my 2 sisters and my father swimming around happily. She couldn't help it anymore. Seeing that Su Hao came back from swimming 2 laps and seemed to have no intention of continuing, Su Huai immediately spoke. Dad, it's too difficult for me. Please teach Sister Wanling. Xiao Wanling looked at Su Huai resentfully. As promised, I'll teach you in a few minutes. What about you? After a few minutes, I became impatient. Thinking of what Su Huai said, asking Su Hao to teach her, Xiao Wanling's heart skipped a beat. This is different from the previous step-by-step teaching of tea art. Before, she was at least wearing clothes, but now she is in a thin swimsuit. If Su Hao taught himself, wouldn't it mean? It seems that there is not as much resistance as expected. Why is there still a little expectation? After all, she has eaten it all. It doesn't seem like a big deal to teach me how to swim. Then, Xiao Wanling's expectant eyes followed Su Huai's gaze and looked at Su Hao. Su Hao swam over lightly on his toes, touched Su Huai's head, and said with a smile, "Go, I'll come to one." Su Huai cheered and ran away happily. Su Hao smiled and looked back at Xiao Wanling. Xiao Wanling turned her head away shyly, her face slightly red. "Wanling, let me teach you some essentials of movements, starting with breaststroke." Su Hao gave her a demonstration on the spot. "Okay, that's it, come and try it." Xiao Wanling looked at the water under her body with a scared expression. "Uncle Su, I'm a little scared." She was afraid that if she got into the water, she would not be able to climb out. Always falling into the water and unable to float. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Su Hao lifted her up. Xiao Wanling practiced swimming in the water like this. "I don't know what's going on. No matter how I teach the movements, they are not up to standard and feel weak." This made Su Hao change direction several times because of his softness. Ding, Xiao Wanling is extremely embarrassed, her mood value is plus 555. Seeing that Xiao Wanling's movements were almost standard, Su Hao began to teach her how to breathe. Start learning from scratch and dive into the water with your whole body. Take a breath and spit it out. After demonstrating once, Xiao Wanling followed suit. Xiao Wanling pursed her lips tightly and dived into the water. After a while, it emerged from the water like a hibiscus. Su Hao felt a little moved when he saw it. Suddenly I thought of an interesting way to play. He teaches this little heroine how to swim. Isn't it too much to charge some interest? I looked at my daughters. They were enjoying themselves swimming in the deep water and didn't notice them. Just when Xiao Wanling got up to take a breath and prepared to sink into the water, suddenly I felt like my mouth was blocked. Just like that, the two of them dived into the water together. Xiao Wanling's eyes widened. The water in the swimming pool was very clear, and she could see Su Hao's figure in the water. Is there still such an operation? Ding! Xiao Wanling was extremely shocked, her emotional value was plus 666. This time I held my breath for a little too long. Xiao Wanling surfaced, then gasped for air, her face flushed. She pouted and rolled her charming eyes. Strange, I don't feel disgusted at all. Glancing at Su Hongzhuang in the deep water area, she felt quite proud. Previously, I talked about breaking up Su Hao's love for his best friend Su Hongzhuang. She does what she says, and now she is almost becoming the stepmother of her best friend. Xiao Wanling continued to practice breathing. From time to time, there will be a romantic breathtaking trip. Su Hao saw that she had completely mastered it. The next step is to teach her movement and ventilation. Xiao Wanling's learning ability is good, although Su Hao has been watching and disturbing her. But I learned it quickly. Su Hao supported her and let her swim forward slowly, gradually letting go of her hand. It's so easy to learn. Su Hao and Xiao Wanling swam around and were resting on the shore. Xiao Wanling was very excited. I actually really learned it, Brush Su Huai swam over at some point. Sister Wanling, you see, right? They said swimming is very easy. It didn't take long for you to learn. Xiao Wanling yelled at her twice. Standing and talking doesn't hurt your back. If you were to teach me, everyone would disappear. Dad, Sister Wanling, since you have learned how to swim, let's compete to see who can swim faster. Su Huai's eyes shone. She is very confident in her swimming skills. I just learned how to compare with you. Xiao Wanling retorted. She didn't want Su Huai to take Su Hao away, she still wanted to get close to him. You can be a cheerleader next to me. At this time, Su Shiqing and Su Hongzhuang also swam over. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wanling knew that she could no longer do things secretly, so she waved her hand and said, "You go ahead and play, I will be your referee." A swimming competition officially begins. After playing around with his daughters for a while, Su Hao heard his cell phone ringing and went ashore to check. It was his personal bodyguard Bai Ling calling. Click to connect. "My lord, we have found Li Kuan's hideout and he is under our control." Su Hao's eyes narrowed. He knows the plot. Li Kuan, a rebel, did not save any evidence about him online. Instead, write it down and put it in a secret location. Since obtaining the dead soldiers, Su Hao asked them to investigate Li Kuan. Several days have passed, and now there is finally news. After asking Bai Ling's address, Su Hao greeted his daughters and left the swimming pool. "I took a shower, changed my clothes and went out. This is a secret basement. Dark and damp." He was originally a well-dressed white-collar worker, but now he was in a very embarrassed state. Li Kuan wore a dark hood on his head and kept shouting, "Let me go, what are you going to do? You are kidnapping, which is illegal. How much do you want? As long as you let me go, I'll give it to you. Do you know who I am? The secretary of Su Hao, the president of Su Group. If anything happens to me, you will follow suit." In the dark room, there were several women standing around, as well as a burly man, Lao Mo. And this basement was once a stronghold of the Blood Slaughter Society. But it's no longer needed now. With a click, the basement door opened and two figures walked in. It was Su Hao and his personal bodyguard Bai Ling. Li Kuan, who was wearing a hood, also knew that someone had come in, perhaps the eldest brother of the kidnappers. He immediately begged for mercy. "What are you going to do? Don't kill me. Am I willing to give you anything?" Su Hao winked at one of the dead soldiers expressionlessly. The dead man nodded knowingly, took a step forward and said, "Don't worry, we are not kidnapping. The reason why we invited you here is to ask you a few questions." Li Kuan didn't relax at all when he heard her words. "Have any of you asked people to ask questions like this?" He had helped Su Hao deal with many dark things and knew that these desperados were not easy to deal with, so he asked anxiously, "I don't know what problems you have, but I will definitely tell you everything I know." "Ah, that would be best. If you are honest and obedient, we will save you the punishment." Li Kuan was so frightened that he almost peed. He said quickly, "I will definitely cooperate. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. You are the secretary to the president of Su Group, so you should know Su Hao well." Li Kuan's heart sank when he heard this. This is obviously directed at Su Hao. He is not afraid of the money extorted by these kidnappers. "I'm afraid I'm seeking revenge." Then he will probably explain it here. "Su Hao killed my whole family, but he didn't expect me to be alive, right? I came back from hell just to seek revenge on him." The dead man spoke in a very ferocious tone. Like an evil ghost coming out of the underworld. For her acting skills, it is really unjustifiable that the Oscars did not award her a statuette. Li Kuan's teeth chattered after hearing this, and he replied tremblingly, I know something. It's enough to know something." The dead man suddenly restrained his tone again and acted moody. "Let me ask you, what heinous things has Su Hao done? Tell me clearly word for word." Such a person is called a conscientious entrepreneur and cannot be tolerated by God. I will completely tear off his mask and make him reviled by everyone. Hearing the resentful tone of the dead soldier, Li Kuan was extremely frightened. I just want to say it when I open my mouth. But as soon as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. He has been following Su Hao and dealt with many things. I know Su Hao very well. If he knew that he had betrayed him, his life would definitely be worse than death. Why don't you speak? Could it be that Su Hao, who killed my whole family, is really a good man as rumored? The dead soldier held a dagger and gestured at Li Kuan's face through his hood. I still want to seek revenge against Su Hao. I don't have time to waste time with you here. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you haven't said it yet, you don't need to say it. I will cut off your tongue, break your limbs, gouge out your eyes, pierce your eardrums, throw you into the street, and let you live. Not even as good as a dog. As he spoke, the dead man exuded a murderous aura, forcing him to submit. Li Kuan naturally thought of that picture. The mouth cannot speak, the eyes cannot see, the ears cannot hear, and the hands and feet are broken. Like a beggar begging on the street. Li Kuan shuddered, his body shaking involuntarily. For betraying Su Hao would punish him later. Now these kidnappers want him to live worse than death. Gritting his teeth, he thought that in the worst case, after going out, he would just grab the bucket and run abroad. Even if Su Hao is a billionaire CEO and has the Blood Massacre Society, he can't catch him. I said, please don't do that to me. Immediately, Li Kuan poured out the beans in a bamboo tube and told all of Su Hao's crimes. We talked for a full 10 minutes. Su Hao was sitting next to him, watching all this quietly. There was no surprise at all about Li Kuan's betrayal. The plot of the novel is about betrayal 2.5 years later. The difference is that this betrayal is under his control. The dead man glanced at Su Hao, and after receiving the signal, he continued. Very good, I know Su Hao is not a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. A murderous aura enveloped him. Li Kuan, who was a little relaxed when he told Su Hao's crimes, immediately became worried again. I've said it all, can you let me go? Don't worry, although what you said is true, if there is no evidence, even if you say it, those idiot fans of Su Hao will not believe it. That's right. The dead soldier showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. You have been following Su Hao for so long, shouldn't you have left yourself a way out? Give me all the evidence about Su Hao. This. Li Kuan hesitated again. Su Hao's evidence was his last resort to save his life. He had already thought about it. If he was caught in the future, he would produce Su Hao's evidence. Strive for leniency. I didn't expect these people to know. He sighed, and the face hidden under the hood changed rapidly. What? You don't want to give it? Or are you worried that after you say it, we will kill people and silence them? Then don't worry, I can swear that as long as you show Su Hao's evidence, I promise not to kill you. I will also send you abroad. You don't think that you still want to stay with him and work for him after you have told me the facts of Su Hao's crime, do you? 0. Li Kuan shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. After these people released him, he immediately took his family abroad. In this case, you are going to run away anyway, why are you still keeping Su Hao's evidence? Why don't you leave it to us and let us deal with Su Hao, and you can live a peaceful life? The dead man is good at tempting. As long as you hand over the evidence, you can be let go, and you won't be afraid of Su Hao's pursuit in your future life. If you don't hand over the evidence, you will die here and suffer revenge from Su Hao for betrayal. 2 roads. As long as you are not that kind of diehard, you know how to choose. Li Kuan has already told Su Hao's criminal facts, and he is obviously not the kind of diehard person. Gritting his teeth, he told the news about Su Hao's criminal evidence in a secret room. Are you sure you only hide it in the safe in the secret room? Is there anyone else somewhere else? For example, a computer hard drive or something. If you want to accuse Su Hao, who has a net worth of tens of billions, a little evidence is not enough. You must have sufficient evidence to prove it. Li Kuan sighed dejectedly. He thought that if he revealed a piece of evidence, these people would let him go. It seems that if you want to keep a hand, you can't do it. Then he said that there is another piece of evidence, which exists in AU. Su Hao's expression changed slightly as he sat on the chair. As expected, this guy has something hidden. I have been investigating for the past few days and have found out Li Kuan's secret base and found evidence of the safe. Su Hao just threatened again out of caution. I didn't expect that he would actually ask me. Don't look at it in a small USB flash drive. If he offends those Destiny protagonists, they have to look for his evidence. They will definitely be found. Now that you've asked, there's no need to worry. Destroy them all, and no one will find him again. And when he handles some matters, he directly uses dead soldiers to ensure absolute confidentiality. Besides the safe and you, have you hidden anywhere else? The dead man's eyes gradually became dangerous. No more, I swear there really are no more, just these 2 copies, and these 2 copies are the same. Lee Cohen said quickly. Are you sure? I'll give you another chance to organize your words. The dead soldier flipped his wrist and stabbed Lee Cohen's shoulder with the dagger. Ah! Lee Cohen let out a scream. I didn't expect that the kidnapper in front of me would suddenly take action. Trembling with fear, he gritted his teeth and spoke firmly again. No more. I swear, if I have any other evidence, I will be struck by 5 thunders from the rooftop and die badly. Wait a minute, I'll call to confirm. Then, the dead man picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. It was the dead soldiers hiding around Lee Cohen's hidden chamber. After some explanation, the voice of a dead soldier came from the other side. You found everything in the safe. Lee Cohen listened to the conversation and felt something was wrong. Didn't he just tell these kidnappers? Why did you suddenly appear in his secret room? You really deserve a good death. As a cold voice sounded, Lee Cohen liked the hood being taken off his head. And Lee Cohen also saw Suhao sitting in the seat in front with a playful look on his face. Chapter 81, the protagonist's stepmother introduces the sisters. Suhao's picture of revenge boom. Lee Cohen froze suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his face was pale and bloodless. The body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he still didn't understand why Suhao was testing him. As a result, he couldn't wait to tell Suhao's crime. He also told me about the evidence he had hidden. Thinking of Suhao's ruthless methods, Lee Cohen was extremely frightened. The future feels bleak. You are very good, you sold me very thoroughly. Anyway, the evidence has been found, so Suhao has nothing to worry about. At this time, I was just joking. This guy dares to betray him and let him experience what despair is. Lee Cohen came to his senses and began to struggle desperately. But the rope on his body was tied too tightly and he couldn't break free at all, and there were bloody marks on his body. No. Mr. Su, please listen to my explanation. Explain it, and I'll listen and see what flowers you can name. Suhao's eyes were playful and his tone was extremely cold. Lee Cohen's heart trembled violently. Speaking of explanations, he is the only one who can speak. A betrayal is a betrayal, what's the point of explaining? He quickly changed his tune. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I swear, there will never be a next time. Mr. Su thinks that I am a senior and a junior. I have done so many years for you. It is not due to merit, but it is due to hard work. Please don't kill me. Thinking about the cruel methods Suhao would use to deal with him, Lee Kunbai felt sad and cried bitterly. He is such an adult, but he is crying like a child weighing more than 100 pounds. Suhao had no sympathy at all and his eyes were cold. I originally wanted to see how regretful and desperate he was. This is the result? Feeling a little bored, he slowly stood up and glanced at Lee Cohen. I forgive you, that's okay. Lee Cohen's body trembled, but before he could be happy, he heard Suhao's voice continue to sound. In the next life. Buzz buzz. Lee Cohen only felt a basin of cold water pouring down on him, like falling into an ice cave. Suhao turned around and walked out. Just before going out, he said something lightly. For the sake of what he has done for me for so many years, don't let him go too easily. That's right, it's not that you don't want him to leave in too much pain. This shows Suhao's cruel methods. This is the consequence of betraying him. Walking out of the basement, the afterglow of the sunset fell on half of Suhao's cheeks. Added a touch of mystery to him. Suhao glanced at the time. It's past 5 o'clock. Su Wengqiu should still be in the beauty salon and has not returned home. Immediately told Bai Ling to drive to Midiu Beauty Salon. Standing at the door of the beauty salon. I have to say that this beautiful stepmother of the protagonist is quite discerning. This beauty salon opened in the center of the city is high-end and classy. It mainly serves rich women and young ladies from the family. Speaking of which, he paid for it and asked Su Yanxiu to build it. At that time, he only regarded Su Wanxiu as a tool to show off. In order to conceal his identity as a heavenly eunuch. His wife, a billionaire, cannot do without something serious to do. Just pay Su Manchio to open a company. Su Manchio established this beauty salon. As a billionaire CEO, you can't lose face. I spent a lot of money and bought all kinds of advanced equipment. So it was transformed into the high-end beauty club it is now. Focusing on high-end routes. Only some wives, young ladies, and rich ladies from big families apply for membership cards before anyone can come in. Some unworthy women are not qualified to come in. This is the first time Su Hao has come here since the beauty salon was established. I was quite curious along the way. Finally, she came to the boss's office. He reached out and turned the door handle and walked in. Su Wenqiu was sitting at his desk, engrossed in processing documents. When she heard the sound of the door being pushed open, she couldn't help but frown, and a faint sense of the boss's majesty filled the air. From the time the beauty salon opened until now, no one has entered the office without knocking on the door. Which guy is it? Su Yanqiu raised his head and was slightly startled when he saw Su Hao walking towards him. Brother Hao, why are you here? Of course I miss you. Su Hao walked closer and took her sweet-smelling body into his arms. Although I have done everything with Su Hao, the postures are almost unlocked. I also tried a variety of interesting costumes. But now, after all, she is in her own beauty salon. There are also employees and customers in the beauty salon. If they find out, how can she, the boss, maintain her dignity in front of her employees? Sensing Su Hao's interest, Su Yanqiu said in a panic. Brother Hao, it's time to get off work soon. Can we go back? Not good. Su Manchio suddenly felt helpless and could only bite her lips tightly. Ding, Su Wenqiu couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value plus 996. Yao Xinrui finished her makeup and was about to go back when she suddenly thought of saying hello to her good friend. Come to the boss's office. When he raised his hand to knock on the door, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. I heard a faint voice coming from the office. Suddenly, Yao Xinrui's expression changed, very wonderful. Time flies by. With a click, the office door opened from the inside. Su Manchio has already tidied up her clothes. It's just a pretty face with a blushing face and moist eyes. Can't guess what just happened. Su Wenqiu was almost ashamed to death. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and restrained himself. If the employees of the beauty salon really heard about it, she would not be able to behave as a human being. However, when she just opened the door, a figure fell in front of her. Su Wenqiu's mind was buzzing. Just now I was glad that I had controlled myself and was not discovered. As a result, a person appeared in the next moment. Judging from her appearance, she must have been eavesdropping at the door, and she listened for quite some time. Ding, Su Wenqiu is ashamed, and his emotional value is plus 888. Su Wenqiu's brain shut down. Looking at the figure getting up in front of him, he asked blankly. Xinrui, why are you here? Of course she knew the beauty in front of her, whose temperament and figure were not much different from hers. I used to be just a customer of her beauty salon. I often come to her beauty salon, and my appearance is almost as beautiful as hers. The two naturally chatted together. Because the two had similar deeds, they sympathized with each other, and it didn't take long for them to become good friends. Manchio, I've finished my makeup and am ready to come over and say goodbye to you. Don't worry, I just came here and didn't hear anything, Su Manchio said hee. Before you say this, would you like to see what you look like now? Her pretty face turned red and her breathing was a little short. You opened the door and listened, but you still have to quibble after being cheated? After a moment of panic, Su Wenqiu had recovered. Fortunately, it was just this friend who heard it. It's better that other employees didn't hear it. Anyway, she used to often chat with this good friend about some private things. It's nothing. Yao Xinrui knew that even she herself did not believe what she said. At this time, she saw Su Hao standing with Su Manchio, and quickly changed the topic and asked. Wan Xiao, this is. Because Su Hao became younger, she didn't recognize him for a while. Su Wenqiu rolled her eyes. Who else is there besides my husband Su Hao? Your husband? Yao Xinrui's eyes widened and she looked at this good friend in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this good friend's experience was similar to mine, also disgusted with marriage partners. Why did you suddenly call your husband? Still calling it so sweet? Judging from the looks of the two of them, it was clear that they had done something just now. Su Manchio, didn't you say this was her first time? Donate it so quickly? Su Yanqiu knew what this friend was shocked about, so he quickly spoke. My husband and I have reconciled. Let me introduce you to him. He is my husband Su Hao, the chairman and president of Su Group. You all know this. Husband, this is my customer and my good friend Yao Xinrui. Yao Xinrui recovered from the shock and just nodded lightly, without any intention of extending her hand for a friendly shake. Perhaps because of her experience, she has a feeling of resistance to the opposite sex. I have never shaken hands with the opposite sex. It didn't happen before, it won't happen now, and it won't happen in the future. The reason why I was listening so intently just now was because I was curious that a good friend could do such a thing. That's all. Su Yanqiu felt a little embarrassed when she saw her good friend like this, and quickly cast a pleading look at Su Hao. I hope he doesn't care. Su Hao smiled at her and flashed his eyes. A virtual property panel appears in front of you. Character, Yao Xinrui. Identity, President of Xiangbai Electronics Company, Limited. Heroine of Urban Flower Protector. Charm, 92. Full value 100. Strength, 10. 10 for ordinary people. Physique, 11. 10 for ordinary people. Spirit, 12. Ordinary person 10. Favorability, -30. Good guy. My favorable opinion is -30. How did it come about? Except for the protagonist's stepmother and several daughters, this is the first time that a female protagonist has such a low favorability. Seeing this good impression, Su Hao didn't even think about extending his hand to make the other party embarrassed and had to shake hands. This good impression is destined to be disagreeable. Sensing Su Hao's gaze, Yao Xinrui frowned and said to Su Hanqiu, since you're okay, I'm leaving. After saying that, she turned around gracefully and walked away in high heels. Brother Hao, don't be familiar with her, she has such a personality. Su Manchio began to explain to his good friend. She wasn't like this before. Oh, what happened? I'd like to hear the details. The two of them talked as they walked. It turns out that Yao Xinrui is also married, but it was just an agreement. To put it bluntly, it's just in the name of marriage, and everyone has to live their own lives. Yao Xinrui disagreed at first, and the other party even threatened her shop with bankruptcy. After hitting a stick, a sweet date is given. If Yao Xinrui agrees, give her a sum of money. Yao Xinrui finally had no choice but to agree. After a pause, Su Manchio glanced at Su Hao. Su Hao threatened her in a similar way back then. But he is more ruthless than Yao Xinrui's husband. With the life and death of her whole family. After being coerced, Yao Xinrui's personality changed and she was particularly repulsive towards the opposite sex. Su Hao nodded, rubbed his chin, and asked. She's not bad looking either. Why did she just agree to get married? Su Wenqiu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Finally, facing Su Hao's curious gaze, she said. I heard her say that her marriage partner was in trouble. After agreeing to marry her, he never touched her or had any contact with other women. When she said this, she looked at Su Hao carefully again. This is why she quickly became good friends with Yao Xinrui. The two of them are so similar. She thought Su Hao couldn't do it at first. He just used her as a cover to help take care of his daughters. The difference is that Su Hao can do it now. Not only is it good, it's also very powerful. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and thought about it. Isn't she overwhelmed now and can't bear it? I often feel that I am no match and want to find a comrade. Isn't this good friend just right? Anyway, although she is married, this is her first time. She is almost the same age as herself and needs a man to love her. Women in their 30s are in highest demand. She is different now than before. The skin is much better. The whole person's mental outlook was completely renewed. That's the difference between having a man and not having a man. Anyway, I will help her keep the secret, as long as the marriage partner doesn't know about it. However, when she thought of Yao Xinrui's character, the light in her eyes slowly dissipated. My good friend is now disgusted with all men. It's not easy to handle. You can give it a try. How will you know if it doesn't work if you don't try? Su Yanqiu thought for a while, looked at Su Hao and asked. Brother Hao, what do you think of her? Who? Yao Xinrui. Are you okay? What's wrong? Then let me get her to help me, okay? Su Hao was startled. What the hell? Ah Qiu, are you serious? Su Manqiu had said before that she couldn't bear it and wanted to find a sister. After hearing this, I wanted to find Yao Xinrui, the heroine. Su Hao couldn't help but ponder. The power of bullying others is a bit strong. I have no problem, as long as you convince her. The protagonist's stepmother has almost been conquered by him. There is no need to worry as much as before, Su Hao admitted boldly. The two were walking in the company and were seen by countless female employees. My boss and a handsome uncle were walking together. When someone recognized Su Hao's identity, they couldn't help but exclaim. Is that Mr. Su Hao? Oh my god, why are you so young? I heard that they are all 50 years old, but they look the same as 30-year-olds, and they are becoming more and more attractive. Boss, you are so lucky. You are married to such a handsome and rich husband. The key is that he is still so caring and loving. He even came to pick up the boss from get off work today. Whispers from all around reached his ears. In the past, Su Wenqiu would have been expressionless and sad. He is not a good husband at all, but a big devil. The Su family is like a prison cage. But now, Su Wenqiu has a bright smile on his face. It smells so good. When the two returned home together, their 3 daughters had already prepared the meal. When eating, Xiao Wanling always cast a resentful look at him. She was a little unhappy that Su Hao didn't teach her tea art in the afternoon. Su Hao's heart moved. When Xiao Wanling went home in the evening, she offered to give her a ride. This time, Xiao Wanling did not refuse. Su Hao personally drove her to her door. Xiao Wanling had always been a little depressed. When she got home, she was ready to get out of the car and leave. Just as he reached out to open the car door, Su Hao grabbed him. I sent you home, shouldn't you thank me? Thanks. Xiao Wanling said reluctantly. I don't want verbal thanks, I want some practical ones. Su Hao smiled and pointed at his cheek. This is repaying a favor. Xiao Wanling blushed, looked around, and took the initiative to get closer. I plan to leave after a little kiss. But just when she came forward, Su Hao suddenly turned his head, and their mouths were locked together. Chapter 82, The Heroine and the Vicious Female Supporting Character. Using unconventional means against the heroine just when she was about to take the last step, Xiao Wanling suddenly regained consciousness. Opening the car door, he ran away like a frightened little white rabbit. Su Hao withdrew his faint gaze. He didn't force her to stay. It has been tested that the little heroine has the idea of accepting him. It's just that today happened suddenly and she was not prepared. I believe I won't be so resistant next time. When sleeping at night, the protagonist's beautiful stepmother Su Manqiu looked sad. What's going on? Who bullied my little nurse? Su Wenqiu was wearing a nurse uniform today, looking well-behaved and sexy. Su Hao lifted her chin. Su Wenqiu raised his head helplessly, a little unhappy. I had a chat with Xinrui just now. What? She doesn't agree? Su Hao asked doubtfully. It would be fine if you just disagree. With their bestie-like relationship, I believe she can still be convinced with her constant persuasion. But she only gave a slight hint, and Yao Xinrui showed strong resistance. It seems that the dislike of men has worsened. After listening to Su Yanqiu's words, Su Hao was thoughtful. It's hard to deal with male phobia. Simple strategy methods will not work, and some unconventional methods need to be used. Su Hao pressed her head. Since she doesn't agree, she can only fight alone. Among thousands of beauties, I will only pamper you, okay? Su Wenqiu grimaced. It's good, but it can't stand the tossing every day. No, I won't be able to bear it if this goes on. I have to find a friend for myself. Chatting on the phone is not possible. Then wait until you meet and talk to her in person. If Yao Xinrui really doesn't agree, she can try with her daughter's best friend Xiao Wanling. She has always been sensitive and attentive to the things around her, so how could she not notice the way Xiao Wanling looked at Su Hao? It's just that she is my daughter's best friend and she is so much younger. Su Wenqiu didn't regard her as the first target. If a good friend doesn't agree, the only choice is to drag her into the water. It's another brand new day. The rising sun brings light to the earth. Su Hao went out from home and got into a car that was already waiting at the door. While driving, his personal bodyguard Bai Ling told him about the information about Yao Xinrui that he had investigated. Yao Xinrui, female, 35 years old, home address. I married Chu Xiong, the leader of the Chu family, 10 years ago. According to the investigation, although the two are husband and wife, they seem to be in love, but in fact they have an indifferent relationship. 810. Su Hao had already heard this news from Su Wenqiu. As the heroine of Xuanwen, of course she is a virgin. Even if you get married, the person you marry is still a eunuch. Keep a pure body and wait for the protagonist. Of course, except for some protagonists who like to be chow thieves. Why do you feel like looking in the mirror? Isn't that what he is like? It was only the awakening of his memory that allowed him to change his fate against the will of heaven. Otherwise, the outcome will be even worse than that of my friend Chu Xiong. That's right. He not only knows Chu Xiong, Yao Xinrui's marriage partner, but is also very familiar with him. It's not an exaggeration to say they are friends. Su Hao started from scratch, while the Chu family rose to prominence very early. Chu Xiong is considered a rich second generation and took over his own company. Even so, because the two are about the same age and have similar assets, they often participate in various business activities together. By chance, Chu Xiong approached Su Hao to talk. Su Hao must maintain his gentle appearance and accept all comers. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Later, when participating in business activities, the two often sat next to each other and talked about the market situation. Su Hao has been busy improving himself during this period, so he has not contacted the other party. Investigating the heroine Yao Xinrui made him think of it. It seems that he needs to find an opportunity to get in touch with this relationship that he has almost forgotten. Bai Ling continued to report. I asked people to go to her company to investigate, and when I was investigating the bill, I found a problem. It turned out that he was a dead man who knew a lot about hacking. When he checked the accounts, he discovered something was wrong. Yao Xinrui actually made false accounts. Every time, I save a sum of money and deposit it into my own small treasury. In 10 years, she has already obtained 300 million. If Su Hao hadn't asked Bai Ling to investigate thoroughly, and Bai Ling happened to send a dead man who knew hacking skills there, we really wouldn't have been able to find these things. Su Hao's eyes flashed. Making false accounts? Embezzlement of public funds? This little heroine is very courageous. Immediately, he smiled. Thinking of Yao Xinrui's identity. Not to mention that it is illegal to embezzle public funds. If Chu Xiong of the Chu family knew what she had done, the outcome would be miserable. Then can he use this secret to control the heroine? Madam, you don't want to either. Su Hao didn't like this kind of threatening method. Seems too low level. What he wants is to subdue the heroine's body and mind. Not only can it provide him with emotional value, but it can also become his right-hand assistant and take care of the company for him. If you threaten someone, you can really get the heroine. It is not necessary to win her heart. Therefore, when he conquered the heroine in the past, he always used gentle methods. Yao Xinrui is different. With male misogyny, it is almost impossible to defeat him by ordinary means. No matter how nice you are to her, she will always treat you with disgust. How to play this? Then we can only use some unconventional means. He is good to the heroine only when it is profitable and can be conquered. Knowing that he couldn't be conquered, why didn't he change his strategy? It's a good time to give it a try, to play a big villain. Oh. It's not a role, it should be a true character. Look at the effect of brushing the emotional value. If you get more emotional points, you can continue next time. At this time, an episode is taking place in the Su group. In order to rectify the company, Su Hao fired a large number of employees who had no strength and unqualified performance. This resulted in a large number of job vacancies in the company. Nowadays, major job markets are recruiting people. As soon as the Su group's recruitment information came out, it caused a big sensation. The Su group is one of the top large companies in the Magic City. Founded by Su Hao, a business legend. Countless young people come here because of its reputation. After many rounds of screening, only 2 people were recruited for marketing department directors who made it to the end. Come to the company headquarters for the final interview. Unfortunately, there is only one position. Which of the 2 can succeed depends on their respective abilities. Among the 2, one is named Li Yunshu, who comes from an ordinary background and has no background. Another person's name is Su Fangfei, whose family owns a garment factory with an annual income of tens of millions. Li Yunshu came out of the interview hall with a serious face and a nervous mood. On the contrary to her, Su Fangfei looked relaxed, as if she was sure of everything. Seeing Li Yunshu's appearance, he couldn't help but sneer. TSK. Li Yunshu, what are you afraid of? Aren't you a top student? You're still a school beauty. It's just an interview, you don't have any confidence at all? The corners of Su Fangfei's mouth raised, and her eyebrows were very proud. It can be heard from the tone that the 2 of them are not dealing with each other. It is true that they graduated from the same school and were in the same class. Before Li Yunshu transferred here, Su Fangfei was a well-deserved genius girl. She is beautiful, and her academic performance is at the top of her grade, and she is admired and pursued by countless students. But after Li Yunshu appeared, all her halo seemed to disappear overnight. In terms of appearance, she is just the class beauty, and Li Yunshu is elected as the only school beauty. I often win awards in my studies. She also licked more dogs than she did, and many suitors changed sides. It can be said that she was suppressed in all aspects. Su Fangfei has always been dissatisfied. Why? She was wearing all famous brands, and she was such a proud girl, but she was outshone by a rustic wild girl. So, the plans against Li Yunshu began again and again. During the exam, he accused her of cheating. Pay money to hire trolls to slander them on campus forums. She used some tricks on Li Yunshu's suitor, and in the end he became her licking dog. But what disappoints her is, Li Yunshu took all her provocations indifferently and didn't care. She felt like she had been punched in cotton. I originally thought that the 2 of them would never meet again after graduation. Unexpectedly, this time, the 2 of them happened to participate in the interview of Su group together. Su Fangfei is actually capable and not bad in all aspects, but she met Li Yunshu, who is even better. But this time, Li Yunshu was confident enough to suppress this old enemy. Li Yunshu's ability is indeed stronger than hers, she has to admit this. But this isn't school. When you enter society, you don't have to be able to succeed. When Su Fangfei said this, Li Yunshu had a bad feeling in his heart. She is very confident in her abilities and is certainly not afraid of an interview. She was afraid that this old enemy, who had always disliked her, was secretly doing something. In the interview hall, the interviewer in charge of the interview was holding 2 resumes in his hands, frowning and thinking about something. The 2 have already been interviewed, and Li Yunshu is undoubtedly better. But Su Fangfei hinted at giving him 1 million in benefits. If this had happened in the past, he would have agreed directly. However, President Su Hao just recently laid off employees and reorganized the company. He was in trouble for a while. 1 million. That was his salary for several years. He didn't want to break the rules, but Su Fangfei gave too much. Thinking of Li Yunshu's clean background and no backstage. As long as you drive the person away immediately after the interview, you should be fine. The interviewer gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. Taking a breath, he put Li Yunshu's resume aside and said to the door, "Everyone, come in." Li Yunshu ignored Su Fangfei's sarcasm. Clenching his fists, he pushed open the door and walked into the interview hall. Ha ha! You're still a little too young to fight with me. Su Fanfei smiled coldly and followed suit slowly. She is very confident in the interviewer's decision. In order to interview with the Su group, she spent a lot of money, spending 1 million from her small treasury. If you can join the Su group, what's the point of spending 1 million? She didn't join the company to make money. Her family had no shortage of money to open a factory in order to squeeze into the upper class. Of course, it's to find a good partner. She is very realistic. Disdainful of those men and women who fall in love in school. I don't understand why girls want to be with those boys when they have no money or background. Looking for a partner, isn't it about finding someone rich and powerful to rely on? She had many suitors, but none of them agreed. She just kept them like fish. I have always maintained a pure body. She will not give herself up easily unless she finds a satisfactory partner. You all have very good abilities. The interviewer first praised the two of them, then faced Li Yunshu and changed his tone. But our company is only looking for one marketing director, so I'm sorry for this classmate Li Yunshu. Buzz buzz. Li Yunshu felt his head was buzzing and his expression was in disbelief. After reacting, she said angrily, I don't accept it. The interviewer frowned. Just when I was about to persuade him to drive him away, Su Fanfei spoke first. You are not convinced? Why are you not convinced? You don't even care about your status. If you lose to me, why are you dissatisfied? What's the use of you having better grades than me? This is not a school. We have stopped relying on grades for a long time. Su Fanfei suddenly felt extremely relaxed and laughed proudly. No matter what she did in the past, Li Yunshu had always been indifferent, but this time she finally broke through. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. The interviewer's expression changed when he heard this. What the hell? Sister, do you know that you came in through the back door? It's not a glorious thing. Can you please stop being so arrogant? If he attracts the attention of higher-ups, he will be killed. The interviewer couldn't help but regret it. If he had known that the other party was so unreliable, he would never have agreed to do this. But now that the matter has come to this, we can only make mistakes and drive people away quickly. Okay, this is the result of my interview. Go ahead and don't let me ask the security guard to come out. Hearing this, Su Fanfei raised the corners of her mouth with a sarcastic smile. Li Yunshu was stunned on the spot, looking slightly pale and dejected. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the door. I'm just an interviewer, he has a very loud tone. The sound is not loud. It was chilling to the bones when I heard it. The interviewer was surprised. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Who else is Su Hao who is not the chairman and president of Su Group? Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the interviewer was struck by lightning. His whole body was so weak that he slid from the chair to the ground like mud. He knew that he was finished. The two women turned their heads when they heard the sound. Su Hao's temperament is still as good as spring breeze, but it can be seen from his expressionless face that he is very angry now. Su Fanfei came back to her senses. Thinking of being caught by the back door, I couldn't help but dodge my eyes and feel scared. She has a good family background and can be considered a rich and beautiful woman. But in front of Su Hao, he was nothing. This is a savings boss who can bankrupt her family with just one word. Just a minute ago, Su Hao arrived at the company and wanted to inspect the company. When passing by the interview hall, I happened to hear the quarrel inside. Out of curiosity, I came in to check. Two beautiful girls came into view. One of them has a halo of luck hanging from his head, and he is clearly the heroine. Character, Li Yunshu. Identity, wearing books and becoming the villain's follower. Heroine, charm, 93, full value 100, strength, 10, 10 for ordinary people, physique, 10, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 11, 10 for ordinary people, favorability, -10 time travel? Su Hao frowned. Have you traveled through time into a certain novel you are reading? Isn't this the same as him? Interesting. But, no matter you are a time traveler or a reborn person, I will accept all your heroines. His eyes fell on another girl. The girl's appearance and figure are not much worse than the heroine. It's just that his eyebrows are full of arrogance and arrogance. It's strange. With such beauty, there is no halo of luck on top of her head? Without the aura of luck, she would not be a heroine. Considering that she is now against the heroine, she must be the vicious female supporting character in the book. Feeling that the time was almost up, Suhao opened his mouth and spoke. This is what happened just now. Chapter 83, The Heroine's Charm. Don't waste it, bad girl. Scare away the little white rabbit. Suhao looked at the interviewer who was collapsed on the ground. You are so courageous that you even dare to go against my words. His tone was calm. I can't hear any mood swings. But the interviewer's face was pale and his heart was ashen. After staying in the company for so long, he naturally knows how scary this CEO Su is. Suhao took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Office of the Director of Human Resources Department. Wang Yunpeng is sitting in front of the computer working. Jingle bell bell. Wang Yunpeng frowned when his cell phone rang. Didn't you say not to disturb him during work? When he took the phone and saw that it was Suhao's call, his expression changed. Quickly press the answer button. President. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Suhao. I'll give you a minute to come to the interview room. Wang Yunpeng was still confused, and the busy sound of beep, beep, beep sounded. Suhao hung up the phone. When something like this happens in the Human Resources Department, not only the person involved must be punished, but the immediate superior is also to blame. Wang Yunpeng came back to his senses with a jolt. Interview hall? Did something happen? Before he had time to think too much, he immediately put down what he was doing and ran all the way. Is she Mr. Su? What a great aura! Looking at Suhao, who was showing his domineering attitude at this time, Su Fanfei's eyes lit up. Even younger than you see in the photo. Li Yunshu was a little confused. She still didn't know who the visitor was. Before a minute had passed, Wang Yunpeng came running out of breath. Seeing Suhao's expressionless look, his heart sank to the bottom. I didn't have time to breathe, so I greeted him respectfully. President. Your interviewer abused his power. You'd better give me an explanation. Wang Yunpeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, there is something wrong here. General, President, it's my problem. He didn't pass the blame, he just admitted his mistake. Suhao has suddenly become stronger recently, and any explanation is redundant. Maybe because of his good attitude in admitting his mistakes, the big thing was reduced to a trivial matter. It's okay to admit your mistake. Before he could finish his words, Suhao interrupted with a wave of his hand. Starting today, I will be demoted to deputy director. I will consider your performance in 3 months before considering whether to transfer you back. Submit another report. If something like this happens again, you should resign voluntarily. Wang Yunpeng was stunned. Compared with direct dismissal, demotion is considered a very light punishment. He said immediately. I am willing to accept punishment. Different from ordinary employees. Wang Yunpeng is an old man of the group and has always worked hard. This little thing cannot be blamed on him. After calming down, Wang Yunpeng looked at the interviewer with a cold tone. What are you doing here? Why don't you get out of here? The interviewer was so frightened that he trembled and walked out of the interview hall. Wang Yunpeng became furious when he saw him. I was working hard, but I was shot while I was lying down. It was inexplicable. He wanted to tear this guy into pieces. Sighed. Let's deal with the mess in front of us first. He came to the interview table and prepared to interview 2 girls. Suhao interrupted him and waved his hand. Leave this to me, and you can go. Okay. Wang Yunpeng, as if he had received amnesty, respectfully said goodbye and left. Suhao picked up 2 resumes and glanced at them. Judging from the resume alone, they are almost the same. They are all excellent. But he didn't need to think about it to know that the heroine Li Yunshu was more real. Su Fanfei probably exaggerated. You go, my company doesn't need sneaky employees. Su Hao put down his resume. From the moment Su Hao appeared, Su Fanfei was deeply attracted. She likes this type of mature and handsome man who is domineering and revealing. The little heart kept beating plop plop plop. After hearing Su Hao's words, she came back to her senses and her face changed slightly. Mr. Su, you are giving me a chance. Do you want me to say it a second time? Su Hao's attitude was firm. I know. Su Fanfei shut up, responded dejectedly, and walked out in despair. Watching her leaving back, Su Hao's eyes flickered. He winked at Bai Ling, the personal bodyguard not far away. Bai Ling understood and picked up the phone to notify the dead man. Now, except for a few dead soldiers to protect his women and daughters, they are all under Bai Ling's management. Only Su Hao and Li Yunshu were left in the interview hall. The air suddenly became quiet. Li Yunshu was a little nervous. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Su Hao. Her fingers were tangled in the corners of her clothes. Ding! Li Yunshu was panicking, and his mood value was plus 235. Classmate Li. Welcome to join the Su Group family. Li Yunshu was surprised and raised his head sharply. Seeing Su Hao looking at him with a smile, his smile was like a spring breeze. Li Yunshu was touched in his heart. Seeing the HR director's attitude towards Su Hao, she also knew Su Hao's identity. President of Su Group. The self-made legend. Unexpectedly, he looked so young. Seeing the unfairness that she encountered, he personally helped her solve the problem and warmly welcomed her. Thank you. I'm very optimistic about you, work hard. Su Hao encouraged her and left. Anyway, this little heroine will stay in the company, so she has plenty of time. No rush. So as not to scare away the little white rabbit. Bang bang. Not long after I arrived at the office, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Xia Qingge walked in wearing professional attire. Now she has been promoted to the manager of the financial department and manages a large number of people under her command. A mature and intellectual temperament gradually developed. Uncle. Qingge, what's the matter? Xia Qingge stepped closer, her eyebrows curved, revealing a hint of coquettishness. I'm here to report on my work. Then you came just in time. On the other side. Su Fanfei left the Su Group and walked on the street. Just when she was about to stop the car and go home, a figure stopped in front of her. Miss Su, our boss wants to see you, please wait a moment. Su Fanfei took a step back and asked warily. Who is your boss? You just met, Su Hao, the president of Su Group. Su Fanfei felt puzzled. Didn't Mr. Su just drive her away? Why do you still want to see her? Doubtful in her heart, she still chose to stay. After reporting the work to Su Hao, Xia Qingge left with a slightly red face. After Su Hao ordered Bai Ling to investigate the newly encountered heroine Li Yunshu, he only heard a ding. A message was sent. Open it and take a look. It turned out to be the news that the protagonist Zhang Fifan left the Magic City and went to the imperial capital. Recently, Zhao Media has been causing trouble for Zhang Fifan, and assassins often assassinate him. It made him very annoyed. He immediately decided to go to the imperial capital in person and find Zhao Media to resolve the matter completely. By the way, investigate the truth behind his father's death. Su Hao tapped his fingers lightly on the table. You have to send a dead soldier over to keep an eye on. There is no need for her to follow Zhang Fifan, just secretly inquire for information. Once Zhang Fifan leaves the imperial capital, let her kill the CEO of Zhao Media. He asked someone to get rid of the other party's son. Although it may not be found on him. But no one knows what a father Zhao who has lost his son and gone crazy will do. It would be troublesome if he attacked his daughters. He was uneasy if Father Zhao was alive. After sending the message, Su Hao was about to put down his phone when he caught a glimpse of the information about Yao Xinrui. I haven't seen my friend Chu Xiong for a long time. Between friends, it is better to move around more. Open the address book. Suhao found Xu Xiong's contact information and called him. Toot toot. The phone didn't ring for long, and the call was answered on the other side. A bold voice came. It's really strange that Brother Su, a busy man like you, would actually contact me. Brother Chu, please stop making fun of me. You are such a busy man. I have been idle recently. Suhao laughed and started exchanging business blows. But how many big deals has Brother Chu negotiated? It's all a small matter. I heard that Brother Su has made a lot of big moves recently. You are doing well in real estate. I think it is getting more and more popular. Why are you thinking about transformation? You can't put your eggs in one basket. I am also preparing for a rainy day. If the market changes in the future and the real estate market is down, there are other industry options. Xu Xiong couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Su Hao is indeed a legend who built a tens of billions group from scratch. Do things vigorously and resolutely. After some polite remarks, Su Hao showed his fangs. Brother Chu, we haven't seen you for a long time. When can we have tea together? Every time I listen to Brother Xiong's insights, I benefit a lot. Brother Su, please don't praise me. Your view of the shopping mall is more accurate than mine. Xu Xiong also encouraged each other back in business, thinking of calling his son back tonight and his wife Yao Xinrui for a family dinner. There was something in his heart. It just so happens that I also want to have tea and discuss Taoism with Brother Su. How about? My family is holding a family dinner tonight, and Brother Su will come with us? Isn't this bad? It's not appropriate for me to go to your family banquet as an outsider. What's inappropriate? It's a family dinner. It's just my son and a few people. Besides, Brother Su is not an outsider. Oh well. In a luxurious office. Xu Xiong hung up the phone and looked thoughtful. The relationship between him and Su Hao is not bad, but it would be better if the relationship were closer. Su Hao used to run real estate and had no business interactions with the Chu family. Now Su Hao plans to transform. And the first transformation goal is the new energy industry. It coincides with the electronics company managed by his wife. A good relationship facilitates better cooperation. It's true that they are already at the top of the Magic City's business circle, but they also need to stick together for warmth. Close cooperation can also help us deal with sudden crises. Thinking of deepening the relationship, Xu Xiong couldn't help but think of Su Hao's 7 daughters. Just match up anyone. Su Hao, you are thinking shit. The daughter is his, no one can take her away. Su Hao's 7 daughters are all beautiful, and they are more than enough to match his own son. But, thinking of his unworthy son, he was unworthy. Xu Xiong shook his head. It's his son after all, so he has to talk about it no matter what. As for whether he can succeed or not, it all depends on the fate of his good-for-nothing son. Noon Su Fangfeichu was taken to a coffee shop by a woman and sat there all morning. Su Hao was not seen for a long time. Just when she thought she was being fooled, the woman took her to a hotel box. Finally saw Su Hao in the box. With a pop sound, the box door closed. There are only 2 people left. Su Hao looked at her and waved. Come and eat together. Su Fangfei approached and saw a large table full of delicacies. Every dish is extremely exquisite and of absolute value. Even if her family is not short of money and has eaten a lot of delicious food, she has never seen such exquisite dishes. Su Fangfei was nervous. I don't know what Su Hao wants from her. He came to the dining table and sat down anxiously, not daring to move his chopsticks. What are you doing standing around, eating? Seeing her dazed look, Su Hao said hello and started eating by himself. After spending an afternoon in the coffee shop, Su Fangfei was indeed a little hungry. Smelling the delicious food in front of her, she swallowed hard, picked up the chopsticks, and put a piece of seafood into her mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up. The spicy taste stimulates the taste buds. It's so delicious. Her nervousness eased a little, and she picked up the chopsticks again and ate in small bites. Gradually, she was no longer so afraid of Su Hao. Su Fangfei asked with some trepidation. "I don't know why Mr. Su is looking for me." Su Hao did not respond to her words, but asked instead. "Do you know Li Yunshu? We are classmates. How is your relationship?" Hearing Su Hao's question, Su Fangfei opened her mouth, a little afraid to speak. "I don't know what Su Hao's attitude is towards Li Yunshu. Just tell me straight, I want to hear the truth, and I will eat you again." Having said that, Su Fangfei felt a little relieved. Immediately told the two people's grievances and hatreds. After speaking, she looked at Su Hao cautiously. She breathed a sigh of relief after finding that his expression was as calm as ever. "I've fallen in love with her. I wonder if you have any way to help me get her?" Su Hao originally asked her for help directly. Let her continue to cause trouble for the heroine Li Yunshu, and he will help at the critical moment. Crazy to gain favor with the heroine. After hearing Su Fangfei's story about the two of them, he changed his mind. The heroine knows this vicious female pairing very well, so I just want to ask her if she has any good opinions. The reason why Su Hao did not meet Su Fangfei in the morning was because he was waiting for her investigation information. The investigation shows Su Fangfei is a girl who loves vanity, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and wants to sell herself at a high price. Such girls make up the majority in society. We cannot expect every girl to be as virtuous as the heroine. In general, this girl named Su Fangfei is quite self-loving. Before I found a suitable tall, rich and handsome man, I had no contact with other members of the opposite sex. Although there are many licking dogs around, they have always been kept as fish in the pond. Apart from her vanity, there is nothing to say about her appearance and figure. According to the system's scoring system, it also reached about 90 points. Isn't there a saying, "Don't let down a good girl, don't let a bad girl go to waste"? To conquer the heroine Li Yunshu, Su Fangfei is a good chess piece. The most important thing is that it is easy to control. Don't you love vanity? He is worth tens of billions and will satisfy you with anything you want. And she has a bully and fearless character, and she believes that she will not betray until she finds someone better than herself. Threaten again. If she betrays herself, her family will be ruined. After that, you can use this vicious female partner with peace of mind. Su Fangfei didn't react for a while. What does it mean to be attracted to Li Yunshu? Are you attracted to Li Yunshu's talent? Or is it what she thinks? But that's not right. Doesn't Su Hao have a wife? Also known as the most affectionate. Su Fangfei didn't think about this for a while and said in a low voice. "I don't understand what Mr. Su means." They were about to conquer each other. Su Hao didn't hide it and said jokingly, "To put it simply, I want to sleep with her and win her heart. I want to ask you what you can do." Chapter 84, the female supporting character is jealous. Willing to give everything. The heroine's subjugation plan. Su Fangfei was stunned. Seeing the playful look on Su Hao's lips, she was sure that was what he meant, and her heart was filled with turmoil. They were all wrong. Su Hao only had 2 wives. He loved his wife very much and had never had any scandals with other women. Now, Su Hao actually asked her to help sleep with a woman. How could it be your first love? After the shock, Su Fangfei's first reaction was not disgust, but joy. Su Hao is not the kind of affectionate and good man. Doesn't that mean she also has a chance? When she saw Su Hao in the interview hall in the morning, she was completely attracted. Su Hao is 50 years old, but he does not look 50 years old at all. He looks just like 30 years old. She exudes a unique mature charm. He has a handsome appearance and the best figure among men. A CEO worth tens of billions and a Fortune 500 company. Handsome, with a good figure, good temperament, rich and powerful, he is simply her perfect dream lover. She wants to sell herself for a high price. Among those rich second-generation rich and handsome men, who is more handsome and richer than Su Hao? If it weren't for Su Hao's status and family background, he would have given in to him long ago. Now that she learned that Su Hao was also a layman who liked beautiful women, Su Fangfei's heart beat faster and her heart beat thumpingly. Etc. Su Hao came to her not because he had a crush on her. Instead, he asked her to help conquer his archenemy Li Yunshu. It was like a basin of cold water was poured down from the head. The flames of jealousy towards Li Yunshu burned like crazy. Su Fangfei wanted to ask Su Hao, how is he different from Li Yunshu? But when she looked up and saw Su Hao's interested gaze, she took her words back. Calmed down the raging emotions, she began to rack her brains to think of a solution. Since Su Hao fell in love with Li Yunshu and Li Yunshu was her mortal enemy, she had nothing to worry about. Each sinister thought appeared in my mind. Aren't you very noble? How can you remain aloof when Su Hao is pressing you down? Why are you pretending to be cold in front of me? One trick after another flashed out. Thinking of it, she raised her head and said tentatively, I know Li Yunshu very well. She is a very traditional woman. As long as Mr. Su sleeps with her and sleeps with her a few more times, he will definitely conquer her. Su Hao continued to eat and raised his eyebrows. You keep talking. As if being encouraged, Su Fangfei continued to speak. I can find an opportunity to drug her and send her to Mr. Su's bed. Seeing Su Hao didn't respond, she said again. Or you can kidnap her, put her in a dark room, and train her for a few days. How about I take some private photos of her and send them to Mr. Su, who then threatens her? Su Fangfei said a lot. It's nothing more than drugging, threats, and the overlord's bow. Mixed with it was her hatred for Li Yunshu. The plan can be described as extremely sinister. That's it? Su Hao thought she knew Li Yunshu well and could come up with some good ideas. Doesn't he know these methods? Su Fangfei observed words and expressions. Seeing Su Hao's unhappy face, she also knew that Su Hao might not like these ideas. She thought quickly in her mind, her eyes lit up, and she said, Mr. Su, otherwise, I have a grudge against Li Yunshu anyway, and I would often go to her to cause trouble. At that time, Mr. Su will show up to help her just like he did today. Li Yunshu is more emotional. As long as we save the beauty a few more times, she will definitely shed tears of gratitude to you. Su Hao nodded. I didn't get a good solution from Su Fangfei, so I had to do this. Su Fangfei felt slightly relieved when she saw this. The jealousy in my heart has not diminished by half. In her opinion, this was not harming Li Yunshu, but giving her a blessing. What a blessing it is to be Su Hao's woman. Although Su Hao wanted to get Li Yunshu, he was unwilling to hurt her. I would rather adopt this gentle approach. The arch-rival has become Su Hao's woman, reaching the pinnacle of her life. But she has to play the role of a villain in the middle. The gap was too big, making her feel so uncomfortable that she felt suffocated. Jealousy drove her to pieces. Looking at Su Hao, who was still enjoying the food, Su Fangfei finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Su, can I ask a question? Su Hao raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? Mr. Su, I want to ask you, why did you choose Li Yunshu? I am no worse than her. Jealousy covered up Su Fangfei's shyness. Su Hao's heart moved, and he knew what she was thinking, so he said it in a wicked way. The feeling she gives me is pure and clean. Su Fangfei quickly extracted keywords. She couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and she said quickly. She is innocent, but her communication skills are poor and she looks quiet if she doesn't communicate with others. This is not an advantage. On the contrary, it is a disadvantage. I am also very clean. Although I have many suitors, I never let them touch me. She maintains her perfect body, isn't she just waiting for this day? It's too shameful to talk about this in front of a man. In order to prove that she was no worse than Li Yunshu, she risked her life. Really? Why don't I believe it? The playful look on Su Hao's mouth became even stronger. Really, I swear. Because it's the truth, it's what she has always been proud of, Su Fangfei explained anxiously. Suddenly, she paused. Sensing Su Hao's gaze, an idea flashed in his mind. This is obviously meant to prove to her. Su Fangfei quickly stood up from her seat. He came to sit next to Su Hao, took his arm, and shook it. Mr. Su, everything they say is true, how can you believe it? It's a bit awkward to call Mr. Su, Dad. Su Fangfei felt happy and shouted sweetly. Dad! So good. When the two came out of the box, more than 2 hours had passed. When they parted, Su Hao warned Su Fangfei. This is a secret between us. Don't let anyone else know it. If you leak it, you should know my methods. Aha! Su Fangfei nodded hurriedly. Dad, don't worry, I will be obedient and no one will tell. Although she loves vanity and likes to show off. But she can still distinguish between what should be said and what should not be said. From the fact that Su Hao maintains the most affectionate persona on the surface, but secretly is with another woman, we know that he is not a good person. If she really leaks it, there is no doubt that Su Hao will destroy her company, and maybe even kill people and silence her. Su Fangfei decided not to tell anyone until she died. After warning her, Su Hao said again. Also, don't forget about Li Yunshu. Su Fangfei nodded again. Watching Su Hao's car leave, she couldn't help but clenched her fists in excitement. I wanted to jump up, but I took a breath of cold air. It's really great. She is with the famous Su Hao. Su Fangfei's jealousy towards her arch-rival Li Yunshu is also slowly diminishing. As expected, Li Yunshu could not escape Su Hao's grasp. And I am one step ahead of her, will she want to call her sister by then? She smiled as she thought about it. Li Yunshu went home with a happy smile. Late night. Su Hao went to Chu's house for an appointment. When an old friend arrived, Chu Xiong personally went to the door to greet him. Dad, who is coming to our house? Even if the meal is so sumptuous, you still have to welcome it in person. Chu Xiong's son, Chu Xiaotian, finally couldn't help but asked curiously. I'll pick up your Uncle Su. Who is Uncle Su? Chu Xiong then remembered that he and Su Hao had gotten along well in business before and often drank tea together. But I haven't been a guest at home yet. No one in the family knows. Su Group, Su Hao. Chu Xiaotian's eyes widened when his father said this name. The Su Group is no weaker than their Chu family. Behave well for me later. If I can get your Uncle Su's approval, I will leave the company to you. Chu Xiong warned his son. He didn't say anything about the family marriage. I still don't know what Su Hao means. It would be embarrassing if he didn't like his good-for-nothing son. Therefore, it still depends on how the good-for-nothing son behaves in front of Su Hao. Dad, are you telling the truth? Chu Xiaotian's eyes lit up with a swipe. He started a company worth hundreds of millions, which has been losing money until recently. How can a company worth hundreds of millions compare with a large group worth tens of billions? He was thinking about how to gain control of the group from his old father. In the past, he said that he did not have enough experience and needed to be tempered. Unexpectedly, he actually spit it out this time. Immediately, his chest clattered and he promised. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely perform well and leave a good impression on Uncle Su. Chu Xiong glanced at his son, turned around and waited at the door. Chu Xiaotian, on the other hand, walked up to a young man of medium height and handsome appearance. Patted him on the shoulder. Li Xiao, brotherly, you must help me this time. When I take charge of the group, I will definitely not treat you badly. Li Xiao is a close subordinate of his father. I heard it saved his life. A few days ago, he was assigned to his side to help him with his affairs. This Li Xiao is indeed capable. The company that suffered losses every year was brought back to life under his guidance. Originally, he was quite disgusted with Li Xiao, thinking that he was an undercover agent sent by his father. Until I saw that the company was getting better and better, my attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. This is a talent. Now, whenever Chu Xiaotian encounters trouble, he asks Li Xiao for advice. Li Xiao was looking at his beautiful stepmother at this time. Yao Xinrui did not enter the house, but sat alone on a stone chair in the courtyard, quietly looking at the documents. A beautiful woman was sitting under the tree, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on her through the gaps in the leaves. This picture is extremely beautiful. Li Xiao looked fascinated. Chu Xiaotian suddenly came over and patted him, which startled him. He quickly looked away and asked doubtfully, "What did you just say?" "I have an uncle who is coming to our house and wants to ask you how to make a good impression. My dad said that as long as I can get that uncle's approval, he will let me take charge of the group." Chu Xiaotian said it again. After saying that, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Brother Li, what are you looking at? You are so fascinated. Didn't you hear what we just said?" As he said that, Chu Xiaotian stuck his head and wanted to look out the window. Li Xiao quickly stopped him, held his shoulders and walked inside. "Aren't you asking how to leave a good impression? Let me tell you." As expected, Chu Xiaotian's attention was diverted. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The villain almost caught him peeking at his stepmother, his eldest brother's wife. His name is Li Xiao, and he is not called Li Xiao either. Why do you say that? He came from another world. This turned out to be the world of a novel he had read. And his identity in time travel is that of the villain's loyal younger brother. The ending was a miserable death. Because the predecessor saved Chu Xiong, this billionaire man earned the trust of the other party. Recently, he was sent to protect his good-for-nothing son Chu Xiaotian. This is a useless playboy, the brainless idiot villain in the book. Not only is he good at cooking, he is also good at cooking and loves to play. He fell in love with the fiancée of the protagonist Zheng Fifen's brother and began to pursue her crazily. The result can be imagined. Being rejected again and again. In the end, he turned evil and even wanted to kidnap the heroine Lin Chuqing. Was discovered in time by the protagonist Zheng Fifen, and then beat him half to death. After that, the two sides became enemies. Until the Chu family is destroyed by the protagonist. The title of the novel he traveled through is called Flower Protector. It tells the story of the protagonist Zheng Fifen who was betrayed and the mercenary group he established was destroyed. Entrusted by his brother, he came back to take care of his fiancée. The dog author is also a thief. I have to arrange the identity of a fiancé, brother and fiancée. After returning to the city, Zheng Fifen pretended to be cool and got acquainted with beauties from all walks of life. This makes me have to mention the outrageous operation of the dog author. You have used so much ink to describe women, which means it is undoubtedly the heroine, since it is the protagonist's harem. You're just jumping on the horse. The protagonist is still a virgin at the end, and he doesn't fall in love with any of the female protagonists. At that time, he was so angry that he cursed loudly. The next moment, I felt like the world was spinning, and I just traveled through time. After the initial panic, Li Xiao slowly discovered. It's actually not that bad. The predecessor would end up dead because he was too loyal. Beaten to death by the protagonist. He is not the original owner, so why should he be so loyal to the Chu family? When the protagonist calls, can't he just run away? And he also has time travel welfare golden fingers. That means knowing the direction of the plot and some of the ways to make money. He can completely start a business through foresight and build a huge money empire. In addition to knowing the plot, he also discovered that his martial arts talent was also extremely high. The predecessor was just a little scumbag in the early days of Mingjin. In front of the protagonist's dark strength, he is nothing. But after several days of martial arts training, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he easily reached the middle stage of Mingjin. Li Xiao was ecstatic. If he continues to persevere, why worry about not being able to reach the realm of the protagonist? Even crush him. He can establish a $100 billion group and continuously improve his strength by knowing the plot. Reach the pinnacle of life. Awake to hold the power of the world, drunk and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. However, he has an ordinary background, and if he wants to earn starting capital, he still needs to go through the Chu family's channels. Li Xiao decided to work for the Chu family first and save up the starting capital. Staying in the Chu family, he has another purpose, that is, the wife of his eldest brother Chu Xiong. That is, the villain's beautiful stepmother Yao Xinrui. This is one of the heroines. Mature, sexy, intellectual, cool, you must get her. Actually, if you want to fall in love with her, it's very simple. He knows Yao Xinrui's secret. To misappropriate the Chu family's company property, just threaten him. But he didn't bother to do that. What's the point of forcing? The means are too low level. Even if you get her person, you can't get her heart. But it's not easy to pick up her. Yao Xinrui has a male hatred syndrome and must be slowly changed. Li Xiao is ready for a protracted war. Not only Yao Xinrui, but also the beautiful lady landlord Fong who plays the protagonist. Neither the protagonist's brother's fiancé, the Bingshan CEO, could escape his grasp. Chapter 85, The Caring Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. You don't want to be discovered by Big Brother, right? A low-key yet luxurious Rolls-Royce drove over and parked in front of the Chu family villa. Bai Ling, who was in the driver's seat, got out of the car, came to the back seat, and opened the door for Su Hao. Seeing Su Hao appear, Xu Xiong greeted him. "Brother Su, why do you feel you have become younger? I almost didn't recognize you. I'm not like you. I'm still working for the company even though I'm old. I relax day by day and naturally the younger I get, the younger I get." Su Hao laughed. "Hello, Uncle Su. Just walked into the Chu family villa." Xu Xiaotian stood waiting at the door. When he saw Su Hao walking in, he greeted him obediently. "This is Brother Chu's son, right? What a talent." Su Hao praised him unintentionally. This kind of rich second generation, at first glance, is uneducated and has no skills, just living and waiting to die. After all, Xu Xiong was considered a tycoon of his generation, and having such a son was a sin. Unlike him, his 7 daughters conquered the country. The 3 daughters who have been subdued are even more considerate little cotton-padded jackets. What? There is also a son of the protagonist? Su Hao didn't recognize a rebellious son who was against his sister and his mother at all. They don't recognize the ones they picked up. Why didn't you throw him to death in the first place? At this time, Su Hao noticed a young man standing next to Chu Xiaotian. There is golden light hanging down from the top of the head, the son of luck. Character, Li Xiao. Identity, Xu Xiong's younger brother, Xu Xiaotian's follower, passed through the book and became the villain's follower. Protagonist, Charm, 76, Full Value 100, Strength, 78, Middle Stage of Ming Jin, Physique, 45, 10 for Ordinary People, Spirit, 38, 10 for Ordinary People, Favorability, -10. It turns out that this is the protagonist who has traveled through time. Seeing that his strength in the middle stage of Ming Jin was not as strong as his own, Su Hao immediately felt relieved. With this little strength, can't he just manipulate it casually? However, he still asked, pretending to be surprised. This is. When Chu Xiaotian was praised by Su Hao, he felt happy and answered quickly when he heard the question. His name is Li Xiao, he is a brother of mine. Hello, Mr. Su. For some reason, Li Xiao instinctively rejected the guy in front of him. But I still had to say hello. Su Hao nodded and said nothing more. Xu Xiong explained next to him. Li Xiao once saved me and treated him like a family member. Brother Chu, has his life ever been in danger? That was 2 years ago. Guiding Su Hao to sit down on the sofa, Xu Xiong poured him a cup of tea. The two started chatting like this. Not long after, Yao Xinrui came back from the courtyard. Although she doesn't have a good relationship with Xu Xiong, she even hates them. It's the same for anyone of the opposite sex. But the appearance still needs to be done a little bit. A distinguished guest is coming. As Xu Xiong's wife, what's the point of staying outside alone? Xu Xiong saw her, called her over and made an introduction. Introduce me to my brother, this is my wife, Yao Xinrui. Xinrui, this is my very good friend, Su Hao from the Su group. Hello, Mr. Su. A forced smile appeared on Yao Xinrui's lips. Unexpectedly, I only met Su Hao yesterday and met again today. Is this sister-in-law? Brother Chu is so lucky. Su Hao said with emotion as he pretended to know only now. Hello, sister-in-law. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. Xu Xiong showed a fake smile, feeling very embarrassed. Originally, I was really lucky to have such a young and beautiful wife. But for him who is no longer able to survive, it is another kind of torture. Who can understand the feeling of watching any beauty dangling in front of you every day and being able to only look at it but not eat it? Su Hao can understand. But that was before. Now I realize their beauty. Chu Xiong quickly changed the topic. Brother Su has recently transformed into the new energy industry and has a tendency to expand his scale. The electronics company under Xinrui is also of this type. You can communicate more. Sister-in-law is an electronics company? Su Hao said, surprised, and smiled heartily. Isn't that a coincidence? I just don't understand some things about the electric vehicle industry. I must ask my sister-in-law for advice when the time comes. When it comes to asking for advice, Su Hao has an inexplicable meaning. Yao Xinrui frowned slightly. She didn't want to talk to a man. She opened her mouth, but before she could politely refuse, Chu Xiong spoke for her. No problem. Xinrui has been in the industry for 10 years and is quite familiar with the new energy industry. You don't have to wait until later. After dinner, you can discuss it. Yao Xinrui took back what she said. He felt even more disgusted with Chu Xiong in his heart. When Su Hao heard this, he couldn't help showing an excited expression. Is that okay? I happened to encounter 2 doubts recently, and now I met a professional. No problem. Yao Xinrui could only reply dryly. Brother Su, come on, let's play chess and play chess. It's been a long time since we drank tea and played chess together. Chu Xiong took out a chess set and laid it out. Su Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea is good, but the tea-making skills are not that good. The tea was wasted. The two were playing chess and chatting. Brother Su, I admire you. You have done well in real estate, and your sudden transformation shows a lot of perseverance. After a pause, he said again. We are not young anymore. We should delegate the powers that should be delegated to the next generation, so that we can take some time off to enjoy our old life. That being said, when he looked at Su Hao's mature and handsome face, he didn't look like a 50-year-old man. Su Hao's heart moved slightly. What does this old boy mean when he says something? He said calmly. It is precisely because I want to leave it to the next generation that I want to diversify the company. If the real estate industry is attacked in the future, the entire group will not suffer. Brother, I'm joking. Real estate is booming now. I don't know how many people are rushing in. Be prepared for a rainy day. Su Hao just dealt with it casually. He sneered in his heart. The economy seems to be booming now, but it may turn bad when policies change. Seeing that Su Hao didn't take the bait, Chu Xiong continued to test. If you ask me, Brother Su just worries too much. I think your eldest daughter's business talent is no worse than yours. In a few years, a company worth tens of millions has been built from scratch, and women are not inferior to men. Su Hao's heart moved slightly. He seemed to know what this old boy wanted to do. Are you trying to get married to him? I'm afraid you're not thinking about eating shit or seeking death, right? Don't talk about your good-for-nothing son. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't agree. The daughter is his, no one can take it away. If it weren't for the fact that the Chu family was not weaker than the Su family, just because he was giving a hint that he would kill him if he wanted to. Okay, let's play like this, right? Dare you miss my daughter? Then don't blame me for being rude to your wife. These thoughts were just a thought. Su Hao's face was calm. The bright moon is still far away, and some ways of doing things are not enough, but they still need to be tempered. You have been getting angry with me these years. After graduation, you joined the shopping mall and never came back. I don't even know what her situation is now. I thought that a daughter would be less worried than a son, but the result is still the same. Chu Xiong took over. Brother Su is joking, who doesn't know that your 7 daughters are all the proud daughters of heaven. My son doesn't want to make people worry. He just knows that he is fooling around outside and not doing his job properly. After hesitating for a moment, he continued. I don't know, Brother Su, what do you think of my son? You even said that you are not doing your job properly. Are you still asking me on horseback? Su Hao felt MMP in his heart and smiled on his face. You are good looking and well mannered. Young people nowadays are enjoying life. Just wait until you have enough fun. They know what they are thinking and don't need you to worry about. They are all veterans of the shopping mall, Su Hao should know his hint. But without saying anything, he expressed his disagreement. Xu Xiong sighed. It's better that your son is not angry. Then, he changed the topic and stopped entangled. It didn't take long. The nanny put the food on the table, and the group sat down. There is actually a protagonist, Li Xiao. It seems that this family really regards the protagonist as a family member. Even if they are relatives and are family members to the protagonist, they may not necessarily end well. Not to mention they are no longer relatives. Xu Xiong took out the fine wine that he had collected for many years. This is the first time for my friend to come to the house, so he can't be careless. Otherwise, where would he put his face as a billionaire? Only Yao Xinrui said she would not drink, and all the men filled their glasses. Seeing that the wine was poured, Xu Xiaotian couldn't wait to raise his glass. This is the first time Uncle Su has come to our home. Let's all toast to Uncle Su. Xu Xiong gave his son a look of admiration. Su Hao has no intention of getting married now. But if his son behaves well, what if Su Hao changes his mind? Xu Xiaotian raised his lips. This is what Li Xiao taught him just now. Not familiar with each other for the first time? It doesn't matter. Then let him drink at the wine table to make him happy. Next, in addition to Xu Xiong and Su Hao drinking, Xu Xiaotian also toasted repeatedly. Even the protagonist Li Xiao toasted. Su Hao will not refuse anyone who comes. With his current physique, drinking this little wine is nothing. The meal is over. The Chu family father and son were both a little drunk. Su Hao and the protagonist Li Xiao both have strength and remain sober. The sky outside has darkened. After drinking tea with Chu Xiong for a while to sober up, Su Hao planned to go back. Brother Su, don't you have a question to ask Xinrui? It just so happens that she is at home today and you can just ask her directly. Xu Xiong stopped Su Hao and reminded him. The relationship between him and Yao Xinrui was not harmonious, but it was just out of agreement to show that they had a good relationship. In fact, Yao Xinrui often doesn't go home. I only come back once every family gathering. He was afraid that Su Hao had left today, and when he came to the door later, Yao Xinrui would not be at home. It would be bad if they noticed their relationship. So, if Su Hao wants to ask any questions, let him ask them today. Su Hao was slightly startled. He also planned to find Yao Xinrui later. Good thing Xu Xiong, let him take care of things today. Since you brought it up, don't blame me. I have no problem, I just wonder if my sister-in-law is free. I'm free, how come I'm not free? Xinrui, please chat with Brother Su. Yao Xinrui walked over with disgust in her heart. What do you want to ask? Let's go outside and talk. She didn't want to stay with Xu Xiong. Su Hao's eyes fell on Xu Xiong. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xu Xiong's face. This Yao Xinrui was so disrespectful to him. I felt unhappy, but there was a smile on my face. You guys can go talk outside. I don't understand anything about new energy vehicles. I can't give you any advice, so I won't hinder you. Well, brother, you have some tea first, I'll have a chat with my sister-in-law and then I'll be back. Su Hao said goodbye and followed Yao Xinrui to the courtyard outside. This is such a magical assist. He was just thinking about how to get away from Xu Xiong if he was around. Directly create opportunities for him. The two came to the courtyard. There were lights hanging all around, so it didn't look dim. Mr. Su, if you have any questions, just ask. I won't hide what I know. My sister-in-law must know about what I asked. Su Hao chuckled. He sat on the stone chair next to him. He looked at this mature and charming heroine with interest. Notice the change in Su Hao's temperament at this moment. Yao Xinrui frowned a little. She felt unhappy and her tone became slightly colder. What do you want to ask, Mr. Su? Su Hao didn't care about her tone and said teasingly, "I would like to ask, sister-in-law, can you give me your Xiangbai Electronics Company limited bill for July 30th this year and tell me what happened? By the way, there are also May 1st, March 15th, February, January, last year, the year before." Hearing Su Hao talk about her company, Yao Xinrui's frown deepened. But when she heard the next few moments, her pupils widened and her face gradually turned pale. In the end, it was completely bloodless. Looking at Su Hao, he seemed to be looking at a monster, with disbelief on his face. Because the times Su Hao mentioned were the days when she falsified accounts and misappropriated company assets. She has always been very secretive. How did Su Hao know this, and how did he know it in such detail? "Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand you?" Yao Xinrui pursed her lips, feeling a little lucky in her heart, hoping that Su Hao didn't know anything. This is just a coincidence. However, she was disappointed. 3.40. You should understand. Su Hao's voice changed. "Sister-in-law, you don't want to talk about embezzlement of public funds. Brother Chu must know about it." Buzzing. Yao Xinrui's mind went blank. Su Hao really knows everything. The misappropriation of company property began in the second year after she was coerced into agreeing to Chu Xiong. Don't look at Chu Xiong asking her to serve as the general manager of Xiangbai Electronics Company, Limited. In fact, it is just a false name. Nothing substantial was given. They also used her as free labor. Yao Xinrui saw through this person right then. Chu Xiong used himself as a cover-up, and after decades, he kicked himself away. By then, there will be nothing but old age and color decline. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. When managing the company, she mobilized her rights and misappropriated some assets and transferred them to her own account. At first she was just making a small fuss, but later she was never discovered, and her courage grew. Sometimes a sum is worth millions. In just 10 years, assets of 300 million have been accumulated. It is illegal to embezzle public funds. 300 million, I don't know if I can get out of prison in this life. And if Chu Xiong knew about it, he would definitely not let her go. Her family will definitely be retaliated against. No. This matter must not be leaked. We can't let Chu Xiong know. Take a deep breath to calm your trembling heart. Mr. Su, how can you not tell this matter? Su Hao knew this secret, but didn't tell Chu Xiong. Choosing to say it when they were alone did not mean to expose her. There is still room to negotiate conditions. Chapter 86, The Disappearing Lipstick. 5-day appointment. Neither do you, sister-in-law. Su Hao's eyes fell on Yao Xinrui's plump figure. He waved to her. Sister-in-law, why are you so far away? Come here and let's talk slowly. Yao Xinrui's heart dropped, wondering what Su Hao was going to do. He came over with pursed lips. Seeing her coming to stand still, Su Hao pulled her down. You're welcome, sit down and chat. Yao Xinrui froze. Since childhood, she has never had contact with the opposite sex. Not even the cheap husband laid a finger on her. Now Su Hao held his hand. She immediately felt uncomfortable. Ding. Yao Zigrui feels disgusted, and his emotional value is plus 468. Feeling that the hand holding her own had no intention of letting go, Yao Xinrui wanted to pull it out. However, he is not as strong as Su Hao. She asked with suppressed shame and anger. What do you want to do? I'm not doing anything. I just want to get closer to you. Don't reject people thousands of miles away. Su Hao spoke calmly while holding his hand and playing with it. I am Chu Xiong's wife. Aren't you afraid that Chu Xiong will know if you do this? It doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of him. If you want to tell him, just go ahead and say it. Su Hao said it's up to you. That's how it is, give him some face and call him brother. If you don't give me face, what are you doing? Of course, there is no element of Yao Xinrui in the call old brother. Only Su Hao knew, you. Yao Xinrui was furious. She really didn't dare to tell Chu Xiong. If she told Chu Xiong that Su Hao was harassing her, she would not be able to do anything to Su Hao in the end. Both companies have a market value of tens of billions. Who is afraid of whom? On the contrary, once Su Hao's backhand was exposed, she would go to jail for the rest of her life. Ding! Yao Zigui's anger surged, and his emotional value plus 684. Yao Xinrui was so angry that his heart heaved. He kept taking deep breaths, suppressing his anger, and said in a cold tone, "I didn't expect that Mr. Su, the most affectionate person in everyone's eyes, would be such a shameless person." Su Hao's hands kept moving. 23. It's just a personality created. Yao Xinrui was speechless. Let's be honest, what are your conditions? You won't tell others about this. After a slight pause, she said with some pain, "How much do you want? How about I give you 200 million? Money?" Su Hao was stunned. "Do you think I'm telling you all this just for money? Do I still owe you those few hundred million?" Thinking that Su Hao was worth tens of billions, Yao Xinrui was speechless. At the same time, a bad feeling arose. She wasn't afraid that Su Hao would ask for money, so sharing half of it wasn't a problem. Anyway, a few hundred million is enough for her. Su Hao doesn't want money, so what does he want? Yao Xinrui was a little flustered. What exactly do you want to do? Su Hao stretched out his hand and raised 5 fingers. What's the meaning? Yao Xinrui was puzzled. 5 times. The request is very simple. As long as we spend 5 noisy nights, I promise not to tell anyone about my sister-in-law's misappropriation of public funds. What? Yao Xinrui couldn't understand it at first. Gradually, she understood. Shocked. He was about to stand up suddenly, but was pulled back by Su Hao. It's impossible, don't even think about it. Yao Xinrui is determined. She hates men so much that she doesn't want to be in the same space as them. How could you agree to something like that? Ding! Yao Zigui is furious, his mood value is plus 782. Really? In that case, there's no need to talk about it. Su Hao let go of her hand, stood up and walked towards the villa. Etc. This time, it was Yao Xinrui who held him back. Su Hao smiled slightly and sat back. Everything is under his control. Yao Xinrui's expression changed. Can you change the conditions? Cannot. Su Hao answered simply and directly. How could you do this? You and Su Wenqiu are already together. I said that Su Wenqiu wanted to find a companion for herself, and she also recommended you to me. Do you believe it? Su Hao looked amused. Yao Xinrui was confused. Is there such a thing? Yes. I said goodbye to Su Manchio yesterday. When she chatted with me at night, she would always ask some strange questions. It turns out that she wanted to pimp her man. Recommend good friends to your own man. What a good wife. He is also her good friend. Have you thought about it? If you don't agree, forget it. Seeing that Su Hao had a tough attitude, Yao Xinrui knew that he had to meet this condition. His face changed for a while. After hesitating for a while, he spoke. 5 times is too many, can one be okay? Since it cannot be avoided, reduce the frequency. She shuddered at the thought of being with Su Hao for 5 whole days. Once, she gritted her teeth and passed. Are you bargaining at the vegetable market? Su Hao looked strange. Yao Xinrui's face turned blue and white, and she gritted her teeth for the last time. Okay, I promise you. But after 5 times, you must not tell anyone about it. Don't worry, I swear on my reputation as the president of Su Group. Su Hao spoke righteously. Yao Xinrui was shocked and confused. If Su Hao had sworn like this before seeing Su Hao's true face, she would have believed it. But now. But what if she doesn't believe it? Su Hao already has the handle. She can only pray that Su Hao would keep his promise. Her worries are unnecessary. For Su Hao, 5 times is enough. If he still can't win over a woman after 5 times, then his bullying is too naughty and too low. What? You don't believe it? Su Hao raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. Then let's pull the hook. Yao Xinrui was confused. How old are you to do such childish tricks? But her hand was out of control and was pulled by Su Hao. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, he pulled her into a warm embrace. Yao Xinrui hasn't reacted yet. Already I saw a close face approaching slowly. In an instant, Yao Xinrui's eyes widened. Ding, Yao Zigrui is furious, her mood value is plus 894. When the two went back, Yao Xinrui was afraid of arousing suspicion, so she asked Su Hao to go back first. My own was following behind, adjusting my clothes. Chu Xiong was sitting at the coffee table making tea. Seeing Su Hao coming back, he quickly greeted him. Brother Su, how was the chat? Xinrui's views on the new energy industry are quite thorough, right? Su Hao picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and smacked his lips. It is indeed a unique insight, which has benefited me a lot. I will avoid many detours in the future. While speaking, he looked at the top of Chu Xiong's head. A flash of green light passed away. Not long after, Yao Xinrui also came back. Because they had been tidied up and their faces were as usual, neither the Chu family nor his son noticed anything unusual. But in the field, one person discovered something was wrong. That is the protagonist Li Xiao. He has been secretly observing Yao Xinrui, and with Ming Jin's midterm strength, he has been observing carefully. It was obvious that Yao Zigrui still had lipstick on her lips when she went out. It has been wiped off when it comes back. Why was it erased? There are still some wrinkles in the clothes in front of me. Although it was deliberately smoothed, he could still see it keenly. The difference between the two positions is enough to explain the problem. Li Xiao could already imagine that scene. Two people hugging each other. Li Xiao shuddered, his eyes widened with horror on his face. What's going on? Could it be that this beautiful sister-in-law has been hooking up with this guy named Su Hao for a long time? That's not right. According to the plot of the novel, my sister-in-law has always been pure and pure. I have never had any contact with the opposite sex, and I still have misogyny. What's going on? The difference between Yao Xinrui going out and coming back, as well as the way Yao Xinrui looked at Su Hao, proved that something definitely happened between the two of them just now. Li Xiao was stunned. A feeling of panic beyond control came. In fact, during this period of time traveling, he had always had the mentality of dimension reduction and attack. Know everyone's fate. It's natural to feel superior to others. But now, the plot has changed. Where did this Su Hao come from? It has never appeared in the plot of the novel. Logically speaking, he is a friend of his eldest brother Chu Xiong. When the Chu family was destroyed by the protagonist, they shouldn't have asked him for help. Force yourself to calm down. Something was wrong and he had to find out. Everything started because of Su Hao. Seeing the lipstick disappearing from the corner of Yao Xinrui's mouth, Li Xiao was extremely heartbroken. It was obviously the cabbage he was interested in, but he was passed over by a pig. Su Hao is really nothing. They call each other brothers and sisters, but secretly they are getting along with their sister-in-law. No. That's not right. Li Xiao immediately discovered Hua Dian. Yao Xinrui does have misogyny, he can feel it. Even for Su Hao. Then how could she be flirting with Su Hao? The answer is ready to come out. Su Hao definitely used dishonorable means to coerce. It was only then that he noticed that the way Yao Xinrui looked at Su Hao was not an expression of coquettishness after intimacy, but angry, with a hint of fear. Damn! Li Zhao's face was as dark as water and he clenched his fists. I wanted to go up and beat Su Hao violently. He glanced at Chu Xiong, whose hair was glowing green. Are you still here drinking tea with others? My wife doesn't even know what it's like to be bullied. He wanted to tell Chu Xiong what Su Hao had done. But after seeing Yao Xinrui's appearance, he stopped again. With Yao Xinrui's character and misogyny, how could she tolerate being bullied? There is only one reason why she didn't say it. That means he has been threatened, and the handle is still in the opponent's hands. Ha! Li Xiao took a long breath. So what if Su Hao is the CEO of a tens of billions group? Anyone who dares to snatch the woman he has chosen will be killed. One day I will take care of him. Ding! Li Xiao is filled with hatred, and his emotional value is plus 988. After drinking tea with Chu Xiong for a while, Su Hao took a look at the sky outside and decided to go back. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your hospitality today. Bai Ling opened the car door for him and Su Hao said goodbye. Brother Su, let's have tea together when you have time. No problem. Su Hao got in the car and waved. The car sped away. Uncle Su is really a strange man. He founded the Su Group from scratch, and he still looks so young in his 50s. Chu Xiaotian sighed with emotion. Hearing his son's voice, Chu Xiong thought that he didn't tell Su Hao about the marriage today. Isn't it because my son is not living up to expectations? I couldn't help but give him a kick. I want you to leave a good impression in front of your Uncle Su, so that if you don't understand something in the future, you can ask others for advice. Dad, didn't I behave well? I've been toasting with Uncle Su at the dinner table. Seeing that his father still wanted to hit him, Chu Xiaotian hurriedly ran away and muttered something. Li Xiao on the side was speechless. Should I say that the Chu family is stupid, or stupid? They have almost eaten up your wife and stepmother, but you still keep saying good things about them. Out of sight, out of mind, he went home. The Li family has average conditions and lives in an old residential building. As soon as Li Xiao arrived at the door, he heard the excited voices of his parents in the room. Yunshu, what are you talking about? You were interviewed as the marketing director of Su Group, a Fortune 500 company, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands? Good guy, is this the good news you want to tell us? It's really great. Father Li and Mother Li looked excitedly at their daughter who was drinking water. Although their son is not living up to expectations and is fooling around everywhere. But they have a good daughter. Not to mention good grades in school, outside the society, 897 also entered a large group. As soon as you join the group, you will become an official. Li Yunshu acted very calmly. But from the raised corners of her mouth, you can see her mood at this time. She is very happy. Su's group? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Li Xiao frowned slightly, opened the door and walked in. Seeing her sister putting down the water glass, she couldn't help but ask. Sister, what Su group are you talking about? Which Su group is there in our magical city? Of course it is the group built by philanthropic entrepreneur Su Hao from scratch. Working under him will definitely have a bright future. You and your sister study hard and don't just sit around and fool around with those idiots. Li's father and Li's mother admired Su Hao for a while. Don't forget to use your sister's excellence to educate your useless son. Li Zhao's head was buzzing. He only heard about Su Hao's Su group. Didn't hear anything else. Who is Su Hao? He threatened his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui and had sex with his sister-in-law behind his brother's back. How could such a person be a good person in the eyes of everyone? On the surface, he is a gentleman, but secretly he is doing shameful things. He is just a hypocrite. Gritting his teeth, he regained consciousness. He said to his sister Li Yunshu in a serious tone, Sister, you can't go to work at Su Group. Eyes fell on Li Xiao. Li Yunshu's smile faded, his brows furrowed, and his tone changed. Why? Su Hao is a hypocrite. You have all been deceived by his disguise. Behind his back, he is an unscrupulous villain. Li Xiao talked about Su Hao's character and hoped that his sister would not go to Su Hao's company. Su Hao attacked his friends' wives. His sister's appearance and figure were no worse than his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. When you reach Su Hao's territory, you can still escape from his grasp? Li Xiao was worried about her sister. Li Xiao, how can you say that? Su Hao is a great philanthropist who often does charity and has built many Hope primary schools. That's right, Su Hao is such a nice person, and now he has become your sister's immediate boss, so don't talk nonsense. Li Xiao felt sad when he heard his parents' praise for Su Hao. Everyone in the world was fooled by Su Hao, and his family was one of them. Li Xiao, I don't want to hear any more slander against Mr. Su from you. Li Yunshu spoke coldly. Father Li and Mother Li know this daughter very well and are usually gentle and quiet. This tone is really angry. He quickly comforted him, said good things, and blamed Li Xiao. And asked him to promise never to speak ill of Su Hao again. Li Yunshu was very angry. How could Su Hao be the kind of person Li Xiao said? She was just a little person. During the interview in the morning, she encountered unfair treatment. Su Hao personally appeared to help her solve the problem and encouraged her with a smile. The impression Su Hao gave her was that of a good boss who was ruya, easygoing, gentle, and generous. She will never allow anyone to slander her, not even her biological brother. Chapter 87, The Fifth Daughter Returns Home. Leg control ecstasy. Not as delicious as dumplings. At the same time, the Su family study room. A document was placed in front of Su Hao. I'm flipping through page after page. It is the information about the new protagonist Li Xiao and the heroine Li Yunshu who was interviewed in the morning. Su Hao was a little surprised. This heroine and the protagonist Li Xiao are actually siblings. He learned about Li Yunshu's situation from Su Fangfei. I graduated from college this year. I am the school belle. I am aloof and not good at communicating with others. The protagonist Li Xiao is originally an ignorant little gangster. Because he learned a good skill from an old man when he was young, he was discovered by Chu Xiong and became his younger brother. 2 years ago, Chu Xiong was attacked by thugs, and Li Xiao stepped forward to save him. From then on, Li Xiao became Chu Xiong's confidant and treated him like a family member. Recently, Chu Xiong arranged for Li Xiao to be with his son Chu Xiaotian. The good-for-nothing son is not up to par, so he wants to be guided by his loyal younger brother to make him change. Su Hao rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Chu Xiong regards Li Xiao as his brother. Whether Li Xiao regards him as his eldest brother is another matter. You can tell it from the way Li Xiao looks at Yao Xinrui. It should be because he traveled through time. The body is still the same person, but the soul has long been replaced. Not long ago, I went to the Chu family to ask Yao Xinrui to advance some interest in advance, but the protagonist found out. M is a potential trouble. If he tells Chu Xiong about seducing his sister-in-law, the Su family and the Chu family will definitely fight. He is now in a period of rapid development, and it is not appropriate to openly enmity with others. He transferred all the hatred of Zhao Media to the protagonist Zheng Fifan. It seems that we have to find a way to solve this hidden danger. Continue to read the following information. The Li family's family background is ordinary. Both Li's father and Li's mother are working workers. Su Hao's eyes fell on a piece of news. Is the Li family about to face house demolition? Su Hao suddenly smiled and an idea emerged. He was still trying to win the heroine's favor, but the opportunity presented itself. In order to prevent the demolition from proceeding normally, he had to ask someone to do some tricks. The time soon came to the afternoon of the next day. Sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai had no classes in the afternoon and did not go to school. Was playing around with Su Hao. Dad, help me catch Su Shiqing. I was kind enough to be her massage test subject, but she actually beat me. Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. If she hadn't been angry with me, why would I have done anything? The two sisters were chasing each other, running in circles around Su Hao. It turns out that just now, the two sisters were in the room, and Su Shiqing was learning massage. She hasn't finished learning full-body massage yet. She plans to learn them all and give Su Hao a good massage. How can you learn massage techniques by watching videos? So I discussed with my sister and let her be the experimental subject. Su Hua realized that her sister was offering massage services and agreed without hesitation. Enjoying her sister's massage, Su Huai felt extremely comfortable. But when it comes to massage, it is inevitable to encounter some awkward positions. Su Huai didn't feel anything wrong. She was her sister anyway, so it didn't matter. But she quickly thought of her sister giving Su Hao a massage. I'm curious, how would my sister handle a similar embarrassment? Su Huai has an eccentric character. Of course you have to ask about such an interesting thing. The result reminded Su Shiqing of the massage parlor that day, and her pretty face turned red. Seeing that her sister was still teasing her, Su Shiqing was furious and slapped her fleshy part several times. She didn't hold back her strength these few times, and the beatings were so severe. Su Huai was so painful that tears were about to come out. Su Shiqing knew she was in trouble and ran out quickly. Su Huai was chasing after him, which led to the current scene. Su Hao was a little dizzy because of his two daughters, so he simply picked up the sisters one by one. "Tell me what's going on, and I'll make the decision for you." Being held in Su Hao's arms, Su Shiqing immediately stopped hiding and became as obedient as a quail. Su Huai was still noisy, reaching out to catch her sister. Su Hao was among them like this. Seeing that the little daughter was still not calming down, Su Hao held her hand and moved it towards her pigeon nest. Ah ha ha ha! Su Huai froze, and then burst into wild laughter. "Dad, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm going to die laughing." Su Huai is most afraid of being tickled. He was not as strong as Su Hao, and his body was fixed, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The result can be imagined. She almost burst into tears laughing. "Who told you to take action? Can you stop now and tell me what happened?" However, Su Huai didn't listen to his words at all and laughed so hard. "Keep slapping Su Hao. Dad, you are partial, why don't you scratch Su Shiqing? You know how to bully me." Just when the three of them were having fun, a tall man, about 1.78 meters tall, with long legs, quietly walked into the Su family villa. This is a very beautiful girl. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. The upper body is a snow-white t-shirt. She held up her exaggerated figure and wore a pair of blue jeans. Show off those long legs to the fullest. She is dressed simply and casually, with a delicate and beautiful face, no makeup. It gives people a refreshing and capable feeling. Glancing at the door of the Su family villa, Su Fian was very emotional. She hasn't been back to this home for a year or two. If it weren't for the two younger sisters, poetic in painting, and the weird behavior of the third sister, Su Hongzhuang, she may come back later. Maybe he will never come back. The most I can do is visit stepmother Su Manchio's beauty salon. As for her father Su Hao, she wished she could never see him again for the rest of her life. As long as her father Su Hao cared about their sisters at all, she would not be like this. Not at all. He is moody, indifferent, and often loses his temper with them. Oof. I want to see how you fooled my younger sister and third sister. Wait until I expose your hypocrisy. Su Fian slipped in quietly. Walking on the trail, the surrounding environment is the same as before, without any change. Not long after walking, she suddenly heard the crying voice of her sister Su Huai. "Don't, just let me go, just to bully me." Su Fian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly walked a few steps and came to the courtyard, his steps suddenly stopped. The scene that caught her eye made her pupils dilate and her eyes were about to burst. It turned out that her two younger sisters were being held in the arms of a handsome uncle. Su Huai struggled so hard that tears were about to flow out. She followed a big sister in society and was not new to rape. How similar is this scene? Su Fian was angry. The aura on his body rose and he roared loudly. "Let go of my sister." He touched the ground with his toes and rushed towards Su Hao and his daughter. When she came closer, she kicked out a set of feet that teased her vagina. The two younger sisters were bullied, and Su Fian wanted to kick this guy away. But he was holding his two sisters now. In order to avoid hurting them, he decided to make the other party lose their fighting power first. What's the best way to make a man lose his fighting ability? Of course, it hits the point directly, beating a chicken with a flying egg. What the hell? Su Hao is shocked by this kick. The power of this kick is nothing to him, and the speed is very slow. He can easily dodge. But it's too cruel. There is no doubt that, if he is kicked by this kick, he will return to his previous life as a eunuch. Su Hao quickly let go of Su Huai, turned slightly sideways, and hugged Su Fian's kick. Su Fian was shocked when her legs were still being hugged by the other party. She didn't panic. He raised his fist and hit Su Hao in the face. Su Hao also let go of Su Shiqing's other hand and grabbed her fist. Suddenly, Su Fian's hand and leg were restrained. He glared at Su Hao angrily. "Let me go." Ding, Su Fian is angry, her mood value is plus 555. Ding, Su Fian is furious, her mood value is plus 696. This scene happened so fast that the two sisters, Poetic and Painting, did not react. Su Huai was being tickled by Su Hao and didn't know anything. Su Shiqing heard the roar, and then saw the fifth sister, Su Fian, rushing towards her father. Seeing the kick from fifth sister, she was frightened. If this kick hits the target, what will happen to the beautiful stepmother's happy life? Fortunately, at the critical moment, my father dodged me. Su Shiqing saw her father and fifth sister standing in a strange posture. Su Shiqing said anxiously to Su Fian, "Fifth sister, what are you doing? Let dad go quickly." Su Fian couldn't help but rolled her eyes. "Why should I let him go? Don't you see that I am now restrained by him and unable to move? Etc., Dad?" Su Fian reacted. I quickly took a closer look at Su Hao's face and found that it was indeed very similar. No. It should be the younger Su Hao. The situation was urgent just now. When she saw her sister being bullied, she became angry. He didn't pay much attention to Su Hao's appearance. And because Su Hao had become much younger, she didn't recognize him for a while. This is embarrassing. But this isn't right either. As a father, can he be so close to his daughter? They also played together. I often heard two sisters brag about how good Su Hao was in the group, and then I saw it for real. The relationship is too good, right? Strange, when did Su Hao become so powerful? Not only did he avoid her attack, he was even more powerful than her. Su Fian's expression changed, and she was confused. Just as she was looking at Su Hao was also looking at the fifth daughter. 7 beautiful countries and beautiful cities are not wrong at all. The fifth daughter is equally stunning. Not to mention her appearance, what stands out is her pair of long legs. It can make some leg control patients ecstatic. Not bad, now we have the strength of Ming Jin in the early stage and close to the mid stage. She is worthy of being the underground queen after 2.5 years. Su Hao calmly let go of her hands and feet. It turns out that Fian is back and didn't tell me in advance so that I could prepare a welcome ceremony for you. But, the meeting gift you gave me is quite special. Su Hao said pointedly. This daughter is also cruel enough. That kick was done without considering the consequences. Fortunately, he dodges quickly. Fifth sister, you misunderstood. We were playing around with Dad just now. Su Shiqing stepped forward to explain. She pulled Su Hao up again and kept looking and inspecting him. Dad, are you okay? Don't worry, it's okay. Su Hao smiled and touched his daughter's head. Su Shiqing still checked it uneasily. Seeing that Su Hao was indeed intact, she felt slightly relieved. It would be too tragic if my father was injured by the fifth sister because of the fight with them. Then, Su Shiqing turned her head and looked at fifth sister Su Fian with some complaints. Fifth sister, are you too impulsive? You just hit and kill me without asking why. What if I hurt my father? Su Fian. She felt aggrieved. I obviously care about you, okay? When I saw you being bullied, I rushed up to you in anger. Instead of thanking me, you blame me. Su Huai came back from her daze. After knowing what happened, he also said, Yes, Dad is just joking with me. We are joking. Su Fian was speechless. Are you joking like this? I almost thought. Since it was an accident, Su Fian gradually calmed down. It's just that I heard two sisters calling each other so affectionately. Su Fian felt very uncomfortable when she continued to care about Su Hao and complained about her sister. She has been brooding over the fact that Su Hao easily blocked her attack just now with all her strength. She studied with her eldest sister for a year or two, and her strength improved rapidly. Many sisters in the gang are no match for her. The eldest sister often praises her for her talent. Su Fian is very confident in herself. Since she started practicing martial arts, she has never met an opponent. Su Hao easily diffused her attack today, which made her feel frustrated. She doesn't believe this is true. Before she graduated and left home, Su Hao had been managing the group company and had no strength at all. Could it be that he was promoted within the past 2 years? Is the talent even greater than hers? Su Fian does not believe in evil. I didn't expect that you also have strength. How about we compete? Su Fian frowned and looked at Su Hao. I felt that it was because she was furious and lost her mind that Su Hao took the opportunity to stop her. She didn't believe that she would lose to Su Hao. In fact, if it were another person, she would admit that she is no match. But if the target is Su Hao, she is unwilling to admit defeat. The sisters have always regarded each other as imaginary enemies. You will never allow yourself to lose to Su Hao in the areas you are good at. Fifth sister, what are you doing? That's Dad, it's not good to beat and kill. Su Shiqing quickly dissuaded her. Su Huai also nodded in agreement. Fifth sister, you better forget it. You can't beat Dad. Dad once beat 5 killers until they were all on the ground. While speaking, she waved her fist, wanting to show Su Hao's great strength. But it fell on her flawless and beautiful face. I didn't find much lethality at all, but it felt cute. Su Fian curled her lips. It's just a matter of knocking down a few gangsters, what's the big deal? With her strength, she can knock down dozens of gangsters standing in front of her one by one. Su Fian became even more angry when she heard that her 2 sisters were still talking for Su Hao. He raised his eyebrows at Su Hao and said provocatively, "What? You don't dare?" It was clear that he had used the method of provoking generals. Su Hao felt happy. These fifth daughters have quite good personalities. For a woman with character, it is difficult to conquer and easy to conquer. After pondering for a moment, Su Hao had an idea in his mind and smiled. What am I afraid of? It's just, since it's a competition, there has to be a winner, right? Chapter 88, Lottery. A father-daughter battle is about to break out. Su Fian's numb brush Su Huai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard about the winnings of the bet. She is the kind of character who enjoys the fun without taking it too seriously. Immediately clapped his hands. Okay, since it's a competition, how can we do it without winning? Su Shiqing originally wanted to persuade fifth sister Su Fian. But when Su Hao said this, he just kept his mouth shut. At the same time, I can't help but look forward to it. The fifth sister is really unreasonable. She might as well ask her father to teach her a lesson. Let her know what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Su Fian frowned slightly. He became even more unhappy with Su Hao. It was just a competition, but there was even a lottery win. She exaggeratedly imagined that she was like a gambling dog. Ding, Su Fian feels disgusted, her mood value is plus 777. What prize do you want? Su Fian asked calmly. Su Hao rubbed his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. Let me think about it. Dad, I have thought of a few for you, please refer to them. Su Huai raised her hand to express that she also wanted to participate. Then tell me. I don't think it's better than this. If fifth sister loses, she can wash Dad's feet, or massage and beat his legs for a month. Su Huai's eyes lit up. This fifth sister is usually very arrogant. She often calls herself the queen. Think about the scene of the queen's fifth sister, like a little maid, washing her father's feet. Su Huai was particularly looking forward to it. Su Shiqing could see her sister's bad taste and couldn't help but roll her eyes. But he didn't say anything. To be honest, she was looking forward to seeing that scene. A few black lines appeared on Su Fian's forehead. Before the competition even started, you thought she would lose? Don't you believe in her strength too much? He glared at Su Huai. How can there be such a bet? What if I win? Okay, if whoever loses, the winner will massage and wash the feet of the winner for a month. Su Huai reluctantly changed her statement. No, I don't agree. Let's try another one. And a month is too long. I only stayed at home for a few days and then left. Su Fian simply refused. She is very confident in her own strength. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. What if you lose? She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of washing Su Hao's feet and massaging them for a month. Let's do this. Su Hao stood up and answered. If one of us loses, how about serving the other person tea and water for a day? Su Fian thought for a while. Serving tea and pouring water is not difficult, and it can be tolerated in a day. Nod in agreement. No problem. Su Fian walked to an open space, her eyes focused, and a vague aura emanated from her body. Just when she was about to launch an attack, Su Hao suddenly shouted to stop. Wait a moment. Su Fian almost didn't lift it up in one breath, her face gloomy. The lottery has been decided, why are you afraid? Su Hao waved his hand. I'm either scared, or I just want to ask, what is the definition of our winning or losing? We are all one family. It would be bad if we were hurt or touched. Su Fian said, who is your family? But thinking about the situation of his two sisters, if he hurt Su Hao, he would definitely cause trouble for him. It is indeed a problem. Su Shiqing suddenly spoke. How about I circle a circle for you, and whoever gets out of the circle first will lose? Su Huai also nodded. This is a good idea. After getting the consent of Su Hao and Su Fian, the two sisters drew a boundary around them. After the rules were agreed upon, Su Fian did not take action immediately and asked coldly. Is there no problem now? Let's get started. Su Hao said casually. Su Fian's body was tense, her long legs slightly bent, and she was ready to attack at any time. This father-daughter war is about to break out. Su Fian is very cautious. Su Hao stood there casually and yawned. Su Fian frowned. That's it? He doesn't look like a master at all. She originally wanted to find weaknesses in Su Hao, but it turned out that Su Hao was full of weaknesses. I don't care. A quick victory. Su Fian's eyes flashed. The toes stepped hard on the ground, and the hard marble floor showed some cracks. Her whole body was like an arrow from the string, flying towards Su Hao. Su Hao seemed to be frightened and backed away repeatedly. Just when he was about to exit the boundary line, his body paused. Su Fian was overjoyed. The speed has sped up a bit. As he approached, he threw out a long leg, trying to kick Su Hao directly out of the boundary line. This kick is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Not as sinister as the previous kick, but very cunning. Directly attacked Su Hao's chest. Although they regarded Su Hao as their enemy, they did not really want to harm him. Just kick him out and win the competition. Seeing that Su Hao was about to be kicked, a smile broke out on Su Fian's face. She is going to win. Thinking that Su Hao would serve her tea and water within a day, Su Fian couldn't help but look forward to it. However, at the critical moment, Su Hao hugged her thigh again. Su Fian was shocked. Before I had time to react, I felt like the world was spinning. It was Su Hao who held her thigh and threw her out of the boundary line. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Su Fian did not fall to the ground. Put your feet on the ground and take a few steps back to relieve your strength. Su Fian was completely confused at this time. He looked at himself and Su Hao, who was still within the boundary. She lost? The loss is unclear. Su Fian refused to accept it. There was no fight just now. Su Hao's strength was not tested at all. Su Hao unexpectedly won her. What she didn't know was that this was all part of Su Hao's plan. Deliberately showing weakness was just to make her think so. With Su Fian's character of refusing to admit defeat, this time, his strength was not tested. There will definitely be a next time. There has to be a winner in the competition, right? Then he can make demands again. Just keep entangled like this. Over time, will it be possible to conquer my daughter? Ding, Su Fian's anger surged, her emotional value plus 586. Ding, Su Fian felt disappointed, her emotional value was plus 493. Wow, Dad is so powerful. He defeated the fifth sister in just 3 seconds. Dad YYDS. The poetic and picturesque sisters have melon seeds and drinks ready to watch a good show. The result ended so suddenly? After coming back to his senses, Su Hui ran up and gave the winner Su Hao a big hug. Fifth sister, you lose. Starting today, you have to serve Daddy with tea and fresh water all day long. Su Shiqing came to Su Fian with a smile on her face. We will supervise. It doesn't matter, I don't accept it. He cheated, and we didn't really compete. Su Hao coughed. Fian, we are conducting it according to the rules of the competition. Whoever gets through first will lose. Yes, that's right, we all saw it with our own eyes, can't you afford to lose, fifth sister? Su Hui came out of Su Hao's arms and stared at Su Fian without blinking. Su Fian was speechless. Although Su Hao's methods were disgraceful, a win was a win. She felt that she was careless and lost because she didn't dodge. Be sure to pay attention next time. Su Fian spoke immediately. Okay, you win this time, let's compete again. Su Hao had a smile of success in his eyes and shrugged. It's not impossible to compete again, but I'm a little tired today. Let's continue tomorrow. Today, you first fulfill your agreement and then talk about it. Su Fian was so angry that her teeth itched. Su Hao looks very energetic now. Doesn't he look a little tired? Obviously, I just don't want to compare with her. I want to see myself serving him tea and water. So angry. Fifth sister, you must be trustworthy and willing to admit defeat. Fifth sister, what are you doing here? Why don't you go and pour tea for Dad? The twin sisters were making noises nearby. Su Fian glanced at her two sisters bitterly. I really don't know what's going on with these two sisters, speaking for Su Hao like this. I know, it's not like I can't afford to lose. I don't need you to remind me. After gritting his teeth, Su Fian walked towards the house. As soon as she entered the hall, she saw a figure sitting in front of the coffee table making tea. Xiao Wanling. Su Fian knew that she was the best friend of her third sister, Su Hongzhuang. I used to post their photos in friend groups. Xiao Wanling didn't notice her arrival and was concentrating on making tea. Although when Su Hao taught her tea art, she would always feel hot and low in energy. But she has a foundation, and after so many days, she still learned something. I saw Xiao Wanling's fingers flying. Skilled in warming cups, shaking incense, brewing. The movements are smooth and natural. Su Fian suddenly found it pleasing to the eye. After Xiao Wanling finished making tea, she stepped forward and said in surprise. Sister Wanling, your tea art is getting better and better. As she got closer, she smelled the faint fragrance of tea. Taking a deep breath, I felt a lot more energetic. Are you, Su Fian? Xiao Wanling felt a little familiar and asked tentatively. Aha. Su Fian nodded. When did you come back? Hongzhuang just told me about you. Where is my third sister? Su Fian looked around, looking for Su Hongzhuang. I'm practicing singing in the study. Su Fian suppressed the urge to see the third sister and said enthusiastically. Sister Wanling, your tea art is so good. I feel like those tea art masters are nothing in front of you. She often sees the eldest sister making tea and drinking, and she has some knowledge of tea art. The eldest sister's tea-making skills are average, and Xiao Wanling gave her the feeling that she was more skilled and elegant than those tea masters. If the eldest sister were here, she would definitely keep Xiao Wanling by her side and make tea for her every day. What's so great about me? Xiao Wanling smiled modestly. You don't know your father's tea art, that is truly superb. I just learned a little bit about Uncle Su. What? Su Fian was stunned. A trace of fur is so powerful? Are you going to be so outrageous? She once heard the third sister say in the group that Su Hao's tea art level was very high. She didn't take it to heart at the time. It's just tea art, no matter how advanced it is, how advanced can it be? Only now did she realize that she was wrong. After chatting with Xiao Wanling for a while, Su Fian went upstairs to the study. Seeing the third sister again, the two sisters hugged each other. They have all grown up and were almost bounced away. Although several sisters called them traitors online and were expelled from the group chat. It's all just a joke. The relationship between the sisters has always been very good. Fifth sister, when did you come back? Just now. Dad should still be at home. Have you seen Dad? Su Hongzhuang thought that when her sister came back, she should tell her father. I heard the third sister also call me Dad affectionately. Su Fian looked complicated. After she came back, she didn't experience how good Su Hao was, as her two sisters and third sister said in the group. But I realized Su Hao's treachery. He actually defeated her by cheating and cheating. How can a man who likes to cheat and bet with his daughter be a good father? Several sisters must have been deceived by Su Hao, and he must pull them out of Su Hao's scam. Su Fian's eyes were firm. I feel a stronger sense of mission. Shaking his head, he put aside these thoughts for the time being and smiled happily. Third sister, you have become a big star. If I want to listen to music from now on, I'll ask you to sing it live. Su Hongzhuang couldn't help but roll her eyes at her sister. While the two sisters were chatting, a shout came from outside. Fifth sister, where have you been? Are you trying to cheat? The poetic and painterly sisters are being taught by Su Hao. Su Fian was nowhere to be seen, thinking she didn't want to fulfill her promise, so Su Huai came to look for her. Su Fian gritted her teeth in anger. This is really her good sister. What's going on? Su Hongzhuang asked in confusion. Su Fian immediately told her about the bet with Su Hao. Can't you see that daddy is yours? I don't want you to lose too badly. Are you still not convinced? What the hell? Su Fian's face was confused. Su Hao asked her to do it, why didn't she notice? It was obvious that he deliberately ran to the boundary line, and then threw her away when she wasn't paying attention, thus cheating the winner. Not only did the two sisters speak for Su Hao, but the third sister also defended Su Hao. Su Fian suddenly felt unhappy. Third sister, just wait and see. 2.9 I will definitely beat him tomorrow and let him serve me tea for the whole day. With a click, the study door was pushed open. It turned out that Su Huai came over. Seeing Su Fian, he couldn't help but laugh. Fifth sister, are you too shameless? In order not to fulfill your promise, you actually hid in the study. Which of your eyes saw me hiding? I'm here to see third sister, and I won't go as far as to bring you tea. Su Fian said angrily. I saw it with both eyes. Su Huai opened her round eyes and looked serious. Stinky girl, I think you need to be dealt with. Su Fian was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Su Huai ran away. Arriving on the first floor, Su Fian picked up the teapot and teacup that Xiao Wanling had brewed and walked towards the courtyard. When she found Su Hao, she found that Su Hao was holding his sister Su Shiqing and teaching him how to draw step by step. Su Fian was dumbfounded, and then her blood surged up, and she wanted to pull the two away. Although they are father and daughter, are they too close? If you don't know the situation, you still don't know what the two of them are doing. However, when she saw the serious expression on her sister Su Shiqing's face, Su Fian endured it. Take a closer look. Under Su Hao's step-by-step instruction, Su Shiqing drew a picture of an ancient bustling city. There are horse-drawn carriages running rampant inside, vendors shouting, and customers bargaining. The expressions on everyone's faces are vivid. A strong sense of history came over me. As if to bring her into the noisy downtown. After finishing a painting, Su Hao saw Su Fian sitting next to him, dazed, and waved to her. Su Fian walked over blankly, holding the teapot. Su Hao stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Don't act stupid, it's time to pour the tea. Chapter 89, Enjoying my daughter's massage. Change your way of conquest. Maid Su Fian just watched helplessly. Under the guidance of Su Hao, my sister Su Shirqing completed a painting. It comes alive before your eyes. Shocking. It's so shocking. She had never thought that a painting could be so lifelike. At this moment, she also believed what her sisters said in the group. Su Hao was indeed versatile. But when it comes to how powerful Su Hao's skills are, she doesn't believe it. It was just a matter of dealing with a few gangsters, and she could do it easily. Su Hao's voice rang in his ears. Su Fian came back to her senses. Realizing that Su Hao was looking at her teasingly, she turned away. Don't pretend to be stupid. You promised to serve tea and water, but you won't let me do it myself, right? Su Fian held the tea set and teapot in front of her, but Su Hao had no intention of doing anything, and his tone was playful. This fifth daughter has a bit of a little pepper personality. He was not going to use the same tactics he used to deal with his daughters before, so he decided to change his approach. Fifth sister, we are witnesses, please don't lie. Su Huai appeared. Su Fian turned her face back again and gouged out her sister. With an ugly expression, he picked up the teapot and poured it into the cup. Su Hao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Let out a sigh of relief. It feels so comfortable to be served by someone. Ding, Su Fei gritted his teeth in smoke, his mood value was 98. Ding, Su Fian is filled with resentment, her emotional value is plus 875. Dad, from now on, our 7 sisters will serve you every day. Su Huai said very obediently. So good. Su Hao touched her head. Su Fian was furious. You said your twin sisters and third sister are fine, why should you bring me, the eldest sister, the second sister and the others? Su Hao put down his teacup and looked at Su Huai. Your sister has finished teaching, and it's your turn. If you don't work hard, your sister will surpass you. Ah? Su Huai was surprised. She was happy because she had defeated her sister twice, but she didn't want to be surpassed by her sister, she said hurriedly. Then Daddy, please teach me. Su Huai came to her seat and picked up the pen. What calligraphy are you practicing today? She frowned slightly, then suddenly her eyes lit up and she said back. I don't know 29 can't describe the artistic conception. Dad, can you teach me? Which 2 words? Su Hao was curious. But Su Huai wrote 2 words on the paper. Zenithum obscura. Poof. Su Hao almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Seeing the cunning look in Su Huai's eyes, she knew that this was a word she found from some bad information. Su Hao stepped forward and slapped her gently. Stop browsing bad information in the future. Dad, what are you doing? I don't understand what you are saying. I really don't know how to write these 2 words. Su Huai acted very aggrieved. Su Fian and Su Shirqing both looked over. They were so naive that they didn't know these 2 words, they just felt that it was so profound. There is no other way. Since his daughter wants to learn, he will teach her. These 2 words couldn't trouble him. After all, he often sets an example. I have a deep understanding of these 2 words. After teaching the 2 sisters how to draw and practice calligraphy, Su Hao sat aside and watched his 3 daughters chattering about something. Su Fian was too leisurely. Su Hao felt that he should find something to do for him, so he immediately spoke. Fian, I want to drink tea. Su Fian and her 2 sisters had a great time chatting. Little sister, how do you pronounce these 2 words? The artistic conception looks so domineering. Su Fian asked Su Huai about these 2 words. Why did Dad say that you came from bad information? Su Huai, what do you mean? Su Shirqing caught her sister and wouldn't let go. Su Huai looked at her sister Su Shirqing with a strange expression. Fifth sister doesn't know what these 2 words mean. Sister, you should know. I know? Su Shirqing pointed at herself, with a cute look on her face. Speak quickly and don't show off, or I'll deal with you. Su Fian raised her hand, ready to fight. Su Huai said helplessly. If you want to know, just go to your parents' door in the evening and listen. Su Fian was still puzzled. Su Shirqing figured it out, and her fair and flawless face began to slowly turn red. She clenched her fists, looked unhappy, and gritted her teeth. Su Huai, if you dare to read those abnormal things on the internet again, I will beat you to death. Su Huai ran away. Su Shiqing was about to chase after her, but Su Fian grabbed her. Shiqing, don't leave. I don't know yet. Tell me what you mean? Su Shiqing's face turned red, and she glanced sideways at her. You really want to know? Su Fian nodded. People are like this. It's okay if you don't know. Once someone tells you, it's okay. You want to know, but if she doesn't tell you, the more you want to know. You will know if you break these 2 words into 4 words. After saying that, Su Shiqing ran away shyly. Su Fian was stunned for a long time. After all, I hang out with an older sister, and there are many sisters who often talk about dirty Demon King topics. It's just that the word little sister is more euphemistic. She was filled with surprise. No way? Is Su Hao really that powerful? At this time, she suddenly heard Su Hao asking her to pour tea, and her body froze. Does this really mean that she is the maid serving tea and water? She resisted in her heart. But when I think about my 2 younger sisters, if they find out, they will accuse her of cheating. She had no choice but to return to the villa and bring out a pot of tea from Xiao Wanling. She felt very unhappy when she saw Su Hao with his legs crossed, looking carefree and enjoying himself. Just wait for me. When I win tomorrow, see how I can use you. Ding, Su Fian is furious, her mood value is plus 692. The torture of Su Fian has just begun. Once she was about to leave, Su Hao called her over. Even if she hides far away, Su Hao will ask Su Huai to call him. This torture lasted until mealtime. The dinner was cooked by Su Manchio when he came back. She was also very happy to see her 5th daughter come home and made a lot of things Fian liked to eat. Su Fian couldn't help but be moved. Unexpectedly, she hadn't been home for a year or 2, and this beautiful stepmother still remembered what she liked to eat. It's strange. I feel like Su's mother has changed a lot and is more graceful and luxurious. Is it really because of moisture? Su Fian finally calmed down for a while, and after eating, she was asked by Su how to pour tea. Xiao Wanling acted as a tool for making tea. Su Fian felt very ashamed to be manipulated by Su Hao in public. Secretly made up his mind. I must come back with revenge tomorrow. A smile flashed in Su Yanxio's eyes. It's just that Su Hao treated Su Fian like this, and he has obviously started to take action to conquer this 5th daughter. It seems that she has to work harder. Try to find yourself a sister to share the burden. Otherwise, if there are more and more daughters in the family, why would we have to listen to her every day? Intentionally or unintentionally, his eyes looked at Xiao Wanling, who was making tea seriously. Early the next morning, Su Fian approached Su Hao and insisted on another contest. There are only slight dark circles at the corners of her eyes. There is nothing wrong with the 2 words my sister wrote yesterday. It's really unimaginable. Does Su Hao have a pair of steel kidneys? She has insomnia. Su Hao had been busy all night, but at this moment he was as restless as a normal person. Su Fian was quite puzzled. This time, Su Shiqing and Su Huai will be the referees. Su Fian proposed the same lottery as yesterday. Whoever loses will serve tea and water to the winner for a day. Bringing tea and water? I already enjoyed it yesterday. I'll change it today. Su Hao waved his hand and refused, saying that it was boring. The fist is hard. Su Fian clenched her fists angrily. What are you pretending to be? Act as if you have already won. If I hadn't been careless yesterday, how could I have let you succeed? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. What prize do you want? How about this, let's follow what the painting says. If whoever loses, how about giving the other a massage for a day? Su Huai made a request. Immediately he won a burst of agreement and applause from Su Huai. Okay, what's the point of serving tea and pouring water? Massage can show the posture of a winner. Massage? Su Fian's eyelids twitched. I couldn't help but think of the scene of myself giving Su Hao a massage. I couldn't bear to look at it. Fian, aren't you scared? Yesterday it was Su Fian who inspired Su Hao, and today Su Hao is here. Su Fian and Little Pepper suddenly became tempered. Who's afraid of whom? I made up my mind to be careful not to fall for Su Hao's tricks. Then the competition began. Su Fian took the lead in launching the attack. Su Hao seemed to be no match for her and could only defend against her offensive, fighting and retreating at the same time. When Su Fian saw this, she raised a proud smile on her lips. She just said, how could Su Hao be her opponent? Before he knew it, Su Hao was almost pushed back beyond the limit. This time, Su Fian was very cautious and would not give Su Hao a chance to hold his thigh. What is that? Suddenly, she saw Su Hao looking behind her with a shocked expression on his face. Su Fian couldn't help but be curious. Taking advantage of the gap between Su Hao and his legs after the attack, he planned to take a quick look behind him. But the next moment, the world is spinning. The familiar feeling came again. She was thrown out of bounds by Su Hao again. Su Fian still didn't understand that she had been tricked again, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Despicable. Ding! Su Fian became angry from shame, her mood value plus 888. Su Hao Feng smiled lightly. A war is never tiring of deceit, don't you know? Fortunately, you are fighting me and I won't hurt you. If you were in a life-and-death fight with someone else, you would be distracted if the other person roared, and you might lose your life. The twin sisters who were the referees came over and nodded in agreement. Dad is right. Being distracted during battle is a taboo. Losing concentration will put yourself in danger. Fifth sister, did you hear that? Dad is teaching you fighting skills. You are so unprofessional. You still want to be the queen? Listening to the preaching tone of the two sisters, Su Fian was so angry. The truth is indeed this. Su Hao indeed taught her a lesson. But she was still angry. I felt extremely unhappy. Yesterday, he was careless and did not dodge. Today I was interfered by the opponent and lost again. She said through gritted teeth. Okay, I'll lose this game, let's try again. Su Hao yawned. Forget it for today. I'm a little tired. Come back tomorrow. Now I urgently need your massage to refresh me. Su Fian felt that her anger could no longer be suppressed. I didn't feel tired even after staying up until that late at night. Now you're telling me that I'm tired? How about deceiving a 3-year-old child? Su Fian was very angry. But the initiative is in the opponent's hands, and she has no choice. Looking at Su Hao sitting on the stone chair, looking directly at him, as if he wanted her to get a massage. After a while, she spoke softly. I don't know how to massage. She is destined to become the queen. My subordinates are destined to control thousands of young men, so how can they give massages to others? Fifth sister, you don't even know how to massage? If you don't know how, I'll teach you. Come here and stand by and learn how to massage Daddy. Su Shiqing stood up. Started to massage Su Hao skillfully. Su Fian looked at her sister's skillful skills and her unashamed attitude. I must have given Su Hao a lot of massage. Why did all the sisters become like this? Su Fian began to doubt life. What made her even more doubtful about her life was still to come. After giving Su Hao a massage for a day, Su Fian's arms were sore. At this time, she saw her third sister, Su Hongzhuang, coming over with a basin of warm water. He actually washed Su Hao's feet very obediently. Su Fian lives in Bengbu. Third sister, are you wrong? You are a big star with tens of thousands of fans. Those hands of yours are used to play the piano and hold a microphone. How can you wash a man's feet? Ding, Su Fian was shocked, her emotional value plus 788. Su Fian is still brooding over the fact that her third sister, Su Hongzhuang, lowered herself to wash Su Hao's feet. As a result, she suffered a tragedy on the third day. Because when she competed with Su Hao again, Su Hao revealed the prize. Whoever loses will wash the feet of the winner. There is no doubt that she lost again. Sufyan decided not to be careless anymore and was very focused during the battle. But he was accidentally attacked by Su Hao. This time, she doesn't need to be with her all the time. She only needs to bring water to wash her feet in the evening. I was annoyed when I saw Su Hao, so I just turned a blind eye and went shopping with my sisters. The Su sisters wanted to invite Xiao Wanling to join them, but Xiao Wanling refused. She said that shopping was boring and she wanted to practice tea art at home. After the sisters left, Xiao Wanling couldn't wait to find Su Hao and said with a look of resentment, "Uncle Su, it's been a long time since you taught me tea art. Teach today." Xiao Wanling happily brought the tea set over. In this courtyard, under the warm sunshine, I was teaching hand in hand with my chest touching my back. In a taxi, the driver asked a young man in the co-pilot, "Brother, why are you going to the Su family? Do you know the famous Mr. Su?" "That brother, you are doing great things. Mr. Su is a well-known philanthropic entrepreneur in our magical city. My child can go to school safely thanks to his funding. I hope that a good person like Mr. Su can continue to be well." Zhang Fifan was sitting in the passenger seat. Listening to the driver's emotion, his expression changed. He just came back from the imperial capital. In just 3 days, he collected some illegal and criminal information about Zhao Media. Handed it directly to the police uncle. Solved the problem of Zhao Media. During this period, of course, he did not forget to investigate the cause of his father's death. The investigation results are obvious, and it was not the CEO of Zhao Media who did it. And after he told this matter to a friend in the dark world, that friend wakes up the dreamer with one word. A truly terrible bad guy will never say that I am a bad guy on his face, but will control everything behind the scenes. Zhang Fifan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He recalled his contact with Su Hao. Everything is normal. But it gave him a strange feeling, very suspicious. He was not sure that Su Hao was responsible for his father's death. The reason why I rushed back from the imperial capital in such a hurry and went to the Su family immediately was to investigate Su Hao. Chapter 90, Tai Tai. The heroine who was caught in action. Take the initiative to embrace. I can only send you here. The front is the Su family villa. You can't go there without permission. Zhang Fifan nodded, paid, and got off the car. Approaching the Su family, he did not go in through the main entrance, but came to the surrounding wall. He jumped in gently. He couldn't wait to investigate Su Hao. If Su Hao is really the culprit behind killing his father. I remembered that I was deceived by him before, led by his nose, and still treated me like an uncle. A proper clown. It was also strange. It was obviously just a reminder from a friend, but he immediately thought of Su Hao. And can't wait to find out the truth. If Su Hao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be moved. The protagonist's halo is so unreasonable. After entering the villa, Zhang Fifan used the stealth technique he had trained in the dark world, and his footsteps were silent. Avoiding cameras all the way, passing through pavilions and heading straight into the villa. However, just as he was about to pass through the courtyard, his body stiffened and he paused suddenly. Su Hao's figure appeared in his sight. At this time, he was holding a woman tightly. Isn't the woman in his arms the future wife he recognized at a glance, the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling? I remember that in order to chat with Xiao Wanling, he took the initiative to ask why he often ran to Su's house. Xiao Wanling happily replied that Su Hao taught her tea art. Zhang Fifan looked intently. It is indeed teaching how to make tea, teaching by hand. Is this how Su Hao taught you how to make tea? Looking at the two people hugging each other tightly, if they hadn't looked carefully, they would have thought they were looking for excitement in broad daylight. Thinking of Xiao Wanling coming here to learn tea art from Su Hao every day. Doesn't it mean we hug each other like this every day? Zhang Fifan was confused. I feel like there is a green light coming out of my eyes. The relationship between the two is just that of tenant and landlord. But he had already regarded Xiao Wanling as his woman. Now, snuggling in a man's arms, isn't it just green? There is indeed something wrong with Su Hao. In the eyes of outsiders, he has such a good reputation. He only loves his wife and there are no scandals. That's because it was exposed without being discovered. They are already several dozen years old, and they are still hugging each other with a little girl. Don't you even know whether men and women are intimate or not? From this point alone, we can see that Su Hao is definitely not a good person. Hidden too deeply. Zheng Fifan became more and more suspicious that his father's death was closely related to Su Hao. Ding, Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is plus 789. Su Hao, who was teaching Xiao Wanling tea art, noticed the system prompts in his mind and raised his eyebrows slightly. Zheng Fifan was soon discovered hiding in the secret. Now that everything has been discovered, he simply stopped being secretive. The personal bodyguard by Ling is on the side, and he is stronger than the protagonist. Although Zheng Fifan may not be able to kill him due to his protagonist aura. But don't even think about hurting yourself. Why not take this opportunity to increase your emotional value? In the flash of lightning in my mind, ideas popped up one after another. When he discovered that Xiao Wanling made a mistake in a step, he immediately spoke up. Wanling, you are wrong here. You have to do this first, then that, and then that. Su Hao pointed out what Xiao Wanling did wrong. A face came closer involuntarily, almost touching. This scene fell in Zheng Fifan's eyes, and he was so angry that he was shaking all over, his eyes were red, and he couldn't hold back at all. I couldn't help but stand up. What are you doing? Xiao Wanling, who was concentrating on making tea, was startled when she heard a loud roar. Hurriedly turned around to look. The lips just touched Su Hao's cheek. Zheng Fifan's face turned even greener. My heart tightened and I blamed myself for being too impulsive. If Su Hao and Xiao Wanling just taught each other step by step and did not do anything extraordinary, then wouldn't Su Hao take advantage of his voice? It was myself who harmed Xiao Wanling. Ding. Zheng Fifan is filled with hatred, and his mood value is plus 879. Ding. Zheng Fifan blames himself endlessly, his mood value is plus 978. He was teaching closely with Su Hao. Suddenly discovered by outsiders, Xiao Wanling was a little at a loss. There is a feeling that a mistress has been caught. However, when she saw that the person coming was Zheng Fifan, she breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice if it wasn't Su Manchio and the Su sisters. Fan Fei, when did you come? Su Hao seemed a little surprised by his appearance, and then explained. Don't get me wrong, I'm just teaching Wanling tea art, don't think too much about it. Xiao Wanling felt relaxed. Indeed. They didn't do much, they really just made tea. It's not like she was caught drinking tea in the study. So he nodded in agreement. Yes, I asked Uncle Su to teach me. Why are you here? After explaining, Xiao Wanling frowned and looked at Zheng Fifan with an unkind expression. She was studying tea art vigorously, but she was suddenly disturbed by this guy, and she felt very unhappy. The corners of Zheng Fifan's mouth twitched. You are teaching tea art. Is this how you teach it? They are all stuck together. If they weren't all still wearing clothes, they would definitely think they were doing something bad. Seeing the calm look on Su Hao's face, Zheng Fifan became angry. He was obviously deceiving the little girl, but he pretended to be innocent. I couldn't help but think of the time when I was deceived by him. He sneered. Since when does teaching someone to make tea require cuddling? Who teaches tea art like you do? Su Hao, your method of deceiving people is really clever. Su Hao gave a wry smile. Fei Fei, you really misunderstood. It is easier to master with step-by-step teaching. At Zheng Jingfan's tone, Xiao Wanling immediately gave up and spoke coldly. Zheng Fifan, what's your tone? I asked Uncle Su to teach me tea art, and I also proposed the step-by-step teaching. What do you want? Xiao Wanling didn't like this scoundrel who had been relying on rent. Now I feel even more disgusted. It sounds like Uncle Su is a great villain. If it was true, as Zheng Fifan said, that Uncle Su was deceiving her, she wouldn't say anything. But it happened that she asked Uncle Su to teach her all this, including standing and teaching step by step. Why did the blame come to Uncle Su so early? Although Uncle Su can be quite bad sometimes, he often drags her to the study room. But that was also because I was standing teaching and couldn't control it. As the saying goes, men understand men best. How could Zhang Fifan not know what trick Su Hao was playing? Looking at Xiao Wanling, she looked like she had been sold and still had to pay for someone else to speak for Su Hao. Zhang Fifan held his breath and found it difficult to breathe. Sister Wanling, can't you still see Su Hao's thoughts? How old is he? Does he know whether men and women are intimate or not? He must have ulterior motives for you. That's enough. Xiao Wanling felt awkward for a while. What the hell is Zhang Fifan doing with his sincere attitude of thinking about her? Afraid that Uncle Su would misunderstand, she quickly interrupted. Uncle Su is not that kind of person, let alone. Her voice changed. This is a matter between Uncle Su and I, do you care? A dog is like a mouse meddling in its own business. Ding, Zhang Fifan is in a low mood, his mood value is plus 432. Zhang Fifan froze, feeling bitter. Yes. What does it have to do with my own Xiao Wanling? It's just a tenant who owes her money. What qualifications do you have to take care of her? Although he had good intentions, he was eventually treated like a donkey liver and lungs. But he didn't blame Xiao Wanling at all for not recognizing good people. In his opinion, Xiao Wanling was confused by Su Hao. I think back then, he was a mercenary boss who had been struggling in the dark world for more than 10 years. They were all deceived by Su Hao. From this we can see Su Hao's method of deceiving people. It is too easy to deceive a simple and kind girl. He was disappointed, but Su Hao's voice suddenly sounded. Wanling, don't blame Fei Fei. He was doing it for you and was afraid of being deceived by me. With such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to refresh your emotions. Su Hao spoke at the right time. Xiao Wanling was afraid that Su Hao would misunderstand, so she distanced herself from Zhang Fifan. When I heard Su Hao say this, I couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking that he had misunderstood. Uncle Su, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with him. He is just one of my tenants. I rented to him because I thought he was pitiful. He is obviously rich, but he keeps cheating and not paying rent. After a pause, Xiao Wanling said again. Uncle Su, please stop speaking for him. He is just a ruffian. If I had known better, I would not have rented that house to a beggar even if I had rented it to him. Seeing that Uncle Su was still speaking for him, Xiao Wanling felt worthless. Click, click. It was as if there were ruthless knives piercing my heart. Zhang Fifan felt so painful. You also said that you and Su Hao only have a hands-on teaching relationship? What do you mean by being so anxious to explain? Zhang Fifan had a flash of inspiration. Could it be? The beautiful landlady has already fallen in love with Su Hao. Damn. Why? How could Su Hao, an old man, be favored by the goddess? And he was in his prime, high-spirited. I don't even want to take a second look. After the anger, Zhang Fifan realized. Su Hao is really good at it. Knowing that Xiao Wanling likes tea art, he attracted Xiao Wanling's attention by making tea. Gradually teach step by step. Through long-term physical contact, you can slowly gain Xiao Wanling's favor, and finally win the beauty back. Su Hao, yes, it's what you think. Ding, Zhang Fifan is furious, his mood value is plus 879. Zhang Fifan was furious. The anger towards Su Hao was almost uncontrollable. But Su Hao's voice sounded again. Extraordinary, this is your fault. Your father left you billions in assets, so you won't have to rely on other people's rent. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, I still want to hear you call me Uncle Su. Zhang Fifan's face darkened. Still want to take advantage of him? You want to trick him into thinking he is a fool again, right? Hearing Su Hao talk about his father's death, Zhang Fifan suddenly felt a murderous intention. At the moment when his murderous intention arose, a figure appeared beside Su Hao out of nowhere. It was none other than the personal bodyguard, Bai Ling. She was staring at him with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Zhang Feifan was shocked. He felt a sense of danger from this woman. Compared with the martial arts master Wei Lao brought by Zhao's father before, he was a greater threat to him. Calm down. Now is not the time to become a complete enemy of Su Hao. Wait for him to find out the truth about his father. If it turns out to be related to Su Hao, then he will definitely kill this hypocritical and hateful guy with his own hands. Don't be so pretentious. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Just pray that I can't find out the cause of father's death. Su Hao looked like he didn't understand. Feifan, what you said is wrong. Brother Zhang and I are good friends. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are my brothers, my beloved relatives and friends. How could I be the one who harmed him? Before the change, Zhang Feifan was deceived by his appearance. I'm not sure how I can express my gratitude to him. Now, the more he looks at it, the more hypocritical he feels. I clenched my fists and really wanted to go up and beat him up. But when he saw Bai Ling standing next to Su Hao, he put this idea out again. A little stronger than him, but he is not afraid. Don't even think about hurting Su Hao. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Su Hao's tone was gentle, but Zhang Feifan was reluctant. Xiao Wanling got angry. Get out of here quickly, you are not welcome here. Don't disturb Uncle Su from teaching me tea art. Click, click, click. Invisible knives appeared again, stabbing his heart with holes. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep look at Su Hao, turned around and walked out of the villa. Xiao Wanling's vague voice came from behind. Uncle Su, how did you get to know this kind of person? At first glance, he is not a good person. Uncle Su, please don't associate with him in the future. Uncle Su, our teaching just now is not over yet, let's continue. Oh, hold me tight. Just by listening to the sound, Zhang Feifan could already think of the picture. Put on the mask of pain again. Ding. Zhang Feifan is in despair, his mood value is plus 987. Zhang Feifan quickly left the Su family villa with firm eyes. He had a very strong premonition. Father's death is definitely related to Su Hao. He must find out the truth as soon as possible. Let everyone recognize Su Hao's true face. In the courtyard. Su Hao then finished teaching a set of tea art. Uncle Su, let's continue. I can feel that the tea art is about to break through. You can practice by yourself for a while, I'll take a break. Su Hao waved his hand. Think about how to deal with the protagonist next. Xiao Wanling thought he was troubled by something just now, so she stepped forward and took his arm, shaking him gently. I want to bring him full of positive energy. Uncle Su, please stop thinking about those things. It's all that guy's fault. After scolding Zhang Feifan, she came up with an idea to cure Su Hao. Uncle Su, I know you are upset right now. How about I help you calm down? Su Hao looked at it with surprise. Although it has happened several times, this is the first time Xiao Wanling has taken the initiative to say it. It seems that we are not far from third base. Noticing Su Hao's gaze, Xiao Wanling blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. In order to thank Uncle Su Hao, she also worked hard. Raising his head suddenly, he took Su Hao's hand and walked towards the study. In the study room, Su Hao was enjoying it while operating his mobile phone. Just now, the dead soldiers he sent to the imperial capital came back with news. Father Zhao, the boss of Zhao Media, has been killed. Although Zhao's father has been controlled and is under investigation by relevant departments, he will stay in prison for dozens of years in the future. It can be said that his whole person is ruined and there will be no chance of recovery. Moreover, he may not be able to find out that his son's death is related to him. But Su Hao was being cautious. In line with the principle of eliminating all threats, we still let people kill him. Putting away the phone, he found Xiao Wanling looking up at him. Su Hao reached out and touched her head. So good. Evening approaches. The four sisters of the Su family came back from shopping, carrying large and small bags. Chapter 91, Full Foot Washing Service from My Daughter. Strategy plan. The four sisters spent the whole afternoon shopping and finally managed to get together so much. They bought a bunch of large and small items. Of course, there are gifts for Su Hao and Xiao Wanling. I bought 2 copies of each. Only Su Fian didn't buy it for Su Hao. Seeing the 3 sisters claiming credit in front of Su Hao, Su Fian sneered. I really don't know what means Su Hao used to deceive them into looking stupid. Thinking of buying gifts in the afternoon, she didn't buy them for Su Hao. The 3 sisters said all kinds of good things about Su Hao in front of her. Su Fian said, beat her to death, die outside, jump from the mountain, and she won't buy it for Su Hao. Su Hao glanced at the 5th daughter. It doesn't matter if you don't get close to him now. There will be a day when you chase your father's crematorium. Your 3rd sister is a role model. Several sisters began to prepare dinner. When Su Manqiu came back, they happened to have dinner together. Just when Xiao Wanling was about to go home, Su Hao raised his eyebrows and winked at her. The fruit is ripe, it's time to pick. Today Xiao Wanling took such initiative. Su Hao conducted another test. Xiao Wanling couldn't resist, and finally said shyly, I'm a little scared at home, but I want to have a romance tomorrow night. Su Hao was reminding her not to forget her promise for tomorrow. Xiao Wanling's pretty face turned crimson. She quickly turned away and ran out of Su's house shyly. Until she drove home, Xiao Wanling's heart was still pounding. There is no sign of stopping at all. When she thought about being with Su Hao tomorrow night, she couldn't help but blush. Before going to bed, under the supervision of sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai, Su Fian had to bring a basin of warm water. Prepare to wash Su Hao's feet. Put the warm water in front of Su Hao, who was sitting on the sofa. Then, just stand like that. She is destined to become the queen. It's too shameful to wash people's feet or something. And the person who was washing her feet was Su Hao, whom she had always been angry with. She had never thought about this before. Sure enough, the way of heaven is good for reincarnation. Yesterday, I laughed at my 3rd sister, Su Hongzhuang, for being willing to wash Su Hao's feet. Today is her turn. Who made her make this bet on impulse? The 2 younger sisters stared at her closely, and if she failed to fulfill her agreement, they would put her on the pillar of shame as a cheater. Su Fian was helpless, standing there without making any next move. Su Huai couldn't bear to look past it and urged, what are you doing standing there? Squat down. When you wash someone's feet, do you do it standing up? Su Fian glared at her sister. She said this as if she often washed people's feet. Ever since she was a child, she has never been so humble. However, the situation is stronger than the person. She could only squat down reluctantly, staring at the warm water basin. I thought Su Hao would put his feet into the basin at this time. But she was wrong. Su Hao made no move. Ding, Su Fian is filled with resentment, and her emotional value is plus 852. Looking at the reluctant 5th daughter in front of him, Su Hao smiled. The strategy plan for this daughter is to torture her. Completely suppress her arrogance. Seeing her reluctance, she wanted to wash her feet. Don't tell me, it's quite interesting. This is just the beginning. There are still many tricks waiting for this daughter. Do you still want to wash it? Su Fian frowned before Su Hao put his feet into the basin. 5th sister, this is your fault. Of course you need to wash your feet in full. Dad has been working hard all day and is too lazy to put his feet in the basin. Don't you know how to help him? Su Shiqing said while holding back a smile. Su Huai also made noises. It's just, we are like this when we wash Dad's feet. We have enough food and clothing by ourselves. 5th sister, you can't afford it, right? He. The corner of Su Fian's mouth twitched. I really believed your lies. In the end, she had to reach out. Take Su Hao's feet out of the slippers and put them in a basin of warm water. Start washing your feet in a decent way. The poetic and picturesque sisters next to me offered guidance from time to time. 5th sister, don't be in a daze. Foot washing is also a technical job. Be serious. 5th sister, your skills are not good. It seems that you need to practice more. Otherwise, how can you make Dad feel comfortable? The 2 sisters chatted non-stop. Su Fian's face became darker and darker. I must teach these two little traitors a lesson later. Let them know what it means. A sister should not be insulted. Finally, under the supervision of the two sisters, Su Fian finished washing Su Hao's feet. In just 10 minutes. In Su Fian's opinion, it is longer than more than 10 years. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Su Hao's face, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Damn! Are you really treating her as a maid? Whenever you win against him, you will definitely want him to wash your feet. Thinking of a billionaire CEO, a person admired by countless people, squatting in front of me and washing his feet. Su Fian couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Just when she was feeling lustful, a hand suddenly appeared on her head. It turned out that Su Hao put his hand on her head and patted the dog's head with a smile. Don't say that. This is your first time washing your feet. It's already very good to be able to do this. Fian, keep working hard next time. Being killed by Su Hao, Su Fian was confused. After reacting, Su Hao had already taken it away, gritting his teeth. Early in the morning. Because his home is far away from the company, Li Yunshu had to get up early and go out. Walking on the way to work, the corners of Li Yunshu's mouth raised from time to time, obviously in a particularly good mood. It has been several days since I entered the Su group. She feels that every day is extremely fulfilling. Whenever she thinks of Su Hao's words of encouragement to her, Li Yunshu feels full of motivation. I thought in my heart, we must not disappoint Mr. Su. Everyone in the company is talented and well-spoken. There is no phenomenon that she has heard of in the company where old people bully newcomers. Moreover, she also made a friend in the company. Not much older than her, he is already the department manager. In school, others call her the school beauty. But she felt that her friend was no worse than her. There is a unique temperament about her that she does not have. Yes, that friend of hers is Xiaoqinga. Because of her conservative personality, she is not good at communicating with others. At first, she was a little uncomfortable with Xiaoqinga talking to her. Until Xiaoqinga talked about Su Hao and President Su, Li Yunshu immediately became interested. Next, Qing complimented Su Hao for a while. Li Yunshu nodded frequently and echoed from time to time. Just like that, the two quickly became good friends. However, she always felt that something was wrong with her good friend. I couldn't tell for a while. Because when Xiaoqinga mentioned Su Hao, besides admiration, there was something else in his eyes. She can't understand. Isn't this the beauty of our Li University campus? Li Yunshu was thinking about something while walking, when a pleasant but arrogant voice suddenly came from his ears. The voice is very familiar. Li Yunshu paused in his steps and looked with a frown. Sure enough, she saw Su Fangfei walking towards her. Su Fangfei wore a JK uniform today, fully showing off her curvy figure. Look youthful and full of vitality. A flawless melon face was painted with light makeup. After some dressing up, her appearance was no longer inferior to that of Li Yunshu, but at this time, the expression on her face was a little unpleasant. I saw her walking step by step, her face full of arrogance, disdain and ridicule for Li Yunshu. Behind her, a tall, handsome young man followed step by step. The eyes looking at Su Fangfei were full of love. A loyal dog licker of Su Fangfei. Chen Dong is actually Su Fangfei's senior and the president of the student union, and there is no shortage of girls around him to pursue him. But he didn't care about those girls. I think they are too superficial, but in fact they just don't look good. Until he entered college as a freshman and saw Su Fangfei for the first time, he was immediately fascinated. At first glance, I felt that Su Fangfei was unique and different from other girls, so I vowed to catch her. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. Since my freshman year of college, I have launched a crazy pursuit of Su Fangfei, even though Li Yunshu later transferred to another school and became the well-deserved campus beauty of the school. Su Fangfei's many licking dogs changed their targets. But he never did. Is one of Su Fangfei's loyal licking dogs. Even many of Su Fangfei's remarks to discredit and spread rumors about Li Yunshu were posted on the school forum through his connections. It's a pity that the man has affection, but the concubine has no intention. Su Fangfei dismissed his crazy pursuit. 3 years of college and 1 year of graduate school have devoted a lot of time and energy. Not even a hair of Su Fangfei was caught. When Su Fangfei graduated from university, he knelt down at the school gate and begged to confess his love in front of teachers and students. However, what responded to him was Su Fangfei's ruthless rejection. I was heartbroken by Su Fangfei. During this period, he was drunk all day long and lived in a state of confusion. And just when he was about to give up on Su Fangfei sent him a message saying that she wanted to see him. Chen Dong was refreshed. Could it be that Su Fangfei is willing to agree to him? Hurriedly packed up and went out. When he saw Su Fangfei, he was disappointed. It was not that Su Fangfei agreed to him, but asked him to help with something. Go with her to teach school Belle Li Yunshu a lesson. Chen Dong was extremely disappointed, but he still nodded in agreement. What if after helping Su Fangfei, she would agree to her confession? Although he felt that this possibility was very slim. After all, in 4 years of college, he had done countless things for Su Fangfei, but he still didn't impress her. I noticed that Su Fangfei's demeanor indicated that the person who came here was evil. Li Yunshu calmed down and asked with a frown. What do you want to do? Why do you still have the nerve to ask me? As if hearing a big joke, Su Fangfei sneered. It's all your fault. If you hadn't interfered, I would have been the one who entered the Su group. Obviously we were interviewed together, but you went the wrong way, why should you blame me? Li Yunshu is not good at communicating with others. But it doesn't mean that she is afraid of Su Fangfei. Growing up, she didn't care about other people's opinions and worked hard step by step. After going to college, I entered the company. It can be seen that her heart is extremely strong. Snort. Su Fangfei snorted coldly. There was a look of ridicule in his eyes. If you hadn't pretended to be aggrieved at that time, Dad, how could Mr. Su drive me away? Don't I know what kind of person you are? Apart from not being able to speak, pretending to be aloof, and acting as a vulnerable group, what else can you do? Li Yunshu's pretty face turned red. I wasn't just pretending. This Su Fangfei is simply acting rogue. It was clear that she had colluded with the interviewer, and the quota had been reserved long ago. This is inherently unfair. She made a reluctant sound. But Su Fangfei said it was a disguise. Li Yunshu was very angry. Ha, are you blushing or feeling guilty? Explanation is cover-up is fact. Su Fangfei sneered disdainfully. Li Yunshu gradually regained his composure. This Su Fangfei is sick. No matter what she says, the other party will have another excuse. The image in a person's mind has been fixed, and it is meaningless to explain anything. Her expression returned to normal and she spoke calmly. What exactly do you want to do? Of course it's revenge. A sneer appeared at the corner of Su Fangfei's mouth. You took away my job, so I'll give you a good beating. Isn't that too much? Li Yunshu panicked and couldn't help but take a step back. Don't act recklessly. This is a society governed by law. It is illegal to hit someone. It's illegal, right? It's simple. If I beat you, then you can call the police, right? It's not like I won't let you call the police. Su Fangfei looked disdainful. Immediately, she looked at Chen Dong not far away and gave instructions. Chen Dong, slap her, I want to see the red handprints. Let's see what kind of sensation she will create when she goes to the company with a slap on her face. Su Fangfei's vicious words made Li Yunshu's expression change drastically. I couldn't help but think of the scene when I arrived at the company with a bright red palm print. It will definitely attract countless people to discuss it. Maybe there will be rumors about being abandoned by others and being stuck in a few boats. Li Yunshu started to panic. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you take action quickly? Don't you even listen to me? Seeing Chen Dong frozen in place, unable to react. Su Fangfei's voice became louder and her tone was dissatisfied. Chen Dong came back to his senses and smiled bitterly in his heart. In school, he is truly a good young man. Since I fell in love with Su Fangfei, I have done many wrong things. To discredit and spread rumors about others. Now he is asked to hit a woman. Chen Dong didn't want to see Su Fangfei angry, so he could only do as he was told. Walking towards Li Yunshu step by step. Li Yunshu's face turned pale and he couldn't help but retreat. What are you doing here? Just when Li Yunshu was panicking, a familiar voice sounded. The voice was like a spring breeze, washing over Li Yunshu's soul. I suddenly felt so scared. Turning her head, she saw Su Hao walking towards her. Mr. Su. As if seeing the savior, Li Yunshu quickly ran over. There were tears in his eyes. At that moment, she almost thought she was going to be beaten. Then he went to the company and was laughed at by everyone. Fortunately, Su Hao appeared at this time. No need to worry now. Somehow. The moment Su Hao appeared, she felt a strong sense of security. If it weren't for the respect for Su Hao in my heart. At this time, she had already thrown herself into his arms. What's going on? Su Hao's face darkened. Li Yunshu told the whole story. Su Hao reached out and touched her head. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you make the decision. As an employee of the Su Group, not everyone can be bullied. Su Hao showed a warm smile. Then he calmly took Li Yunshu's hand and walked towards Su Fangfei. Li Yunshu was completely confused. He still hasn't recovered from Su Hao's head-butting attack. The feeling of being touched by Mr. Su on the head was so warm. Immediately afterwards, she noticed that her little hand was being held by Su Hao, and her face turned red. Chapter 92, Gay? The heroine burst into tears of gratitude. It's fun to be good friends. Chen Dong just walked halfway and saw what Li Yunshu said in front of a handsome uncle. Then he walked toward them menacingly. Chen Dong's expression changed. He quickly turned around and stood in front of Su Fangfei. You, what are you going to do? If you have something to say, please tell me. Su Hao ignored him, raised his hand and slapped him. Chen Dong was beaten around several times and fell to the side. Li Yunshu, who was following behind, was stunned and inexplicably moved. This was the guy who wanted to hit me just now. Su Hao said he wanted to seek justice for her, but he slapped her with his backhand. Unexpectedly, Su Hao, a tens of billions CEO, has such a fierce side. Not only was she not afraid, but she felt warm in her heart. Because the object of protection is yourself. Ding. Li Yunshu was moved, and his emotional value was plus 654. Su Hao led Li Yunshu to Su Fangfei and asked coldly. Why are you bullying Yunshu? Su, Mr. Su. Su Fangfei almost opened her mouth and spat out the word dad. Fortunately, he stopped his mouth in time and spoke timidly. She lowered her head, looking like a primary school student who had done something wrong and was willing to be punished. I don't care what grudges you had before. Now Yunshu is an employee of my company. If I find you trouble Yunshu again, don't blame me for being rude to you. I know, I will never do it again. Su Fangfei replied fearfully. Then why don't you apologize to Yunshu quickly? If you can't get her forgiveness, I still won't let you go. Su Hao's face was expressionless. In front of Su Hao, Su Fangfei behaved very well. Bowed to Li Yunshu. Classmate Li, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. I will never trouble you again. Please forgive me this time. Li Yunshu's eyes widened. What a proud person Su Fangfei is. The scenery in school is incomparable. Wearing designer clothes, driving a luxury car, as proud as a peacock. In front of himself, he always looks aloof. Now he actually bent down and bowed to apologize to her. Li Yunshu couldn't believe this was true, and looked at Su Hao for help. Ding, Li Yunshu was very shocked, his emotional value was plus 567. Su Hao smiled at her. It depends on how you handle it. If you don't forgive her, then beat her. How could kind-hearted Li Yunshu hit someone? You go away. Just pretend it never happened this time. Don't do it again in the future. Su Fangfei looked at Su Hao eagerly. Su Hao frowned. What do you want me to do? Since Yun Shu is kind enough not to pursue the matter, then get out of here. Su Fangfei was granted amnesty. A person left in a hurry. As for Qindong, who was slapped on the ground, she didn't even look at him. It took Qindong a while to recover from that slap. When the goddess left, he quickly got up and followed her. Only Su Hao and Li Yunshu were left in the same place. Li Yunshu was still in a daze. Sincerely thank Su Hao. Mr. Su, thank you. If it weren't for Mr. Su today, I would be in trouble. Thank you. You are my employee. Isn't it the right thing for a boss to protect his employees? Seeing the smile on Su Hao's face, Li Yunshu's heart beat faster. By the way, Yun Shu, let's add our contact information. If you encounter similar troubles again in the future, please call me directly. Su Hao took out his mobile phone and said with concern. Okay. Li Yunshu hurriedly took out his cell phone. After adding each other's contact information, she couldn't hide her excitement. I actually have the contact information of the famous CEO of Su Group. The most important thing is, Mr. Su exchanged contact information with her because he was afraid that she would encounter similar dangerous situations and wanted to protect her. What kind of fairy boss is this? Isn't it too good for her? Mr. Su, thank you, you are so kind. Li Yunshu was moved to tears. Apart from her parents, Su Hao was the first person to be so kind to her. Su Hao smiled and touched the dog's head. Don't call me Mr. Su, Mr. Su. My daughter is about the same age as you, so just call me uncle. Ah? How can that be done? Li Yunshu was startled and shook his head repeatedly. The boss of a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions is still her immediate boss. It's too shameful to call him uncle. Su Hao's face was stern, pretending to be angry. What's wrong? You should call me Mr. Su in public, and just call me uncle in private. Xinggu also called me that. Xingga? Li Yunshu was stunned. She is also in the company and is now the manager of the financial department. Her name is Xia Qingga. It turns out that Xinggu also called Uncle Su that way. In the company, she is the most familiar with Xia Qingga. When he heard that Xia Qingga also called him this, Li Yunshu immediately changed his mind. Su Hao raised his eyebrows. You know Qinggu? Aha. Li Yunshu nodded, with gratitude in his eyes. I didn't understand many things when I entered the company. It was all Qingga who taught me. That's pretty good. You are about the same age, you have common topics, and you can get along well. Su Hao added in his mind. It's best to get along and become best friends. When the two of them are together, it will be more interesting. Noon Su Fangfei stood at the crossroads, looking left and right from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Next to him, a young man with a swollen face and palm prints was carefully accompanying him. Fangfei, what do you want to eat for lunch? Can I treat you to McDonald's? Su Fangfei was impatient. I want to eat with Dad later. Ah? Do you want to go with Uncle? Then I won't disturb you if I follow you, right? Qindong felt a little embarrassed. Are you annoyed? I said it's none of your business, so hurry up and leave. What are you following me for? Su Fangfei frowned slightly, with a look of displeasure on her face. Qindong's expression froze and he said awkwardly. Fangfei, you know my feelings, I like. How many times have I told you that it's impossible between us? Are you still finished? Fangfei, can you give me a chance? I swear I will be good to you. Not good. Su Fangfei's merciless rejection made Qindong's heart throb and he felt so uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but Su Fangfei seemed to be waiting for someone and ran quickly towards a luxury car on the other side of the road. Qindong just wanted to follow, but stopped after taking a few steps. His face was dull. I saw Su Fangfei quickly getting into the luxury car. Through the blurred car window, he vaguely saw the two kissing each other. Click. Qindong felt his heart was broken. It turns out that the dad Su Fangfei mentioned was not father, but an intimate term. How sweet does it have to be called such a person? The goddess who was out of reach in his eyes was actually someone else's plaything. The violent blow made his eyes go black. Why? Why just when he was about to forget Su Fangfei and start a new life? Su Fangfei found him and brought hope. Now he was hit in the head again, knocking him into the abyss. All that's left is deep despair. In the car, Su Fangfei didn't let go of Su Hao until she was out of breath. Dad, how was my performance this morning? It turns out that she had trouble with Li Yunshu this morning. It's just a play. In order to create opportunities for Su Hao to conquer Li Yunshu. Su Hao stroked her ponytail and smiled. It's okay. I'll take you to whatever you want to eat, and that's just a reward for you. Su Fangfei rolled her eyes and glanced shyly. Then let's eat KFC. Can this thing be enough? Su Hao was confused. If you're not full, just eat a few more times. Su Hao sighed with emotion. Good guy, he is indeed a vicious female supporting character. He's really good at playing. It seems, it would be good to subdue this vicious female partner. Not only can he be his assist, he is also very good at playing and has many tricks. Excellent learning ability. I definitely practiced a lot after I got back. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the earth, reflecting the red clouds. People are coming and going on the bustling street. Now is the peak dining period, and every restaurant is very busy. Li Xiao walked on the street, looking around, looking for a suitable hotel. Originally, as the follower of the villain Xu Xiaotian, he had to be by his side all the time. Today, Xu Xiaotian and his father went to the company to learn business management experience. He found an excuse and ran out. Following that idiot Xu Xiaotian every day, he felt that his IQ had dropped. While he was looking around for a suitable restaurant to eat, he suddenly heard a noise from the crowd in front of him. Li Xiao walked over curiously. I saw a noble lady with fashionable clothes, beautiful face, and elegant temperament standing at the door of a Western restaurant. She just stood there, with a 100% turnaround rate. The crowd was amazed. What a beautiful and elegant young lady. I thought it was some celebrity coming to our magic city. That's nonsense. How many stars in the entertainment industry today are as beautiful as this beauty? She's so good-looking. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I'm so envious. If I had a girlfriend like this who promised not to get out of bed every day, I would be willing to shorten my life by 20 years. Ha, you don't take a piss and take pictures of yourself, and you still want to find such a beautiful girlfriend? Go home and take a shower. Ignoring everyone's comments. When Li Xiao saw this mature royal sister, his pupils shrank slightly. He recognized Sister Yu's identity. Xiao Wanling is the beautiful landlady of the protagonist Zheng Fifan. After traveling through time, he wanted to investigate all the heroines, so he went to the neighborhood where the protagonist was and took a look. At that time, I happened to see Xiao Wanling looking for the protagonist Zheng Fifan to pay for the rent. The protagonist is cheating and refusing to give. Li Xiao knows. Although the protagonist looks great and upright, he is actually sinister in his heart. I want to have more contact with the heroine by defaulting on my debt. I really don't know what these heroines are thinking. If you don't pay the rent, you can just drive them away. You have to talk to the protagonist. Of course, this is all his inner complaints. He doesn't dare to fight with the protagonist. At least not now. He doesn't have that strength yet. Just be your own villain follower. When your strength improves, kill the protagonist and let him be the protagonist. Anyway, there is plenty of time. The protagonist will not fall in love with the heroine at the end, he is not anxious at all. Therefore, he left after taking one look. I didn't expect to meet the beautiful landlady here again. This is a little rich woman in the book. In addition to the tens of millions of inheritance left by his parents, he also has 10 houses in his hands, which add up to tens of millions. If you can capture her, you can have this bowl of soft rice. With the information he possesses, he can definitely multiply the tens of millions in the heroine's hands hundreds or thousands of times. Li Xiao's heart started to beat faster and he looked around. Very good, the protagonist Zheng Feifan was not found. Go up and strike up a conversation first and see if you can get your contact information. This time, is it taking advantage of the protagonist's absence that he just steals the house? He shook his hair and showed the most charming smile. Walking towards Xiao Wanling. Is this landlord Xiao? Coming closer, Li Xiao asked politely. He is not the kind of brainless protagonist. I thought I had some strength, so I pulled him as hard as 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan. No one pays attention to it. The sun, the earth, the air. I feel that all beautiful women belong to him. This is pure stupidity. Who are you? Xiao Wanling raised her head and looked at a stranger standing in front of her, whom she didn't recognize. Asked doubtfully. I've seen you on the rental information. Li Xiao, you smiled politely. I've been thinking about moving recently, and I think the house in your name is good. When can I have a look at the house? What is a professional pickup routine? This is it. Like other people who think someone is beautiful, they go up and ask for their contact information. Will they give it to you? What's more, she's the heroine. I don't care about you at all. This reflects the benefit of his foresight. Xiao Wanling showed a look of surprise. It turned out that I was renting a house. After thinking about it, she apologized. Sorry, I have no plans to rent a house recently. You can look at other houses. She rents a house just as a hobby. Make your life fulfilling. Now, she stays with Su Hao every day, so her life shouldn't be too happy, right? I believe you will also feel extremely fulfilled. How can you even bother with renting a house? When you have that time, wouldn't it be nice to ask Su Hao for more TR tips? Li Xiao's smile froze. What the hell? What the hell? Is it the wrong way to open it? His plan was to use it as an excuse to look at the house. Xiao Wanling was so late, she would definitely not take him to look at the house, right? 5. 8. Then add your contact information first. Then, through his understanding of Xiao Wanling's character, he will continue to conquer. What a special thing. What's the matter with Xiao Wanling not renting a house anymore? Obviously, in the plot of the novel, it is clearly stated that Xiao Wanling is keen on becoming a housewife in order to enrich her life. The plot changed again, and Li Xiao's mentality collapsed. Adjust your mood quickly. Li Xiao asked with a smile again. Can you add your contact information? If I don't find the right one, I'll still wait for landlord Zhao's house. What if you want to rent it sometime? When Xiao Wanling heard about the request for contact information, she became wary and frowned. Sorry, you should find another house. I will never rent a house again. From now on, she will be with Uncle Su every day. I won't bother with that. The corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched and he opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, Xiao Wanling gave him no chance. When she saw the person who appeared, a smile broke out on her face and she went to greet him. Li Xiao was confused. This was the first time he smiled when he met this heroine. He followed the line of sight and looked over, his eyes focused. The person who came was clearly Su Hao. Uncle Su, why did you come here? There's a traffic jam on the road. It's late. Let's go. Afterwards, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked to the Western restaurant. Completely treating Li Xiao beside him as nothing. Su Hao. Why is it him again? Li Xiao stared at the backs of the two of them. The fists in his hands were clenched tightly. The last time he was at the Chu family, his beautiful sister-in-law Yao Xinrui was bullied by him. Now he is hanging out with another heroine. Seeing that the relationship between the two was quite close, he had to doubt it. The two plot changes are all related to Su Hao. Chapter 93, for free. The hostess's device is broken. The ring holds you tight, ding. Li Xiao is very angry, his mood value is plus 753. Of course, Su Hao was aware of the protagonist Li Xiao, but he just ignored it on purpose. Today is a happy day for him and the hostess. Concentrate on enjoying the tender love with the little heroine and let the protagonist go for the time being. I'll clean it up later. Su Hao had no intention of causing trouble for Li Xiao. But Li Xiao followed unwillingly. The two plot changes are related to Su Hao, and he must investigate clearly. By the way, let's take a look at how far the relationship between the two has developed. I hope we haven't reached the final step yet. From the fact that Su Hao threatened his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui, it can be seen that he is not a good person. If the landlord's little rich woman is also deceived by Su Hao. Li Xiao felt heartbroken when he thought of the heroine being pinned down by a 50-year-old man. If the two of them haven't had that kind of relationship yet, he must stand up and stop it. You can't just watch a heroine jump into a pit of fire. Today's dinner was arranged by Xiao Wanling. Now that you have decided to hand yourself over, you must prepare a romantic ceremony. So a candlelight dinner was arranged. Prepare to spend a romantic night with Uncle Su. The reservation was for a quieter window seat. Xiao Wanling did not choose a private room, feeling that the atmosphere in the lobby was better. Su Hao was led to a table, with candles lit and flowers placed around it. Full of romantic atmosphere. Uncle Su, how do you feel? Xiao Wanling asked curiously, fearing that he would understand the romance of young people. I didn't expect you to like this tune. Girls like this now. Xiao Wanling smiled and rolled her eyes. In Uncle Su's eyes, what do girls like? Su Hao pretended to think about it. I like to be in the study room. Oh, don't say it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanling quickly blocked Su Hao's mouth with her hands to prevent him from continuing to speak. He looked around and let go when no one noticed. Too shameful. If she speaks out and is overheard by others, she will lose her dignity as a human being. Although she was indeed more attentive and serious at that time, and she really liked it. But this person is liked by someone else. Sensing the smile in Su Hao's eyes, Xiao Wanling immediately knew that Uncle Su had no intention of saying it. I was joking with her 28 on purpose. Xiao Wanling rolled her eyes nicely. Uncle, you are dead. I have something worse. Su Hao suddenly came closer, almost cheek to cheek. Feeling the masculine aura rushing towards her face, Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. I really want to fall into the warm embrace in front of me. Forcibly suppress the excitement in my heart. It's still early, so you think it's all for nothing? There is also a candlelight dinner. It's annoying, I'm already hungry, let's eat first. Xiao Wanling's eyes averted and she sat down with a blushing face. Ding! Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his emotional value plus 741. Li Xiao, who followed and saw this scene, was heartbroken. Xiao Wanling actually brought Su Hao to a place like this for a candlelight dinner. Just now we were kissing each other cheek to cheek. He didn't see the anger of being harassed on Xiao Wanling's face. And the fear of being threatened. Only the shyness of a girl. What does this mean? Xiao Wanling was not bullied by Su Hao, nor was she intimidated or threatened, but was teased. He couldn't figure it out. Although Su Hao looks young and attractive, he is 50 years old after all. How could she, a girl in her 20s, like someone with such a big age gap? There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Su Hao is such a sinister villain. Even if threats are not used, there must be other ways. If it were anyone else, they might choose to be together shamelessly because Su Hao was rich and powerful. But he knows what the heroine's character is. Every heroine in the book is kind-hearted and resolute, and will not give up for 5 buckets of rice. What's more, Xiao Wanling herself is a little rich woman, and she is not short of money. What a cool little life. What made Li Xiao breathe a sigh of relief was, judging from Xiao Wanling's shyness, Su Hao has not completely captured her yet. It can still be rescued. Li Xiao pretended to be a guest, sat down at a seat not far away, and pretended to be a normal person to eat. He was going to keep staring at the two of them. When you find an opportunity, go up and expose Su Hao's true face and destroy the relationship between the two. Li Xiao observed secretly. Seeing Su Hao and Xiao Wanling sweetly together was more uncomfortable than being single. The more uncomfortable thing is yet to come. I saw Xiao Wanling cutting a piece of steak and looking at Su Hao. "Uncle, the steak here is good, you can try it," Xiao Wanling said, about to put the steak into Su Hao's bowl, but Su Hao avoided it. Looked doubtfully. Su Hao opened his mouth, and the meaning was self-evident. Xiao Wanling understood. Uncle Su actually wanted to feed him himself. I couldn't help but feel happy. I thought Uncle Su was old and didn't understand romance. It always made her little heart beat wildly. Looking around, there were very few guests on the third floor, and no one paid attention to them. Xiao Wanling handed the steak to Su Hao's mouth. Su Hao chewed. Give her an appreciative look. The needle does not poke. Next, Xiao Wanling fed Su Hao some other dishes, all of which were fed. For convenience, the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Gradually, Xiao Wanling sat next to Su Hao, almost touching each other. Li Xiao, who was quietly peeping, had his pupils widened, his eyes dull, and his face full of confusion. Is this the mature, gentle, noble and virtuous charter wife he knows? He actually fed an old man food into his mouth himself. So humble. The character is broken. Ding, Li Xiao is so angry that his villain value is plus 952. Ding, Li Xiao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 963. Xiao Wanling took out a bottle of red wine. Uncle Su, do you drink red wine? Wanling, you think I am too out of step with the times, right? What kind of wine have I never drunk? As Su Hao spoke, he stretched out his hand and touched a piece of silk. Xiao Wanling just froze for a moment, pretending that nothing happened. A bright smile on his face. Then let's drink some wine too. A candlelight dinner goes better with red wine. It's okay to drink some wine, but you can't drink too much. Why? I don't want you to get drunk, it will be a lot less fun. Xiao Wanling was at a loss. Thinking about what is about to happen in the evening, I can't help but blush. I haven't drank yet, but I'm already as drunk as a red apple. The two of them were having a candlelight dinner and drinking red wine. There is an air of ambiguity in the air. Ambiguity is only for two people. For Li Xiao, it was more uncomfortable than eating shit. From his angle, he could just see Su Hao's hand resting on Xiao Wanling's leg. This is a really old pornographic batch. I really don't understand that at such an old age, I still like to flirt with little girls. He felt that his eldest brother Chu Xiong was not very good either. But compared to Su Hao, a hypocritical scumbag, I don't know how much better he is. I wonder how they are still friends. After thinking about it, he could only think that the reason why Su Hao made friends with Chu Xiong was because Chu Xiong had a beautiful wife. Ding, Li Xiao is so angry that he has a villain value of plus 987. Li Xiao finished his personal meal. Su Hao's table is not over yet. Still feeling the silky smoothness of my thighs. Li Xiao watched quietly. In order not to be kicked out of the restaurant, I tried to look like I was chewing slowly. Li Xiao gritted his teeth. The anger is burning. As everyone knows, this was all intentional by Su Hao. Looking at the prompts displayed by the system, Su Hao was happy. Just for this meal alone, the protagonist named Li Xiao contributed tens of thousands of emotional points to him. It wasn't until he couldn't get it out anymore that Su Hao ended the dinner with Xiao Wanling without feeling satisfied. After leaving the restaurant, the two of them walked on the street and chatted. Li Xiao followed behind in confusion. Aren't these two people separated? At least go to the bathroom. The two of them were always together, and he had no chance of getting close to Xiao Wanling. Su Hao and the heroine were walking in front. The protagonist follows behind and eats dog food. More than an hour passed. Su Hao counted the time and saw a love hotel not far away. He paused in his steps. He looked at Xiao Wanling and said, Wanling, if you invite me to dinner, I also have a gift for you. What? Xiao Wanling asked with some surprise. Uncle Su still understands girls quite well. It will also create surprises. Before I give you a gift, I'll do a magic trick for you. Magic? Xiao Wanling's eyes suddenly lit up. She also has the mentality of a little girl. When Su Hao said there was a gift, she was very surprised. There is also a small game in front of the gift, which makes me look forward to it even more. Of course. This is all for the case where Su Hao has an affair with her. Try being an ordinary passerby instead? No matter how shocking the surprise is for you, she always has an elegant and cool attitude. Watch it. Su Hao stretched out a hand. Is there nothing? Xiao Wanling grabbed the hand, inspected it carefully, and nodded. His eyes showed doubt. Su Hao smiled slightly, and with a thought, he took out an exquisite gift box from his pocket. He did not let anyone see that the gift box appeared out of thin air, and made a gesture of turning his wrist. He will not tell anyone the secret of the system. He will not allow any risk of exposure. And when he flipped his wrist, it was like magic. Wow! Xiao Wanling looked at the exquisite gift box in Su Hao's palm and exclaimed, her face full of shock. Xia Tian was wearing short sleeves. She checked it carefully again to make sure there was nothing. How did this box appear? Isn't Uncle Su too awesome? Not only can you do calligraphy, piano, and tea art, but you can also do magic? For a moment, my heart was filled with admiration for Su Hao. Then she looked carefully at the exquisite gift box. Uncle, is this for me? What else? Xiao Wanling happily took the box and couldn't wait to open it. A delicate and small ring lies quietly in the box. Needless to say, the hand-carved ring is definitely made by a famous master. The gems inlaid on it are shimmering and beautiful. Xiao Wanling covered her mouth in disbelief. She is worth tens of millions and has 10 houses to her name. She is barely considered an upper-class person. I still know a lot about some luxury goods. And this ring is the supreme model launched by Cartier, worth more than 18 million. Oh my god, Uncle Su actually gave me such an expensive gift. Xiao Wanling looked at Su Hao in shock. Do you like it? Xiao Wanling nodded confusedly. After she came to her senses, she said quickly, Uncle, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. You told me not to accept a gift specially given to you? That would make me sad. It's not that I won't accept it, it's just that it's too expensive. Xiao Wanling wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Su Hao. Give it to me and I'll put it on for you. Xiao Wanling handed over the ring involuntarily. Su Hao took the ring, took her hand, and put it on her green jade finger. Xiao Wanling's hands are beautiful, as crystal clear as jade. After putting on the ring, a sense of nobility hits your face, making you look even more dignified and elegant. This wave, let the ring trap you. After putting on the rings, Xiao Wanling finally had no choice but to accept them. I couldn't be more moved. It's not because this ring is valuable. It was Su Hao who gave her such an expensive gift, proving his status in Uncle Su's heart. 090 This was what touched her the most. Looking at Su Hao who was smiling at her in front of her, she could no longer suppress her emotions and couldn't help but throw herself into Su Hao's arms. Raise your head, up. A smile flashed in Su Hao's eyes. It's settled tonight. Xiao Wanling herself is a little rich woman. If you give some ordinary gifts, you will definitely be moved, but it will not achieve this effect. Such a proactive heroine is exactly what he wants to see. Presumably the performance will not be bad later. For him, it is worth spending $10 or $20 million, which is not money to him, to win over a female protagonist. Don't let your mouth end. Xiao Wanling's face was flushed, her head lowered, not daring to look at Su Hao. I wish I could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Wasn't it too crazy that wasn't it? So shameless. It's like being hungry or thirsty. Will Uncle Su think I'm too casual? Ding, Xiao Wanling's heart is beating wildly, her emotional value is plus 888. Wanling, let me take you to a place. Xiao Wanling raised her head, doubts in her eyes. Where to go? Soon she found out. Su Hao was seen holding her hand and heading towards the Love Hotel not far away. Xiao Wanling could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Full of anxiety, but not resisting. Let Su Hao pull him forward. Li Xiao on the side suddenly came back to his senses. When I saw Su Hao taking Xiao Wanling to a Love Hotel, I immediately knew what they were going to do. Why should he wait for an opportunity to tell Xiao Wanling? He immediately wanted to go up and expose Su Hao's true face. If you don't follow, Xiao Wanling will be eaten up and wiped clean, and everything will be too late. He secretly hated himself for being distracted just now. He should have gone up to stop them long ago. I saw Su Hao put a ring on Xiao Wanling, and then Xiao Wanling threw herself into his arms and took the initiative to give her a sweet kiss. Everyone in Li Xiao was dumbfounded. That's the heroine. She's a rich young woman with an elegant and dignified temperament. Just give it to you for free? An uncomfortable group. He was still thinking. Anyway, the protagonist will not do anything to the heroine. He will come to the heroine after he improves his strength. This was intercepted in advance. Li Xiao was furious. I immediately wanted to catch up and tell Xiao Wanling clearly. No matter whether it offends Su Hao or not. So what if I'm offended? If he dares to deal with him, he will tell Chu Xiong about him and his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui. Su Hao threatened his sister-in-law Yao Xinrui, so he threatened Su Hao himself. However, Li Xiao stopped moving after taking a few steps. A woman with a cold temperament and an expressionless face stood in front of him. The aura emanating from his body made him tremble with fear. I have seen this woman before. She is Su Hao's driver, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, Su Hao and Xiao Wanling had already entered the hotel. Being stopped in place, it was impossible for him to follow him, so he could only be helpless and furious. Chapter 94, The Protagonist Who Can't Argue. The heroine can't stand it at all. Su Hao had already booked a room in the hotel. Take Xiao Wanling straight to the presidential suite. Everything goes as planned. Ding. Xiao Wanling is in a nervous mood. Her mood value is plus 123. Ding. Xiao Wanling's heartbeat accelerated. Her emotional value plus 456. Ding. Xiao Wanling was very excited. Her mood value was plus 789. In front of Xiao Wanling's house, a figure stood for a long time. After get off work today, Zheng Fifan has been waiting at the door. I want to tell Xiao Wanling again about Su Hao's insidiousness. However, after waiting for several hours, Xiao Wanling did not come back. Zheng Fifan's heart kept sinking. He has also lived in Xiao Wanling's rental house for a long time, and he pays attention to the beautiful landlord every day. Xiao Wanling has always been self-disciplined. I never miss home at night. Even when she was with her best friend Su Hongzhuang at the Su family, she would come back in the evening. And what happened today? After waiting for Xiao Wanling for a long time, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Wanling and Su Hao. An idea emerged uncontrollably. Could it be that they? Zheng Fifan's heart suddenly felt empty, as if something was missing. Outside the Love Hotel, Li Xiao wanted to rush in and rescue Xiao Wanling. But Bai Ling stopped in front of him and stared at him coldly. Li Xiao did not dare to act rashly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than an hour. Li Xiao sighed dejectedly, suppressed his sadness, turned around and left. I have been riding a horse for so long, I don't know how many postures I have unlocked. There is no point in him looking for Xiao Wanling again. What's more, there is that woman who has been keeping watch outside. Even if it was daybreak, he would not be able to walk into the hotel for half a minute. It's better to go home and wash up and sleep. Look for opportunities later. The heroine is the heroine, with a beautiful face, a top-notch figure, and a unique temperament. Don't say she has lost her virginity. Even if you are a taker, there are countless people who are willing to. When Li Xiao returned home, the family was still awake, sitting on the sofa watching TV. When they saw him coming back, the family pretended not to see him and didn't even say hello. This son really disappointed them. Li Xiao also expressed his understanding. My predecessor was really not doing well. Even though he was appreciated by the big boss Chu Xiong, he never mentioned it to his family. It doesn't matter. After he earns his first capital, he will start a company through some of the money-making methods he knows. The whole family will be impressed by him. At this time, his eyes narrowed and his ears moved slightly. I heard Mother Li curiously ask her daughter Li Yunshu. Yunshu, what happy thing happened? The smile on your face has never stopped since you came back. Father Li also looked at his daughter. Although my daughter was very excited to join the Su group, she was not as happy as today. It was about his beautiful and gentle sister. Li Xiao couldn't help but pricked up his ears. When her mother noticed her thoughts, Li Yunshu's expression froze. After thinking about it, it wasn't anything shameful, and it didn't matter if I told my parents. This morning, on my way to work, I met a classmate who wanted to bully me. Our Mr. Su showed up and saved me. Abba Abba, Jili Gulu. Li Yunshu talked about what happened this morning. She never told her parents anything like this happened before. When she was bullied by Su Fangfei in school, she suffered silently alone, afraid of telling my parents and making them worried. Now I don't have that worry anymore. With Uncle Su's warning, Su Fangfei also apologized and promised that he would never trouble her again. There is no need to hide it anymore. After hearing that their daughter said she was being bullied, Father Li and Mother Li's expressions changed and turned ugly. That vicious girl actually asked someone to slap her daughter. Father Li and Mother Li's hearts were in their throats. Mother Li even sat next to her daughter. Seeing that he was not injured, he let out a sigh of relief. Next, I heard from my daughter that at the last moment, Su Hao happened to be passing by and saw her and rescued her. And asked that vicious girl to apologize to her. And promised not to bully her in the future. Father Li and Mother Li almost cried with joy. Mr. Su is really as good as the rumors say. Yunshu, you must thank Mr. Su. If he hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That girl is too vicious. Fortunately, Mr. Su gave me a warning. I don't think she will dare to bully you again. Both Li's father and Li's mother lamented Su Hao's character and complained about Su Fangfei's ruthlessness. After hearing what their daughter said, the old couple were shocked. What? Yunshu, you actually added Mr. Su's contact information? The reason is that he is afraid that you will be bullied like this again, so he asked you to call him for help. You can just call him Uncle Su in private? Mr. Su is so nice, isn't he? Yunshu, Mr. Su is so kind to you, you must work hard and don't live up to his expectations. Whatever Mr. Su says is whatever he says. Calling him uncle can also bring you closer to Mr. Su. Whenever we invite him to our house for a meal, we should also thank him. Li Yunshu nodded secretly. Needless to say, my parents have to work hard to live up to Uncle Su's expectations. Li Xiao, who was standing nearby and eavesdropping, felt something was wrong the more he listened. Think about it carefully. Isn't this just a routine where a hero saves a beauty? My sister happened to be blocked by someone on her way to work. Just when the gangster was about to commit the crime, Su Hao happened to appear again. What a coincidence, right? In fact, if it were another person, he would not think of it in this regard. The impression Su Hao gave him was really too hypocritical, too sinister and cunning. He had no doubts about doing such a thing. Seeing my parents' faces filled with gratitude and my sister's moved and admired look, he knew that Su Hao's goal was achieved. First, gain favor by saving the beauty as a hero, and then make the next contact. Finally, I took my sister down. Li Xiao suddenly thought about how the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling was seduced by Su Hao. Thinking of the heroine and Su Hao being in a love hotel at this time. Gradually, Xiao Wanling's figure turned into her sister Li Yunshu. Li Xiao shuddered violently. No! We must not let this happen. There was no room left on the sofa. He took out a chair, sat down, coughed and said, Don't you think it's a coincidence? Hearing Li Xiao's inappropriate voice, several people looked towards him. Xiao, what do you mean? Father Li frowned. You think about it, why Su Hao didn't show up earlier or later, but he showed up when my sister was in danger. Li Xiao began to be persuasive. The family has no doubts about Su Hao's good character. He could only subtly change their impression of Su Hao. Mother Li suddenly said, displeased. Xiao Xiao, what do you mean? Instead of showing up when your sister is in danger, is it reasonable to wait until your sister is in danger and show up? Father Li looked ugly. Li Yunshu's face was as gloomy as water. Last time, this mentally ill brother suspected that Uncle Su was not well-intentioned. This time, he actually directly suspected that Uncle Su had an ulterior motive. Do you have delusions of being persecuted? In the past, this younger brother often hung out outside, so she didn't say much. Anyway, the relationship was dull. At this moment, Li Yunshu, who had always been good-tempered, was angered. The look he looked at Li Xiao was extremely cold. I didn't mean that. Li Xiao quickly denied it. Why would he want something to happen to his sister? Then he continued to speak. I have a guess. Do you think it's possible that everything that happened to my sister was planned? Li Yunshu smiled instead of getting angry. Are you saying that Uncle Su designed the reason why I am in danger? Specially to save me at the critical moment. Father Li and Mother Li realized that their daughter's tone was wrong. This is completely angry. Immediately blamed his unfulfilled son. Li Xiao, how can you say that to Mr. Su? Mr. Su is so kind to your sister. Mother Li was very dissatisfied. You little bastard, you hang out with those bastards every day, your brain is going crazy, right? From today on, you will find a class for me. If you go out and fool around again, I will break your legs. Father Li was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. This son only knows how to fool around outside and has no ability at all. My daughter not only found a good job, but also had a good boss who appreciated her. The whole family is happy for their daughter. But my son is talking sarcastically here and is suspicious of ghosts. Seeing his parents' reaction, Li Xiao was speechless. It seems that there is still a long way to go to change the family's view of Su Hao. He touched his nose, shrugged, and smiled bitterly. I didn't say that. Although he didn't say it, you could tell from his demeanor that that's what he meant. Li Yunshu spoke again, his eyes cold. By the way, one more thing, the day I go for the interview. There was another person with me at the time. The other person colluded with the interviewer to get me off. It was also at that time that Uncle Su stepped in to help me get justice, drove my competitor out of the company, and also encouraged and comforted me. According to what you said, it was also arranged at that time? Li Xiao frowned deeply and his eyes flickered. Thoughts were flying in my mind. Su Hao is a scumbag. I have a wife and so many daughters, so big. He also attacked other beauties. Definitely a lustful evil spirit. Imagine putting yourself in the shoes of Su Hao, a pervert. Suddenly there was such a beautiful woman in the company, and she took the initiative to send her to the door for an interview. Deliberately arrange an accident, and then stand up to gain favor. This possibility is very high. So, he nodded to his sister Li Yunshu. According to what you said, sister, it is indeed very possible that Su Hao is the kind of pervert who deliberately makes you feel grateful to him, and then attacks you. Shut up. Li Yunshu couldn't bear to listen and interrupted coldly. Then can you explain to me that Uncle Su not only drove away my opponent at that time, the interviewer was also fired, and the director of the Human Resources Department was called in to demote him to deputy director. The parents were shocked when they heard this. To be honest, they just listened to what Li Xiao said. A trace of distrust towards Su Hao was indeed born. But after listening to their daughter Li Yunshu's words, they dispelled the trace of distrust. Fire an interviewer and demote a senior executive. Just to act in front of a girl. They also recognize the beauty of their daughters, but there are not always those who are more beautiful than their daughters. With Su Hao's tens of billions of net worth, he has access to more. Su Hao's reputation was there, he only had one wife, and even his secretary was a man. Known as the most affectionate person. And Su Hao is already 50 years old, right? My daughter is only in her 20s, so there is such a big difference. With Su Hao's reputation as a character, How could he be interested in their daughter? It's pure nonsense. This? Li Xiao hesitated. In order to act in front of Li Yunshu, he fired employees and demoted senior officials. Even he would not think that Su Hao would do such a mindless thing. He didn't know that Su Hao would really do this if there were conditions. If you can conquer a heroine, get emotional violence rewards every day, and let others die? Li Xiao naturally changed his tone. Even if it was an accident this time, there must be something wrong with what happened to you this morning. Just go to work and suddenly someone comes to trouble you, and Su Hao happens to show up to save you. He. Li Yunshu sneered. One thing I may not have made clear about what happened this morning is that the girl who bullied me was actually my classmate. When I was in school, I used to find trouble, slander, and suppress me. The opponent I was interviewing with was her. She thought I took her position and retaliated against me. Is there any problem? Father Li and Mother Li heard that the vicious girl who bullied their daughter was her classmate and she often bullied her daughter in school. Mother Li quickly checked whether her daughter had any injuries. Have you ever been violently treated at school? After some inspection, it was fine. I couldn't help complaining that my daughter was being bullied at school, but I didn't tell them. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Uncle Su has already warned that classmate and he will never bully me again. That's good, that's good. The old couple felt grateful to Su Hao again. Li Xiao was still thinking about what his sister Li Yunshu said. Explained why the vicious girl came to bully her sister. Reasonable and well-founded, logically closed loop. It all makes sense. But Li Xiao always felt that something was wrong. After racking his brains, his eyes lit up. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Yunshu. Sister, tell me, is it possible that Su Hao colluded with that girl to act in front of you? Don't call me sister, it sounds harsh to me. Li Yunshu is a good-tempered girl. Even when she was bullied by Su Fangfei at school, she didn't say a word. This time, Li Xiao's words had touched her bottom line. Doubting this and that about her savior. Li Yunshu was very disgusted. Indeed, the possibility mentioned by Li Xiao cannot be ruled out. But Li Yunshu has a clear understanding of himself. She is just an ordinary girl. What is there that Uncle Su, a billionaire, should spend his time coveting? Too lazy to look at Li Xiao's silly face. Li Yunshu turned around and returned to his bedroom, and the door slammed shut. Anti-lock. Father Li and Mother Li once again taught their useless son. Xiao Wanling slept until the afternoon before getting up. Opening my somewhat dazed eyes, I felt like the sky was dark. When I played with several sisters from the Su family before, I heard them talk about how powerful Su Hao was. Their stepmother's voice is so sultry. At that time she still didn't believe it. Su Wenqiu looks dignified and elegant, and has always maintained the image of a loving mother in front of her daughters. Why didn't she cover her mouth when she knew her daughters were all at home? Now, she finally realized that Su Wanling couldn't help herself. I can't stand it. Totally unbearable. I can't stand a little bit of fun. When her blank eyes regained focus. Suddenly, she realized that Su Hao opposite her was looking at her playfully. Xiao Wanling's face immediately turned red. She was so shy that she wanted to hide, but was pulled out by a hand. Chapter 95, Get Up to Speed. No mercy at all. Kicked out of the house but after a wave of harvesting, while Xiao Wanling was sleeping, Su Hao checked the harvest of these days. The emotional value reached as much as 130,000. Then what are you waiting for? Lottery, lottery. Although he is protected by his personal bodyguard Bai Ling, the protagonist cannot do anything to him. But it's not absolutely safe. What Su Hao wants is complete control. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward Luck +1. I haven't seen this attribute on the panel. What's the use of being lucky? Improve luck? Hope it will be effective. I don't ask for anything else, just a few more female leads. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 9 points of free attributes. Oops. Not bad, not bad. 9 points of attributes are considered very high. I don't know if it's the effect of luck plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, 10 sets of clothes and pants. Suhao looked at the 10 sets of hollow lace pattern clothes in his hand and fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was a bit boring one night, and he really wanted to experience something new. What do you want? Is this luck? Well done, don't come again next time. Don't I know where to buy it? Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, Ming Jin Peak Dead Soldier. Brush Suhao's eyes flashed. Ming Jin's Peak Dead Warrior appeared. Very good, I have another strong fighting force under my command. The safety factor has been improved again. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes, not bad. Keep rushing. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward item, 10 marrow cleansing pills. Suhao's eyes lit up. The marrow cleansing pill is a good thing. Washing marrow and cutting hair, removing impurities, and improving charm. He has used it once and can no longer use it. He can give it to his women. They are more beautiful, and they can have a better experience, right? It's very nice. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, 2 dead men in the late Ming Jin period. Okay. The more, the merrier. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded skill, Assassination, Master Level. As the system voice fell, a stream of memories flooded into my mind. All kinds of assassination knowledge. Including stealth, concealment, assassination, killing people invisible. Also, through a series of information, all kinds of accidents are created, and no homicide can be found at all. Suhao's brows jumped. This skill is pretty good. He doesn't need to carry out assassinations. He can just leave this kind of dirty work to his subordinates. But he took a fancy to the concealment and escape capabilities inside. If you encounter a powerful protagonist and he can't beat him, you can temporarily use this as a trick. Add another layer of insurance to his life. It's a pity that it's a master level skill. God level is best, but grandmaster level is also fine. Suddenly, he thought of something. Checking the panel again, I saw a master level skill improvement card. Just in time to come in handy. Perfect. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the rewarded character, 10 dead soldiers in the early stage of Ming Jin. Awesome. 10 came out at once. A lot of dead soldiers have been drawn. His intelligence organization can also be slowly established. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 8 points of free attributes. This lottery is not a loss. The attribute points are not lower than 8 points. Keep it up. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, a limited edition Maybach, already parked in the host's home warehouse. Looking at the car model, it is low-key yet luxurious. It fits his temperament. But if he wants it, doesn't he know how to buy it? It's too wasteful to treat it as a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the reward 5 dead soldiers in the middle stage of Ming Jin. Very good. The strength of the dead soldiers is getting higher and higher. It seems that the security level around our daughters needs to be upgraded. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the reward skill, 108 style demon subduing stick technique. This. After checking the knowledge information in his mind, Suhao looked strange. A skill that sounds unfair at first sight. It's really not serious. I thought that I had already explored the flowers and knew this posture well, but I didn't expect that there were so many postures that I had not yet unlocked. It's really exciting. It's not bad, at least it's better than Durex. Except for a few women with character, they can definitely play a role in conquest. The lottery is over. Suhao started to add more points. This time I drew a total of 25 points of free attributes. Suhao looked thoughtful. Add all of it to strength, and it may be upgraded to dark strength. But his physique can't keep up, and his strength can't be used much. After thinking about it, he decided to develop comprehensively. Strength and constitution are increased by 10 points each, and spirit is increased by 5 points. A familiar warmth emerged. Then came the assassination skills. Su Hao directly used the Master Level skill upgrade card to upgrade to the Master Level. After finishing everything, Su Hao's eyes flashed. View properties. Character, Su Hao. Identity, controller of Su Group. Charm, 93, full value 100, strength, 90, late stage of Ming Jin, physique, 56, 10 for ordinary people, spirit, 40, 10 for ordinary people, skills, close combat, Grandmaster level, painting, Grandmaster level, calligraphy, God level, piano, Grandmaster level, music, Master level, T-art, God level, firearms, Master level, 18 general martial arts, Grandmaster level, assassination, Grandmaster level, items, desert. Eagle, marrow cleansing pill, 10 pieces, small leather whip, special, portable space, 1 cubic meter, teleportation, bullying, emotional value, 2,893, free attribute, 0 after being active all night, I felt a little hungry. Su Hao ordered food from the hotel. He asked Xiao Wanling to get up just to fill her stomach. Of course, a little incident is inevitable during the meal. More than an hour passed again. The two packed up and walked out of the hotel. When Su Hao received a call and had to go to the company, Xiao Wanling had no choice but to go home by herself. Anyway, with the dead men he arranged to watch, nothing will happen. Before going to the company, Su Hao went to see a dozen newly drawn dead soldiers. Greetings to the Lord. A dozen women knelt before him. All of them had expressionless faces, as if they were born killers, with an awe-inspiring aura on their bodies. Su Hao couldn't help but feel proud. It feels like the entire demon city is being trampled underfoot. As long as he continues to improve, he will eventually conquer the entire world. Calm down. Su Hao calmed down. This level of strength is far from enough. Not to mention the invincible villain 2.5 years later, these protagonists who appear are not easy to deal with. Still can't float. Steady development. Get up. Send away these dead soldiers. I will leave it to my personal bodyguard Bai Ling to arrange the arrangements later. Then Bai Ling drove and took him to the company. Xiao Wanling drove her silver BMW home. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, she saw a beggar-like figure. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhang Fifan? Zhang Fifan did not wait for Xiao Wanling to come back yesterday. I waited at the door all night. I thought Xiao Wanling would come back in the morning, and he wouldn't even go to work, so he would just wait. This wait will last until the afternoon. He was mentally exhausted after not sleeping all night, with 2 dark circles under his eyes and saggy skin. Plus he was wearing tattered clothes. No different from a beggar on the roadside. After Xiao Wanling parked the car and got out of the car, she frowned slightly because it was too big. Moving cautiously, he walked towards the door of his house. When Zhang Fifan saw Xiao Wanling, he immediately wanted to greet her. But when I saw her moving slowly, and the charming charm between the eyebrows, Zhang Fifan suddenly froze, as if he was struck by lightning, and thunder was rolling in his mind. Yesterday's suspicion came true. Xiao Wanling didn't come back all night, and she was indeed outside with a man. Who is that man? Except for Su Hao, he couldn't think of anyone else. A suffocating feeling of heartache came. Why does Xiao Wanling not cherish herself so much? I handed myself over to a cruel and deeply hidden hypocrite. If Xiao Wanling didn't know Su Hao's character, it would be somewhat understandable. But obviously, I told her Su Hao's true identity. Xiao Wanling noticed Zhang Fifan at the door and frowned. He didn't mean to pay attention and just planned to pass by. Zhang Fifan couldn't help but stood in front of her, opened his red eyes and hissed. Sister Wanling, where were you last night? Why didn't you come back last night? What does it have to do with you where I go? As if a heavy hammer hit his heart, Zhang Fifan's heart suddenly twitched and he smiled bitterly. I'm also worried about you. I'm afraid that you will be in danger and be deceived by bad people. Xiao Wanling raised her brows as the words contained a hint. You are the bad guy, and your whole family is bad. I don't know why Uncle Su has a good attitude towards this guy, but she is not used to it. Zhang Fifan asked cautiously without refuting. Sister Wanling, were you with that Su Hao last night? Didn't I tell you that Su Hao is very hypocritical? Hypocrisy? Xiao Wanling squinted at him. She didn't feel that Su Hao was weak at all, but that he was extremely strong. How is Uncle Su's character? She has been staying at Su's house for so many days. Still can't feel it? Whether it is for himself or for his daughters, he is sincere. Isn't it? Zhang Fifan was very angry. Look at you like this. He has no sympathy for you at all. He won't accompany you even if you can't walk. Xiao Wanling was stunned. Recalling the scene yesterday, Su Hao indeed didn't pity her at all. A whole night. Do you know how she got here in one night? As for not coming to accompany her, it is understandable. Uncle Su received a call. Something happened in the company and needed to be dealt with. But he said he would come over to accompany her in the evening. Thinking of being able to be with Su Hao again in the evening, Xiao Wanling smiled on her face. Zhang Fifan looked at the smile on her face, felt heartbroken, and asked unwillingly, "How could Su Hao do this to you? There is such a big age difference between you, did he force you?" Seeing his chattering attitude, Xiao Wanling suddenly became impatient. "Are you still finished? Aren't you guessing about the relationship between me and Uncle Su?" "Yes, I am with Uncle Su. He did not force me, nor threaten me, nor lie to me. I took the initiative to be with him. I took the initiative yesterday evening. Are you satisfied now?" Rumble. Zhang Fifan felt thunder rolling from the sky and thunderbolts from the blue, and he stood stunned on the spot. The last trace of luck in his heart disappeared. Xiao Wanling was indeed with Su Hao yesterday night, and she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Unbelievable. In his eyes, the beautiful landlady is noble, elegant, and gentle. Will actually take the initiative to stick it on an old man. Xiao Wanling raised her eyebrows. Zhang Fifan looked shocked, as if there was some kind of relationship between the two of them. Xiao Wanling was furious. "Uncle Su is not the kind of person you say. If you dare to slander Uncle Su, don't blame me for being rude to you." 0. Her attitude was resolute, as if she said something against Su Hao again, she would definitely come up to him with a kick. Zhang Fifan suddenly felt helpless. Xiao Wanling's trust in Su Hao has reached a very high level. If she doesn't provide evidence, Xiao Wanling will not believe it no matter what she says. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Fifan's eyes. Some evidence of Su Hao's evil deeds must be found as soon as possible. Just like he targeted Zhao's media, he brought down Su's group. He didn't believe it. For that hypocritical guy to build such a huge group, he did not do any illegal things. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fifan spoke solemnly. "Sister Wanling, I know now that you won't believe anything I say. Just wait, I will definitely find evidence to expose Su Hao's hypocrisy." After saying that, Zhang Fifan endured the heartache and turned around to leave. Etc. But at this moment, Xiao Wanling called out to him. Zhang Fifan was overjoyed. Could it be that Xiao Wanling believed what he said? He quickly turned his head back. But I heard Xiao Wanling's cold words without any emotion. "I'll give you 3 days to clean up the house and move out. During the time I rent it to you, I will treat it as a poverty alleviation. Get out of here quickly and get far away. I don't want to see you again." When I rented it to Zhang Fifan, it was just out of good intentions. I didn't even have time to print the contract. Later, because Zhang Fifan did not pay the rent, he was too lazy to get a contract. If Zhang Fifan doesn't move out, she can call the police. Sue him for illegally breaking into someone else's house. Xiao Wanling is not the kind of person who cares about everything. If Zhang Fifan didn't pay the rent, she wouldn't evict him. But this guy actually slandered Uncle Su, which she couldn't bear. Whether it was the ring that Uncle Su gave her, or a night experience, they all made her unforgettable and deeply obsessed with this man. Absolutely no one is allowed to slander. Besides, that person is still his tenant. Xiao Wanling wished she could drive him away immediately, out of sight but out of mind. Seeing that Xiao Wanling had a serious face and knowing that she was serious, Zheng Fifan panicked a little. I really want to drive him away. Sister Wanling, there's no need to be like this, right? I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. Xiao Wanling's eyes were cold. Sister Wanling, I was wrong. I was wrong for not paying the rent before. I will pay the rent now. What do you think? Ha, no need, I will pay you some rent? Now I don't want the rent, I just want you to disappear in front of me. Sister Wanling, that's not the case. Can I pay double the rent? 10 times or 100 times? Zheng Fifan said quickly. He doesn't want to move away. It would be great to see Xiao Wanling, a beautiful woman, here from time to time. And who knows what that hypocritical scumbag Su Hao will do to her. I have to stay and protect her. Zheng Fifan never thought about giving up Xiao Wanling. Although it has been picked, he still does not dislike it. Xiao Wanling was too lazy to talk nonsense to him anymore. We will come to collect the house in 3 days. If you haven't moved out yet, I will call the police. Click. Walking to the door, opening it, and the moment she closed the door, Xiao Wanling ruthlessly dropped a word. Chapter 96, The Protagonist's Incompetent Rage. The lights were on all night. First heroine Zheng Fifan returned home dejected. I made myself a meal first, then took a bath and came out. It was almost dusk. Zheng Fifan came to the balcony, intending to take one last look at Xiao Wanling's house in the distance, and then go to catch up on his sleep. In fact, with his physique, it is no problem to stay up all day and night. Mainly due to psychological fatigue. The psychological torture of waiting for Xiao Wanling to come back. However, when he opened his eyes and took a look, he was shocked. I saw Xiao Wanling standing at the door waiting for someone. Not long after, a car came slowly. After Su Hao got off the car, she immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Su Hao. Zheng Fifan gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. She clenched her fists with 5 fingers, and her nails pierced into the flesh without even noticing. Ding! Zheng Fifan is furious, his mood value is plus 839. After noticing the prompt appearing in the system, Su Hao felt a look of hatred. What a coincidence! After all the emotional points were used up, the protagonist came to the door again. The corners of Su Hao's mouth rose slightly. Patted Xiao Wanling's fleshy part. Baby, do you miss me? Xiao Wanling hurriedly got off Su Hao with a squeak sound. After looking around and finding no one around, she felt slightly relieved. She rolled her eyes at Su Hao with an angry look. Uncle Su, you are annoying. You have no mercy at all. I am still in pain. It's all my fault. Do you still feel pain? Come, I'll rub it for you. Su Hao smiled and stepped forward to catch her. Xiao Wanling quickly retreated. Don't come over. But you can come over. Then tell me, do you miss me? Su Hao looked amused. Xiao Wanling nodded. Isn't it okay to miss you? I've been thinking about you since I came back. Xiao Wanling quickly compromised and spoke her truth. Su Hao refused to give up. Then tell me again, what do you miss about me? The 2 of them entered Xiao Wanling's house playfully, leaving Zheng Fifan in the distance and furious. Ding! Zheng Fifan is furious and hateful, his mood value is plus 986. After entering the house, Su Hao smelled the aroma of food. It turned out that Xiao Wanling knew that Su Hao was coming, so she specially prepared the dinner despite her serious injuries. This rich little heroine is also good in the hall and in the kitchen. Uncle, I made this with my own hands. I don't know if you like it or not. Xiao Wanling looked at Su Hao with some anxiety and some expectancy. Wanling did it, how could I not like it? Uncle Su, please stop comforting me and give it a try. Xiao Wanling led Su Hao to sit down at the dining table. Su Hao was served rice, vegetables, and finally a bowl of chicken soup. It is said that after hard work, you need to take a big tonic. But Su Hao is full of energy, does he need to make up for it? It's her who should make amends. Su Hao took a bite of the chicken soup, which was not bad. About the same level as my daughters. Su Hao drank the chicken soup, and Xiao Wanling just stared at it, her eyes full of expectation. She was not disappointed, and Su Hao expressed his appreciation for her cooking skills. With the approval of her sweetheart, Xiao Wanling was overjoyed. "It's delicious. Uncle Su, please eat more." She served Su Hao another bowl of chicken soup and kept adding vegetables to Su Hao's bowl. Seeing Su Hao eat everything, Xiao Wanling was very happy and full of sense of accomplishment. After finishing the warm dinner, the two of them were affectionate for a while. "It's time to sleep." Walking into Xiao Wanling's boudoir, you can see the intellectual and elegant style. There is a bookshelf in the room filled with books. There is also a set of tea sets specially made for making tea. You will know how to enjoy life just by looking at it. Entering the bedroom with Su Hao and closing the door, Xiao Wanling was filled with anxiety. There is no way not to worry. If it happens again like yesterday night, she will not be able to bear it. Seeing Su Hao looking around her bedroom, his eyes fell on him. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but tremble. "Uncle, I haven't recovered yet, please spare me." Su Hao saw her awkward posture and knew that he was too cruel last night. "If you don't pay attention, it will be dawn. Look at the scared look on this little heroine. Actually, it's not a big deal. He just happened to get the marrow cleansing pill in a lottery. As long as he eats it, he can be resurrected with full blood. I wanted to give it to her when we were at the hotel in the afternoon. But at that time, her brows were slightly furrowed and she looked pitiful, which was very charming. Later, I thought that it would be good to let Xiao Wanling experience it. After all, it is an experience that every woman will have. Experience is complete. It's almost time now, it's time for him to need it again. There is no need to continue." Turning his wrist, a marrow-cleansing pill appeared in his hand. Reaching out to Xiao Wanling. "Eat it." Looking at the pills with a faint medicinal fragrance in front of her, Xiao Wanling was a little surprised and asked curiously, "Uncle, what is this?" "Something that can bring you back to your peak." Xiao Wanling's pretty face turned red. It seems that if the matter is not resolved today, Uncle Su will not give up. I was scared but also a little happy at the same time. "Doesn't this prove your own charm?" Xiao Wanling was curious. "Is this thing really so magical?" She is in severe pain now and frowns even when walking. "Can a little pill cure it?" Although she was suspicious, Xiao Wanling took the pill out of trust in Su Hao. Opening his mouth and swallowing without hesitation. The marrow-cleansing pill melts immediately in the mouth, turning into streams of warm currents that flow through the limbs and bones. Xiao Wanling felt that her whole body was filled with warmth, as if she was about to float. "It's almost time to be with Uncle Su." While she was indulging in it, Su Hao's voice came. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the bathroom to clean yourself?" Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was sticky. Looking down, she saw a layer of dirt oozing out of her fair and flawless skin. Along with it, there is an unpleasant smell. Xiao Wanling exclaimed, turned around and ran towards the bathroom. With a bang sound, the door was slammed shut. The ugliest side was seen by Uncle Su, and she felt ashamed. Xiao Wanling stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour. After cleaning thoroughly, Xiao Wanling stopped. Unintentionally, she saw herself in the mirror and was shocked. I can see that her skin now is fairer, more delicate and smooth than before, and has a faint luster. Her hair is black and smooth, and her overall charm has been raised to a new level. Not only that, she also felt that her body was full of strength and rejuvenated. The most important thing is that she doesn't feel pain anymore. Isn't this amazing? Xiao Wanling looked surprised. He ran out of the bathroom quickly, eager to tell Su Hao the good news. Looking at Xiao Wanling, whose charm has indeed improved a lot, Su Hao sighed in his heart. Marrow cleansing pill is indeed a panacea in the urban world, which can make people reborn. Xiao Wanling was still looking in the mirror excitedly. Su Hao was also happy for her. The heroine becomes more beautiful, and the experience she brings to him will also increase to a higher level. Think about such a beautiful heroine, a goddess in the eyes of the world, kneeling in front of him. Full sense of accomplishment. A rental house not too far away. Under the darkness of night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed. Zhang Feifan didn't sleep all day and night. Originally he wanted to catch up on his sleep. I accidentally saw Su Hao at Xiao Wanling's door. He instantly became energetic. He didn't feel at ease when he didn't see Su Hao leave, so he kept staring like this. Time passes slowly. He saw the light in Xiao Wanling's living room went out. Then, the bedroom lights came on. Because of the distance and the angle, he couldn't see the front of the bedroom. But you can notice the bright lights. Okay, before Su Hao didn't leave Xiao Wanling's house, he didn't go to bed. Now he won't sleep until the lights are turned off. The night passed in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until the morning glow began to rise that Zhang Feifan saw the lights go out. Zhang Feifan, who had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, had extremely red eyes. The face is distorted and the expression is ferocious. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his flesh, leaving traces of blood. Overnight. A whole night. It is simply the birth of a beast. Thinking of seeing Xiao Wanling this afternoon. Su Hao actually came back. It's absolutely crazy. That is the goddess he likes. He puts it in his mouth for fear of melting, and holds it in his hand for fear of falling. He was willing to fight to the death to protect her. Su Hao showed no pity for her. It hurts too much. The early morning brought a little chill, but Zhang Feifan didn't feel cold at all at this moment. Burning with a raging rage. Except for the anger and hatred towards Su Hao. Most of all, I feel worthless for the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling. Such a man who doesn't cherish her, only tortures her and likes her body. Why did Xiao Wanling throw herself into his arms regardless of her own safety? I wholeheartedly do her best, but I don't appreciate it at all. And we have to kick him out of the house. The strong contrast made him hold his breath in his heart, almost suffocating. Ding, Zhang Feifan is angry, his mood value is plus 321. Ding, Zhang Feifan is going crazy, his mood value is plus 654. Ding. Zhang Feifan's mentality exploded, his emotional value plus 987. Afternoon, the wind is gentle and the sun is beautiful. Brotherly, come with me today to discuss cooperation and take you to meet my goddess. She is a famous iceberg beauty in the Magic City. Chu Xiaotian hugged Li Xiao's neck, and she was filled with excitement at the thought of meeting the goddess. Li Xiao agreed on the surface, but slandered in his heart. What about cooperation? It's just Chu Xiaotian's wishful thinking. When you say it's cooperation, who doesn't know what you have in mind? This guy was obsessed with Lin Chuqing as soon as he saw her, and expressed his love in various ways. As a result, without exception, they were all rejected without hesitation. But Chu Xiaotian didn't give up. This time, I thought of a way to cooperate and wanted to get close to Lin Chuqing through a cooperative relationship. Li Xiao remembered that this was a big plot. The villain Chu Xiaotian went to discuss cooperation but was rejected. He was beaten up by the security guard of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited, the protagonist Zhang Feifan. My son was beaten into disgrace, which made my elder brother Chu Xiong heartbroken. Immediately activate the Chu family's energy to attack the heroine's company in business. The influence of the Chu family's tens of billions of assets is revealed. Many partners of Lin Chuqing's company severed cooperation as a result. For a time, Lin Chuqing was surrounded by enemies. Just when she had no other way to go. The protagonist Zhang Feifan happened to meet a big boss who he had saved in the dark world. Through his connections, he broke the blockade of the Chu family. Saved the heroine's company. Since then, his image in Lin Chuqing's heart has changed. Li Xiao was considering whether to follow the plot. Or break the plot and persuade Chu Xiaotian not to go to Lin Chuqing. Reversing the plot, if you don't find the heroine, you won't be the enemy of the protagonist. He can lie down with peace of mind and have more time to develop. Think about it and forget it. Breaking the plot privately, not knowing what will happen. Li Xiao didn't like the feeling of detached control. According to the plot, the heroine Lin Chuqing was suppressed by the Chu family. And he knows how to lift the suppression. You can tell Lin Chucheng and gain a good impression. The protagonist's enmity with the Chu family can also give him a sense of urgency. Help him make rapid progress. My sister Li Yunshu was targeted by Su Hao. If he doesn't work hard, there's no guarantee that one day, his sister will end up like the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling. Roll onto the same bed as Su Hao. He needs pressure to push himself to improve. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiao decided to follow the plot. Anyway, it was Chu Xiaotian who was beaten up by the protagonist, and it wasn't him, so he didn't panic at all. 593 later, Li Xiao drove and took Chu Xiaotian to Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. As expected, they were stopped by the security guard. Do you know who I am? Dare you block my way? Chu Xiaotian pointed at a security guard angrily and said arrogantly. Of course we know young Master Chu, and we don't dare to block young Master Chu's way. But this is an order from our president, and we have no choice. I hope Master Chu can understand. Several security guards explained with a bitter smile. Chu Xiaotian waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's quickly inform your president that I'm here to discuss cooperation with her. Master Chu, please don't embarrass us. The security guard smiled wryly. These young men have various reasons for meeting their president. They had been sternly warned long ago that if they dared to let these rich second generations in, they would just pack up and leave. You don't understand what our Mr. Chu is saying, do you? Just go ahead and inform your president. How can there be so much nonsense? What? You are afraid of your president, but you are not afraid of our Mr. Chu, right? Li Xiao stood up swaggeringly. He said bossily to several security guards. Li Xiao didn't feel any guilt at all for scolding these protagonists. On the contrary, it feels great. This is the joy of being a little brother to a big brother. This is also the reason why he is willing to be the villain's little brother, so that he can use his power to bully others. If you get into trouble, your elder brother will bear it. Even if you have finished building it yourself. Seeing his younger brother standing up to speak for himself, Chu Xiaotian looked very proud. The security guards looked livid. Full of contempt for the guy in front of me. Aren't you just a dog? Why are you barking here? But even if it was a dog belonging to the young master of the Chu family, they did not dare to offend him, so they lowered their heads and remained silent. At this moment, one of the security guards' eyes lit up. I saw Zhang Fifan walking in a security uniform. On the day Zhang Fifan joined the company, he beat all their security guards to the ground. I remember that their security chief was dissatisfied and wanted to teach this new guy a lesson. As a result, he was admitted to the hospital and he has not yet come out. After a beating, they were subdued. Zhang Fifan naturally became their new security chief. What's going on? Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Zhang Fifan frowned and his voice became hoarse. There was a fire in his heart. He didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to, so he simply came to the company to take a look. Brother Zhang, it's like this. They want to see the president. The security guard told exactly what happened just now. Zhang Fifan looked at Chu Xiaotian and Li Xiao with somewhat red eyes. Chu Xiaotian looked disdainful. He was just a security guard, he didn't take it to heart at all. Li Xiao's pupils shrank. Finally faced the protagonist face to face. While several people were confronting each other, a white Maserati Quattroporte drove up. The first heroine Lin Chucheng appears. Chapter 97, Humiliating Yourself. President Iceberg. Su Fian's JK uniform. You want to see our president, do you have an appointment? Zhang Fifan was in a bad mood now. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his mania. Asked step by step. Are you blind when you are riding a horse? As if he was insulted, Li Xiao immediately jumped out, pointed at Zhang Fifan's nose and cursed. You don't know who our Master Chu is? Do you still need to make an appointment? Be careful what you say. Do you believe that our Mr. Chu asked your president to fire you? It's useless to keep something that is not eye-catching anyway. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao dealt a heavy blow to the protagonist. I felt refreshed all over. When he first read the novel, he had already been unhappy with the protagonist. If you don't like the heroine, why don't you pretend to be crazy? I scolded you a lot today, and I felt very relieved. While he was satisfied with the scolding, he did not forget to put the responsibility on Chu Xiaotian. When the protagonist gets angry, just look for Chu Xiaotian. He would not go up and fight the protagonist like in the novel. When the time comes, if he is watching the show and doesn't shout 666, it will be considered merciful. Chu Xiaotian held his head proudly and glanced at Li Xiao appreciatively. This little brother is very sensible. Gradually, Zheng Fei's face became more and more gloomy. Get out of here without an appointment. If you dare to cause trouble here, don't blame me for being rude. Several security guards behind him were shocked when they heard this. Thumbs up in admiration. The eldest brother is indeed the eldest brother. So fierce as a yuppie. So what if he is the eldest son of the Chu family? I'm still scolding you so much. Chu Xiaotian's face froze, and he suddenly felt that he was losing face. Where did this bastard come from? He already revealed his identity, and he didn't even give him any face. Seeing that the protagonist was getting angry, Li Xiao unknowingly came behind the villain Chu Xiaotian. Once the fight started, he would hide aside. At this moment, a Maserati Quattroporte drove slowly. The car stopped not far from everyone. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure got out of the car. This is a very beautiful royal sister. Exquisite facial features, deep and clear outlines. Those dazzling eyes sparkled like gems and attracted attention. A head of shiny black hair falls on her shoulders, light and elegant. She is slim and tall, with graceful curves and fair and delicate skin. Wearing a CEO's professional attire, his face was cold and unruffled, with a unique cold temperament. She is indeed the #1 heroine in the book. She has nothing to say about her looks and figure, but her temperament is too cold. This was the first time Li Xiao saw Lin Chuqing. Staring without blinking, he was amazed. No matter in terms of figure or appearance, she is taller than other heroines. As for temperament, I feel relieved when I think of Lin Chuqing's title as president of Bingshan. This is also a manifestation of her charm, isn't it? Thinking about her cold temperament and her status as CEO, she gives people a sense of conquest. Think about it if you have this Bingshan CEO under you. Absolutely awesome. Even though Chu Xiaotian had seen Lin Chuqing many times, he was still fascinated every time he saw her. Take a panoramic view of their expressions. Zheng Feifan looked ugly. My heart tightened, and my anger surged again. The look of the two of them reminded him of the beautiful landlady Xiao Wanling who had been robbed. I have lost a woman who was destined for the future. He would never allow anyone to take advantage of Lin Chuqing again. These two guys have a way to die. What happened? Lin Chuqing saw this group of people crowding in front of her company, frowned and got out of the car to check the situation. A security guard came up to explain the reason. Lin Chuqing's cold gaze fell on Chu Xiaotian. What do you want from me? Chu Xiaotian came back to his senses and hurriedly laughed with him. Chu Qing, I'm here to cooperate with you. I heard that you have recently developed a new energy battery. I want to place a large order. It sounds like cooperation, but in fact it's just giving money in disguise. Lin Chuqing's new energy battery technology has not been completely perfected, and there are not many people cooperating with it. As the saying goes, the one who is near the water and the tower first gets the moon. Chu Xiaotian wanted to get closer to Lin Chuqing through cooperation. Since it's a cooperative relationship, it's normal to meet and have a meal, right? When the time comes, send flowers and create a surprise. Maybe you can impress this iceberg CEO. Thinking of the scene in the future where he would embrace a beautiful woman, Chu Xiaotian couldn't help but feel proud of his wit. Lin Chuqing's frown deepened. She knew exactly what Chu Xiaotian was planning. What's going on with this guy? I've rejected him many times, and it's very annoying to keep trying to come up to me. She really doesn't want to get tangled up with these second-generation dudes. The other party wanted to cooperate and wanted to give her money, but she didn't accept it yet. Because as long as her product is developed, it will definitely become a hit. It may even change the current market situation of mainstream fuel vehicles and affect the entire industry. There will definitely be no shortage of collaborators by then. Sorry, my company's new products have not been successfully developed yet, and we will not cooperate with others for the time being. Lin Chuqing politely declined. Chu Xiaotian refused to give up, and when he thought of something, his eyes lit up. Chuqing, haven't you been raising money recently to develop new technologies? How about how much money you are short of and I pay it as a stock investment? Li Xiao secretly shook his head beside him. Is there something wrong with this villain's brain? He can't even hear an obvious rejection? After all, he is the eldest son of a dignified family worth tens of billions, and his IQ is so anxious. I have to say that the protagonist's aura of intelligence is so awesome. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zheng Fifan, who was watching with cold eyes. If Chu Xiaotian continues to pester, the protagonist will become angry. I have to hide far away when the time comes. As expected, Lin Chuqing still refused. Sorry, my company's new battery technology has reached a critical stage of development and does not require investment from others. That's it. Chu Xiaotian thought the same thing. People's technology is about to be invented. If you invest just now, aren't you getting something cheap? Are they willing? Could it be that his attempt to get closer to Lin Chuqing was ruined just like that? He finally came up with such a solution. Etc. Chuqing, I remember you were clearing out inventory recently, right? In order to develop new technologies. Chu Xiaotian thought of another way, patted his chest and said, I want all the inventory you have. That's enough. Lin Chuqing really couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. Is this guy really stupid or fake? Can't you hear your rejection so clearly? She must be more direct. Mr. Chu, please come back. I won't cooperate with you. Don't pester me anymore, it's impossible between us. Lin Chuqing's tone was firm. After saying that, Lin Chuqing stopped talking to Chu Xiaotian and drove into the company. Chu Xiaotian froze on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Ever since he met Lin Chuqing by chance, he fell in love with her at first sight. From then on, a crazy pursuit began. What I got was rejection again and again. But he still didn't give up. I was thinking about whether it would be better to gradually develop into friends by becoming partners and then initiate pursuit. Today he came with high expectations, but Lin Chuqing knocked him into the abyss. Stop talking about pursuing each other. Not even a chance to cooperate. This is because I don't want to have anything to do with him at all. Ha ha. Do you have to humiliate yourself? Why bother? Zheng Fifan's disdainful voice sounded next to him. Now that you have seen our president, can you get out of here? Cool. This brother's fiancé is domineering. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel relieved, given Lin Chuqing's cold personality. Even that hypocritical hypocrite Su Hao couldn't even think of deceiving her. Chu Xiaotian's mentality collapsed. As soon as I heard someone say something sarcastic, I immediately exploded. When he turned around, he saw that it was Zheng Fifan who had not given him face before, and his new and old hatreds added up. Who are you? A stinky security guard who looks like garbage. What do you call me a dog here? At first glance, I think you are a waste. I gave birth to a useless thing like you. Hearing Chu Xiaotian talk about his father, Zheng Fifan couldn't help but think that his father might have been harmed by Su Hao. The eyes become fierce and dangerous. Li Xiao saw this scene and quietly moved back. I have to sigh. This villain is really capable of seeking death. You can't let yourself be implicated. Chu Xiaotian obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, so he continued to speak disdainfully. Ha, are you angry? Why, you still want to hit me? Come on, hit me in the face, hit me if you feel like it. Seeing Zheng Fifan clenching his fists with a murderous look on his face, Chu Xiaotian smiled. Take the initiative to move your head forward. When Zheng Fifan saw this, the corners of his mouth turned up. This is what you said. I have never heard such a request in my life. He slapped Chu Xiaotian hard on the face. What the hell? The security guards behind Zheng Fifan were stunned. Chu Xiaotian is the eldest son of the Chu family with a market value of tens of billions. Brother, you dare to fight me. Isn't it too brave? A slap fell on the face. Chu Xiaotian was beaten and spun around in circles, his head buzzing. There was a burning pain in my cheek, and there was also some numbness. It was obviously swollen. When he came back to his senses, he was angry. This is the first time I have been beaten since I was a child. His father was reluctant to beat him. Or a slap in the face in public, completely losing face. Chu Xiaotian looked ferocious, and he rushed forward to fight back. You dare to hit me? I want you to die. However, with his reckless efforts, how could he be the opponent of Zheng Fifan, who has been practicing in the dark world for many years? Seeing Chu Xiaotian approaching, Zheng Fifan punched him fiercely. In an instant, the bridge of his nose collapsed and blood flew everywhere. Zheng Fifan was also angry. I didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights, and my spirit was already in a state of stress. In addition, when I saw the beautiful landlady I liked with Su Hao, I had to kick him out of the house, which made me feel angry. At this time, Chu Xiaotian was completely ignited. Now that we have taken action, we must teach this rich second generation a profound lesson. To avoid trouble from him in the future. He took a few steps forward and punched and kicked Chu Xiaotian. He was still measured and did not kill anyone. But how powerful is the power of a dark power master? Even if Zheng Fifan spared his hand, Chu Xiaotian was beaten into a pig's head. He fell to the ground out of breath. After dealing with Chu Xiaotian, Zheng Fifan hadn't vented his anger yet and looked at Li Xiao, who was already hiding far away. He rushed over with a lunge. This guy just pointed at his nose and scolded him very happily. What the hell? Seeing the villain Chu Xiaotian being beaten so miserably, Li Xiao mourned silently in his heart. When he saw Zheng Fifan rushing towards him, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! I've already run this far, and you're still here to hit me? In the end, Li Xiao could not escape a severe beating. In the high-end ward of the hospital, there is a person lying on each of the 2 hospital beds. Both of them were wrapped in bandages. Li Xiao regretted that he had known that the protagonist was so unreasonable. He would rather change the plot and convince Chu Xiaotian than come to Lin Chuqing. This beating was too harsh. My whole body ached, and I felt like I was about to die. He has the strength, which is better. Chu Xiaotian next door is even worse and is still unconscious. Chu Xiong came to the hospital and saw that his son, whom he was reluctant to beat, was beaten so miserably. His rescuer was also seriously injured. Chu Xiong was angry and immediately mobilized the Chu family's relationship to jointly boycott and suppress Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited Su family. Su Hao was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Holding the mobile phone in his hand, he was scrolling through the messages from his subordinates. This is exactly what happened at the door of Qingtian Electronics Company, Limited. I have a deeper understanding in my heart that the protagonist will hit someone if he disagrees with me. If you don't accept it, just do it. Now, the heroine Lin Chuqing faces the Chu family. And the protagonist is definitely on the heroine's side. This time, can he be a fisherman again? Su Hao's eyes were thoughtful. Consider how to profit from it. It would be best if we could eat the Chu group in one bite. Not far next to him, Su Fian is wearing a JK uniform. After Su Hao put down the teacup, she picked up the teapot and filled it up for Su Hao. The eyes looking at Su Hao were filled with resentment. That's right, she lost again in today's competition with Su Hao. This time Su Hao won in an upright manner and did not use dirty tricks like before. The two fought for a long time, and Su Hao finally won by a narrow margin. Although he indeed lost, Su Fian was very dissatisfied. If Su Hao was much better than her, she wouldn't say anything. But he is just a little bit better than her. The result of losing the competition was to make her wear a JK uniform. Bring tea and water to Su Hao. Seeing herself wearing this student outfit, Su Fian wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. It's so shameful. She is destined to become the queen. Wearing a JK uniform would seem too lively. What she wants is majesty. Do you understand the majesty of the queen? Speaking of this, Su Fian became angry. It was my sister Su Huai who proposed the lottery competition. She didn't agree at the time, so Su Huai provoked her there. Then Su Hao also said, if you don't agree, let's not compare. Su Hao has been using her for so many days, how can she not compete? Must win it back. Go back and take revenge. So, Su Fian agreed. This time, it was about her reputation, so she was very energetic. Without any interference from Su Hao. Su Hao also became a little more serious and narrowly defeated her. Give her a little hope, so that she can have the motivation to continue fighting with herself. Only then can he continue to abuse this daughter. Until her pride is shattered. Su Fian lost and fulfilled the agreement. But there is no JK uniform, and she has never worn one. Su Huai then bought a few sets in person. Su Fei's smoke exploded. This quirky little sister is becoming more and more disobedient. When she comes back from school, she must be opened. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Just when Su Fian was thinking about how to get revenge on her sister, a bell rang. Su Fian took out her phone and took a look. It's a group video call. Su Fian was about to answer the call when she suddenly paused. I thought of my JK uniform, my lively and cute look. What if a few sisters see this? Move your fingers without hesitation. Chapter 98, Su Huai's plan to sow discord. Good daughter calls daddy a group of 4 sisters who love each other. Chinese medicine YYDS. All I want to do is make money? Science is the primary productive force. Wu Mei, what's going on with you? Why don't you answer the video call? Su Fian quickly typed a reply. Please call me your lady queen, I am a little inconvenient outside. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, haha, what's the inconvenience? I'm afraid that someone has rebelled and is embarrassed to face us, right? All you want to do is make money, 5th sister, you have disappointed us so much. Technology is the primary productive force, I knew it. When you said you would never forgive Su Hao even to death, I had an ominous premonition. Doesn't it smell good now? Looking at the messages sent by her sisters, Su Fian made a question mark. What's the meaning? Why did she rebel? Please call me your lady queen, did you make a mistake somewhere? How did I betray the organization? Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, 5th sister, stop pretending, there are pictures and the truth, picture.jpg. Su Fian clicked on the picture, and suddenly her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. In the picture, she was wearing a JK uniform and pouring tea for Su Hao. The shooting angle is very tricky, and it vividly captures a well-behaved daughter obeying her father. Technology is the primary productive force, I didn't expect that you are such a 5th sister. You often talk about the queen, but you are so obedient and serve tea to others, but the person who pours the tea is still that ruthless man. All you want to do is make money, just quit the group. Su Fian came to her senses and immediately knew the sinister intentions. Deliberately took pictures and sent them to several sisters to sow discord between members of their organization. The thoughts are too vicious. Please call me queen, it's not what you think. Please listen to my explanation. Su Fian immediately told what happened on the day she came back, when she saw her 2 younger sisters and her 3rd younger sister acting well behaved, and wanted to avenge them and teach Su Hao a lesson, but ended up losing the bet. Technology is the primary productive force, Zundu or fake Dudu? Are you trying to lie to us? Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, 5th sister, just admit it. I have seen you crush stones with one hand before, and your strength has reached Ming Jin. More powerful than those special forces. Who would believe that Su Hao, a mortal who has never practiced martial arts, defeated you? Could it be that you lost on purpose? She studied medicine in the mountains. Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have always been independent of each other. Her master is a very powerful person. She has now reached the middle stage of Mingjin. It was precisely because her strength reached Mingjin that she knew how strong it was. So I don't believe what my sister said. Ever since she graduated from school and left home, Su Hao has been busy developing the company and has never practiced martial arts. How is it possible to defeat my sister who is so powerful? Seeing that the sisters didn't believe it, Su Fian was about to cry but had no tears. I have some experience with the feeling of being doubted by several younger sisters before when they posted messages in the group. Please call me queen, you believe me, I really lost the bet. Su Huai, that little traitor, wants to sow discord between us. Chinese medicine YYDS, Doubt.jpg. Technology is the primary productive force. Are you trying to infiltrate our group and find out confidential information? All I want to do is make money. I'll give you another chance. If I find you betraying the organization, see how I deal with you when I come back. Put down the phone. Su Fian smiled helplessly. Don't her sisters distrust her too much? Will she forgive Su Hao? Glancing at Su Hao, who had a leisurely look on his face. How can you forgive him when he often bullies himself and makes him do whatever he wants? Then the anger kept rising. Su Huai even secretly took photos and sent them to several sisters in order to sow discord between them. His heart can be killed. With a glance, the two heads peeping outside the door quickly retracted. Su Fian sneered, put down the teacup and walked outside. The expressions of the two sisters Su Shicheng and Su Huai are very wonderful. It was Su Huai's idea to take photos of fifth sister Su Fian and send them to several sisters. Both sisters knew that several sisters had formed a separate group in order to fight against Su Hao. She wanted to use this method to drive a wedge between her sisters. Seeing Su Fian's face, they knew they had succeeded. Su Shicheng glanced inside and was immediately startled. Fifth sister, she is coming towards us. Su Huai was surprised. Then what are you waiting for? Run quickly. For a time, there was a chase scene in the villa. After dinner in the evening, Su Hao gathered Su Manchio and several daughters together. I have been out on business for the past 2 days and got a good thing that I want to give to you. The daughters were all confused. Su Hao was not at home these 2 days, and no one taught them painting, calligraphy, or piano. I feel very uncomfortable. I wonder what good things Su Hao got outside. Su Hao took out 5 marrow cleansing pills. They are all used by the heroine Xiao Wanling, and of course the women in the family are also indispensable. As for the daughters becoming more beautiful, will it be an advantage to others? Doesn't exist. His daughters can only follow him for the rest of their lives. As soon as the marrow cleansing pill came out, the strong medicinal fragrance filled the hall. The daughters and Su Wangqiu all felt refreshed when they smelled the medicinal fragrance. Su Huai came over curiously, stared at a few pills, and asked doubtfully, Dad, what is this? You'll know after you eat it. Su Huai did not hesitate, decisively picked up one and put it in her mouth. The heart was big enough, and Su Hao didn't even have time to explain the effect of the medicine. Soon, a layer of impurities appeared on Su Huai's body. After receiving Su Manchio's reminder, Su Huai quickly ran to the bathroom to clean herself. Half an hour later, Su Huai ran out happily after changing her clothes. Looking at Su Huai, whose skin is white and crystal clear, faintly glowing, and even more beautiful. Several women were shocked. Su Huai was very excited. When he came over, he hugged Su Hao, stood on tiptoes and gave Su Hao a sip. Dad, you are so good, I love you so much. Don't blame her for being so excited. Everyone has the love of beauty. What's more, she's still a girl. Although they are already very beautiful, they have been called school beauties since childhood. But who doesn't want to be more beautiful? Not only is she more beautiful now, she also feels that her physique has been strengthened. It's not a problem to go to school right away and win the 100-meter championship. Ding, Su Huai is full of passion, and his mood value is plus 789. Su Fian frowned slightly when she saw her sister making such an intimate move. Is this too outrageous? How can a daughter be so old and still be so close to her father? However, she could understand the changes in Su Huai's body at this time. Su Shiqing, Su Hongzhuang, and Su Yanqiu didn't think much about it. In their opinion, although their sister's actions were close, they were still acceptable. When Su Hao taught them painting and piano before, he still held them. Seeing Su Huai's changes, they were no longer calm. Immediately stepped forward and took the pills from Su Hao's hand. Su Shiqing took it and wanted to leave, but she thought of her sister's grateful gesture just now. Isn't it bad to just take it and leave like this? So, she turned around again and imitated her sister and expressed her gratitude to Su Hao. He turned around and ran to the bathroom. She just saw the effect of her sister taking the pills. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of my sisters. The younger sisters all thanked Su Hao. When Su Hongzhuang took the pills, she also expressed her gratitude to Su Hao. Then he ran away with a slightly blushing face. She has completely forgiven Su Hao now. I am not so repelled by those intimate actions. Next is Su Manqiu. She didn't have any worries at all and just gave her a kiss. There is one last one. It's for my daughter Su Fian. Although he has not conquered this daughter yet, she certainly cannot escape from his grasp. Think of it as giving it to her in advance, and you can still gain a wave of favor. I saw sixth sister and third sister both holding pills and running into the bathroom. Su Fian was very moved. That's a pill that can make you more beautiful. However, this pill was given by Su Hao. Only in the afternoon did she vow in the group that she would never forgive Su Hao. How could you accept Su Hao's things? Looking at the pill in Su Hao's hand, Su Fian resisted the urge to take it and turned away. Su Huai suppressed her excitement and came out of Su Hao's arms. Seeing that he still had a pill in his hand, he looked at the fifth sister Su Fian, who was not far away, and asked curiously, "Fifth sister, Dad still has one in his hand, don't you want it?" Su Fian swallowed her saliva and snorted firmly. "I won't accept anything from him." "That's great." Su Huai looked at Su Hao with surprise on her face. "Dad, if fifth sister doesn't want it, just give it to me. I want to become even more beautiful." Su Fian gritted her teeth in anger. Although she didn't intend to accept Su Hao's things, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she heard what her sister said. Su Hao shook his head at her. "One pill is enough for one person. It's useless to eat too much." Su Huai was a little disappointed. But he recovered quickly. Now she is very satisfied and cannot be too greedy. Since it's useless if you take too much, I'd better leave this pill to fifth sister. What should I do if fifth sister doesn't accept it? Su Huai thought for a moment, rolled his eyes, and spoke excitedly. Talking about the benefits of taking pills. "Dad, what's the name of this pill of yours? I feel like I'm rejuvenated after taking it. Not only has my skin gotten better, but my hair has also become smoother. My slightly short-sighted eyes have healed instantly. I feel my vision has reached 5.5 now. Moreover, my memory is even deeper. I can remember when I was 2 or 3 years old." Su Hao noticed Su Huai's eyes and knew what she meant. Immediately cooperate and explain the effect of Shisui Dan. That's called the marrow cleansing pill. The effect is to remove impurities from one's own body and improve one's physical constitution. Su Huai asked deliberately after hearing this. Is it improving the physique of my bones? No wonder I feel full of strength and my memory is getting better and better. Wouldn't it be more effective for martial arts training? The eyesight is better and the opponent's flaws can be seen more clearly. My memory is better, I can learn everything quickly, and with my improved bones, I might be able to become a martial arts master in no time. Su Fian didn't care at first. Later, when she heard the father and daughter talking nonstop, her heart beat faster and her breathing became faster. Improve your physique and bones? Doesn't that mean that if she eats it and then practices martial arts, she will get twice the result with half the effort? Listening to her sister describing the various benefits of the marrow cleansing pill, Su Fian became more and more excited. I don't know if it's an illusion. The medicinal fragrance emanated from the pill in Su Hao's hand. She felt that her Ming Jin initial strength, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually had the urge to break through. Su Hao's current strength is only slightly stronger than his own. If you break through yourself and challenge him, wouldn't you win easily? At this time, she also roughly understood why Su Hao became so powerful in just a year or two after not seeing him. It must be because of taking the marrow cleansing pill. Otherwise, why would he become so much younger all of a sudden? The effect of the marrow cleansing pill is incredible. Not only can it make people younger and more energetic, but it can also improve their strength and enhance their memory. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Hao looked at Su Fian. Fei Yan, just keep it. This medicine will be very helpful for improving your strength. Su Fei Fian was already very excited. Hearing Su Hao say this, he almost reached out to get it. But she still maintained the last trace of reserve. Pretending to be cool. How much does your medicine cost? I bought it. Put. It turned out that Su Huai laughed out loud. Fifth sister, are you kidding me? You actually use money to measure the value of the marrow cleansing pill? Do you know how incredibly effective the marrow cleansing pill is? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a miracle elixir. If you put it up for auction at an auction house, it will cost you at least tens of billions. If necessary, 100 billion is not impossible. The most important thing is, which idiot will take it to the auction house? Isn't it good for me? Dad gave it to us because he loved us so much. Don't even think about it. This is why Su Huai was so excited just now that she couldn't help herself and threw herself into her arms. My heart was so moved. Su Hao cast an admiring look at his little daughter. It's simply a divine assist. Su Fian blushed at the words. She also knew that what her sister said was true. She actually wanted to buy such a priceless treasure with money. Even if I sell her, I can't afford it. Seeing that Su Fian was silent, Su Hao spoke. We are all a family. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I'm also very happy that you have become better. Take it. He looked at Su Hao's innocent smile. Then looking at the marrow cleansing pill in his hand that smelled like medicine, Su Fian couldn't resist the temptation. Su Fian decided to be shameless. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and took the marrow cleansing pill. At worst, if I win Su Hao's competition later, I just don't let him wash my feet. Su Huan noticed that she was about to leave with the marrow cleansing pill, so he immediately stopped. Immediately stopped in front of Su Fian. Fifth sister, aren't you being too honest? My elder sister, third sister, and Su's mother all expressed their gratitude for receiving Dad's gift. It doesn't make sense for you to just take it and leave, right? Su Fian's expression froze with excitement. It was really bad for her to accept Su Hao's gift without saying anything. But she couldn't do it if she wanted to express the same gratitude as her sisters and Mother Su. In that case, she would rather not use the marrow cleansing pill. Just when Su Fian was in embarrassment, Su Huai spoke next. I don't want you to be like us. Just say thank you to Dad. Isn't that too much? Not too much. By saying a few words, you can get a priceless treasure like the marrow cleansing pill. It's not a good deal at all. But Su Fian was a little hesitant. Then you have to call me Dad? She promised her sisters that they would not betray her. Then I thought about it, this is not considered a betrayal, right? It is a temporary surrender in order to receive a gift. Yes, that's it. Seeing her hesitant expression, Su Huai revealed a smile and quietly took out her phone. Press the recording function. Su Hao spoke at this time. She was joking about Huai. Just eat the Fian. Thank you as a family. Su Huai couldn't help but cast a resentful look at Su Hao. Su Hao knew what she meant. My daughter, you are still too young. Do you know what it means to retreat to advance? Sure enough, after hearing Su Hao's words, Su Fian felt that it would be outrageous to leave. So he turned around, took a deep breath, and said to Su Hao, Thank you, Dad. After saying that, he ran to the bathroom of his bedroom upstairs in despair. At the same time Su Huai pressed the recording pause button, a smile filled with success. Chapter 99, My Daughter Became a Maid. Contrast with the Queen. Breakfast half an hour later. Su Wenqiu and her daughters came out of the bathroom one after another. Everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. They all really felt the changes in themselves. Su Shiqing likes to draw, and some knowledge and skills that she had almost forgotten emerged clearly before her eyes. There were some things that Su Hao taught me that I didn't understand before, but I suddenly found that I could understand them. Su Wenqiu feels that her physical condition has improved and she should be able to persist for a longer period of time. I just don't know if I can suppress myself from making a sound. The girls expressed their gratitude to Su Hao again. With a group of warblers and swallows surrounding him, Su Hao should not be too happy. Ding, Su Shiqing cheered for joy, her mood value plus 777. Ding, Su Hongzhuang was so moved, her emotional value plus 888. Ding, Su Wenqiu's heartbeat speeds up, and his emotional value plus 999. Not long after, Su Fian also came out. The smile on her lips could not be suppressed. Because just after she took the marrow cleansing pill, she easily broke through the state she had been stuck in for a long time. The breakthrough reached the middle stage of Mingjin. Not only that, some of the fighting skills taught to her by the eldest sister emerged clearly in her mind again. And have some understanding. A sense of confidence emerged from Su Fian. Over the past few days, she had been losing to Su Hao, and her spirit was almost gone. The rain stopped and the sky cleared up, and she felt like she could do it again. Su Fian couldn't wait to discuss with Su Hao again. Thinking that my strength was achieved because of Su Hao's marrow cleansing pill. If he were defeated, it would be unjustifiable. I saw a group of warblers and swallows surrounding Su Hao. She felt that if she proposed a competition, she would be scolded by several sisters. After thinking about it, Su Fian gave up the idea of competing immediately and would meet Su Hao tomorrow. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Su Wenqiu changed into a stewardess uniform today. Su Hao became the captain and flew the plane. Facts have proved that Su Wenqiu's physical improvement lasted longer. But it is difficult to do without making a sound. Ding, Su Wenqiu couldn't help being ashamed, her mood value was plus 96,329. The master bedroom is not peaceful. The boudoirs of several sisters were also very lively. Su Hui edited a message and combined it with Su Fian's Thank You Dad recording. I was sent to a group of 7 fairies with beautiful faces in moonlight appearance. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, don't hold on anymore, come back and reunite with us quickly, fifth sister has joined our camp, audio. When several sisters saw the message, their eyes froze and they clicked on the audio one after another. Thank you, Dad. This is exactly what Su Fian said to Su Hao. At that time, thinking that Su Hao was willing to give her the marrow cleansing pill unconditionally, she was really touched, so her tone was very sincere. Several sisters exploded when they heard this. Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, I knew that, fifth sister, you not only betrayed the organization, but also wanted to stay in the group as an undercover agent. Technology is the primary productive force, is that Su Hao poisonous? Obviously we were in the same camp before, but you all rebelled one after another. All you want to do is make money, please call me queen, what else do you have to explain? Su Fian is happy that she has improved her strength. Picking up the phone and looking at it, I saw someone. Clicking in, she was dumbfounded. Suddenly his teeth started to itch with anger. Damn Su Hui, when did you record the sound? This little traitor will not stop until he provokes the sisters. Please call me your lady queen, please listen to my explanation. Su Hui misinterpreted the meaning and wanted to destroy the relationship between our sisters. Chinese medicine YYDS, really? Fifth sister, do you dare to say that the voice inside is not yours? I read very few books, don't lie to me. Technology is the primary productive force, Dad is so affectionately called, what a good daughter she is. All you want to do is make money, just keep making it up, we'll listen. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, fifth sister, the matter has come to an end, there is no need to pretend anymore, the eldest sister and the others have seen through it all. It's useless even if you go in undercover, they've probably already created another group. Please call me queen, little girl selling nuclear bombs, shut up. Don't listen to Su Hui's nonsense. This is what happened. Su Fian immediately told what happened that night. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS, is it true or false? After taking that marrow cleansing pill, not only can the skin become better, but the hair can also be made smooth. The five senses are sharper, the memory is better, and the physical fitness can be enhanced. Is there such a magical medicine? I studied medicine in the mountains for 2 years, why have I never heard of it? Technology is the primary productive force, fifth sister, you have changed, and we don't even recognize you anymore. In order to deceive us, you actually made up such a lie. You are treating us as fools. All you want to do is make money, it's really outrageous, so, just because of the pill Su Hao gave you, you gave in and called you daddy? Where is your queenly integrity? Seeing that several sisters did not believe in herself, Su Fian wanted to cry but had no tears. Draw a circle and curse you, I can prove it to fifth sister by uploading 2 pictures. The 2 pictures are before and after taking marrow cleansing pill. They were all taken in the bathroom. It turned out that when Su Shiqing got to the bathroom, she thought of the changes in her sister after taking the pills, and decided to take a photo of herself to compare before and after. The effect is amazing. The comparison results are clearly displayed, and the charm has indeed been raised to a new level. I am really not a big star, I can also prove it to my fifth sister by uploading 2 pictures. It turns out that Su Hongzhuang also took photos. Su Fian is depressed because her sisters don't believe in her. Suddenly at this time, sixth sister and third sister stood up to speak for themselves. Why were they a little touched? Tell a joke. A sister of an alliance does not believe in herself, and the enemy is an organization that proves itself. I'm really not a big star, eldest sister, second sister, fourth sister, please come back. If dad can take out 5 marrow cleansing pills at once, there must be more. You can also become like us. Chinese medicine Dr. YYDS, forget about those 2 little traitors who often brag about Su Hao, why did you, third sister, join in? Technology is the primary productive force, you are really going to any lengths to trick us into going back. You who never use beauty, you actually use beauty. I just want to make money, I'm tired, let's go. The whole group fell into silence. Su Fian sent a message in another group, but there was no response. She knew that several sisters did not believe her and were angry. Thinking that Su Huai had started all this, she became angry. Get up and go to Su Huai's bedroom. A burst of wailing sounded. The next day Su Fian approached Su Hao again. It's time for the decisive battle between the 2 of them. Because of your elixir yesterday, my strength has improved now. If I feel that I am no match for you, I have the right to give up. For the sake of improving my strength, I will not come back in revenge for the humiliation you did to me before. Su Huai couldn't stand it and immediately stood up and said, Fifth sister, are you too shameless? It's because of dad's marrow cleansing pill that you have improved your strength, and you still want to challenge dad. Su Fian glared at her sister. Didn't I say it? He can refuse. Su Huai wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Su Hao. Since Fei Yan wants to compete, then I will accept the challenge. Su Fian's eyes flashed with joy. Although she decided not to let Su Hao accept punishment. But I still want to win from Su Hao once. After all, she has been losing since the day she came back. My self-confidence is almost gone. But, the bonus cannot be missing. Su Hao suddenly added. Su Huai looked at Su Hao, as if she understood something, and her heart moved. Let's see, it's me who decides the lottery. If the fifth sister loses, she will be daddy's maid for a day, in a maid outfit. Maid outfit? Su Fian was stunned. His eyes fell on Su Hao, with a strange look on his face. Su Huai knew what she was thinking and added. Didn't you just say that you won't take revenge on dad even if you win? So this punishment is specially set for you. Just say whether you agree or not. Ah? Su Fian hesitated. She wants to become a queen. How can you be a maid? The maid and the queen are completely 2 extremes. Imagine her wearing women's clothing, serving Su Hao tea and water, and beating his legs and massaging his legs. She couldn't help but trembled. I refuse. As soon as the words of rejection came out of her mouth, she was interrupted by Su Huai. What? Aren't the fifth sisters very confident? Don't you dare now? I think you should go back and practice more, and then come to Dad to compete. Who said I don't dare? Su Fian immediately became angry. She also just remembered that her strength had improved, which was far from what it was yesterday. Yesterday Suha was slightly better than me, and today I can definitely beat him. To avenge previous shame. That's how the bet was settled. The two sisters Su Shiqing and Su Huai are still the referees. The competition begins. Su Hao followed the old routine, fighting and retreating with Su Fian, and finally retreated to the borderline. Su Fian raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Want to use the previous trick to surprise you again? She won't be fooled. Immediately explode with all your strength, using Ming Jin's midterm strength and improved fighting skills. But the next moment, the world is spinning. Su Fian was thrown away again. He fell to the ground in a daze. She doesn't know what happened yet. The blank eyes returned to focus, and Su Hao looked at her with a smile. Fian, you underestimated the enemy, thinking that you will be able to defeat me if you break through in strength. Don't you know that a lion can fight a rabbit with all his strength? No matter how strong you are, you can't underestimate your enemy. Listening to Su Hao's teaching words, Su Fian was still a little puzzled. Did you underestimate the enemy just now? She obviously took action with all her strength. Could it be that he was so proud that he exposed his flaw? Actually, of course not. It's just that Su Hao showed a little more strength and took her down easily. Playing with the palm of your hand. Fifth sister, you lost again. Su Huai ran over with a smile and looked at her for a while. The fifth sister, who has always claimed to be a queen, puts on a maid outfit. I wonder what she will look like. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Shiqing was also very interested in this. He said to his sister intentionally or unintentionally, "How can you make such a fortune? There is no maid uniform at home. It doesn't matter if we don't have them at home. Can't we just go out and buy them? It seems we can't go out and buy them every day. We need to buy a few more and keep them at home for later use." Su Huai's eyes shone. When Su Fian heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. You are really my good sisters. In order to see her wearing a maid outfit, I didn't hesitate to go out and buy it. Wait, what do you mean by buying more for her? Do you think she will keep losing? So angry. Su Hao was very pleased. She is indeed his good daughter. Su Huai followed her sister Su Shiqing, and soon bought the maid outfit. Not only the maid outfit, but also many other things. I don't know what's inside. A rabbit ear can be vaguely seen. Su Fian gritted her teeth. My sister is so hateful. It seems that the lesson learned yesterday was not enough, so I will continue tonight. Under the supervision of her two younger sisters, Su Fian was helpless. Finally put on a maid outfit. Looking at the fifth daughter who was like a little maid, the heroic spirit between her eyebrows is in sharp contrast to her current submissiveness. Ahem, I feel like I have some back pain recently. The little maid will come and give me a massage. Su Hao smiled playfully. Do you still know about back pain? I sleep so late every night, it's weird if I don't have backache. Su Fian hummed twice. It was because of my carelessness that I let him down again. What's there to be proud of? He ordered himself to be massaged again, damn it. There is no other way, I am willing to admit defeat. Su Fian came behind Su Hao and started massaging him. Ding, Su Fian is filled with hatred, her emotional value is plus 888. Ding, Su 327 Fian gritted his teeth, his emotional value plus 999. Comfortable. Su Hao sighed. Not only does it have a maid that you can call upon, but you can also increase your mood points, which is really great. And just when their father is kind and their daughter is filial. In a hidden corner, the sound of a mobile phone clicking to take pictures rang out. Su Huai took back her phone and looked at it. After looking at the photos inside, she expressed satisfaction. He glanced at Su Fian, who was massaging Su Hao, and smiled proudly. Now let me see how you can continue to be in the same camp as eldest sister and the others. Su Huai immediately added a picture, edited a message, and sent it to the Seven Sisters group. The little girl selling nuclear bombs, the fifth sister, is so disgusting. In order to please her father, she even put on a maid outfit and gave him a massage. These days, being a daughter is so introverted. Picture.jpg. Several sisters clicked on the picture to view it and were instantly furious. The four sisters who loved each other suddenly became three sisters who loved each other. Late night. After giving Su Hao a massage for a day, Su Fian finally had time to pick up her phone. I was a little confused when I saw the message of 99+ in the group. Click to view. It was my sister Su Huai who caused trouble again. She took a photo of her wearing a maid outfit and massaging Su Hao. I saw the denunciation of her by the eldest sister, the second sister, and the fourth sister. Su Fian had a bad feeling and quickly opened another group. I wanted to send a message to explain, but a red exclamation mark popped up. You have been removed from the group chat. Su Fian was depressed. Does this count as being forced into danger? She really didn't betray the organization. Immediately explained to the Seven Sisters group. But no matter how she explained, several sisters didn't believe her. Su Fian used to be so proud, determined to be a queen and take charge of thousands of younger brothers. Now that she is wearing a maid uniform, doesn't that mean something? The next day Su Hao came to Xiao Wanling's house. The 3-day deadline has come and it's time for Zheng Fifan to hand over the house. Xiao Wanling didn't want to face Zheng Fifan alone, so she called Su Hao over to join them. Xiao Wanling was having breakfast, looked at the time, and then looked at Su Hao. Said in surprise, Uncle Su, why are you here so early? It's getting late, the time is just right. Su Hao looked confused. Xiao Wanling was stunned for a moment, thinking she had seen the wrong time, so she looked again. That's right. There is still more than an hour before the agreed 10 o'clock. Now that Uncle Su is here, he can just accompany her, so he said. Uncle Su, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Then Uncle Su, come over and have something to eat together. Okay. Uncle Su, I'm still having breakfast. It's okay, you eat yours and I'll eat mine. After finishing breakfast together, it was almost 10 o'clock. After cleaning up, the two walked side by side to the rental house of the protagonist Zheng Fifan. Chapter 100, Fall. Take the beautiful teacher into the woods. By Rishuan. Zheng Fifan missed work again. Packing things at home. Yesterday, he received a warning from Xiao Wanling, telling him to pack his things today and come to check out at 10 o'clock. If you find that he is still hanging around, call him and warn him of trespassing. Zheng Fifan had no choice but to move out as required. But he rented a house not far away. He still retains the last trace of his thoughts. I hope to find Su Hao's criminal evidence as soon as possible, expose his hypocrisy, and Xiao Wanling can leave Su Hao. Then he will have a chance. Zheng Fifan waited at home with complicated emotions. Seeing time passing by little, it was past 10 o'clock. There was a knock on the door. When he opened the door and saw Xiao Wanling, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As a few days passed, Xiao Wanling became more and more beautiful, and her charm improved a lot. Now she is on par with his brother's fiancée. However, when he thought about the reason for Xiao Wanling's change, Zheng Fei was so angry that he vomited blood. Reason? What other reasons are there? It was after following Su Hao that Xiao Wanling experienced such a change. It must be moisturized. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Fifan's pupils shrank and he discovered that Xiao Wanling did not come alone. There was also a handsome uncle accompanying him. Who else could it be if it wasn't Su Hao? The two walked side by side, so close that they were almost touching. Combined with this, Xiao Wanling's eyes were moist and her cheeks were slightly red. It's not hard to imagine what the two of them just did. He actually did this early in the morning, during the day. Is this still the elegant and dignified beautiful landlady he knew? No. Certainly not. How could Xiao Wanling sink to this level? It was definitely forced by Su Hao. How hateful. Ding, Zhang Feifan is filled with hatred, and his mood value is plus 852. Facing Zhang Feifan's hateful gaze, Su Hao showed a kind smile. My dear nephew, I see that you don't look very good. My uncle would like to remind you that even a young man should cherish his body and stay up late at night. The corners of Zhang Feifan's mouth twitched, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Hao wanted to take advantage of himself again. He couldn't help but think of the time when he called the other person an uncle, a typical example of treating a thief as a father. Why do you 29 think I have insomnia? Isn't it because of you? Stop being so hypocritical. Have you always been so hypocritical? Aren't you tired of pretending? Well. Su Hao pretended to sigh. I know you are sad because of your father's death, but seeing you like this makes me, an uncle, worried. Brush Zhang Feifan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He has been investigating the cause of his father's death these days. I visited and investigated the shareholders who were previously in the Su group with my father. He was already 99% sure that it was Su Hao's hand. Su Hao initially purchased shares from major shareholders at double the price. There are only 3 shareholders left who are unwilling to sell their shares. Not long after, in addition to my father, the other 2 shareholders got into trouble one after another. The son of one of the shareholders was kidnapped and blackmailed. As a result, she had to sell her shares in exchange for ransom to keep her son safe. The other one was a company that was running well, but a lot of black material was exposed inexplicably. In order to reduce the risk of jail time, he sold his shares in Su Group. After that, my father went to Su Group and transferred the shares to Su Hao. There was a car accident on the way back. All this is too coincidental. After rejecting Su Hao's offer to acquire shares, accidents occurred one after another among the 3 major shareholders. In the end, the shares were transferred to Su Hao. As for his father, nothing happened and he still transferred the shares. Zhang Feifan guessed that his father must have discovered something. Afraid of Su Hao's revenge, he had to transfer it. But he underestimated Su Hao's ruthlessness. In order to prevent him from leaking the matter, he still chose to kill and silence him. Through a series of clues and various reviews, Zhang Feifan has roughly restored the truth. Although it has been determined that Su Hao was responsible for his father's death. But he had no evidence and couldn't do anything to Su Hao. Su Hao did it flawlessly, but it was very difficult to investigate. In a dark world, he doesn't care about any evidence. As long as there is suspicion, it is enough for him to be murderous. But this is Kyushu, where murder is illegal and people must pay for their lives. I don't want to flee abroad again because of killing Su Hao. And he was entrusted by his brother on his deathbed to protect his fiancée. Zhang Feifan cannot break the promise. Back in the city, he also saw so many beauties. I don't want to go back to the old days of fighting and killing. Of course, there is also the factor of the bodyguard beside Su Hao. Although he was not afraid of the other party, he still couldn't kill Su Hao. Therefore, if he wants to deal with Su Hao, he must first find evidence of Su Hao's illegal crimes. Pull him down from the altar and make him reviled by thousands of people. Send him to prison, or wait until Su Hao no longer has the influence he has now, and then you can make your own decisions. Taking a deep breath to calm down the murderous intention in his heart, Zhang Feifan looked at Su Hao coldly. Su Hao, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. If you walk too much at night, sooner or later you will encounter ghosts. Upon hearing his strange words, Xiao Wanling frowned. She let this guy live for free for so many days. How dare she be rude to her beloved Uncle Su? I was very annoyed. Stop being so weird to me, talk to Uncle Su, and show me some respect. Zhang Feifan was stunned. When he talked to Su Hao, he was very restrained because of Xiao Wanling's presence. Otherwise, the scolding will be even worse. Even so, Xiao Wanling still blamed him. Zhang Feifan was so depressed that he vomited blood. What are you doing standing around here? Why don't you show us if the house has been sorted out? If I find something missing from the house, don't blame me for calling the police. In and out of words, Zhang Fifan was directly regarded as a thief with dirty hands and feet. Zhang Fifan was helpless. How good Xiao Wanling was to Su Hao was how bad she was towards herself. Completely two extremes. I couldn't help but hate Su Hao even deeper. Zhang Fifan stepped aside and allowed the two of them to come in. Just as Xiao Wanling was about to take a step, her foot suddenly stumbled and she exclaimed, "Ah!" The pain was involved, and the whole person fell to one side uncontrollably. Su Hao, with quick eyes and quick hands, stretched out his hand to support her. "Slow down, you are too careless." Su Hao was somewhat reproachful. Xiao Wanling couldn't help but rolled her eyes. "Isn't it all because of you that I'm like this? Who can resist coming here so early in the morning? Your foot is injured. If you fall down, I'd better help you." Su Hao just supported Xiao Wanling and walked into the house. Xiao Wanling's face turned slightly red. Being supported by Su Hao was nothing, after all, the two of them had never done anything before. But, when we were intimate before, it was always two people. Now that there are outsiders watching, she feels a little embarrassed. But then I thought about it. Is it Zhang Fifan? That's okay. Just think of it as air. Having a panoramic view of this scene, Zhang Fifan's brows could not help but beat, and his forehead was covered with veins. He had already discovered that the two of them must have done something before they came, but he didn't expect Su Hao to be so cruel. No sympathy at all. I got someone sprained again. Xiao Wanling, what a good girl. If it were me, I would definitely hold it in my hands and love it. How could he be like Su Hao, who only knew how to ask for things and didn't care about Xiao Wanling's body at all? What made him sad and angry was that even though Su Hao treated her like this, Xiao Wanling still never left him. Ding, Zhang Fifan is furious, his mood value is plus 741. Ding. Zhang Fifan is heartbroken, his emotional value is plus 963. Next it's time to look at the house. Zhang Fifan cleaned the room and restored it to its original state. Finally, Xiao Wanling took back the key. Kicked Zhang Fifan out of the house. Along the way, Su Hao hugged Xiao Wanling. Zhang Fifan followed depressedly. The emotional value keeps refreshing. Su Hao smiled. Didn't he come so early and have breakfast with Xiao Wanling just to increase his mood points? This wave of profits has been overwhelming. Watching Su Hao hugging Xiao Wanling and leaving, Zhang Fifan gritted his teeth. Su Hao, wait for me, wait until I find the evidence, and see how I deal with you. The sun set. Night gradually enveloped. At Shanghai University, the lights are still on in an office. Wang Shuiying, known as the most beautiful teacher, is busy at her desk. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Shuiying was a little confused. Who would come to see her at this time? Get up and go to the door to open it. Su Hao's figure came into view. Director Su? Wang Shuiying was a little surprised. And when she saw Su Hao handing a bouquet of flowers to her, she was even more surprised. Thanks. Wang Shuiying happily took the flowers and asked doubtfully. Director Su, how did you know I was at school? You are just a workaholic. In order to teach better, you prepare lessons until late every day. You will know it as soon as you guess. Su Hao smiled. Of course, I wouldn't say that it was the bodyguard who secretly protected Wang Shuiying who revealed the information to him. Su Hao walked into the office and took Wang Shuiying into his arms. Beautiful teacher, don't you think I have one? Feeling the warmth in Su Hao's arms, the manly breath rushed towards his face. Wang Shuiying's heartbeat began to accelerate. Although I have been with Su Hao for several days. But every time she was asked about such a shy topic, she still didn't know how to speak. She doesn't need to speak anymore. Because one mouth has been blocked. After a while, Wang Shuiying left with some shortness of breath. He looked outside the door in panic, only to feel relieved when he saw no one there. Mr. Su, don't be like this is the office. After saying something shyly, Wang Shuiying couldn't help but look at Su Hao suspiciously. Su Hao hadn't come to see him for several days. Could it be that he came here today just for that matter? It is inevitable that I feel a little disappointed in my heart. As if he saw what she was thinking, Suhao smiled slightly. Seeing as you are busy working all day long, don't make yourself sick by yourself. Occasionally, you should go out for a walk, relax, and pay attention to your physical and mental health. Let's go take a look around the campus in the evening. I haven't seen what it's like in the evening, so I'll just treat it like you're accompanying me. Wang Shuiying was right. What else could he do if he wasn't here? It has been tried in the office, and Suhao plans to change to another place today. The Grove. Today, Friday, is a time he specially picked. On Friday, most of the students would go out to rent apartments for the holidays, so there would be fewer people wandering into the woods. Wang Shuiying blushed with embarrassment and secretly blamed herself. Wang Shuiying, how could you think so? Director Su was obviously concerned. Seeing that he was too lonely, he came over to keep him company. How could I miss him so much? It's really inappropriate. I think it's you who thought about it yourself. Okay. Wang Shuiying responded hesitantly. Afterwards, Wang Shuiying closed her office and walked on campus with Suhao. Because it was the weekend and it was in the evening, there were not many students left in the school. This provided a quiet environment for the two of them. Both of them are celebrities. Wang Shuiyun is known as the most beautiful teacher, and there are very few people in the school who don't know her. Suhao is a little better. As the president of Su Group, he is not on the same level as these students. Not usually accessible. As a school director, he has not been to the school a few times, and not many students know him. The two of them chatted while walking. How is your mother doing lately? Speaking of her mother, Wang Shuiying suddenly became energetic. You are well trained. I went to the hospital for a checkup and all your physical signs are slowly recovering. She expressed her gratitude to Suhao again. It was all because Suhao hired experts and professors to treat his mother that she recovered so quickly. Suhao also paid a heavy price for this and owed a favor to the director of the first hospital. Suhao smiled carelessly. When a relationship becomes better, doesn't it start with owing favors? Although he doesn't care about these interpersonal relationships at all. But it can't be without it. After talking about Wang Shuiying's mother, Suhao shifted the topic to his two daughters, poetic and painting. Ask them about their performance in school. After walking and stopping along the way, under Suhao's deliberate guidance, the two came to the grove. Looking at the dim woods in front of her, Wang Shuiying felt nervous. Why did you come here suddenly? The last time I came here was in the morning. I don't know what the situation will be like in the evening. Shuiying, let's go in and take a look. No need, there's nothing to see in it. Wang Shuiying was filled with anxiety. Thinking that Suhao didn't know what was going on inside, she gritted her teeth and said, Director Su, do you know what is going on here? Suhao asked, pretending to be surprised. Do what? Even in the dim light, he could clearly see Wang Shuiying's pretty blushing face. It's a place for couples to go on a date. I know, it's really weird for young people to fall in love these days. Why do they have to go into the woods? Oh, that's not the case. Nowadays, young people are very open to dating and often do some outrageous things in the woods. Wang Shuiying was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Suhao smiled and continued to ask in surprise. What's going on? Wang Shuiying didn't notice the ridicule in Suhao's tone and said with a heartbeat. That's what we did last time at home, in the office, and all night. As she spoke, Wang Shuiying noticed the smile at the corner of Suhao's mouth and suddenly realized that she had been tricked. I was so ashamed and angry that I wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. If you say that, then I want to go in and have a look even more. Seeing that Suhao insisted on going, Wang Shuiying couldn't stop him and decided to wait outside. I don't know the way. Shuiying, please accompany me. Huh? I won't go in. Wang Shuiying's heart beat rapidly and she stammered. At the same time, I had some doubts. The road is just ahead, how could Suhao not know? What's more, I'd been there before. I couldn't help but begin to suspect that Su Hao had ulterior motives. You go in with me and come out after taking a look. I promise not to do anything. Then, that's fine. Wang Shuiying couldn't defeat Su Hao, so she led the way. Director Su, didn't you promise not to do anything? I'll just say nothing and promise not to do anything else. Dr. Su, if you agree. Just brushing aside, I promise. Su Hao had already asked his men to check that there was no one in the woods. It's just the two of them now. He also ordered a few bodyguards to guard the surroundings so that no one would disturb him. In the dim woods, there were waves of clear and sweet bird calls.